My name is Zhong Sherwin. I was born in the 1940s into a landlord family in Chaozhou. When I was very young, around the time of the national liberation, our family suffered due to our class background, so we fled to Hong Kong. After arriving in Hong Kong, my entire family sought refuge with a cousin of ours who was a soldier there. At that time, the Nationalist Army had been defeated and retreated to Taiwan, leaving behind a group of troops stationed in Hong Kong, known as the remnants of the Nationalist Army. These soldiers could neither return to mainland China nor go to Taiwan. They were stuck in Hong Kong. Under the British colonial government's orders, all soldiers had to surrender their weapons and were concentrated in a place called Tiu Konglong. My uncle had once been an officer in the 38th Nationalist Army, but now he was just an ordinary civilian, leading his former soldiers in a difficult life. After our family of 3 arrived in Tiu Konglong, we lived in poverty. All our family wealth had been sold off or depleted, and we could only make a living by running a sweet soup stall. My mother worked repairing clocks and watches near Kowloon City. In the 1950s, Tiu Konglong was entirely populated by these remnants of the Nationalist Army. Having been defeated and stranded, with no way forward or back, many of these soldiers, once full of vigor, now fell into despair. The atmosphere in Tiu Konglong was extremely oppressive. With no hope and a sense of direction lost, many soldiers hanged themselves in fear and anxiety every day. Thus, Tiu Konglong became known as Hanging Neck Ridge. Yet, where there is hell, there can also be rebirth. The pent-up anger and frustration of these soldiers, once unleashed, ignited a dark and powerful energy. These remnants of the army later became one of Hong Kong's most formidable triad societies, a legacy that continues to this day. This organization was called 14 Number, with its mountain name Hung Fat Shan, and I grew up right here. As a youth, I was always very sensible. I attended a school run by the Nationalist Military Administration on Mount Davis, and after school, I helped at my father's sweet soup stall. During holidays, I would walk a long way to my mother's watch repair shop in Kowloon City to apprentice. When I turned 18, around 1961, to help support my family, I went alone to the Dragon Phoenix Tea House in Kwun Tong to work as a waiter. At the time, I was still an apprentice. My monthly salary was 70 Hong Kong dollars. Given the prices back then, a pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes cost $5, a decent floral shirt cost $40, and even a bowl of wonton noodles or pig blood congee cost $1. But I was already very content. I worked diligently at the tea house, was polite and talkative, and besides my salary, I could earn a few extra dollars in tips from customers. The boss and the other staff members all liked me, praising me as sharp and clever. I worked even harder. I didn't spend a single cent frivolously. I had a biscuit tin where I saved every dollar of my wages and tips. I believed that with my parents and my own efforts, one day we could leave Tiu Konglong in Seong Kwan O, buy an apartment in Kowloon or Hong Kong Island, find a good wife, and live a happy life. Unfortunately, fate loves to play tricks. I had thought I could continue working happily at the tea house, saving my salary, only to realize that this tea house would become the starting point of my entry into the underworld. This incident has remained a deep pain in my heart. Even now, as an old man nearing the end of my life, just recalling it causes a dull ache in my chest. It all started because of Ah Feng. Ah Feng, like me, was a waitress at the tea house, also from Chaozhou, and very beautiful. Her large eyes were like bright moons in the sky, her figure slender and graceful, and her voice soft and gentle. This Chaozhou girl worked as hard as I did and was always kind to me. Every time we finished work, she would go to the kitchen and secretly wrap a few leftover pastries in steam cloth for me to take home. At that time, my family was in crisis and my mother had contracted tuberculosis from years of hard labor, and my father's sweet soup stall wasn't doing well. To pay for my mother's medical treatment, I spent months of savings. To save money, I ate only one meal a day, the one provided by the tea house. Ah Feng couldn't bear to see me like this, so she often helped me out, for which I was deeply grateful. "Oh man, you're a man, eat more. I believe you can get through this. Your mother will get better," Ah Feng would say, clasping her hands in prayer for me. Ah Feng was truly a wonderful person. She was a Catholic and, besides working at the tea house, volunteered at the church during her free time. For my mother's illness, she prayed for me at the church every day. Gradually, I fell in love with Ah Feng. I took on all the heavy tasks at work so she could leave earlier. Sometimes during holidays, we would go together to the church to volunteer and join the choir. During that time, the way Ah Feng looked at me changed from innocent fondness to something slightly flirtatious. As time passed, the older staff at the tea house began to tease us, saying, "Oh man, you've hit the jackpot coming to work here, not only earning money but also getting a wife like Ah Feng." I was very shy then and didn't know if Ah Feng actually liked me, so I awkwardly waved them off, though inside, I felt as sweet as honey. Ah Feng would just smile without speaking, her slightly blushing face resembling a ripe red apple in June. But good times never last. I forgot that this was Hong Kong in the 1960 SA Wicked era, indifferent to right and wrong, with no justice. The tea house was busy, attracting all sorts of people from all walks of life, including triad members. At that time, the most powerful group in Hong Kong was the Green Gang. These people had come from Shanghai after the liberation. In the 1930s, during the heyday of Shanghai's 10-mile paradise, they had already accumulated vast wealth through robbery and violence. Fearing prosecution after the liberation, they fled to Hong Kong. Around the 1950s, the Green Gang leader Du Yuesheng also came to Hong Kong, consolidating these people and quickly establishing the Green Gang's foothold. At that time, the Hungmin triads were still at the lowest level, involved in mere brawls and killings, while the Green Gang members had already washed clean and integrated into society as prominent figures. The wealthiest Green Gang leader at the time was Li Kai-fa, owner of the Wee Tree Lip Chai Hotel and founder of the Miss Hong Kong pageant. Of course, a few years later, after Du Yuesheng's death, the Hungmin triads suddenly rose to power, completely eliminating the Green Gang's influence in Hong Kong. That, however, is another story. That day, I was busy running around the tea house when I suddenly heard a sharp cry. "What are you doing?" Ah Feng cried out as a young man with slick back hair and a long robe grabbed her hand. "What am I doing? Where's my char siu bao?" The young man laughed, his hand refusing to let go of Ah Feng's wrist. "Your char siu bao is right here, I've just served it," Ah Feng said, frightened and pointing to the plate of buns on the table. "Oh, I don't want the buns on the plate. I want this bun." The young man laughed, reaching his hand toward Ah Feng's chest. Chapter 2. The Green Gang encounter. "Stop, right there," I exclaimed, rushing forward to reprimand him. To my surprise, upon my command, two burly men clad in long robes immediately stood up, glaring at me with fury. My heart raced with trepidation, for although I had never delved into the underworld, my experience as a waiter in the tea house had exposed me to a myriad of characters. Those dressed in long robes were particularly formidable. In colloquial terms, they were known as the prominent figures of Shanghai, often referred to as the White Society, predominantly comprising disciples of the Green Gang, numerous and wealthy. They were not to be trifled with. As predicted, the young man hurled a plate in my direction. I instinctively ducked, but a large man beside me shoved me to the ground. Ah Feng hurriedly rushed to my aid. "You pathetic waiter, playing the hero to save a damsel. If I don't deal with you today, I shall no longer roam these streets." The oily-haired youth, adjusting his long robe, revealed a gleaming dagger tucked into his waistband. Having never encountered such a spectacle, I was paralyzed with fear and stumbled backward. Meanwhile, some seasoned patrons and the manager quickly intervened to plead on my behalf. "Young Master Huang, let it go. The lad is simply ignorant. Do not take offense." It turned out this man was Huang Yuanbin, the son of a significant figure in the Green Gang, Huang Jinhong. His father had risen to prominence through the duck fillet trade, owning several establishments in Mongkok, including nightclubs, and had countless disciples under his command. Huang Yuanbin, emboldened by his father's notorious reputation, had amassed a following and established several establishments in the vicinity of Guanyong and Seongkwano, known for his hedonistic lifestyle and having brought ruin to many young women. It was indeed unfortunate to cross paths with such a wealthy scion. Yet I was fortunate that several influential elder patrons were present to restrain Huang Yuanbin from plunging his knife into me. Though I was terrified, I resolutely kept Ah Feng behind me. "You scoundrel! In broad daylight, surrounded by respected uncles, I shall spare you this time, but should you step outside, I will ensure you are riddled with wounds." Huang Yuanbin spat, before sweeping away, leaving two imposing henchmen outside, brandishing their daggers, unwilling to depart. I was in a state of panic, unfamiliar with such confrontations. The manager and several elder patrons reassured me, advising that this man was a predatory wolf. If his men remained, it would be prudent for Ah Feng and me to stay within the tea house. Ah Feng attempted to call the police, and soon an undercover officer and two uniformed officers arrived at the Guanyong precinct. Just as we began to breathe a sigh of relief, we were taken aback to see the officers casually smoking and chatting with the two burly men outside, summoning my courage to inquire about the situation. The officer roughly shoved me aside, cursing, "Mind your own business. They are merely smoking at the entrance. If you cause any more trouble, I will arrest you for making a false report." That night, Ah Feng and I huddled in the tea house, locking the doors. nervously exchanging glances with the two menacing figures outside until they finally departed in the dead of night, allowing me to cautiously lead Ah Feng out through the back entrance. At the time, with my limited experience, I could not fathom why the officer behaved in such a manner. However, I would later come to understand that such was the way of life in that era. The following day, patrons at the tea house advised me kindly to refrain from provoking Huang Yuanbin, noting that he had not harmed Ah Feng, and cautioning me to avoid confrontation. This young man has killed in the streets before. Endure a little longer and do not provoke him. Unbeknownst to many, Huang Yuanbin frequented the tea house daily, often engaging in lewd banter with Ah Feng or resorting to unwarranted physical advances. He even coerced Ah Feng into accompanying him to the theater to watch plays. At that time, both Ah Feng and I endured in silence, choosing to bide our time and avoid any conflict. Regrettably, in this unforgiving era, mere acquiescence and retreat proved futile. Alas, I realized this too late. That fateful Sunday, Ah Feng had the day off and invited me to join her in charitable endeavors at the Catholic Church. However, I was delayed due to my mother's hospitalization. When I finally concluded my matters at the hospital and sought out Ah Feng, tragedy unfolded. Huang Yuanbin and his cohorts had invaded the church, ensnaring Ah Feng. And before the congregation, they violated her one after another. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Ah Feng leapt from the church's upper floor. When I arrived, all I beheld was a pool of blood and Ah Feng wrapped in a white shroud. My world turned to shades of black and white. The roses I had prepared for her lay on the ground, drenched in scarlet, mirroring the blood beneath. At the tender age of 18, my unspoken feelings were forever encased in a frame of despair. Ah Feng, I cried out in anguish, but she could not be summoned back. In the aftermath, her parents were inconsolable, and the police at the Guanyong precinct recorded the incident, apprehending Huang Yuanbin and his accomplices. As a witness, I was compelled to provide a statement, where I passionately recounted their despicable actions towards Ah Feng at the tea house, demanding justice for her untimely demise. However, the outcome that ensued left me utterly astounded. I had hoped that the scales of justice would offer a glimmer of hope to the impoverished souls like Ah Feng and myself, but alas, it was not to be. Under the influence of his father, Huang Jinhong, those scoundrels were released that very night. A group of agents altered their testimonies, falsely accusing Ah Feng of being a courtesan who had lured Huang Yuanbin and his companions to the church for illicit dealings, resulting in her tragic fall when discovered. Huang Yuanbin faced only charges of solicitation, paid a fine, and emerged from the ordeal, mocking me at the tea house. "You're next, my friend." That night, I returned to my residence at Moxing Ridge in a daze, barely able to grieve before several agents seized me. At the precinct, they coerced me to retract my statement, maligning Ah Feng with accusations of prostitution, insisting I sign a confession. I resolutely refused. They assaulted me mercilessly, suspended me, and beat the soles of my feet with bamboo strips, pressing a dictionary against my chest while mercilessly striking with a hammer. Pain surged through my chest, and as blood filled my mouth, I remained steadfast, determined not to allow Ah Feng to suffer unjustly or bear the weight of false accusations. I believed that night would be my last, but eventually, through the intervention of my uncle, who engaged a powerful figure in Tiu Kongling, I was rescued from that hellish ordeal. Yet, my survival came at a grave cost. Ah Feng's parents, mourning the loss of their beloved daughter, ultimately succumbed to despair and took their own lives by ingesting poison. Thus, it is said that misfortune often preys upon the most unfortunate souls. I find myself utterly perplexed by the state of this world. How can it be that a virtuous girl like Ah Feng, whose heart is filled with kindness, must endure such unspeakable suffering? And I, born into a family of some means, with a father who has never oppressed a single soul, now find myself a wanderer in a foreign land. From that fateful night, I vowed that if I, Zhong Shiwang, were to escape this calamity, those responsible would surely meet their demise. Chapter 3. The esteemed Owen. Upon my return, I sustained severe internal injuries, requiring more than 2 weeks of recuperation. My parents were deeply distressed, and my uncle diligently prepared nourishing pig's blood porridge and pigeon soup for my recovery. Yet I languished in despair, my face stained with tears, my hands clenched tightly as I tore the sheets in anguish. The first thing I resolved to do upon rising was to take a blade and avenge Ah Feng. My father grasped me tightly, exclaiming, "Son, you are the sole heir of the Zhong family, a lineage spanning 3 generations. You cannot place yourself in danger. You cannot contend with them. Do not go." Let go of me. What wrong has Ah Feng committed? I shouted in fury. Those scoundrels revel in their debauchery, while Ah Feng's family lies in ruin, their lives discarded like refuse. I refuse to live like you, selling sweet water day by day. I no longer wish to exist. I will slay that wretch. In that moment of madness, my cousin and several uncles held me tightly, wresting the knife from my grasp. I was resolute, unwilling to relinquish the weapon, as my uncles and neighbors struggled to pry my fingers apart. Just then, a figure approached. "Young man, release the knife," he said, a middle-aged man clad in a traditional Tang robe, spectacles perched upon his nose, smiling gently. For reasons unknown, his words seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, and I found myself loosening my grip. My cousin swiftly seized the knife from my hands. In unison, those surrounding us called out, "Uncle One." He was Owen, a former chief of staff of the Nationalist Army's 38th Division. After his retirement in Hong Kong, he followed a general named Gu and established the first stronghold of the Hong Fa Shan in Tiu Kungling, eventually becoming one of the founders of the renowned 10 West number. At that time, Uncle Owen was already absent from Tiu Kungling, having made a name for himself in the areas of Tsiang Quan O and Sai Kung, steadily expanding his influence into the Yao Ma Ti district. His reputation in Tiu Kungling was formidable. It was my cousin who had sought Owen's assistance to rescue me from the Kun Tong police station. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death that night. After all, my cousin was once one of Owen's subordinates in the military, and he had even paid a bail of $500 on my behalf that night. Not to mention this bond of friendship. The mere sum of $500 is something my father may never repay in his lifetime. With tears in his eyes, my father knelt alongside my mother, bowing before Uncle Owen, vowing to remember this kindness for eternity. Uncle Owen simply smiled, assuring them that such gestures were unnecessary, for we were all from the mainland and ought to support one another. He then requested a moment to speak with me privately. When I encountered Uncle Owen, I noticed a fragrant hall nearby, surrounded by countless of his subordinates. I bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing that such profound kindness would be repaid with my life one day. Uncle Owen chuckled, indicating that no further words were needed, and merely inquired, "Have you ever taken a life before?" Dumbfounded, I shook my head. I had been a well-behaved child in Tiu Kungling, having never even killed a chicken. Uncle Owen scrutinized me and inquired if I harbored a desire for vengeance on behalf of that girl. My resolute gaze instantly brimmed with murderous intent as I recalled Ah Feng, the white shroud, the pool of blood, and Huang Yuanbin's arrogant smirk. I exclaimed, my voice startling Uncle Owen. He then queried, "What right do you have to seek revenge? Even if I divulged Huang Yuanbin's whereabouts, could you approach him?" His words struck a chord within me. I recognized my insignificance as a mere commoner, incapable of exacting retribution. Yet, I felt undaunted, though I might be shattered to pieces. I yearned for the chance to plunge a knife into his throat. I simply could not fathom why the world was thus. Uncle Owen chuckled, observing the fury radiating from me, and remarked, "The lad possesses spirit, but alas, he is a fool. Such is the nature of this world. I tell you, alone you cannot seek revenge, but a gang can. The bail money you owe me can be repaid in another manner. If you truly wish for vengeance, be at the Kun Tong Temple in Saigon at 7 this evening. Ah Chi will instruct you on what to do." Upon concluding, Uncle Owen designated a person named Fei Tian Chi to orchestrate the matter. Without hesitation, I proceeded to the Kun Tong Temple that evening. Uncle Owen was absent, leaving me in the company of Ah Chi and several henchmen. "Uncle Owen is occupied, and tonight you are entrusted to me to handle the arrangements," Ah Chi informed me. "I seek to avenge Ah Feng. How shall I proceed?" I asked. After paying respects to the deity, Ah Chi exchanged glances with his subordinates, and one of them produced a bundle, carelessly tossing it to the ground. I jumped back in shock as I beheld a glimmer of numerous sharp cleavers within. "It is simple. That scoundrel will be at the fishball stall in Tsiang Quan O tomorrow night. If you wish to avenge that girl, go and deal with him," Ah Chi said with a grin. I was taken aback, staring at the gleaming blades strewn before me. "The elder has given his orders. If you dare, take them. If not, return without compulsion. Upon completing this task, you shall henceforth be one of the 10 West gang," Ah Chi proclaimed. I hesitated, understanding his implication that this was an overt invitation to pledge myself to the gang. Though my desire for vengeance burned within me, I was acutely aware that the 10 West gang was a criminal organization, and stepping into such a world would bind me for life. "What? Are you afraid? Then return. I shall seek others," Ah Chi taunted, a smile gracing his lips. No, I shall go, I declared resolutely, seizing a cleaver. Ah Chi clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, Excellent. The elder did not misjudge you. The gang requires fresh blood. In Hong Kong, lacking connections is untenable. Young man, seize the opportunity. With that, he clapped again, and several young men of my age emerged. Tomorrow night, you three will carry out the task, Ah Chi stated, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing the two young men who would accompany me, excitement surged within me. It turned out to be Ah Yi and Ah Hao. They were childhood friends from my days in Tiu Konglong, with whom I had attended school together. After secondary school, I began working at a tea house, losing contact with my friends for several years. To my surprise, they had joined the society even before I did. Upon our reunion, amidst warm greetings, Ah Yi handed me a fine cigarette, chuckling, On, it's been ages. Come on, let's work with the old man. Indeed, I had heard about your situation, On. There's no justice in Hong Kong. The only principle is this. Ah Hao laughed, clapping his hands with a machete in hand. All right, tomorrow at 6. Gather at Quan Yung's Liu Men. Today, we'll light incense before Lord Guan and officially ignite the blue lantern. 7th brother declared. I was utterly confused, unaware of what igniting a blue lantern entailed. I explained that the blue lantern signifies peripheral members of the society, and we were still on the outskirts, not yet formally initiated. By completing this task and earning the old man's recognition, we could officially join. Only after formal initiation would we be considered true members. Our names eternally inscribed in the depths, the gang's roster, receiving lifetime salaries and assigned roles. In contemporary terms, we were still temporary workers. Post-initiative, we would become civil servants. Chapter 4. A glimpse of brilliance at that moment. I was quite oblivious to all this, my mind solely fixated on avenging A Fong, and I naively agreed. That evening, I insisted I stay, treating Ah Hao and me to supper and beer, preparing for the tasks ahead. After our meal, I instructed me to meet at Chunfeng Hotel in Liumen at 2 the following afternoon, and with that, we parted ways. That night, I returned home and could not sleep, not uttering a word to my parents. The next day, I ventured to Liumen, passing by the Catholic church at Quan Yung, unable to resist stepping inside. The choir's voices resonated beautifully as the priest and congregation offered prayers. Witnessing this scene, I felt a wave of nausea. They sang praises of truth, faith, and love. Oblivious to I Feng's tragic fate at the hands of the vile A Fei, none daring to come to her rescue. The priest, noticing my grim demeanor, approached me, expressing deep condolences. On, please accept my condolences. May God be with you. I rose and waved dismissively. No, God turns a blind eye to A Feng and me. With that, I turned and made my way to Liumen to meet Ai and Ah Hao. Upon our reunion, we distributed the wrapped items and hurried to the old street in the northern part of Liumen, where Huang Yuanbin's powder stall was located. The salty, fishy breeze swept towards us as Ah Hao, Ai, and I concealed ourselves behind a seaside rock near the stall, quietly biding our time. Goodness. The old man has too high expectations of us. There are so many people around that loser. How can we possibly charge in? Ah Hao lamented, cigarette in mouth. Not far from us, inside the stall, numerous pallid, frail addicts streamed in, exchanging money for powder and seeking corners to curl up in, embarking on their haze of oblivion. Liumen had become a haven for addicts, a place where, before the 1950s, duck slices were still in use, but by the 1960s, they had been replaced by flour. The so-called is nothing more than a dilapidated building, shrouded in darkness, filled with numerous chaotic compartments, each occupied by an individual indulging in their vices. The second floor boasts luxurious private rooms, where women accompany the affluent patrons, a privilege reserved for esteemed guests. Huang Yuanbin has amassed considerable wealth from these establishments, and at this moment, he lounges leisurely in a rattan chair, playfully engaging with a bird in a cage, while several beautiful women tenderly massage his legs. Upon encountering Huang Yuanbin, a wave of fury surged within me, my grip tightening around the machete I held. However, the situation appeared grim, as at least 6 bodyguards flanked him, with another 7 or 8 stationed within the establishment to maintain order. We were merely 3 individuals, armed with 3 knives. Patience was key. We would wait for nightfall. I clenched my teeth, resolute. I refuse to believe that this scoundrel won't find himself alone. Regardless of the circumstances, tonight, the 3 of us, 3 individuals, 3 knives, 1 life, would confront him. I declared to Ah Yi and Ah Hao. Once we accomplish this task, we will undoubtedly rise in status, exclaimed Ah Hao. Stay vigilant and keep watch with me. It was my first experience with violence, and nerves coursed through me. Ah Hao and I, seasoned members of the gang, reassured me, don't be anxious, Ah Yuet. Once you lift your blade and bring it down, you'll find it difficult to stop. We shared 2 packs of fine cigarettes, remaining alert until dusk, as the sky gradually darkened. At this juncture, Huang Yuanbin emerged, embracing 2 alluring women clad in kipeos, making his way to his luxury vehicle for a dining engagement. He was accompanied by only 2 personal bodyguards, leaving the rest behind to oversee the premises. The moment had arrived. Ah Hao exclaimed with excitement. Simultaneously, Ah Yi and I brandished our knives, discarding our cigarettes, and charged down the hillside. Hurry, if we're late. That scoundrel will flee, I urged anxiously. With our machetes drawn and clad in black masks, we raced towards the establishment with fervor. Huang Yuanbin had just exited, and a burly man was assisting him with the car door. In a swift motion, Ah Yi leapt into the air, severing the man's hand mid-swing. Huang Yuanbin stood frozen in shock, barely processing the scene before him as 3 masked figures approached, brandishing knives, causing him to retreat in terror. Ah Hao followed closely behind, unleashing a flurry of strikes on another henchman, blood splattering like sauce as the man collapsed onto the hood of the car. You filthy scoundrel. Upon seeing Huang Yuanbin, all my emotions coalesced into a blazing fury, and I swung my blade down towards him. Huang Yuanbin, terrified, shouted in alarm, dodging swiftly, causing my strike to miss and strike the car door instead, sending sparks flying. Help! I'm being attacked, he cried in panic. I surged forward, delivering a kick to his back, then slashed at him, opening a gash along his spine. Huang Yuanbin let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground as he reached for a dagger at his waist. I swiftly stepped on his hand, then swung my knife in a wide arc towards his face. You scoundrel, die! I bellowed, my blade raining down upon him relentlessly. The 2 women at Huang Yuanbin's side were paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color as they stood frozen in shock. Looking down at Huang Yuanbin, I saw him bloodied and gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of life. You do not know who I am, do you? Kneel before Ah Feng. As I removed my hood, Huang Yuanbin's eyes widened in terror upon seeing my face. Before he could utter a sound, I thrust my knife into his chest with both hands, pulling it out as the crimson juice splattered across my face. In that moment, I felt as though I had gone mad, wildly slashing at the prostrate Huang Yuanbin, lost in a frenzy that seemed unending. Ah Yuet, let us go? Only when Ah Yi and Ah Hao pulled me away did I snap back to reality. 7 or 8 burly men were already chasing us from the powder room. My mind was a blank as Ah Hao and Ah Yi dragged me along. The men, wielding broad machetes, charged towards us, and escape seemed impossible. With a flash of inspiration, Ah Yi yanked open Huang Yuanbin's car door, fortuitously finding the keys inside. Get in, he shouted. Ah Hao yanked me into the car, and I slammed my foot on the accelerator, speeding away. The 7 or 8 men struggled to keep up, hurling their machetes at our vehicle. We 3 gasped for breath inside the car. Ah Yi drove, exclaiming, Ah Yuet, you need to stop after a few slashes. You nearly got us killed. Why did you have to chop so many times? Exactly, strike swiftly and retreat. Don't linger. If they catch up, not even 9 lives would be enough. Ah Hao, still trembling from the ordeal, frequently glanced in the rearview mirror to check for pursuers. At that moment, I remained silent, as if entranced. The flurry of slashes I had unleashed was unlike anything I had ever experienced, an exhilarating release. It felt as if those swift blades had severed the chaos within my heart, carving out a sense of justice in this tumultuous world. I was on fire. Chapter 5. The Rules of the Jianghu, Ah Yi, Turn Around. I suddenly commanded the driving Ah Yi. What? Ah Yi hesitated at my words. Turn around, we're going back. I insisted, reaching for the steering wheel. Hey, Ah Yuet, are you out of your mind? We just barely escaped, and now you want to go back? Ah Hao was equally astonished. Give me the wheel. I forcefully pulled Ah Yi aside. He slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt at the roadside. I switched to the driver's seat, moving Ah Yi to the passenger side. With a swift press of the gas pedal, I headed back the way we had come. I had not yet slashed enough. Although I had dealt with Huang Yuanbin, there were still a few scoundrels, the ones who had defiled Ah Feng at the Catholic Church. I had seen their faces among the crowd that pursued us. No one who had bullied Ah Feng would escape alive. You all go ahead. I will return alone. I shouted. Oh dear, Ah Yuet, you're truly reckless. Forget it. Let us go together. Ah and Ah, with no other choice, tightened their grips on their machetes. I pressed the accelerator, returning to the powder room, where the 7 or 8 men had now gathered with about 20 others, strategizing their next move. Several were tending to the unconscious Huang Yuanbin on the ground. Upon seeing the old car return, their expressions turned to bewilderment. They could not fathom that the very assailants who had just fled in panic had now returned driving their own vehicle. Boom! Without pausing the accelerator beneath my feet, I charged directly into the throng of adversaries. In an instant, I sent 5 individuals flying, and then abruptly reversed the vehicle, crushing the legs of several others beneath the wheels. The atmosphere in the establishment erupted into chaos, with screams echoing all around. Our sheer force left the opposition paralyzed with fear. As the car came to a halt, I flung open the door, and with Ah and Ah, we leapt out, drawing our machetes and striking at anyone in our path. The opponents, initially attempting to fend off our blows, soon found themselves retreating in disarray, quickly fleeing in panic. I targeted a few familiar faces, launching a flurry of strikes, and the others scattered in terror. At that moment, one individual shrieked as he dashed into the establishment to seek refuge, prompting us to pursue him inside. The interior was shrouded in smoke, dim and devoid of light. Countless gaunt addicts languished there, inhaling and exhaling clouds of haze. We brought our blades down with ferocity upon the fallen foe, blood splattering everywhere. The group of addicts, their eyes vacant, remained blissfully oblivious to the carnage unfolding before them, seemingly numb to the horror. After we completed our grim task, we swiftly exited the establishment, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Over a dozen individuals lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them, a sight too horrific to behold. This was the year 1962, an event that would later be referred to in the underworld as the Carp Gate Massacre. Once our mission was accomplished, we hastily drove to the Kunyum Temple in Saikung to rendezvous at the designated spot. Upon seeing us return in the vehicle belonging to Wang Yuanbin, 7th brother was momentarily rendered speechless. His astonishment grew as he learned of the earlier events, leaving him and his entourage astounded. It was only later that we discovered 7th brother had arranged for a group of his men to observe our violent endeavor from the outset. The spectacle was nothing short of jaw-dropping. 7th brother's purpose in assembling his crew was twofold: to assess our performance during the execution and, as per Uncle Owen's request, to have a backup team ready in case we faltered. Little did they know, not only had we executed Wang Yuanbin in plain sight, but we also drove back along the same route, eliminating several of his loyal subordinates. This revelation sent shivers through the seasoned veterans surrounding 7th brother. "You boys have truly become avatars of death," 7th brother exclaimed. "We didn't intend for it to escalate this way, 7th brother," but Owen lost his mind. Ah lamented helplessly at that moment. Though we could have retreated, my obstinacy drove me to return and continue the pursuit, which greatly alarmed Ah. "You all performed admirably, with swift and decisive actions, establishing our reputation in the society." 7th brother expressed his satisfaction. He noted that the elders were already aware of our exploits, and our actions had significantly bolstered the organization's standing. The society had long sought to expand its influence in the Carpgate area and had set its sights on Wang Yuanbin's establishment. Now that we had eliminated him, the society would soon take control of his operations. Our victory had secured substantial gains for the organization. Elated by 7th brother's praise, the 3 of us indulged in celebratory cigarettes, envisioning the acclaim we would garner within the society. However, before we could bask in our triumph, 7th brother approached and delivered a sharp kick to my side. I was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Brother Chi, and before I could rise, he landed a punch on the corner of my mouth. Blood spilled from my lips, and both Ah and I looked at Brother Chi in astonishment. "Why are you hitting me?" I asked in disbelief. "You little brat, trying to show off, huh? Why didn't you follow the rules?" Brother Chi scolded me, insisting that I kneel before Lord Guan. He berated me, saying that when the gang's elders assign you a task, you must follow their instructions. You went in to kill someone and not only returned the same way, but also revealed your identity in public, where many recognized you. It was then that I realized my folly. As a novice in the gang, I had been unaware of the rules and had foolishly exposed my face. The gang required you to wear a mask for your protection, and now that my identity was revealed, I was in serious trouble. Brother Chi continued to chastise me. I could only respond with shock. "Brother Chi, I merely wanted to inform that scoundrel that I was here to avenge Ah Feng. Please, Do not blame On. He is loyal and acted out of commitment. Ah and Ai chimed in, pleading for my cause. The gang upholds its rules, and breaking them warrants severe consequences. You exposed your identity, and now the gang must bear the burden, covering your escape costs, while your adversaries come seeking retribution. How will we settle this score? Brother Chi scolded me angrily. I will bear it myself, I declared. Bear it? With what? Brother Chi kicked me squarely in the chest. This is a formal matter. Take him back to the elder for disposition, Brother Chi ordered. Despite Ah and Ai's pleas for leniency, Brother Chi remained resolute, adhering to the rules. At that moment, I had just joined the gang and was completely oblivious to these regulations. I had thought that avenging Huang Yuanbin would be impressive, but I had unknowingly brought trouble upon the gang and disrupted its order. I felt truly unfortunate. Suddenly, a voice broke through, and Uncle Wen arrived with several subordinates. Ah Chi, enough of this. When Zai has just started working, and it's normal for newcomers to err. Give him a chance, Uncle Wen said. Upon seeing Uncle Wen, Brother Chi quickly acquiesced and instructed someone to help me up. Ah and Ai assisted me, expressing their gratitude to Uncle Wen. Chapter 6. Taking to the hills. Uncle Wen smiled at me, urging me not to be so formal, as your cousin is one of my subordinates. In Tu Kung Ling. It has been a decade since I've encountered someone as formidable as you. I have high hopes for you. But remember, do not disrupt the rules again. I nodded earnestly, promising not to repeat my mistake. It was from that moment that I understood the significance of rules within the gang. Uncle Wen continued, stating that the incident at Liu Mun had spread through the underworld, and Huang Yuanbin had ties to the Green Gang. His father would not let this slide. Especially concerning On. For the time being, you should lay low. The gang will arrange a safe place for you. As for other matters, let the gang handle them. Once everything is settled, you can return. We will hold a meeting to formally assign you your positions. Wen Shu, what if we cannot resolve this? I inquired. If the other party remains unyielding, then we shall resort to confrontation. According to the rules, should it come to that, you must take the lead. Wen Shu replied, questioning my courage. I am not afraid. I am always prepared, I asserted. Wen Shu chuckled softly, patting my shoulder, reassuring me that we need not worry. By the time the matter is settled, he would inform us to return. At that moment, he entrusted us with managing the affairs of the Liu men. Afterward, he instructed Ah Chi to arrange for us to temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Brother Chi took us to deal with Huang Yuanbin's vehicle. Initially, there were plans to set the car ablaze, yet Brother Chi hesitated. Thus, we sought assistance from a member of the Liangong Lu in Saikong and sold the car instead. During that time, the Hong Kong underworld had most of the docks under the control of the Liangong Lu, monopolizing all smuggling operations in Saikong. Brother Chi approached a prominent figure in Liangong Lu, known as Jian Tu Sheng, to sell the vehicle. After assessing us and the car, the response was less than favorable. The vehicle is decent, but according to our customs, I can only offer you a mere $1,000. Brother Chi was taken aback. Brother Sheng, surely you jest. This is a MG, $1,000? That's akin to selling scrap metal. At that time, the model was from 1962, worth several tens of thousands, while a modest apartment in Yau Ma Ti went for merely 20,000. This car belonged to Huang Yuanbin, since you have dealt with him. It carries a curse. Furthermore, we in Gong Lu engaged solely in business, avoiding the entanglements of the underworld. If you wish to sell, then so be it. If not, that is also acceptable, Brother Sheng remarked. He then teased us. You youngsters are truly audacious. From what I observe, you 10 West know are a breed apart. Others panic when dealing with such matters, yet you remain remarkably composed, even pursuing your adversaries with such calmness. He also pointed out the car's dents and scratches. All right then, 1,000 it is. Brother Chi, resigned, sold the car at a significant loss, distributing $200 each among us. Take this money and find a place to hide in Taihang Shan. Do not return until you hear from me, Brother Chi instructed. That night, I hurried home to gather my belongings, preparing to meet Ah Yi and Ah Hao. On the way, my mother grasped me, weeping uncontrollably, while my father sighed heavily. I suspected they might have learned something. However, having resolved to join the gang, I could only inform them that I would be away for a while. You, the rebellious child, why do you choose this path? Joining the underworld. My father finally erupted, scolding me. Sherwin, please do not go. Your mother cannot bear the thought of it, my mother pleaded through her tears. I quickly supported her, while my uncle urged, Alwyn cannot turn back now. Let him go. If he stays in Tu Kung Long, He will either be captured by the police or torn apart by the Green Gang. My father remained displeased, chastising me. You stubborn child, always seeking to stand out. I hoped for your safety throughout your life, yet you have placed yourself in such danger, taking lives. How will you live with this in the future? Enough. Do not speak further. In a moment of anger, I retorted against my father. I had grown weary of the life I led, confined to Tiu Kung Long, serving in a tea house, subject to others' whims. What do you want from me? Like you? Selling sugary water? I have committed no wrong in matters concerning Ah Feng. If given the choice, I would still choose to sever ties with him. What of the gang? At least the principles of justice and the legal department cannot assist me, but the gang can bear my burdens. I tell you, father, this path I have chosen is irrevocable. Should I, Chung Sai-man, rise to prominence, I shall undoubtedly return to fetch you all. But if I were to meet my demise in the streets, you may consider that I was never your son, I said resolutely. I then urged my mother to take care of her health, handing her the $200 I had on me. I implored my uncle to look after them, and disregarded my father's grumbling and my mother's sorrowful weeping as I resolutely departed from Tiu Kung Long. It is not that I am unfilial, but rather that I have no other choice. In 1960s Hong Kong, a man without connections seeking to achieve greatness has but two paths: to become a police officer or to join a gang. I chose the latter. The following day, I met up with Ah Yuet and Ah Ho, and we took the ferry from the pier to Tai Hang Shan. On the boat, I informed Ah Yuet and Ah Ho that I had given my escape funds to my family and had no money left on me, requesting their support during this time. Ah Yuet laughed heartily, patting my shoulder, assuring me not to worry. Upon reaching Tai Hang Shan, he instructed me to follow him, proclaiming it would be like a vacation. We, the three brothers, for life. Upon our arrival at Tai Hang Shan, Ah Yuet, with an air of mystery, led us onward. When we reached our destination, I was taken aback. A two-story garden villa by the sea, lavishly decorated. Ah Yuet produced a key and opened the door, revealing extravagant furnishings that left me in awe. Though I hailed from a wealthy family in the mainland, my home consisted of merely a grand estate and several acres of farmland. The sight of the diverse selection of imported spirits on the wine cabinet and high-end appliances left me utterly astonished. Ah Yuet switched on a black-and-white television. After a flurry of static, a black-and-white Cantonese opera program appeared on the screen. He then changed the channel to a live horse racing broadcast. This further left me and Ah Ho dumbfounded. After all my years in Tiu Kung Long, I had never before seen a television. Ah Yuet, where is this? Why are you entering someone else's house? I exclaimed in astonishment. Ah Ho burst into laughter, exclaiming, silly boy, this is Ah Yuet's own home. What? I gasped in disbelief. Ah Yuet snapped his fingers, correcting me. No, to be precise, it is one of my homes. He then opened a bottle of imported wine from the cabinet, pouring us each a glass in frosted glasses, and pulled out a pack of fine cigarettes, distributing one to each of us. As we, the three brothers, shared a bond of life and death, we could not allow ourselves to be ridiculed during this escapade. Let us eat and drink well, all on me. Cheers, Ah Yuet declared. As we clinked our glasses, the reality of the situation began to dawn on me. Chapter 7, Wealth and Happiness. Ah Yuet, whose real name is Hong Jiaoyi, is the youngest son of Hong Jiebua, a warlord from Guangzhou before the liberation, coming from an illustrious lineage with 6 concubines. After the war, his family relocated to Hong Kong, with Ah Yuet being among the last to arrive, temporarily residing in Tiu Kung Long. He is the youngest child in a family of 7, having 6 elder sisters, and we often teased him, calling him Hong Qigong. Each of his sisters is exceptional, either a law doctorate from overseas or an elite in the business world, while he alone has taken the path of a triad member. In his youth, Ah Yuet was notorious for his penchant for fighting and mingling with gang members, constantly embroiling himself in trouble. Despite his father's aspirations for him to succeed, Ah Yuet was expelled from numerous schools. Observing his relentless desire to join a gang, his father, who cherished him dearly, reluctantly entrusted his fate to a former military friend associated with the Shek Kip Mei gang, who took him under his wing. Ah Yuet's mentor was none other than the seasoned enforcer, Dashichio. This formidable man was renowned for his immense strength and had led the Shek Kip Mei to victory in the pivotal battle at Huafeng, triumphing over 200 members of the Guangdong gang with just 30 men from Shek Kip Mei. He subsequently established a stronghold in Kowloon Walled City, enhancing the reputation of the Shek Kip Mei gang in the underworld. Ah Yuet initially joined Dasha in Kowloon City to run a gambling den, but soon fled due to the filthy and chaotic conditions, which he found intolerable. My friend Ahao and I couldn't help but laugh, as we were genuinely seeking a means to earn a living, while I seemed to be chasing thrills and amusement. Ahao's background was somewhat similar. His father had been a legal advisor in Guangzhou before passing away shortly after relocating to Hong Kong, with 3 siblings and an aging mother. Ahao also joined the Shek Kip Mei to shoulder the family responsibilities. Though Ahao lacked IE's wealth, his father had worked in a law firm upon arriving in Hong Kong, establishing a wide network and leaving behind 2 properties in Kowloon along with some capital. In comparison, I was truly a novice. Having known each other since childhood in Tiu Konglong, it was a joyous reunion as we shared drinks and discussed life. During our conversation, I learned that IE was currently in a state of limbo, with Dasha Chiu often eluding him. Given that IE's father was a founding elder of the Shek Kip Mei, the older members could only chuckle at his antics. Ahao's mentor, Chung Sai-man, was a former police officer who had been dismissed from the force and now found himself entangled in gang dealings, accumulating substantial gambling debts and disappearing for days on end. My own leader, according to Uncle One, was affiliated with Chiga. Although the 3 of us did not share the same boss, we were all part of the same gang, united as brothers. Through our discussions, I learned that the Shek Kip Mei initially comprised 16 factions, with 8 inner halls, the Elder Council, overseeing 8 outer halls. Following the gang's rise in the 1950s, it expanded to 22 factions, with all members belonging to the Shao faction. At that time, the total membership of the Shek Kip Mei across Hong Kong amounted to 3,000 formally employed members, with the number swelling to nearly 10,000 when including the Blue Lantern faction. And this figure continued to grow in subsequent years. The gang's extensive membership roster was impressively tall, due to the sheer number of members. Many brothers were unfamiliar with one another. In an era of limited communication, measures were devised to prevent internecine conflicts arising from chance encounters. Thus, various methods such as slogans, gestures, and codes were invented, with the T formation being the most prevalent. While enjoying tea at a cha-chan-tung, members of the society would typically arrange the tea utensils in a way that conveyed messages understood only by insiders, allowing them to evade the watchful eyes of the authorities. On the 14th, the arrangement of cups and chopsticks, 1 cup on the left and 1 chopstick on the right, with 1 vertical and 1 horizontal chopstick, symbolized 10 West. Conversely, the gang associated with the character he displayed 2 cups tilted diagonally, one above the other, commonly referred to as Old Slant. Societies sharing the same character, such as Nu He and Tong Lu, exhibited 2 cups on top with no chopsticks below, known as No Chin. During this time in Tai Hang Shan, our lives were rather pleasant. We resided in Ah Yuet's luxurious mansion, indulging in daily libations, playing cards, and watching television. In the afternoons, with little to occupy our time, we would drive Ah Yuet's extravagant car to explore the nearby market in Tai Hang Shan. This residence was one of Ah Yuet's father's properties, often uninhabited, so we took the opportunity to drive around, visiting the Tai Hang Shan pier to purchase fresh seafood directly from the fishermen. Ah Yuet brought fine spirits from home, and each day we enjoyed exquisite seafood and abalone, paired with fine wine, spending our leisure fishing by the shore, living an idyllic existence, nearly forgetting that we were fugitives fleeing from a case of murder. During this period, all expenses were covered by Ah Yuet, who spent without a moment's hesitation. The society remained quiet, with no news reaching us regarding the situation involving Huang Yuanbin. One morning, the 3 of us rose early and headed to a tea house for breakfast. At that time, Tai Hang Shan was still undeveloped, characterized by barren mountains and fishing villages, with only 2 streets and a single cha-chan-tung. I recall it was called Ming Ki Tea House. Do not underestimate the tea houses of the 1960s. They served as the largest intelligence hubs scattered throughout Hong Kong. Countless patrons would gather, discussing everything from current affairs and horse racing to the underbelly of society, engaging in lively banter that reflected a rich tapestry of ideas. In those days, Tai Hang Shan was a desolate area with little wealth, and the society's influence had yet to reach this part of town. Only 2 groups had established their presence: the Chen Yi Society, which specialized in seafood import and export, colloquially known as, and the Dongfu He, formed by fishermen from Dongguan. These 2 factions coexisted amicably, with no disputes arising between them. Dongfu He managed the fishing operations, while Chen Yi handled seafood exports, maintaining a harmonious collaboration. Therefore, members of both societies would greet one another in Tai Hang Shan, treating each other like brothers, creating a pleasant atmosphere in the tea house. The 3 of us chose a spot to sit, mindful of our identities as fugitives, as instructed by our elder. Thus, we feigned being wealthy heirs on vacation. With Ah Yuet's possessions and generous demeanor, we aroused no suspicion. During our meal, we overheard discussions between Lao Quan and Lao Dong, members of the two societies, concerning a significant matter in the underworld, which caused our hearts to race with apprehension. Are you aware that the young men from the 10 West gang have become quite formidable? Huang Yuanbin, the son of the Green Gang's leader, was involved in a significant incident at Lei Yuman. It's astonishing how audacious they are. That handsome fellow holds considerable influence in both the Kuntong and Lei Yuman territories, and it seems that the 10 West gang has truly escalated the situation. I have heard that 3 individuals have killed and injured several others, and after the attack, they returned by car to continue their rampage. The 10 West gang is indeed filled with fierce individuals, and the younger generation is truly fearsome. Upon overhearing their discussions about our actions from a few days prior, i.e., how, and I immediately became alert. We continued to listen intently. Chapter 8. Peril in Wan Chai. The crowd continued to discuss the incident, noting that the 10 West gang had killed the son of the Green Gang leader. Currently, Uncle Owen from the 10 West gang is in negotiations with Huang Jinhong, the leader of the Green Gang. It appears that the talks have not gone well with the death of his son. Huang Jinhong is unwilling to let this matter rest, insisting that the 10 West gang must pay with blood. It seems inevitable that a fierce battle will erupt between the Green Gang and the 10 West gang. Upon learning of the failed negotiations, tension enveloped the 3 of us. It appears that conflict is unavoidable. Let them fight amongst themselves. The Green Gang has long been on the decline, and these Shanghai men will eventually be eradicated by the Hongman. Several elders remarked in agreement. They're fighting their battles. We'll continue to enjoy our own lives in Tai Hang Shan. Come, let us raise a toast. Laughter and clinking glasses filled the air. From their conversation, we learned that all the Hongman societies in Hong Kong, led by a number of elders, had convened to strategize. They intend to seize back the resources controlled by the Green Gang while they are weakened. No wonder Uncle Owen chose us 3 to take action against the Green Gang. With Huang Yuanbin's death, the 10 West gangs swiftly established their presence in Lei Yuman, claiming territory. It seems this battle is destined to commence. Huang Jinhong's stance is equally resolute, as he has declared his intent to send his men to exact vengeance, insisting that blood debts must be repaid in kind, demanding our lives. As anticipated, in the afternoon, members of the society arrived by boat at Tai Hang Shan for a clandestine meeting with us 3. The messenger was a prominent figure from the society, known for his diplomatic role. He addressed us with urgency, advising that we maintain a low profile during this time. Huang Jinhong has dispatched his men to seek us out, and should they find us, the consequences would be dire. He urged us to remain within Tai Hang Shan until the society's senior members could devise a plan. After delivering this grave message, he provided us with several sharp weapons for our protection. Anxiety gripped me, and I quickly inquired about the safety of my parents. The messenger reassured me, stating that the area of Tiu Kung Ling is secure, with society members assigned to protect it. The elders appreciate your efforts. Do not leave Tai Hang Shan without permission. We readily agreed, expressing our gratitude before the messenger departed to report back to the society. In the ensuing days, we dutifully adhered to the society's orders. No ostentatious outings, no leaving Tai Hang Shan, and no revealing our identities. We spent our days cooped up in Ah Yuet's lavish residence, watching television, horse racing, and enjoying the comedic performances of Liang Xingbo, leading to a rather monotonous existence. Eventually, it was Ah Yuet who could no longer contain his restlessness. I'm utterly exhausted by these days. It has been far too long since I last laid eyes on a lady. Ah Yuet paced back and forth in agitation. Don't even mention it. I would find even a stray dog to be quite charming at this point. Ah Hao chimed in, back in Dawanshan. Although we indulged in food and drink daily, the monotony began to wear on us. After all, Dawanshan is a remote and impoverished area, devoid of any vibrant entertainment venues. The local girls were primarily fishermen's daughters, their skin tanned by the sun and their hands calloused from years spent weaving fishing nets. How could the naturally flirtatious Ah Yuet endure such a situation? Ah Hao, on, let us venture to Wan Chai for some fun. It's on me, Ah Yuet declared, revealing that he had connections in Wan Chai, where the ladies were indeed stunning. Upon hearing this, Ah Hao's interest peaked immediately. Indeed, we, the 3 brothers, have dealt with that mess and haven't had the chance to celebrate yet. A trip to Wan Chai sounds exhilarating. I quickly waved my hands in protest. I think not. Grandpa warned us against wandering about recklessly. Besides, there might be a major conflict brewing. We need to remain on standby. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was met with disdain from Ah and Ah. Come on, why are you so timid? Where's that fierce spirit of yours? A night of fun and we return. What's there to fear? Ah laughed. Yes, Wanchai is vast. Who could possibly find us? Moreover, with danger looming, relaxation is essential, otherwise we'd be foolishly caught off guard. Ah added with a chuckle. Ah, you ominous harbinger. We are reborn dragons. Despite being surrounded, we've emerged unscathed. What do we have to fear? Let us go, it's my treat. I insisted. Faced with their unwavering determination, I found myself hesitating. All right, forget about your beloved Afeng. Once we reach Wanchai, I'll find 10 lovely ladies for you, on. Ha ha. I laughed as he embraced me. Unable to resist their enthusiasm and haunted by recent nightmares of Afeng, often waking in tears and feeling mentally burdened, I decided to join them. That day, I arranged for a boat, and we disembarked at the Star Ferry Pier on Hong Kong Island, then hurried to Wanchai. The night in Wanchai was dazzling, aglow with neon lights and bustling with an array of bars, saunas, and dance halls. Upon our arrival, I was nearly bouncing with joy. Let us freshen up and then hit the dance floor, he exclaimed. In the 1960s, Hong Kong's sauna and bathing scene had not yet flourished, with the finest establishments being grand bathhouses run by the old Shanghai triads. The best of these in Wanchai was Baitongxiang, a bathing venue owned by Shanghainese. After indulging in a thorough wash and scrub, the three of us followed IE to the Xianlu's KTV, a lavishly decorated establishment teeming with beautiful women. Upon entering, the head hostess greeted IE with a flirtatious laugh, exuding charm and allure. IE, it's been ages since you last graced us with your presence. We've missed you dearly. She purred, settling onto IE's lap. I've been rather busy lately. Now, let us not linger on pleasantries. Bring in the most beautiful ladies. For my 2 good brothers are here tonight, IE said as he stuffed a $100 silver note into Mama's bosom. Mama smiled knowingly, patted IE's thigh, and then entered with a group of dazzlingly beautiful women. The ladies, all dressed in kipeos, possessed long, elegant figures and wore their hair in graceful curls, radiating brilliance. The table was adorned with exquisite foreign wines, and I, a novice in this realm, felt somewhat restrained in such an extravagant setting. IE and Ah selected the 3 most stunning women and promptly placed one in my arms. This is on. Tonight, you must keep him entertained and ensure he is happy, IE instructed. With a beauty in my embrace and fine wine swirling in my glass, IE further indulged, embracing the enchanting ladies as we toasted and exchanged drinks. In the midst of this revelry, I lost myself in the moment, consuming one drink after another until I found myself pleasantly tipsy. During a brief respite, I excused myself to the restroom, and a nearby dancer linked her arm through mine to guide me. Chapter 9. Help from old friends. Upon finishing my business, I emerged into the nightclub, my vision blurred by inebriation amidst the bustle of patrons. Suddenly, I spotted a group of men clad in blue shirts, their expressions menacing, as they brandished gleaming machetes and axes, advancing toward us. Realizing they were members of the Green Gang, I noticed them scanning the dance floor before swiftly charging towards IE and Ah's table. At that moment, IE and Ah were blissfully embracing the dancers, merrily humming dreams of Hong Kong. Ah, duck! I shouted urgently. IE and Ah, startled, turned just in time to see the group of blue-clad thugs wielding their weapons viciously. Ah was struck in the back by an axe, staggering back onto the sofa. The 2 dancers beside him turned pale with fright. IE, jolted awake from his drunken stupor, grabbed a wine bottle from the table and hurled it at our assailants. I instinctively reached for my waist, only to realize it was empty. All my belongings had been left at home due to security checks while traveling from Taihang to Wanchai. What was I to do? With no other option, I steeled myself, delivering a flying kick to one of the attackers, sending him crashing to the ground. I rushed forward, wrestling with him to disarm him of his axe. IE and Ah picked up fruit platters and wine bottles from the table to defend themselves as chaos erupted around us. The 3 of us, in utter disarray, could only fight while retreating. I managed to seize an axe from one of the assailants, using it as a shield to protect IE and Ah while swinging it to create a barrier. Get out of here, I shouted, as the dance floor plunged into turmoil, filled with screams. Looking back, I saw a group of blue-shirted men closing in, blocking both exits. You three dare to threaten me, Huang Xiao of the Green Gang. Today, you shall pay with your lives. One of them bellowed, charging forward with his comrades. In that moment, we were filled with regret. Had we remained in Taihang, we would have avoided such peril. It seemed today was indeed our last stand. With a unified shout, we resolved that even if we were to perish today, we would resist fiercely, facing our fate with heads held high, even in the afterlife before the 10 Yama kings. 3 individuals, clutching wine barrels, swung their axes wildly, their garments nearly reduced to tattered rags. At that moment, another group surged forth from the dance floor, witnessing the violence and immediately intervening with shouts of reprimand. They were the enforcers from the Xianluo's dance hall, the men of Xinghe. Green-faced fellow, quickly lend us your aid, Ai cried out urgently. Among the Xinghe men, a short and stout leader with a pale complexion rushed to assist upon hearing Ai's plea. With over 20 Xinghe men arriving, they surged forward, brandishing their machetes and launching a fierce assault against the members of the Green Gang. With reinforcements on our side, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Ahau, bloodied on his back, cursed vehemently, "You dare to strike me? I shall return the favor." With that, he seized one of the assailants and smashed a wine barrel over his head, subsequently shouting, "Xinghe brothers, hand me a weapon." A green-faced companion, retreating from behind, tossed him a cleaver, and Ahau, in a frenzy, began to slash at the Green Gang members with abandon. Ai and I quickly joined the fray, hacking wildly. The Green Gang members, overwhelmed, faltered as we three advanced like ferocious tigers, bolstered by the Xinghe men, leading them to realize the folly of their situation and retreat hastily downstairs. We pursued them down, having engaged in battle from the upper floors to the lower levels, with several Green Gang members left bloodied and incapacitated, collapsing in disarray. A few quick-footed ones managed to escape through a narrow alley along Wanchai Road, while the rest lay defeated, barely clinging to life. Finally, having dispatched our foes, we paused to catch our breath, relieved yet stained with blood, unable to distinguish whose was whose amidst the chaos. "Thank you, green-faced brother." I expressed his gratitude to the one who had come to our aid. "It's nothing. We are merely here to keep watch. Those scoundrels from the Green Gang have long been warned by my uncle to strike down on sight. Moreover, you are my good brother." The green-faced fellow replied. He and Ai had known each other for quite some time. Previously, in Kowloon City, Ai had lent him $5,000 when he was destitute, a debt of gratitude that the green-faced man had not forgotten. Though we belong to different factions, I shall remember this favor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I quickly extended my thanks alongside Ahau. "No need to mention it. I recognize you, the infamous Zhong Sherwing who killed Huang Yuanbin in Liumen. Your reputation has soared recently." The green-faced man chuckled. He remarked that he had only heard of my notoriety before today, and now, after witnessing our fierce confrontation, he could attest to our formidable prowess. "Well, enough talk. The mountains and rivers will cross again. We must part ways now. You should leave quickly, for the Green Gang and the authorities will surely send reinforcements." With the situation escalating, we understood that remaining would only cause trouble for the green-faced man and Xinghe, so we decided to withdraw, leaving the aftermath to him. After expressing our gratitude once more, we departed from Wanchai. The green-faced man arranged for 2 of his underlings to escort us to the night cable car operated by Xinghe, which would take us to Kowloon. We dared not linger in Wanchai and hastily made our way to Kowloon City. "Goodness, Ahau, your injuries are severe. The extent of your wounds is outrageous," Ai remarked from the vehicle. I hastily tore open Ahau's shirt at the back, revealing a deep scar that stretched from his left shoulder to his lower back, exposing a large patch of raw skin. As his shirt had long since become saturated with blood, Ahau grimaced in pain, exclaiming, "Damn it, I'm the first to get stabbed in the back." Fortunately, if it had penetrated deeper, it could have ruptured my abdomen. At that moment, both Ai and I had sustained several knife wounds to our arms and thighs. Our pant legs soaked in blood, with a numbing sensation in our thighs, though our injuries were not too grave. However, Ahau's lips had already turned pale from excessive blood loss. If he were not treated soon, he would be in peril. "This is unacceptable. We must go to the hospital," I urged anxiously. "Oh, let us discuss that once we reach Kowloon City. We can't risk going to the hospital with the Green Gang on our tails," Ai replied. He suggested we head to Kowloon Walled City to seek out his elder brother, the big fool of Kowloon City. We arrived at Kowloon Walled City, which at that time was an undeniable den of iniquity, with crumbling buildings stacked high, completely devoid of sunlight, resembling a hellish pit. In the 1960s, even the police dared not enter. Countless fugitives from Southeast Asia and the provinces fled here after committing grave crimes, all making a beeline for the fortress. Chapter 10. The Big Fool of Kowloon City. At the entrance of the walled city, a dozen individuals spotted our trio and warily drew their weapons to block our passage. Inquiring about our intentions, the walled city was not welcoming to outsiders, with gang members stationed at the gates in shifts throughout the day, guarding the entrance. In the morning, it was the Chaos Hang gang. In the afternoon, the Yayan Society. And at this late hour, it was the Shui Ji, he and Lu, members on watch. We're from the 10 West gang, here to see the Big Fool. Ah Yuet quickly introduced us. The guards exchanged glances and sent someone inside to notify the Big Fool to come and receive us. After a brief wait, a tall figure clad in tattered, old military attire, with a face full of coarse features, emerged, flanked by a group of underlings. It was none other than the Big Fool of Kowloon City, a seasoned enforcer of the 10 West gang. "Boss, it's me, Ah Yuet," Ah Yuet called out hastily. "You little rascal. It's been ages since I last saw you. You only come running to me when trouble arises. Come in," the Big Fool chided, scolding Ah Yuet before ushering the three of us into the walled city. It was my first time entering the walled city. Upon stepping inside, I was greeted by a maze of narrow alleys and staircases, intricately intertwined and winding about, with an array of tangled electrical wires. The buildings were so closely packed that upon opening a door, one could almost touch the window of the opposite unit. A thick haze hung in the air, with stagnant water pooling nearly to our calves, filthy and littered with debris, including the decaying bodies of rats and various syringes. The place was rife with the vices of gambling, drugs, and prostitution, with junkies and streetwalkers visible everywhere, and throngs of people congregated around brightly lit gambling stalls, shouting and cheering. Upon witnessing this grim environment, I couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. I finally understood why Ah Yuet had been unable to endure living here. I once believed that the environment in Tiu Kung Lung was sufficiently dire. Yet I had no inkling that Kowloon City resembled a veritable den of iniquity. Come, Uncle Zhang, do patch up a few of these strapping lads for me." The Shah pushed open the door to a clinic nestled deep within an alley. Inside, an elderly man languidly perused a newspaper, beside a rudimentary surgical table surrounded by an assortment of medicines and surgical instruments. The scalpel was tarnished with rust, and the old man's white coat was grimy. To call him a physician seemed an overestimation. "Oh, let me take a look." Uncle Zhang donned his reading glasses. Ah Hao bore the most severe injuries, and we assisted him to the surgical table, urging him to lie down for treatment of his back wounds. No. Shah, can we not find another clinic?" Ah Hao appeared bewildered, hesitant to approach. After all, a mere glance at the rusted scalpel and the rudimentary setup filled him with trepidation. The environment was abysmal, and the equipment so rudimentary that a tetanus infection could spell disaster. He could barely withstand the pain, but an infected wound would surely lead to his demise. "Are you still complaining? For heaven's sake, Uncle Zhang served as a military doctor in the Nationalist Army during his youth. You should consider yourself fortunate." The Shah laughed heartily. "Indeed, Ah Hao, come now." Ah Yuet and I hurriedly pulled Ah Hao along. No, I cannot." Ah Hao persistently recoiled. Seeing this, the Shah grew impatient. "You little rascal, hurry up, what are you dawdling for?" With that, the Shah seized Ah Hao, hoisting him effortlessly and tossing him onto the surgical table, displaying astonishing strength. It was no wonder he was a well-regarded figure in the 10 West gang, having led 30 men to defeat the Guangdong gang, first raising their banner in Kowloon City, a place rife with gang affiliations, where he accomplished the remarkable feat of establishing the 10 West gang's prominent presence. After a surprisingly effective treatment, Uncle Zhang's skills proved exceptional, stitching us up, bandaging our wounds, and applying a special anti-inflammatory ointment, which soon alleviated our pain. The three of us, young and vigorous, felt revitalized, with Ah Hao marveling at Uncle Zhang's expertise. "Haha, I told you so. Uncle Zhang was indeed a military doctor in his prime. You lot, with your lack of appreciation, should consider yourselves fortunate. If not for my influence, you would be waiting for your wounds to fester and meet your end. Ha." The Shah chuckled, grabbing an apple. At that moment, a cockroach scuttled near the apple dish, but the Shah paid it no mind, slapping it to a pulp before wiping his hand on his clothing and biting into the apple. "You lot," The gang instructed you to remain in Taiwan Shan. Yet you still run off to chase girls. You've escaped death by sheer luck, huh? The Shah laughed. Boss, you know me. A day without a girl is unbearable. And Taiwan Shan is a desolate wilderness, even less appealing than a walled city. I simply thought I'd come see you, taking advantage of this situation. Haha. Ah Yuet quickly chimed in. You little rascal, shut your mouth. Day in and day out, I hardly see you. Your father entrusted you to me. And with you by my side, no one dares to harm you. When you're not around, you risk getting killed outside. That's on you. The Shah laughed. Yes, boss, you are absolutely right. Ah Yuet nodded in contrition, acknowledging the eccentric yet magnanimous nature of his superior. You few should remain in the walled city for the next few days. It is likely that grandfather has already learned of this matter. Let us rest for a few days, Big Silly Brother proposed. With a grand gesture of his hand, he led us to a late-night eatery. We arrived at a dog meat restaurant in Kowloon Walled City, where Big Silly Brother ushered us inside to take a seat. Adjacent to the dog meat shop were several brightly lit gambling stalls, brimming with people engrossed in Pai Gao. Big Silly Brother pointed and informed us that this was his gambling establishment in Kowloon City, his very own domain. Do not be deceived by the small size of Kowloon City. It holds vast potential. Within the enclave, each gang has its own business and territory, and conflicts are rare, with everyone minding their own affairs. This modest walled city hosts hundreds of dental clinics, numerous dance halls, over 20 dog meat shops, 30 or so noodle stalls, and several large food and handicraft factories. A significant portion of Hong Kong's food, plastic flowers, and daily necessities is supplied from here. Once the workers finish their shifts, they flock to the gambling stalls, earning themselves a handsome profit. As Big Silly Brother savored the delectable dog meat, he spoke to us. Despite the filth and chaos of Kowloon City, the fish balls produced here are delightfully bouncy. With a chuckle, he demonstrated by bouncing a fish ball on the table before tossing it into the hot pot, then cheerfully raised a bottle of aged tangerine peel liquor for a toast with us. We lingered in Kowloon City for several days, under the attentive care of Big Silly Brother, during which we also made the acquaintance of another group of senior brothers from the 10 West faction. 3 days later, the grassroots of the gang arrived at the walled city. Without a word, they launched into a tirade against the three of us, admonishing us for leaving Taihang Mountain and venturing into Wan Chai. In the past few days, word had spread that the Green Gang, led by Huang Jinhong, had dispatched men to eliminate us. We narrowly escaped, and in a frenzy, joined forces with the Shenghe faction to retaliate. This incident reverberated throughout the underworld, elevating the reputations of myself, Ah Yuet, and Ahao, especially following the Liuman bloodbath. Chapter 11. Counterattack against the Green Gang. Fat Brother scolded us vehemently, and we, aware of our missteps, could only sheepishly offer him cigarettes. He brought news, saying, "You rascals have ignited the fuse. Consider yourselves fortunate that the gang is preparing to act to eliminate Huang Jinhong. You shall soon be initiated." What? Official initiation? Does that mean ascending to a higher rank? No more hanging the blue lantern? Ahao exclaimed with excitement. Initiation meant that our names would be entered into the gang's secret registry, ensuring lifelong protection from the society, making us formal members of the 10 West faction for life. Indeed, but this task must be undertaken by you yourselves. The gang's elders and grandfather are waiting to observe your performance, Fat Brother stated. This event catapulted the 10 West faction into renown. Simultaneously, negotiations with Huang Jinhong of the Green Gang utterly collapsed, incensing him to the point of fury, compelling him to unleash his full might against the 10 West faction. Observing the breakdown of negotiations, the elders swiftly resolved to mobilize all efforts to obliterate Huang Jinhong's influence and seize his territories. Naturally, since this turmoil stemmed from us, the elders could not enlist the remaining members of the gang to take action. Brother Fa stated that the organization would dispatch 30 individuals to assist you, with the 3 of you assuming leadership. Within a week, you must deal with Huang Jinhong. Your decision to disregard the gang's arrangements and venture from Taihang Shan to Wan Chai has incited the ire of the elder generation. However, they have granted you an opportunity. Should you successfully eliminate Huang Jinhong and secure territory for the organization, you shall be adorned in glory and wealth. Conversely, should you falter and tarnish the organization's reputation, you must accept the consequences, facing dire retribution, perhaps even death by 1,000 blades. Do you dare? We do. I boldly proclaimed first. Ahao and Ah Yuet shared no fear, resolutely stating that we would bear the burden, vanquish the Qing gang, and seize the territory. Eliminating Huang Jinhong would resolve everything. We would establish our might and restore our family's honor. Very well, it is settled. I shall prepare the necessary tools and personnel for you, Brother Fa declared. Afterward, he instructed us to depart Kowloon City that very night, with Deshagu's men escorting us out of the fortress. We were subsequently assigned to a residence in Yao Ma Ti to await further instructions. That afternoon, Brother Fa arrived at a nearby herbal tea shop, drawing the curtains. Several brothers from the organization brought in a large crate filled with sharp pipes and cleavers. You need only focus on the task at hand. Uncle will coordinate matters with the police. Once this operation is complete, there will be grander undertakings awaiting you, Brother Fa announced. What grander undertakings? Ah Yi and Ah Hao inquired. We shall discuss that after this mission. It is also an opportunity for the organization to train new members, Brother Fa replied. After sharing some tea and smoking, as the sun began to set, a steady stream of individuals arrived, approximately 30 in number, who had come to assist us. With all present, the matter concerning Huang Jinhong is now in your hands. Execute it with flair and authority, ensuring the entire underworld recognizes that our 10 West gang is a prestigious name in the shadows. These newcomers, all recent recruits, were selected for their valor and integrity. I sincerely hope you do not bring disgrace to the organization, Brother Fa remarked, introducing those who would be aiding us in this endeavor. Greetings, I am Ah Hua, known as Mao Dun Hua among my peers. A slender, fierce-looking youth extended his hand to me. Behind him stood a group of eager young men, all brimming with enthusiasm and an air of determination. Brother Fa introduced them as being several years younger than us, yet fiercely capable. They hailed from Xiun Mountain, having trained under the esteemed Chen Zhongying, and belonged to the Yi faction, akin to our Shao faction, both long-established groups. Currently, their status mirrored ours as fellow Blue Lantern recruits, eager to make a name for themselves in this battle. Ah Hua pounded his chest in pride, asserting that his band of brothers was known as the 13 Guardians of Xiun Mountain. No need to elaborate on what Guardians entail. We are all comrades here. Let us execute this task successfully. Ah Hao chimed in, cigarette in mouth. With all arrangements made, Brother Fa returned to report, leaving the three of us to lead over 30 younger companions, entrusted with the grave mission of taking down the Qing gang magnate, Huang Jinhong. From that moment forth, the brilliance within me, Ah Hao, and Ah Yi began to shine forth. In the decades that followed, with twists and turns, the three of us became known within the society as the Three Flowers at the Summit, due to Ah Hua and his companions being newcomers, bewildered and lacking understanding. This time the leadership fell to us three. Therefore, this operation was not as simple and reckless as the previous attack on Huang Yuanbin. It required strategy. At this moment, Ah Hao exhibited his unique organizational skills, a testament to the persuasive prowess and organizational potential inherited from his father, a senior advisor at a law firm. Ah Hao categorically divided the group of young individuals from TSE Wanshan into 3 combat teams, each led by one of us, with 10 members under each command. Huang Jinhong's territory was located in Mongkok, with the largest restaurant named Xiandu Restaurant, alongside a nightclub called Yiying Dance Hall. Typically, Huang Jinhong would conduct his business at Yiying Dance Hall, entertaining guests, while most of his enforcers remained there. The restaurant had only a few key players stationed, and Huang Jinhong seldom visited the restaurant, which meant that any attempt to assassinate him would have to commence from the nightclub. However, this was easier said than done. Huang Jinhong was a formidable leader of the Green Gang, with over 100 subordinates. Following the loss of his son, he was prepared to go to war with the 10 West Gang, having hired 200 assassins for the impending conflict. With our mere 30 men, even with extraordinary abilities, the odds were not in our favor. What then? I inquired, along with Ah Yi. Our strength disparity is quite significant. Ah Hao. Stay calm. Tomorrow, follow my lead. We shall create a diversion and strike them down in segments. Ah Yi replied, subsequently outlining the plan. Upon hearing this, Ah Yi and I, along with a group of younger members, could not help but admire Ah Hao's organizational capabilities. The following day at Xiandu Restaurant, Ah Yi, accompanied by a dozen underlings, dressed impeccably, proceeded to reserve a table. After a careful observation, they took their seats and summoned a waiter to place their order. Following the meal order, Ah Yi feigned a conflict regarding the unavailability of a round table in a private room, which escalated into a heated argument with the waiter, culminating in physical altercations. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, the venue staff rushed to assess the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Ah Yuet signaled to his nearby subordinates, who promptly descended to inform Ah Hao, who had been waiting outside with the team. Ah Hao, ready for action, stormed into the restaurant through the back entrance, igniting the prepared firecrackers and stuffing them into pre-arranged glass bottles, which he hurled towards the back door. Chapter 12. The formal engagement. A cacophony of popping sounds erupted as the firecrackers illuminated the night like fireflies, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke that quickly engulfed the area in flames. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, Ah Yuet continued to incite turmoil, embroiled in disputes with the venue's security personnel. At that critical moment, members of the opposing Green Gang recognized Ah Yuet, shouting, "It's that guy. Hong Zhaoyi from the 10 West Gang. He's the one who attacked young Master Huang. Ah, so you do recognize me. Your eyesight isn't failing you. I see." Ah Yuet retorted with a grin before charging at several enforcers, unleashing a flurry of blows. The ensuing melee sent the restaurant into disarray, as the Green Gang members realized that the very assailant who had attacked young Master Huang was present within the restaurant, prompting a mass of reinforcements to rush over from the adjacent Ying dance hall. As they charged halfway, a sudden billow of thick smoke and flames erupted, leaving the group of assailants utterly astounded. The restaurant was ablaze. Upon learning of the fire at the hotel while at the Nightingale nightclub, Huang Jinhong hastily dispatched personnel to extinguish the flames. Thus, the very thugs who had intended to engage in a brawl abandoned their weapons, instead seizing buckets and wet towels to rush to the hotel's aid. Seizing the moment of chaos within, Ah Yuet swiftly made his escape. Outside the hotel, a large crowd of thugs had gathered, but they were preoccupied with the frantic task of firefighting. Amidst the commotion, a fire truck roared past, providing Ah Yuet the perfect opportunity to make a grand exit. The turmoil and inferno had drawn the Nightingale's thugs out in full force. At this moment, Huang Jinhong, accompanied by a dozen loyal enforcers, was anxiously pacing inside the nightclub, entirely devoid of social grace, preparing to rush to the restaurant. It was then that I made my entrance, armed with a machete and flanked by the fierce and ferocious Ah Hua, Gao Fei, and Cat. I advanced step by step toward the Nightingale nightclub. "Huang Jinhong, you scoundrel! I shall make you pay for your tyranny. The death of Ah Feng demands retribution from you and your son. Should fate be unjust, I, Zhong Shaiwan, shall seek my own justice." Without hesitation, I charged forward, leading my entourage through the main entrance, and confronted Huang Jinhong. Without uttering a word, I swung my blade down upon him, landing a decisive strike to his face. The blow sent Huang Jinhong tumbling to the ground, clutching his head and letting out a pained cry. The ferocity of my attack startled Ah Hua and the others behind me. Once they regained their composure, Ah Hua and his companions drew their machetes, ready to retaliate. Meanwhile, Huang Jinhong's disciples rushed to his aid, helping him to his feet while launching a counterattack. I, along with Ah Hua and the others, swung our blades, and the dance floor became a chaotic arena of flashing steel, filled with shouts and the clashing of weapons. Ah Hua and his group fought fiercely, wielding their weapons with reckless abandon as they grappled with the opponents. I cleaved through one adversary, relentlessly pursuing Huang Jinhong. Before long, several of Huang Jinhong's disciples had been driven back. However, at that moment, a thunderous stampede echoed from outside. Huang Jinhong's disciples realized the situation and returned, charging in from the direction of the hotel, a formidable force of 50 men encircling us. Through the back door, I urgently called to Ah Hua. At that moment, Ah Hua was consumed by bloodlust, viciously stabbing the fallen foe with his weapon, his face and body splattered with blood. "Wen Gu, why are we leaving when we're in the thick of it?" Ah Hua questioned. No sooner had he spoken than he regretted it, as a dark wave of figures surged into the dance floor. Grabbing him, I urged him to flee through the back door, darting down a narrow alley below. Downstairs, Ah Hao had already set an ambush, leading an elite group of 10 to converge with Ah Yuet's men. As we descended to the ground floor, our group found ourselves in a shadowy alley, exchanging insults and provocations with the opposing faction. Their leader charged towards us with fury, only to be met by Ah Hao and Ah Yuet, who swiftly flanked them from both sides, launching a surprise attack. Both groups hurled pre-prepared bags of quicklime, causing the enemy to recoil in agony, clutching their eyes, donning the Soviet-style gas masks they had ready. Ah Hao and Ah Yuet brandished their machetes and unleashed a frenzied assault. The members of the Green Gang were caught off guard, retreating in disarray as we pressed our advantage, taking down countless adversaries in the fray. At that moment, Huang Jinhong was a bloodied mess, terrified and fleeing in panic. Supported by his subordinates, I locked my gaze on him and, accompanied by over 10 men led by Ah Hua, charged forward to intercept Huang and his 5 closest disciples. Ah Hua and his companions swung their blades wildly, toppling Huang's 5 associates to the ground. I advanced, delivering a strike to Huang Jinhong's head. My blade, dulled from continuous combat, lacked the sharpness needed to deliver a fatal blow. "Brother Wen," Ah Hua called out, tossing me a sharp plumbing snake. I caught it and, with a swift kick, sent Huang Jinhong sprawling to the ground. "You scoundrel! You made me suffer at the hands of the police in that wretched prison. And now I have come to collect my due." I spat furiously, rage surging within me. The memories of Ah Feng's death and my near-fatal encounter with the police due to his machinations flooded my mind. I seized the plumbing snake and relentlessly stabbed at him, blood splattering everywhere. By the time Ah Hao and Ah Yi arrived, Huang Jinhong had already succumbed, yet I remained atop him, continuing my frenzied assault. "Enough. Ah Wen has lost his mind again. We need to get out of here." Ah Hao and Ah Yi, alarmed by my actions, quickly pulled me away. Moments later, the sound of police sirens echoed from the west as the stationed British forces, including uniformed officers and riot police, lined up and approached. Our 30 men divided into 3 small groups, executing our prearranged escape plan, blending into the crowd and vanishing without a trace. That night, the entirety of Mong Kok was sealed off by the police, the bloody incident sending shockwaves through the underworld. We had no idea how long we fled, weaving through dark alleys, frequently changing our bloodied clothes and washing the blood from our faces and bodies. We eventually led Ah Hua and the others into a hotel on the 2nd floor of Chatham Road, escaping along the wall's edge. By the deep of night, our 3 factions finally regrouped safely at a town hall in Yaomati. The following day, news of the event spread through the underworld, making headlines. The Green Gang's formidable leader, Huang Jinhong, had been assassinated in broad daylight, with suspicions pointing towards members of the Hongmen. This incident occurred less than 3 months after the Liuman massacre, 2 brutal killings in succession, with both father and son slain in the streets. The reputation of our society, the Shek, echoed throughout the underworld. It was 1962, and the entire districts of Yao Ma Ti, Sim Sha Sui, and Mong Kok buzzed with talk of the event. Even the upper echelons of the Shek could hardly believe that our mere 30 young lanterns managed to orchestrate such a bold act. Upon hearing the news, the venerable leaders of the society, including Ah Gong, Uncle Owen, Hua Yopei, and Big Nose Deng, expressed their commendations. The esteemed head of the association, Chen Xinghua, personally issued orders for us to partake in the initiation ceremony, thereby officially welcoming us into the fold. Chapter 13. Master Yin Tan. 3 days later, at a grand edifice in Mong Kok, the initiation ceremony was conducted under the auspices of the main hall. I, alongside Ah Hao Yi and Ah Hua, along with a group of young talents from Chiyun Mountain, were all conferred the title of West 9. The atmosphere was immensely grand, with dragon and lion dances, accompanied by the resonant sounds of gongs and drums. During this significant gathering, I encountered a multitude of prominent figures from various societies, such as the illustrious dragon head Prince Xiong, son of General Gu, Marshal He Guangding, Big Nose Deng, Chen Qinghua, Chen Zhongying of the Inner 8 Halls, Uncle Owen, and Qi Weiwen, Wen Gu. Among those who were also initiated alongside us were numerous outstanding newcomers from different factions, including Zhan Beng Dao, Blind Mao Hai, and Xin Yuan Mao, all of whom would later rise to become formidable leaders in their own right. Together, we traversed 5 trials, crossed the Gaoxi Temple, and scaled the Gusa tomb, reciting the 36 oaths of the Hongmen before the statue of Guangong, amidst the stirring verses of poetry. The initiation ceremony was steeped in tradition and complexity, consuming the entirety of the afternoon and several hours thereafter. At that time, a guardian was also required for the initiation. The guardian served a role akin to that of a guarantor, ensuring that no infiltrators or undercover agents could infiltrate the society. Should any initiated member later betray the society, not only would they face dire consequences, but their guardian would also bear the responsibility. My guardian was none other than my esteemed mentor, Fei Tianqi, along with my uncle who had brought me to Tiu Konglong. Brother Qi praised my potential and encouraged me to excel, assuring me that both my uncle and Ah Gong held high hopes for my future. He urged me to strive diligently, promising that when I next sought initiation, the elders would surely support my ascent. Following the initiation ceremony, the uncles hosted a lavish banquet, slaughtering pigs and sheep to entertain countless prominent figures and disciples gathered in celebration. Notably, they even invited the celebrated figure from the entertainment industry, Quan Ta King, to enhance the occasion, serving as a splendid opportunity to promote the society externally. Seated at the same table as Uncle Owen, who held great expectations for me, he raised a toast in my honor. Among the new generation, your ferocity stands out. You are bold and unyielding. I have faith in you. There are many tasks awaiting your attention. Strive for another initiation and aim for the position of a red cane. Uncle Owen expressed his admiration. I shall endeavor to excel, I replied earnestly. At that moment, a question arose in my mind. Why did the military police arrive only after we had finished our work that evening amidst such commotion? Uncle Owen chuckled silently, while Brother Chi remarked, Do you think your valor alone suffices? It is the efforts of Ah Gong and others behind the scenes that paved the way. It dawned on me that the elders had long been cultivating relationships and negotiating with the military and police, ensuring our safe passage. I began to understand why the authorities had arrived so late. They had allowed us ample time to carry out our business. The elder leaders also noted that the entire Qing gang's arrival in Hong Kong had incited societal unrest, drawing the ire of the colonial government, which sought to eradicate their presence. However, such menial tasks are beneath the British, who, having accepted funds from the Green Gang, turn a blind eye to their activities. Instead, they covertly support the Chinese triads to carry out such undertakings. With the backing of Huang Qi, we can unleash our might upon the Green Gang. However, this comes at a cost. Uncle and Grandpa have invested considerable effort behind the scenes, navigating the hierarchy from the Chinese detective to the foreign police chief in Mongkok, costing several 100,000 coins. To me, this amount seems astronomical. Yet I insist the expenditure is worthwhile. It is vital to recognize that taking over Huang Jinhong's territory could yield the entire organization profits exceeding tenfold. With Huang Jinhong's influence eradicated, the fishball stalls in Lei Yuman, the Xiandu restaurant, the Nightingale dance hall, and the 3 flower stalls in Mongkok are now under our control. We have indeed rendered exceptional service to the organization. Following our initiation, we enjoyed the benefits of the society, receiving a monthly salary of 300 coins. Alongside distribution of roles, the profits from our assigned venues and gambling fees were notably lucrative. As long as we submitted half to the organization, the remainder was ours. Previously, Uncle Owen had mentioned entrusting the 2 fishball stalls in Lei Yuman to Ah Hao, and myself for management. IE had calculated that the daily revenue from those stalls exceeded 5,000 coins, with a projected monthly income of around 200,000. After remitting 100,000 to the organization's finances, the 3 of us could each earn a monthly profit of 100,000, not including additional private gambling fees. We were elated. Such a sum was beyond my wildest dreams. However, following the gathering of the elders, we were assigned our roles. Just as Hao and I awaited our promised territories, an unfortunate turn of events unfolded. Rather than receiving the fishball stalls in Lei Yuman, we were dispatched to manage a lackluster gambling den in the Shumshui area. This left me quite discontented. The fishball stalls in Lei Yuman were hard-won, and we believed that even if we could not secure those, we would at least be granted oversight of Huang Jinhong's Xiandu restaurant and Nightingale dance hall. Instead, we were relegated to a gambling den in Shek Kip Mei, which baffled me. This situation cannot be attributed to Uncle Owen, who had indeed intended to assign us the stalls in Lei Yuman, but was thwarted by an individual meddling in the affairs. This person was the seasoned advisor Tan from the Shi Si-ho gang. Tan holds a high rank within the society, being a key figure among the Detzi faction, and is closely allied with the influential Yuhong of the Niba Tang, as they are sworn brothers in the burning of yellow paper. Tan, nicknamed Gili Tan, commanded great respect throughout the bustling districts of Yao Ma Ti and Mongkok in the 1960s, thriving through meticulous budgeting and usury. In his early years, he amassed several properties and luxurious residences in the vicinity of Chungking mansions and the Kowloon Kimberley area. Revered as a golden advisor and a prominent figure in the society, Tan remarked, Brother Owen, the youth must endure trials and tribulations. Achieving fame too swiftly is not necessarily a blessing. Moreover, they stand out too much. Once they take over the territory of the Qing gang, it is inevitable that the Qing gang will come seeking revenge. Therefore, I suggest they go to Shixiaowai to assist the ailing old ghost phone. If they truly possessed the capability, they could expand their influence in that vicinity. When Master Tan expressed these sentiments, I could not help but feel a surge of anger. This territory was earned at the cost of our lives. So why should it be handed over to Shixiaowai? However, Uncle Owen did not refute him, but rather concurred with Master Tan's suggestion. Owen, you and your companions should head to Shixiaowai tomorrow. The territory there is unstable, and you need to lend a hand to old ghost Foam, Uncle Owen stated. Consequently, the operations at Liumen were entrusted to Master Tan's nephew, Gui Wei. Chapter 14. Dispatched to Shixiaowai. Upon hearing this news, I felt a chill in my heart. Master Tan even went so far as to mock us, saying, "A few young lads working for the gang are like gold that shines anywhere. Stop expecting to reap without sowing." He further asserted that it was for our own good, considering our recent prominence had attracted the attention of the Qing gang. If we continued to flaunt ourselves in their territory, we would inevitably provoke a series of bloody confrontations, which would be detrimental to both us and the organization. Master Tan, your point is valid. It matters not to whom the territory is allocated, but why must the land we fought for with our lives be given to your own nephew? I argued passionately. Master Tan, with a pipe in his mouth, shot a cold glare in my direction. Everyone knew that his nephew, Gui Wei, was utterly inept, living off the fruits of a woman's labor, a good-for-nothing. He had joined the ranks 2 years after us, yet now he was taking over our operations. All thanks to his uncle's influence in the Kowloon area. What right did he have? Young man, are you speaking without thinking? What gives you the right to address me in such a manner? Master Tan admonished angrily. Enough. On. Cease your protests. Whatever decision Master Tan and grandfather make is final. Seven Brother quickly interjected. Aki, how could you lead your men to offend authority and take down 2 individuals? Do you truly believe yourself to be in charge? Master Tan did not miss the opportunity to ridicule. Master Tan, please do not take it out on the younger ones. It is my fault for leading them poorly. Seven Brother quickly apologized. Only later did I learn that Seven Brother had a gambling problem and owed Master Tan a considerable sum, which he had yet to repay, leaving him unable to stand tall before Master Tan. Master Tan had contributed significantly to the gang's profits and held a high position, earning respect even from grandfather, let alone us, the inexperienced newcomers. This young man does not seem to grasp the rules, Master Tan remarked with a smile directed at me. Fuming, I exited the premises, only to encounter Gui Wei approaching. This fellow had slicked back hair, donned a flamboyant floral shirt, and strutted around with a few lackeys, exuding arrogance. Hey, you are Zhong Sherwin, right? So what if you can fight? You should just get back to Shixiaowai and till the land. Gui Wei mocked me. What did you say? Dare you repeat that? I seethed, fists clenched, ready to confront him. Enough. We are all brothers in the same gang. Do not quarrel. On, let us go? Ahau quickly restrained me. Returning to a modest eatery in Mong Kok, the 3 of us, Ahau, Ai, and I, sat down in a state of dejection, ordering a few dishes along with several bottles of beer. Damn it, what a disgrace. Why did you stop me, Ahau? I truly wanted to knock that bastard out. I exclaimed. I wouldn't dare strike Master Tan, nor would I confront that son-in-law Wei. They exploit their connections and act all high and mighty. Ai interjected. Don't blame Ahau. If you confront son-in-law Wei, it would be tantamount to slapping Uncle Tan in the face. Ai then explained that, given our current standing, we possessed neither the strength nor the influence to contend with Uncle Tan. Master Tan was not only a prominent figure within the gang, but also the second in command of the notorious Kowloon 18 Tigers. Back in the late 1950s, this formidable alliance, comprised of 18 heavyweight individuals from various gangs, virtually monopolized the underworld in the Yao Ma Ti and Mong Kok districts. These men held significant power, either as gang leaders or influential figures, while Master Tan ranked second among them, wielding immense authority. The collective force of these 18 was unfathomably vast. In contrast, the 3 of us were merely fledgling members of the West Kowloon gang. Our leader, Brother 7, was an aging figure within the organization, unable to ascend the ranks. Ahau's superior, Officer San, had recently emerged from prison after years of hardship, burdened by gambling debts and seldom seen. Meanwhile, IE's boss, Brother Desha, resided far away in Kowloon City, preoccupied with his own affairs, leaving us ill-equipped to challenge Master Tan. Don't be disheartened, Alwan, IE encouraged. Our current limitations do not dictate our future potential. One day, we shall grow in strength, establish our own reputation, and settle our scores. After this drink, let us head to Shek Kip Mei. Ah Yuet's words resonated. Indeed, gold glimmers regardless of its surroundings. We had begun to carve out our own territory, and the next steps would unfold in due course, as Ah Yuet added. The following day, we ventured to Shek Kip Mei and Sham Shui Pa. The area at that time was characterized by public housing and shantytowns, creating a desolate atmosphere. Particularly after a devastating fire in the 1950s, numerous makeshift homes sprang up, with dilapidated buildings propped up by bamboo poles, housing countless idle dockworkers and laying of society's outcasts. The adjacent streets mirrored a slum, predominantly inhabited by the underprivileged. Upon our arrival in Shek Kip Mei, we encountered Old Ghost Fong at a small underground gambling den. The establishment was modest, shrouded in smoke, with perhaps a few dozen patrons scattered about playing pai gow. Old Ghost Fong was nearing 70, one of his eyes clouded, stooped over, and accompanied by two middle-aged henchmen. He greeted us warmly upon learning we were there to help keep watch. He promptly invited us to sit and offered cigarettes. "Ah, I've heard of your reputation. You're quite formidable. Truly, the youth are to be reckoned with," Old Ghost Fong remarked, chuckling. As our conversation unfolded, we learned about the current plight of the gambling den. Business was lukewarm at best, frequently disrupted by rival gangs, and there were instances of players refusing to settle their debts. Old Ghost Fong, now advanced in age, found it increasingly difficult to maintain order. And despite several interventions from the gang, this gambling establishment was on the brink of closure. "Alas, I find myself aging and rendered somewhat ineffectual," lamented Uncle Fong to himself. "Fear not, Uncle Fong, for since the society has entrusted us with this task, we shall undoubtedly revitalize this establishment," I reassured I. In the course of our idle chatter, I learned that Uncle Fong had once basked in glory, having held a prominent position within the venerable society and the Union. This society has existed since the twilight of the Qing dynasty and the dawn of the Republic. Uncle Fong, astute and capable, had joined the society in his youth. During the occupation, when gangsters roamed free and thugs proliferated, Hong Kong was besieged, with various factions seizing the opportunity to plunder. It was in those tumultuous times that Uncle Fong, possessing a sharp intellect, devised a plan, leveraging his experience as a gold smelter from the mainland prior to liberation. He established an alchemical furnace to transform their ill-gotten gains. Although countless bandits pillaged silver shops and gold stores, the items within bore serial numbers, rendering them unsellable. Uncle Fong ingeniously melted down their stolen goods into gold bars, collecting a hefty commission in the process and amassing a fortune. With newfound wealth, Uncle Fong ascended to a leadership position within the Union. Regrettably, he could not maintain his fortune. During that period, he succumbed to opium and, compounded by his son's reckless behavior, soon found himself destitute. Ultimately, the Union fell into decline and, post-war, vanished entirely. Uncle Fong, ensnared by addiction, lost interest in managing the society, leading to its dissolution as members scattered in different directions. In the end, his wife abandoned him, and his son, caught in the throes of addiction, perished at home. Uncle Fong was left without even the means for a proper burial, hastily wrapping his son's remains in straw matting. Eventually, he was sustained by Uncle Owen's charity, securing a position with the Tin West Society to see out his days, although he has yet to rid himself of his addiction. Chapter 15. The Egoin Society. Oh, how fleeting life is. I have transitioned from opium to the current scourge of flour. My time grows short. Uncle Fong raised his arm, revealing a constellation of needle marks. Yet you young ones hold the promise of opportunity. Heed my warning. Avoid the perils of flour and gambling at all costs. Uncle Fong earnestly implored us. Engage in the underworld for profit, but steer clear of gambling and refrain from touching the flour yourself. If you can adhere to this, success will surely follow. My own chances have slipped away, but you still possess your youth. We expressed our gratitude to Uncle Fong, assuring him that our trio would certainly revitalize this establishment. Just as we engaged in conversation, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. "Get out here, you old ghost Fong." A brash leader, flanked by a cadre of henchmen, stormed into the gambling den, seizing Uncle Fong by the collar. "Ashi, what on earth is the matter?" Uncle Fong greeted him with a forced smile. "Have you paid this month's dues? Is it that you wish to close this establishment?" Ashi advanced menacingly, poised to strike Uncle Fong. "Wait, Ashi. At the end of the month, I assure you, the payment will be made," Uncle Fong hastily replied. It became evident that this individual, known as Huashi, was a member of the Iguan Society, a faction from the Chaos Han region that dominated the gambling establishments around Shek Kip Mei. Uncle Feng was required to pay a monthly fee of $1,000 to them for operating his gambling den. The Underworld demands tribute from the Underworld, which I found rather amusing. Last month, you promised for this month. Now you say next month. If you were to die tomorrow, who would I turn to for my money? She sneered, violently overturning a nearby gambling table. Suddenly, a subordinate swept all the gamblers' money from the table, causing the surrounding patrons to freeze in fear. Consider this interest. I shall return at the end of the month to collect. She brazenly declared as he snatched the money and pointed at Uncle Feng, preparing to leave. Hold on. I rose to my feet. And and a How followed suit. What are you all doing? She glared at us, turning to face his entourage of about 10 henchmen, who became alert. From this day forth, we shall oversee this gambling den. I care not who you are. You shall not take a single cent from this casino. I proclaimed. How audacious. Old ghost, seeking assistance, are you? She seized Uncle Feng by the collar. Release your grip. A How stepped forward to pry She's hand away. And a heated argument ensued, with both sides preparing for a confrontation. Without hesitation, I, along with and a How, revealed our weapons, poised for action. Seeing our unwavering demeanor against their numbers, she faltered and inquired our identities. I am Zhong Shiwang, I replied. At that moment, the color drained from She's face. You are the Zhong Shiwang who dispatched Huang Yuanbin from La Yumin? She asked. Indeed. Just days ago we dealt with Huang Yuanbin. Should we now erect a monument for you here in Shixiaowai? A How retorted. Regardless of your bravado, this is Shixiaowai, and we are the ones in charge. Shi, enraged, drew his knife, ready to strike. Just then, a large group arrived outside. Hua, leading a dozen men from Xianshan, surrounded the venue, sealing off any escape. Who dares interfere with our business on 10 West? Hua shouted, brandishing a machete. With numerous youths at his side wielding weapons, Shi was instantly paralyzed with fear, retracting his drawn knife. Hua had been nearby, watching over a gambling house when he noticed the commotion. I had earlier sent 2 of Uncle Feng's subordinates to gather reinforcements. Hua and his crew arrived swiftly. Within mere minutes. Drop the money, I ordered, pointing at Shi. Did you hear me? Hua delivered a powerful kick to Shi, who trembled and glared coldly at him. If you dare look at me again, I shall gouge out your eyes. Hua spat. Fine, today you win, but I will settle this score later. Shi finally relented, abandoning the money and retreating with his men in disgrace. I distributed the money to the gamblers, encouraging them to continue their games, and turned to express my gratitude to Hua. It's nothing, brother one. Why be so formal? You 3 are like brothers to me. If it weren't for you, we would still be languishing under the blue lanterns of Xianshan and not advancing so swiftly. Hua remarked. Do not worry, we are just next door in Sham Shui Pa, ready to assist. If anything arises, just let us know. I have been itching for a fight. Hua added with a grin. All right, Hua, as fellow brothers, keep us informed of anything on your end. Let's share drinks together in the evening, I suggested. Hua readily agreed, and that night, he and his band of brothers joined us for dinner in Shixiaowai. From that day forth, I was acutely aware that Yichun's formidable flower snake would not relent easily this time. Thus, the 3 of us, i.e., a How, and I, prepared ourselves in advance. We had Uncle Feng discreetly conceal several sharp implements within the casino, remaining ever vigilant against potential threats. After all, Yichun's gang held dominion over this territory, and having suffered a setback, they would undoubtedly not yield lightly. Uncle Feng advised us to avoid provoking Yichun, as the cunning advisor Tan had deliberately lured us to Shixiaowai. Fully aware of our burgeoning reputation, our arrival not only disrupted the casino's operations, but also instigated a clash with Yichun's men, creating a chaotic scene that would allow him to cast aspersions upon us before our elder. Furthermore, should we engage in a confrontation with Yichun and find ourselves overpowered, it would play directly into Tan's schemes. Uncle Feng's counsel was undeniably sagacious. Indeed, he was an old hand in this game, and we all concurred. I remarked that Tan was intent on promoting his nephew, the son-in-law Wei, and was thus scheming to sabotage our trio. We must not fall into his trap. Rather than concerning ourselves with Yichun, we should focus on revitalizing the casino to showcase our prowess to the syndicate. A How countered, asserting that while IE's words sounded simple, the reality was far more complex. Many of the affluent gamblers had flocked to Yichun's establishments, such as the Zihua and Shizanshang venues. Ah Hao's observation held merit. The gambling operations under Uncle Fong were primarily frequented by local farmers with meager funds, while the wealthy gamblers had been lured away by Yichun. Breathing life back into our struggling casino would indeed require considerable skill. However, Ai was undeterred. The following day, he ventured to Mongkok, reaching out to several well-connected scions of wealthy families with whom he maintained friendly relations. These affluent youths, like Ai, were heirs of the nationalist army, their forebears having amassed substantial wealth during the Republican era. After liberation, their families had brought their fortunes to Xinjiang to invest in commerce, resulting in opulent households. With little else to occupy their time, these young elites indulged in revelry, eating, drinking, gambling, horse racing, and courting women. They were well acquainted with Ai, and upon learning of his involvement in the syndicate and his management of a gaming establishment, their enthusiasm was palpable, rallying to support him. Chapter 16. The turmoil of Shixiaowai brothers. Playing here is absolutely safe. I appreciate your patronage. Ai beamed, welcoming the throng. On one side of the street in Shixiaowai, luxury vehicles congregated, and a parade of affluent young gentlemen and ladies streamed in. With such a gathering of extravagance, the casino flourished instantaneously. These wealthy youths wagered liberally, and as the day progressed, the casinos take soared to over 2,000 in a single afternoon. Witnessing Ai attracting such a multitude of high rollers, Uncle Fong, Ah Hao, and I could hardly contain our glee. After calculating our profits, we realized that the casino could generate thousands daily. Deductions for staff wages and the portion owed to the syndicate aside, each of us could earn several hundred, an amount I had never dared to dream of. I recalled my time as a server at Longfeng Tea House, where my monthly wage was a mere $70. On that evening, as the establishment closed for the first time, I found myself seated at the gambling table, counting stacks of money bound together with rubber bands. I truly experienced the sensation of counting until my hands cramped. Uncle Fong, this is your share. I tossed a bundle of cash to Uncle Fong. Oh dear, this is too much. You all brought the patrons, earned the money, and revitalized the venue. Uncle Fong, feel rather guilty, he replied. No, Uncle Fong, you are an elder and the proprietor here. We are merely here to lend a hand. Just save the money for your retirement and refrain from purchasing any more powder. I said to Ah Hao. All right. I will heed the advice of you youngsters. Uncle Fong agreed, and that evening, he set out drinks at the stall. We raised our glasses together, celebrating the prosperous future of the casino. The following day, Ai continued to contact those wealthy patrons to visit our establishment, while Ah Hao and I brainstormed ways to increasingly enliven the venue. I suggested that we have Uncle Fong's subordinates procure fruits and fine teas for the gamblers to enjoy free of charge, while also hiring staff to serve drinks, creating a complete experience. We could also purchase several packs of cigarettes to sell on-site, thus generating additional income. As the influx of affluent gamblers grew, so did the popularity of our establishment, drawing patrons from nearby gambling halls. That day, just as gamblers were fervently placing their bets, a commotion erupted outside. Accompanied by shouts and curses, a dark throng of individuals stormed in at the entrance of the gambling hall. It's the people from Yichun, Ah Hao exclaimed, glancing outside. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fong's face drained of color, realizing that the Yichun gang had come to confront us. Uncle Fong, do not panic, tend to the gamblers, and we will handle the rest. I quickly reassured him, as Ai and I, along with a few of the staff, discreetly armed ourselves and stepped outside to face the threat. The fierce leader, Wash, along with a formidable group, surrounded our gambling hall, which numbered nearly 180. While we had scarcely 10 on our side. Damn it, your venue is thriving, huh? Last time, you played me. Today, I'll make sure to wipe you all out. Wash cursed, demanding we either surrender the establishment or face dire consequences. I stood firmly before Wash and declared, we will not relinquish the hall. Since we are here to protect it, we fear no death. Don't underestimate us at Shixiaowai. Indeed, Shixiaowai may belong to your Yichun, but step outside of it and see. Any one of our 16 members from Shixiaowai can take you down. Ai asserted, referencing our gang. Oh, so you think numbers will save you? I could drown you all with a single spit. Who do you have? Those Boy Scouts from last time. Get them over here. Wash taunted, alluding to Ah Hua and his crew from Xianshan. With Wash's arrogant demeanor, he waved his hand, and his men charged forward, intent on wreaking havoc in the casino, causing the gamblers inside to turn pale with fear. Seeing this chaos unfold, I could no longer contain myself and quickly instructed my companions to seek out Ah Yuet and his crew, preparing for a confrontation. At that moment, one of the flower snake's subordinates prepared to upend the gambling table as a weapon, but Ah Yuet swiftly stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. This act of aggression ignited chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, Ah Yuet drew his knife and lunged forward to strike. Witnessing the eruption of violence, I immediately followed suit, leading a dozen lackeys into the fray, disregarding the odds. During the ensuing melee, the disparity in strength became glaringly apparent, and I soon found myself struck on the head by an iron ruler, blood streaming down. Ah Yuet and I stood back to back, enduring a blow to the leg from a water pipe, while another assailant landed a punch to my cheek, drawing blood from my mouth. Meanwhile, Ah Yuet swung his blade fiercely, desperately protecting his head, yet enduring several cuts to his back. Despite being at a disadvantage, we fought tenaciously. As long as we drew breath, we would clash relentlessly with our adversaries. With a furious roar, I swung my knife, landing a blow to one assailant's face, instantly marring his features. I felled another, but in turn, a water pipe was thrust towards my chest. Acting on instinct, I seized the pipe with all my might, retaliating with a strike to the assailant's chest, blood instantly staining his shirt. Seeing our desperate struggle, our opponents faltered momentarily, surrounding us, yet failing to advance. "Come on. Damn it," I shouted, and alongside Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet, we stood back to back, wielding our blades, nearly exhausted from the effort. Just then, a thunderous roar pierced the air. "Who dares lay a hand on my brothers from the 10 West gang?" Ah Yuet, brandishing a guangong knife, charged forward with over 20 men from the Tsiun Mountain 13 protectors. Almost simultaneously, another group surged from the wooden house area of Shixiwai, comprised of our allies from the Zhongzi gang, including Chun Yuanmao. At last, reinforcements arrived, and we rallied our strength, charging at our adversaries. Chun Yuanmao and Ah Yuet, formidable figures in our organization, joined us in a fierce assault, and the 10 West gang drove our opponents into retreat. Flower Snake was sent tumbling to the ground by my foot, and I raised my knife, poised to strike him down, causing him to scream in terror. "How dare you provoke the 10 West gang? Today, you shall meet your end," I cursed, bringing my blade down, but Flower Snake rolled away just in time, my knife striking the ground with a shower of sparks, his face paling in fear. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice suddenly called out. A small car honked twice and halted amidst the throng. Ah Yuet, still gripping his guangong knife, shouted, "Damn it, I'm just getting started. Who the hell called for a stop? Get out of the car." He approached and banged on the window rudely. The window rolled down, revealing a man in his 30s, wearing black-framed glasses, exuding an air of quiet elegance. Chapter 17. The first encounter with the lame Hao He. "Who are you? Why are you shouting?" Ah Yuet yelled at him. The man did not even glance at Ah Yuet, merely responding coolly, "Close the car door for me." "Am I supposed to do what you say?" Ah Yuet retorted angrily, but just as the words left his lips, he fell silent. Behind the sedan, a dense throng of individuals gathered, emerging from the western direction, a formidable force encircling us entirely, astonishingly comprised solely of members from the Ichun society. We were left utterly bewildered, realizing that even if we were to fight with all our might, we stood no chance. Ah Yuet was equally taken aback, his eyes awkwardly glancing at me. "Wenj, what should we do?" he inquired. At that moment, we numbered merely in the dozens, while our adversaries numbered in the hundreds, completely surrounding the entire hillside of Shixiawai. To be struck even once by one of them, let alone be slashed, was simply unbearable. Yet, despite the turmoil within, we maintained a facade of defiance, feigning composure. "So what if there are many of you?" "I, Zhong Sherwin, fear no death," I shouted, gripping the machete, my body trembling. The gentleman in the vehicle said nothing, merely casting a glance at Ah Yuet, who promptly closed the car door with understanding. "You are Zhong Sherwin. Quite the rising star lately, aren't you? A mere handful of you dare to challenge my entire Ichun society? Truly audacious." The man smiled as he scrutinized me before stepping out of the car. "How go?" Everyone around him exclaimed in unison, bowing to make way. "And you are?" I inquired. "I am Wu Guahao. They call me Bi Hao," replied the bespectacled man. Upon hearing his name, we were momentarily stunned. He was indeed a figure of great renown, the influential voice of Ichun. It was late 1962, a time when Hao Gu had yet to become the infamous drug lord of the future. Having only recently arrived in Hong Kong and operating a flower stall in the Shixiawai area, He had joined the Teochew gang, earning considerable respect within it, and subsequently organized a branch of the Teochew gang, Yichun, in Shixiaowai, where he assumed the role of a leader. The Teochew gang was immensely powerful in Hong Kong, a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the He family factions. However, it was plagued by a lack of unity, being quite fragmented. As Hao Ge stepped out of the vehicle, a tense stalemate ensued instead of an immediate confrontation. He smiled at me, asking, "What did you say to him just now?" while pointing at the injured Wash, who glared angrily at me. I glanced at Hao Ge and replied, "Pu Punimu," a phrase that, though embarrassing, was a Teochew insult. Given Hao Ge's stature in Shixiaowai, I hesitated, uncertain whether this remark would provoke further conflict. Should he command it, even with our skills, we would likely struggle to leave Shixiaowai alive. To my surprise, Hao Ge laughed, patting my shoulder. "Ah, so you're also from Chaozhou. We are all kin here. No need for battle." A wave of relief washed over me as I conversed with Hao Ge and Hakka, discovering that he too hailed from Chaozhou, specifically from the Dehao district of Shantao, making us fellow townsfolk. My father's ancestry was also from the Zhong family village in Dehao, while Hao Ge was from the neighboring Wu family village, our families having shared a long-standing amicable connection. Moreover, Brother Hao's elder sister was once wed to a distant uncle of the Zhong family. As we engaged in conversation, our relationship grew increasingly intimate. What a spirited lad. We, the valiant men of Chaozhou, are indeed bold. Brother Hao patted me on the shoulder, indicating that although we belong to different factions, we are all Chaozhou people, and that today, there would be no conflict. We would transform our strife into harmony. Upon hearing that there would be no fighting, Ahao and Ai finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Ahua and Chun Yuanmao promptly set down their weapons. "Brother Hao, this band of scoundrels from the Ten West faction has encroached upon our territory in Shixiaowai. Ever since they took over the gambling den, they have lured away a significant portion of our clientele," Huashi remarked, visibly irritated. He spoke the truth. The gambling houses in the vicinity of Shixiaowai were under the control of Yichun. Since our arrival, Ai had revitalized the establishment, indeed drawing away many of Yichun's patrons. "Brother Hao, we are all here to represent our respective organizations in pursuit of fortune. We shall fulfill our obligations," Ai stated earnestly. After all, when others bow to the pursuit of wealth, one must pay their respects along the way. Such are the unwritten rules of the underworld. Furthermore, Brother Hao refrained from using his power to intimidate us, and we must also express our sincerity. If we can all profit without conflict, it is prudent. For this is undoubtedly Yichun's domain, and should a confrontation arise, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Brother Hao smiled, neither affirming nor denying, but simply told me, "Matters of business can wait. If you wish to prosper together in Shixiaowai, assist me with a task." Upon hearing this, we promptly inquired what assistance he required. Brother Hao informed us that his current business did not involve the gambling den in Shixiaowai. He had been collaborating with the most prominent figure in Kowloon City, Fei Zai-kun, in the flower trade, which was just beginning to flourish. At that time, Fei Zai-kun wielded immense power throughout Kowloon, successfully laundering his fortunes through the flower business. As Brother Hao's fellow townsman and uncle, it could be said that Brother Hao's rise was due to this man. Recently, Brother Hao had entrusted someone to bring back a shipment worth hundreds of thousands, which was to be delivered at the Saigon pier. However, midway through, an issue arose. The person sent to receive the goods turned out to be a trader who absconded with Brother Hao's shipment, later claiming it had been seized by the water police. Brother Hao dispatched his men to investigate, yet the water police had not seized the goods, especially since most of them had been bribed by Brother Hao. How could there possibly be a problem? Ultimately, the investigation revealed that this trader had taken the shipment to the Saigon pier and sold it to the Liaoning Society's flower shop. This trader has colluded with the Liaoning Society and has taken my goods. I no longer seek the money. I only desire his life. If you wish to establish a foothold in Shixiaowai, deal with him first, then we shall negotiate," Brother Hao declared, indicating that this individual had been with him for quite some time and was a red stick of Yichun. It would be inappropriate for his own faction to handle the matter. Thus he tasked us from the Ten West faction to take care of it, preserving Brother Hao's dignity within the Chaozhou community. Upon learning of this, I immediately agreed, requesting Brother Hao to grant us 3 days to deliver this man's head. After returning to the gambling den, the matter was finally resolved. Uncle Feng produced some medicinal ointment and summoned a doctor to tend to our wounds. After the event, i.e. generously treated us to a sumptuous meal at a restaurant, hosting Ah Hua and fellow brothers Chun Yuan Mao and others who had come to assist. Chapter 18. The Dancer Au. Ah Hua was in high spirits, indulging in lavish dishes while toasting repeatedly, exclaiming how thrilling the day had been. The younger generation from our faction, numbering in the dozens, had clashed with the hundreds from Yichun, and the news of this encounter would surely reverberate throughout Hong Kong. Moreover, we had encountered the prominent figure Bo Hao from Shixiaowai, making the venture all the more worthwhile. Meanwhile, I, along with Ah Hao and I, deliberated on the matter assigned by Brother Hao, pondering whether to proceed or not. Given our commitment to Brother Hao, it was imperative that we follow through. In this world of ours, one must honor their word. I was the first to voice my agreement. Brother Hao had been forgiving in the past, and to establish our presence in Shixiaowai while coexisting peacefully with Yichun, we naturally owed him a favor. I furrowed his brow and remarked, "On, while your words are true, this undertaking is fraught with peril. Are you aware of who that traitor is?" I informed me that the individual Brother Hao wanted us to deal with was Hua Zai-rong, a red stick of Yichun, who hailed from Kowloon City and commanded a significant following. He had established considerable influence in the Temple Street area, running several gambling dens. Eliminating him would not be a simple task, and the risks were substantial. In comparison to providing Brother Hao with a mere passage fee, taking down a local tyrant in Temple Street was far more complex. A person of Brother Hao's stature was certainly not naive. If we managed to deal with him, the profits from the gambling dens would far exceed any fee we could offer him in Shixiaowai. We would do the dirty work while he remained uninvolved, I pointed out. Let us just do it. We from Xianshan are with our older brothers. Ah Hua chuckled. The Temple Street area was rife with complexities and numerous players, and Hua Zai-rong was a formidable local power. Any clandestine attempt against him would likely present minimal opportunity and could endanger our lives. The other uncles from the gambling dens were quite apprehensive about our safety. After all, with our operations thriving, the loss of any one of us would be a significant blow. As the debate continued, we sought Uncle Feng's advice. As the saying goes, the old have their wisdom, and the cunning have their wits. Despite his long-standing indulgence in Bai Xiu Jie and his weary appearance, Uncle Feng's experience in the underworld far surpassed ours. He took a drag from his cigarette and said, "This is a task that must be undertaken. If we wish to safeguard our interests in Shixiaowai, we must provide Brother Hao with an explanation, especially since On has given his word to Bo Hao. However, we must not act recklessly. If you directly approach Temple Street, it will surely be unwise. Hua Zai-rong commands a large following, and several detectives on Temple Street are well acquainted with him. Even if you were reincarnated as war gods capable of taking him down, the detectives would not let you escape unscathed. Uncle Feng, what do you suggest would be the most suitable approach to deal with him?" I inquired hastily. Uncle Feng replied that he was quite familiar with Hua Zai-rong. While Rong had many subordinates and exceptional skills, he had one significant flaw, his weakness for women. If we could exploit this vulnerability to lure him out of Temple Street, the task would become considerably easier. Uncle Feng's suggestion was to find an enchanting woman to entice him, thus simplifying our undertaking significantly. Upon hearing this, I chuckled. Realizing that this matter was easily manageable, he could handle it himself. I.'s sole passion at that time was pursuing women. A day without a romantic encounter was simply intolerable for him. He spent his nights immersed in the vibrant atmosphere of dance halls and nightclubs, mingling with countless enchanting ladies. Uncle Feng remarked that although Hua Zai-rong was quite the libertine, he had discerning taste and seldom deigned to notice common women. Recently, however, he had become infatuated with a dancer named Yu Rong at the Central World Dance Hall, utterly captivated by her charm. You might consider preparing a generous gift to visit this lovely lady. With her assistance, your endeavors are sure to yield fruitful results. Very well, Uncle Feng, thank you. We shall attend to this matter tonight. I promptly agreed. That evening, Ah Hao, I, and I set about preparing for the occasion. In the preceding days, we had earned over 10,000 from the gambling tables, which we now pooled together. The following day, we visited a jewelry store in Central to purchase a plethora of gold and silver adornments, then headed to the Central World Dance Hall later that night. At that time, the Central World Dance Hall was situated on Hollywood Road in Shengwan, renowned for its lavish expenses, rivaling the likes of Du Laoji, Fu Li Hua, and Xian Lucy as one of Hong Kong's premier nightclubs. To ensure a grand entrance that evening, I made a special trip back to North Point to borrow his father's luxurious Mercedes-Benz sports car. The cigarettes we brought along were all premium brands, procured through connections, Winston and Marlboro, since lesser brands were clearly deemed insufficient for such an occasion. Upon entering, we requested the largest private room and asked for the headliner dancer, Yurong, to join us. The manager informed us that Yurong was quite busy and we would need to make a reservation in advance, as it was our first visit. Therefore, he could only arrange for other girls to entertain us. What do you mean? I only wish to see her tonight, I declared, waving his hand grandly as he ordered the most expensive cognac on the menu, 3 bottles of it, while discreetly slipping a $500 bill into the manager's suit pocket. Seeing this display, the manager immediately nodded and smiled, asking us to wait a moment as he would promptly fetch Yurong. He even inquired if we desired any other dancers to accompany us. Remember, we only want her, no other girls. I insisted. The manager quickly nodded and exited, politely closing the door behind him. Once the manager left, Ahao and I glanced at the drink menu, and I playfully kicked Ai in the rear. Ai, are you out of your mind? Each bottle costs over 3,000. You ordered 3. I exclaimed. Goodness. The money we earned from a month of gambling would even cover these few bottles. Ahao chimed in, scolding him. We had already spent thousands on jewelry for our meeting with the lady, and with the addition of the fine wine and tips, we were left wondering if we would even achieve our goal tonight after spending over 10,000 just for an introductory gift. Come now, let's broaden our horizons. If we don't spend a bit extravagantly, how can we expect others to assist us? Don't worry. If it falls short, I'll cover the difference. Ai laughed. I retorted, if Yurong were to spend the night with you, it might be worth it, but we're here for business. And spending so much is utterly perplexing to Ahao and me. Just as we were joking and bantering, the door swung open. The 3 of us immediately composed ourselves, feigning calmness as we gracefully raised our wine goblets and struck a pose. The manager at the entrance greeted us with a smile, announcing the arrival of Yurong. Behind him stood a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, with her long hair elegantly styled in a bun, adorned in a sequined qipao, her purple eyeshadow accentuating her allure. Her figure was exquisite, embodying the essence of a captivating enchantress, a beauty beyond compare. It was none other than Yurong. The moment she entered, we were all momentarily frozen in place. I felt as though all the countless beautiful women I had encountered over the past 20 years had dissolved into mere soap bubbles in my mind. Even Ai, who had always been a connoisseur of women, stood there, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Yurong was indeed stunning. Chapter 19. The Ambush on Huazai Rong. 3 young gentlemen, I have not seen you before. Thank you for supporting Ah Yuet. Allow me to toast you with a drink, Ah Yuet said sweetly, her voice reminiscent of a melodious songbird, gentle and enchanting. We promptly closed the door and raised our glasses in a toast. Please, be seated, beautiful lady, I said, striving to be a gentleman. Ah Yuet settled down, tilting her head to glance at us, and inquired, what is this? You 3 have only summoned me, without any other ladies? With 3 dragons and 1 phoenix. Whom should I accompany? Miss Ah Yuet. To be frank, our purpose for drinking is secondary. Our primary intention is to meet you alone, as we have an important matter to discuss, Ah Yuet stated, taking a seat beside her and producing a jewelry box. Inside lay a necklace of jade beads and emeralds, along with golden hairpins and earrings, all splendidly presented. Upon seeing the treasures, Ah Yuet's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly asked what business we were in. In such an establishment, she had encountered many precious jewels belonging to dignitaries, yet it was rare to see such extravagance from someone so young. Ah Yuet, as the eldest. You should speak with her, Ah Yuet, and Ahao urged me. I took the opportunity to clarify our intentions. We are from number 10 West Street. We sought your presence, Miss Ah Yuet, to locate someone named Huazai Rong, with whom we have a grievance. This individual has absconded with Brother Hao's goods and is currently hiding in the Temple District. We believe that only you can coax her out. Oh, so you are from the society, Ah Yuet remarked, setting aside the jewelry box she had been admiring and lighting a slender cigarette. Indeed, we are part of the society, assisting Brother Hao with a task. These gifts are merely tokens of our appreciation. Should you be able to assist us, Miss Ah Yuet, we will not forget your kindness. I earnestly professed, indicating that if she could arrange for Huazai Rong to join us for a late-night meal outside the temple, we would handle the rest. Oh dear, I do not wish to entangle myself in any underworld disputes. This matter involves lives, and I cannot partake. Ah Yuet hesitated. Beautiful lady, please lend us your assistance. Huazai Rong has persistently pursued you, and despite your feigned indifference, he will eventually resort to underhanded tactics. Do not forget your dear friend Xiao Yun, I implored her. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's name, Ah Yuet's heart trembled. Xiao Yun had been the former star of this establishment, and after rejecting Hua Zirong, she was abducted one night while out for supper in Wan Chai, subjected to torment, and ultimately sold into a brothel on Temple Street. Xiao Yun, resolute in her defiance, was subjected to a brutal injection by the henchmen of Hua Zirong, which led her to succumb to a devastating addiction to narcotics. Subsequently, she was tormented by his men, existing in a state that was neither human nor ghostly, and spent 3 years peddling her body on Temple Street. Ultimately, she succumbed to a fatal disease amidst the throngs of the desperate. The tragic fate of Xiao Yun could very well befall me next. Miss Yu, rest assured regarding this matter. It serves not only our interests but also your own. All you need to do is lure him out, and the brothers of the 10 West Society shall ensure that your name remains unspoken, I assured her. This kindness will not be forgotten. In the future, whenever you perform at the Grand World Cabaret, we shall shower you with our patronage and support. Should you find yourself in need, we will be there for you. At that time, the Grand World was under the watchful eye of Hua Zirong, and it was imperative for Yu to remain in his good graces. Day in and day out, she was entrenched in the darkness, and it was only a matter of time before she too would be tainted. Pondering deeply, Yu questioned us. Uncles of the 10 West Society, I am familiar with a few, but what gives you the right to protect me? There are many formidable figures frequenting the Grand World, and countless factions that stir trouble here daily. What makes you think you can stand against them, especially given our youthful appearance? You will witness our capabilities in due time. I am Zhong Sherwan, and while we are but novices in the 10 West Society, our future accomplishments will speak for themselves, I replied nonchalantly as I lit a cigarette. Are you the Zhong Sherwan who extinguished the Huang family of the Qing gang? Yu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, alongside my steadfast brothers, A.E. and A Hao, I confirmed. After a brief discussion in the private room, Yu ultimately agreed to our proposition. Hua Zirong's actions were egregious. He administered narcotics to the dancers in order to manipulate them. These women, already struggling to earn a living, inevitably succumbed to addiction, leading them to seek out funds. When they fell short, he would lend them exorbitant amounts, which they could never repay, resulting in a vicious cycle that forced them to sell their bodies on Temple Street to settle their debts. The interest he charged was so exorbitant that these women could never hope to repay it in their lifetime. Having recently arrived at the Grand World, I had quickly become the star attraction. Although I had paid homage to a few influential figures and dockmasters, Hua Zirong refrained from overtly targeting me, for now. However, it was clear that he had his eyes on me, and I feared it was only a matter of time before he acted inappropriately. Removing this tyrant would not only liberate the dancers from their torment, but also free them from the clutches of this den of iniquity. As the conversation progressed, we found ourselves in agreement, and Yu consented to our plan. With her agreement, we awaited favorable news while meticulously preparing for this initiation. We gathered a plethora of sharp instruments and informed a Hua and Chun Yuanmao to lend their support. A.E. and I drove to seek out a Hao, who also pledged that should we succeed in eliminating Hua Zirong, he would designate a territory for us, and Shek Kip made a focus on gambling, and our alliance with Yi Kun would become a harmonious one. Moreover, the Grand World Cabaret would be entrusted to us for oversight. With such enticing terms, our spirits soared, and we expressed our gratitude to A Hao. Hao raised a glass of fine liquor in a toast to us, saying, "Do not thank me just yet. Once the task is accomplished, everything will be negotiable." In the 1960s, the Typhoon Shelter in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong, was the epitome of opulence for late-night dining on the water. Known then as boat porridge, countless boatmen hosted lavish feasts on their vessels, with seafood freshly caught and expertly stir-fried, a true culinary marvel. Many social elites chose to indulge in late-night revelries here. That night, as agreed, Yu had invited Hua Zirong to join her for a midnight meal on a boat in the shelter. Hua arrived with over a dozen henchmen, creating quite a spectacle. "Wow, Yu, what's the occasion today? You've turned me down so many times, yet now you're the one inviting me?" Hua Zirong chuckled. "Brother Rong, you know I rely on your protection in this world. Is it too much to treat you to a late-night meal?" Yu replied sweetly, pouring him a drink. "Whether we eat or not is irrelevant. The key is whether you will indulge me." "Yu," he laughed, reaching towards her thigh. "Brother Rong, let us have a drink first. We can discuss the rest later." Yu quickly responded, playfully grasping his hand. "Don't take advantage of my lack of education," Hua Zirong retorted eagerly, tugging at Ah Yu's clothing. Chapter 20. The Slaughter Stop. Ah Yu cried out, fear evident on her face. What was meant to be a simple cooperation turned into a terrifying encounter with Hua Zhairong's sudden lustful intentions. Panicked, she cast a frantic glance toward Shizhou. Hua Zhairong began tearing at Ah Yu's clothes with abandon, while his men laughed heartily nearby. The boat owner, terrified, busied himself with cooking, too frightened to utter a word. At that moment, I, along with Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and a group of dozens, surged forward in 3 small boats. We docked beside the fishing vessel, quickly arming ourselves as we stepped onto the boat. Ah Yu was pinned beneath Hua Zhairong, screaming in horror. As we leapt aboard, the thunderous sound of our footsteps echoed. Hua Zhairong turned, his face paling at the sight of our fierce advance. "Who are you?" one of his men shouted, pointing at us. "Go to hell," Ah Hua retorted, plunging a water pipe through the man's chest without hesitation. Hua Zhairong's face drained of color as he scrambled to his feet, shouting orders to fight back. A dozen of his men charged at us, and in an instant, the boat became a battleground, swords clashing and lights flashing. Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and I pressed our advantage, driving the adversaries back until they fell into the water. Fleeing in terror, Hua Zhairong seized a stool, swinging it wildly as he retreated, looking for an opportunity to leap into the sea. "You dare strike me? Die!" he shouted, kicking one of Ah Hua's men to the ground, readying to escape. Unbeknownst to him, as he pulled aside the curtain, he collided with me, who had been waiting there all along. "Hua Zhairong, it's time to depart," I exclaimed, raising my blade to strike. Hua Zhairong, taken aback, swiftly sidestepped, showcasing the agility befitting a seasoned thug, evading my strike even while unarmed. He overturned a table, and I forcefully pushed aside the oncoming furniture, resolutely pursuing him with my blade in hand. Just as I was poised to deliver a decisive blow to Hua Zhairong, a sudden, sharp reprimand pierced the air. Upon turning my gaze, I beheld Hua Zhairong with one hand gripping the delicate neck of Ah Yu, having shattered a beer bottle on the table, its jagged remnants pressed against her throat. "You wretched woman, you brought your lackeys to kill me, didn't you? Come on, make a move, and I will end her life." Hua Zhairong bellowed in fury. Ah Yu, caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, trembled in fear, tears welling in her eyes as she found herself at the mercy of Hua Zhairong. The pristine skin of her neck was already marred by the sharp glass, trickling with crimson droplets. For a moment, everyone was frozen in place. Ah Hua, brandishing his knife, inquired, "Brother One, what should we do?" "Wait, do not act hastily." Ah Yi and Ah Hao quickly intervened. They understood that a collective assault could easily reduce Hua Zhairong to mere pulp. Yet, the peril to Ah Yu's life loomed large. We had sworn to ensure her safety. Disregarding her well-being and striking first would lead to her tragic demise. Such an act would betray the principles of our brotherhood, especially considering Ah Hao and Ah Yi's inherent desire to protect a lady's virtue. At this moment, the group remained at an impasse, their eyes turning towards me. Seizing the opportunity that Ah Yu's abduction presented, Hua Zhairong grew increasingly arrogant, brandishing the beer bottle, occasionally retreating towards the cabin. "Who are you people? I swear I will not let you escape," he spat. In a moment of desperation, I feigned indifference and boldly approached Hua Zhairong, knife in hand. "What do you think you're doing? Don't come any closer, or I will kill her," Hua Zhairong warned, the glass pressing against Ah Yu's neck. "Do as you please. You fool. If you kill her, it matters not to me. I do not know her," I replied with calm composure. Ah Yi and Ah Hao were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Ah Yu, too, glared at me with a mixture of anger and sorrow. Hua Zhairong stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixed on me. "You imbecile, you threaten me with a woman I do not know? Let me be frank. It was not her who sent someone to kill you. We are merely here on behalf of brother Hao to settle a score. You consumed his goods, and today, we have come to collect," I declared, my voice resolute. At this revelation, Hua Zhairong appeared bewildered, glancing at Ah Yu, realizing that his hostage had lost its leverage. Moreover, the mention of brother Hao's goods only heightened his anxiety. "Who are you people?" Hua Zhairong stammered, panic evident in his voice. "10 West Gang," I responded, encircling him with my companions. "This is a matter concerning our faction, and it is of no concern to you 10 West Gang. I shall report the situation to brother Hao. Today, I, Hua Zhairong, will concede, surrendering the treasures and seals. Spare me this time, and in the future. Not only will I refrain from pursuing this matter, but I shall also share half of the payment for that batch of goods," Hua Zhairong proclaimed. desperation creeping into his tone. Realizing the dead end before her, she hastily proposed conditions. All right, you offer more than Brother Hao. We can consider it. I lit a cigarette, feigning agreement with Hua Zai Rong. Rong, Brother Rong, this has nothing to do with me. Please let me go. At that moment, Ah Yuet lamented, asserting her innocence in the entanglements of the underworld, claiming that capturing her would bring no benefit, as the strife lay between them and Brother Hao. At this juncture, Hua Zai Rong forcefully pushed Ah Yuet aside and raised 3 fingers at me. 300,000. I will give you 300,000. Spare me, he declared. The instant he released Ah Yuet, in our eyes, he was already a dead man. I swiftly pulled Ah Yuet into my embrace, shielding her behind me. 300,000. Let Brother Hao buy you some joss paper to burn instead, I retorted, discarding the cigarette butt and brandishing my machete as the crowd surged forward. In mere moments, amidst curses and screams, Hua Zai Rong was brutally slain by the mob. The cabin was drenched in blood. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the ship, the proprietor trembled, clutching his ladle, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Ah Yuet and I approached him, tossing a large bill onto the counter. This is the cleaning fee for tonight. Remember, you saw nothing, I instructed the owner. Yes, yes, he stammered, nodding vigorously. The dishes here are quite delectable. We shall return frequently. Remember, keep your mouth shut. Ah Yuet added emphatically. The proprietor, utterly terrified, nodded in agreement. I stuffed the bloodied 500 yuan note into his jacket, patted his face, and instructed him to handle the aftermath. In a secluded maritime area by the Beifeng harbor, I busied myself with my men, wrapping the disfigured Hua Zai Rong in a burlap sack, while conveniently severing one of his tattooed arms. Chapter 21. The celebration feast. We then bound him with stones, tightening the ropes before casting him into the sea to grow lotus flowers. With a splash, I wiped the blood from my face, watching Hua Zai Rong sink beneath the waves, along with several of his slain lackeys. Only then did I light a cigarette with the others. At this moment, Ah Yuet, witnessing our methods, turned pale with fright, unable to regain her composure. Ah Yuet, tonight's events remain our secret. Do not disclose them. I will ensure your safety. But you must keep your lips sealed, I urged her. Ah Yuet nodded, lighting her own cigarette to steady her nerves. Once she regained her calm, I instructed the others to tidy up, preparing to depart. Little did I know, at that moment, someone kicked me from behind. Turning around, I found an enraged Ah Yuet. What is it? I inquired, gazing at her. You nearly got me killed, humph. Ah Yuet retorted indignantly, clutching a handkerchief to her neck where she had been harmed. Earlier, in my attempt to protect her from Hua Zai Rong, I had pretended not to care for her, even suggesting that he should kill her, claiming it had nothing to do with me. Now, it seemed, this beautiful girl was truly upset. Ah, dear you, this is my brother Wen's roundabout way of protecting you. If we 3 brothers truly took you seriously, he would undoubtedly have harmed you, laughed Ah Hao. Indeed, Ah Yuet, do not feel distant. While it may have seemed trivial, our hearts ached for you when that scoundrel held you by the neck. Ah Yuet chuckled, leaning closer to Ah Yuet to inspect her neck wound. Does it hurt? The Compendium of Materia Medica states that human saliva can alleviate inflammation and stop bleeding. Allow me to bestow a kiss or two. Ah Yuet grinned as he moved closer to Ah Yuet. Oh, spare me, Ah Yuet exclaimed, both exasperated and amused, giving Ah Yuet a playful shove. Enough of taking advantage of Ah Yuet. Having finally dealt with Hua Zai Rong, let us not allow our Ah Yuet to escape the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair, I remarked. Come. Tonight Ah Yuet has aided us significantly and endured physical tribulations. Let us go to the great world to celebrate with drinks, Ah Yuet declared with a grand gesture. Let us go to Central. Upon hearing that we would drink and dance tonight, Ah Hua was instantly invigorated, and a throng of dozens emerged from the typhoon shelter, some driving, others taking electric trams, all heading to the great world. Upon arrival, we secured the largest private room, complete with an abundance of drinks and fruits, while a band performed, filling the air with joyous melodies. Ah Yuet, you have endured hardships tonight. Your brothers are here to support you. Come, let us toast. Ah Yuet laughed, raising his glass. The group engaged in a lively exchange of toasts, celebrating our successful endeavor, with tomorrow reserved for reporting back to Brother Hao. Ah Yuet felt elated, finally liberated from the ticking time bomb that was Hua Zai Rong, and successfully freeing all the sisters at the great world who had suffered under his tyranny. Come, beautiful ladies, join us. Ah Yuet gestured grandly, and the ladies, led by Ah Yuet, filed in one after another. Wow, you brothers are so generous tonight. I, Mao Dunhua, shall not hold back. Ah Hua laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around a lady as he sat down to drink. Mao, do not be shy. Go sit over there. Ae organized the ladies, ensuring Chun Yuan Mao and the other younger brothers were well attended. Ahao and Ae also embraced the ladies, reveling in merriment, while I sat alone on the side, solitary with my drink, gazing at the extravagant neon lights. Ahao and Ae were engrossed in their revelry with the lovely ladies, occasionally interacting with Ayu, inquiring which one of us three brothers she fancied. Ayu playfully swatted at the two, saying, "Do not bully me." With both flanking me, it is no surprise that men who live this life are all scoundrels. Learn from your brother one, who is quite virtuous, sitting there alone enjoying his drink without taking advantage of anyone. Oh, Ayu, you aren't harboring feelings for a one, are you? A one, do not even consider it. His heart belongs to another and is wounded. You stand no chance, huh? Ae chuckled. Indeed, my second brother, Ae, speaks the truth. The last time we were at Sien Lucy, such beautiful ladies were vying for his attention. Yet he remained unyielding. Haha, Ahao added. The last time we fled to Taiwan Mountain, Ae could hardly contain himself. And we sneaked into Sien Lucy in Wan Chai. That night, Ae and Ahao each took a lady to Kowloon City, and even in their injuries, they did not forget to revel, celebrating until dawn. I, on the other hand, did not bring that young lady, but instead accompanied my friend to Jianghu in Kowloon City to indulge in dog meat and partake in some drinks, leisurely wandering for a few days. It is not that I lack an appreciation for the fairer sex. Rather, the emotional wounds inflicted by Xiao Feng have left me somewhat averse to matters of romance and fleeting passions. Furthermore, I am acutely aware of my current situation. Navigating the tumultuous world, women represent a vulnerability, and I prefer to remain unencumbered by attachments. Brother On, I raise my glass to you. I have observed you smoking and drinking in silence all evening. What weighs on your heart? Ayu inquired beside me. It's nothing. As long as you all are enjoying yourselves, that is what matters. Ayu, don't heed their wild tales. I am a perfectly normal man, I replied. Hey, On. One can only ascertain normalcy through experience. Why not indulge a little tonight? Xiao Feng has been gone for quite some time, and, strictly speaking, she was never truly yours. Why cling to such sentiments? Ae and Ahao jested, pushing two young ladies, along with Ayu, towards me to test my resolve. Is Xiao Feng your girlfriend? Ayu asked with curiosity. No, ignore their nonsense. Come, let us dance. I swiftly diverted the conversation, wrapping my arms around Ayu's slender waist as we swayed to the music. At that moment, a waiter knocked and entered, requesting Ayu to step out for a moment. On, I'll be back shortly to toast. You all have fun in the meantime, Ayu said, and I reluctantly released her arm as she departed. Meanwhile, Ahao and Ae, caught up in the revelry, began to tease me about my earlier dance with Ayu, insisting that I must pursue her this evening. Hey, big brother, she seems interested in you. Tonight could be promising, Ahao remarked with a grin. Indeed, brother one, don't occupy the throne without taking action. Ayu clearly has an interest. If you don't make a move, we might just seize the opportunity ourselves. Ae chimed in, both of them laughing. Come on, you two. Just because we danced doesn't mean she's interested. Where are your thoughts wandering? I retorted, exasperated. No, it's because of that moment on the small boat when you saved her. Her gaze toward you changed significantly. When she returns, let us pour her some drinks and ensure you forget Xiao Feng tonight. Ahao and Ae continued their playful banter, leaving me speechless. Ayu had been gone for over 10 minutes after stepping out to toast, and Ahao and Ae began to fidget restlessly. They called over the waiter. Hey, where is Ayu? She has been gone for quite a while. What is taking so long? The waiter stammered, explaining that Ayu was attending to an important guest and might take some time to return. He offered us 2 bottles of wine to keep us occupied for a while. Chapter 22. A meeting with Master Tan. Damn it. Who is this important guest? How significant could they be? Ayu is my woman. She must come back now. Ah Hua, who was younger and had a fiery temper, jumped up in agitation. Having just celebrated with drinks, he was in no mood to tolerate any delays. Before I could interject, Ah Hua seized a sharp water pipe and, accompanied by several of his companions, stormed out. Brother Wen, don't move. Stay here and wait for me. I will bring Sister Yu back, Ah Hua declared. Without a backward glance, he departed, leaving me apprehensive for his safety. I hastily beckoned Chun Yuan Mao beside me, urging, Ah Mao, please go outside and check. As anticipated, Ah Hua, this oblivious young rascal, encountered trouble. When I stepped out, I found him indeed in a precarious situation. a gun pressed against his head by a man clad in a trench coat and a bowler hat, who identified himself as an inspector. To complicate matters, seated nearby was another individual, adorned with monocles and dressed in traditional attire, none other than Master Tan, the advisor of the white paper fan faction. Ah Yuet, holding a wine glass, stood petrified, her face drained of color, overwhelmed by panic. It turned out that Master Tan was also present, having just sent Ah Yuet out to offer a toast. Master Tan, Inspector Liu, please lower the firearm. There is no need for this, Ah Yuet implored urgently. Tan. Master Tan, I was unaware it was you. I am Ah Hua, from Tsiyun Mountain. My grandfather is Chun Zhongying, and I am associated with Hua Yupei. Ah Hua hastily clarified upon recognizing Master Tan. You insufferable brat, disregarding rank and decorum. Who taught you such insolence? Master Tan reprimanded sternly. Within the confines of the society, Master Tan held a status significantly superior to ours. At that moment, upon learning of Master Tan's presence, Ah Hao and Ah Yi swiftly emerged. Ah, it is indeed you. Master Tan, what a misunderstanding. Why must you trouble this young man? I approached, eager to greet him. And who might you be? Inspector Liu inquired, glancing at me before seeking clarification from Master Tan. Ah, so today is quite the spectacle. I see you three rascals here. It seems the society no longer observes hierarchy, Master Tan declared with arrogance. Upon seeing the cunning old fox, a wave of displeasure washed over Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and me. The incident involving Huang Jinhong had long since soured our relationship with him, and his nephew Wei had taken control of our territory, exiling us to Shixiawai. This grudge lodged in our throats like a fishbone. Inspector Liu, allow me to introduce you to our society's promising talents, Zhong Sherwin, Hong Jiaoi, and Jianghu. Master Tan gestured towards us with his cigarette holder. Look at these obnoxious little rats, trying to act tough. Two agents beside Inspector Liu shouted at us. I clenched my fists tightly, but Ah Yi quickly restrained me, whispering that they were officers and not to act recklessly. Master Tan, we are all on the same side here. It was merely a misunderstanding. Ah Hua had too much to drink and may have offended you. Please, let us overlook this incident. Ah Hao and Ah Yi quickly chimed in. How dare you send you to join us for a drink? Only for this brat to burst out wielding a pipe. What, do you wish to stab me? The atmosphere within the society has deteriorated to such a level of insubordination? Master Tan retorted defiantly. Very well, considering his youth and ignorance, I shall let this slide. Finish that bottle of brandy. And I shall regard it as if you were merely intoxicated today, without holding it against you, Master Tan stated, addressing Ah Hua. At that moment, Inspector Liu kept his gun aimed at Ah Hua, reminding him with a sharp tone. Hey, I said finish it. Do you hear me? Ah Hua then turned his gaze towards me. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. First and foremost, I harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the police, unable to forget how they had treated me during my time at the tea restaurant with Xiaofeng. Secondly, although Ah Hua was not directly associated with me, I regarded him as a younger brother. Now, seeing him coerced at gunpoint to drink, I pondered how I could possibly maintain my dignity if I acquiesced today. Ah Hua, put down the bottle, I commanded, prompting him to relinquish the majority of the brandy he was holding. I refused to believe that he would dare to fire a weapon here. I cast a cold, unwavering gaze at the detective surnamed Liu, whose expression immediately shifted. Kid, you've got quite the bravado, Detective Liu exclaimed, rising to his feet, followed by two officers. You tried to intervene, but they paid her no heed. Detective Liu approached me, scrutinizing my demeanor before smirking. Young man, you possess remarkable courage. You are correct, as a Chinese detective. How could I possibly discharge my firearm in public? However, I could certainly add a bit of spice to this situation, and that would be exceedingly simple. With that, he signaled the two officers, who seized Ah Hua and me by the arms. What do you think you're doing? I protested vehemently, trying to resist, only to feel the cold steel of a gun pressed against my lower back. Detective Liu then produced two small bags of powder from his trench coat pocket and stuffed them into our pockets. I suspect you are concealing narcotics. We are taking you both back to the Yao Ma Ti police station, he declared, casting a glance at the clerk, Tan, who stood nearby. I see nothing. Tan chuckled, encouraging his lackeys to applaud, proclaiming Detective Liu's actions as virtuous and commendable. The cunning nature of Detective Liu was evident, causing Ah Yuet to fearfully plead for leniency. Tan uncle, Detective Liu, please do not make things difficult for them. I will drink this bottle, Ah Yuet insisted, taking a hefty swig. Seeing that Ah Yuet had already consumed too much, I felt it was unacceptable to let a woman bear the brunt of this chaos. I snatched the bottle from her and addressed Tan and Detective Liu. My brother has erred. I shall bear the punishment. Whatever remains in this bottle is at your disposal. With that, I drained the entire contents, holding the bottle upside down until not a single drop remained. Are you satisfied now, Uncle Tan? I inquired. Ah, what a disappointment. You little rascals seem to be doing well lately, coming here to indulge. Quite impressive, youthful, and audacious. But mark my words, if you're not careful next time, fortune may not favor you, Tan remarked, visibly displeased. You little brats, I shall pretend I did not see you today. You stays, and you all disperse. Tan commanded with a sweeping gesture. At this moment, Ah Hua felt a sense of relief at Tan's leniency, while Ah Yu appeared troubled. Today marked Detective Liu's promotion to oversee the area from Sheng Wan to Yao Ma Ti, and Tan had organized a celebration, promptly setting his sights on Ah Yu, making it unlikely for him to let her leave easily. Ah One, if you remain silent, Ah Yu will likely fall into a perilous situation tonight. Ah Yi warned anxiously from the side. Tan uncle, Ah Yu is my girlfriend, I finally interjected. Chapter 23, Forgotten Past. Girlfriend? How dare you compete with me for a woman, you little scoundrel? Inspector Liu exclaimed in fury. As you mentioned, she is merely a girlfriend. There is no marriage involved. Tonight, I have set my sights on Ah Yuet, so you had better withdraw gracefully. Master Tan retorted relentlessly. At that moment, Ah Yi stepped forward and interjected, Uncle Tan, you are mistaken. Although we acknowledge differences in status and seniority, we must not disgrace our brotherhood in the face of the code of the jianghu. While I may have a flirtatious disposition, I am still a legitimate member of the society, and I know the Hongmen 36 oaths better than anyone. Ah Yi declared with a smile, then began to recite the oaths. Should a brother harm another brother, he must be punished. As brothers of Hongmen, your brother is my brother. Your parents are my parents. Your wife is my sister-in-law. If anyone dares to insult my sister-in-law, they shall be struck down by thunder, dying beneath 1,000 blades. Ah Hao chimed in, Uncle Tan, Ah Yuet is Ah Wen's woman, and Inspector Liu is an officer of the law. In front of all the brothers, pushing a sister-in-law into another's arms is a disgrace. If this were to reach the inner 8 halls, I wonder how you would explain it, Uncle Tan? Upon hearing this, Master Tan's expression shifted, recognizing his fault, and he silently regarded us with a cold stare, pipe in mouth. Uncle Tan, in terms of seniority, we respect you as our elder. However, when it comes to principles and rules, we will not yield an inch. Should this matter escalate to the inner 8 halls, I trust Uncle O and the elders will provide a fair resolution, I asserted with conviction. All right, enough of this tormenting Ah Yuet. She is my sworn sister, and you rascally men only enjoy bullying her. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman approached, playfully sitting beside Master Tan. Her name was Ah Kun, Tan's partner, a central figure in the Shui Ji and the goddaughter of the Golden Tooth. She held a high status within the Shui Ji, and Ah Yuet regarded her as an elder sister. Ah Yuet, I hear you've started dating. He seems quite handsome and has been quite impressive lately. One day, I shall treat you both to a meal, Ah Kun said, clasping Ah Yuet's hand. Thank you, Sister Kun, Ah Yuet replied hurriedly, glancing at me. And I also expressed my gratitude to Sister Kun. Now, let's not make things difficult for Ah Yuet. My little sister is dating the most prominent fellow from the 10 West faction. It is hardly a downgrading. Today, I shall not intrude on their time together. Let us change venues, Sister Kun suggested, dissipating the awkwardness in the air. Seeing her take charge, Master Tan said nothing further. He merely cast a glance at us before rising and departing with his subordinates. The Inspector Liu released Ah Yuet and shot me a glare. Zhong Shiwen, I will remember you. I am Liu Zhonghua, recently promoted to Inspector. From now on, I will oversee the areas from Quan Nor Road to Wellington Street, and then to Yao Ma Ti's Nathan Road. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to meet. Very well, I welcome your frequent visits, I replied to Liu Zhonghua nonchalantly. As they walked away, Ah Yuet firmly grasped my hand, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! What bad luck to encounter such a dog! Ah Hao exclaimed angrily. Master Tan harbored a deep-seated grudge against us, and his nephew, the son-in-law Wei, was equally hostile. Now, we had also offended an inspector. It seemed our days ahead would not be easy. A group of us, brothers bound by camaraderie, made our way through the tumultuous streets, our spirits high despite the need to bow our heads upon encountering the constables. Damn it! Ah Hua exclaimed, visibly irked. Calm down, Ah Hua, Ah Yi interjected, offering him a cigarette. In the 1960s, the ruffians of Hong Kong fell into two categories: those without permits, like us, and those with them, the lawmen, particularly the inspectors, who wielded power over both the underworld and the legitimate. However, fret not. Once we amass enough wealth, we shall feed a dog fiercer than him. Silencing his incessant barking, Ah Yuet reassured, urging everyone not to dwell on the events of the night. As long as we acquire riches, not even a plainclothes inspector, let alone Chief Inspector Tong, will dare to treat us with anything but respect. Setting aside other matters, we had fulfilled our promise to Brother Ho and resolved to return to Shek Kip Mei to report back to him. As we gathered the fare for our drinks and prepared to leave, Ah Yuet suddenly approached, tugging at my sleeve. "Hey, you just claimed I was your girlfriend. You must stand by your word," she insisted. "Wow, how? Your luck is remarkable. Had I known, I would have stepped in sooner." Ah Yuet and Ah How remarked enviously. "Go on, you two. I have no interest in either of you. I prefer the one I hold close." While I gaze at the pot, and Ah One is the most devoted, Ah Yuet replied with a serene smile, radiant as a celestial being. "I merely assisted you in a tight spot. We live a life steeped in vice, encompassing all manner of indulgence. Do not follow me," I told Ah Yuet. It was not that I lacked affection. Rather, I carried the weight of bloodshed and had offended many. I had no desire to burden a woman with my troubles. With that, I departed with my brothers without a backward glance, leaving Ah Yuet in a state of dismay, stamping her feet in frustration. "Hey, Ah One, are you truly that indifferent? You would dismiss someone like Ah Yuet?" Ah Yuet called out, seemingly more anxious than I was. "Indeed, I find Ah Yuet quite beautiful. Not at all inferior to the likes of Shu Fong Fong or Chan Pachu," Ah How added with resignation, expressing concern that my indifference might invite trouble from the Liu clan, and suggesting that we should not let such opportunities slip away. "Enough of this chatter. Let us find Brother Ho," I concluded. Upon returning to the makeshift quarters at Shek Kip Mei, the group dispersed, with Ah Hua and Chun Yuan Mao heading back to Sham Shui Pa, while Ah How, Ah Yuet, and I met with Brother Ho. At a seafood restaurant in Shek Kip Mei, Brother Ho hosted a celebratory feast for us. I instructed Ah Yuet to unveil a package, revealing the severed arm of Hua Zai-rong. "You truly dealt with that traitor. Well done." Brother Ho adjusted his glasses, visibly impressed. Among the attendees were a few uncles from the Yuquan Society and members of the infamous Flower Snake Gang, who recoiled in horror at the sight of the dismembered limb. "Brother Ho, the task was executed flawlessly. That scoundrel has been disposed of in the sea. Destined to become one with the lotus forever," Ah Yuet chuckled. "Impressive indeed. Having completed this task for me, I shall ensure you are well rewarded," Brother Ho declared, distributing cigars to each of us. "Henceforth in Shek Kip Mei, your gambling den shall remain undisturbed by any of Yuquan's members," Brother Ho affirmed. "In the future, we will be able to establish gambling dens at Shek Kip Mei, where the brothers of Ikun shall not only refrain from causing disturbances, but also lend their cooperation. Henceforth, in Shek Kip Mei, we shall stand united as one faction. Additionally, the management rights of the Grand World Dance Hall, where Ah Yuet is situated, have been entrusted to us following the demise of Hua Zai-rong. Moreover, Brother Hao has generously bestowed upon each of us a reward of $10,000 for our efforts. Hua Shi, you and your companions, come forth. These three young men are now my sworn brothers, and you must treat them with utmost respect. Should any of you dare to offend them, I shall not be merciful. Understood?" Brother Hao instructed Hua Shi and his companions. "Rest assured, Brother Hao, I shall comply without fail." Hua Shi promptly responded, raising a toast with several of Ikun's brothers in our honor. I too waved my hand grandly. Let us forget past grievances and move forward together. Chapter 24. Returning in glory, the atmosphere at Shek Kip Mei's gambling den was vibrant and bustling. Ever since we completed our task for Brother Hao, the entire Shek Kip Mei has been tranquil. We have reconciled with the brothers of Ikun, and that rascal Ah Yuet has even staged a grand spectacle. We reached an agreement with Brother Hao to merge the 10 West and Ikun-S gambling establishments, creating the largest gambling den in Shek Kip Mei. Our original games of Pai Gao, 3 cards, and 13 cards were combined with Ikun's offerings to form a substantial gambling venue. Daily profits were shared, with 10 West receiving 1 share and the brothers of Ikun the other, ensuring prosperity for all through our collaboration. Ah Yuet remarked that merely having Brother Hao's support was insufficient. To truly unite our two factions in Shek Kip Mei, we must bind our interests together. As long as everyone profits, future conflicts will be avoided, allowing us to work harmoniously towards a common goal. With our existing connections and the support of Kun's brothers, our gambling den quickly became the largest in Shek Kip Mei and even throughout Sham Shui Pa, yielding substantial daily earnings that greatly pleased Brother Hao. The den was filled with lively chatter, and after each session, the restaurants would deliver food and drinks, allowing the brothers of Kun and Tin West to toast together. I was responsible for overseeing the venue. Uncle Feng managed the internal affairs of the gambling den, i.e. sought out clientele, while Ah Hao assisted me and cultivated relationships with various influential figures, such as the Sham Shui Pa Inspector Ouyang Kuan and local gangsters. Consequently, our gambling business flourished tremendously. Simultaneously, we successfully infiltrated Shengwan, seizing the management rights of the Grand World Dance Hall. We negotiated with the owner, establishing that henceforth the security of the Grand World would be the responsibility of the brothers of Tin West, commencing immediately. Regardless of who causes trouble here, they shall face severe consequences. The owner of the Grand World was exceedingly pleased, as the venue had previously been plagued by the chaotic antics of Hua Zairong, who frequently extorted money. Our charges were reasonable and fair, coupled with a sense of loyalty, prompting the owner to host a banquet for us to facilitate the timely entry of our brothers. I have faith in the strength of Tin West. Hurry and send someone in. This place is a mix of good and bad, and we cannot operate without security for a day. The owner earnestly advised me. I promptly agreed without hesitation. Upon reflection, at the gambling den in Shek Kip Mei, I sat alongside my brothers Ah Hao and Ae. Brother 1, Ae began. Our enterprise has significantly expanded. The gambling den has grown in scale, and we have established a base in the bustling district of Shengwan. We now require additional manpower. Relying solely on the three of us is insufficient. We must recruit. Indeed, Ah Hao chimed in, after all this time in the game, it is time for us to make our mark. With our formal establishment in West Kowloon, we should start gathering our crew. Having officially set up in West Kowloon, we were permitted to recruit, contingent upon the approval of the senior figures in the organization. I approached Brother 7, who readily consented to my request and patted my shoulder, saying, Shiwen, your reputation is growing. Seize the opportunity to recruit. The more promising young brothers you gather, the more your name will shine. Thus, Ah Hao and I each embarked on our quest to recruit. I returned to my hometown, Tiu Konglong. Having left in 1962 to join the Shishi gang, it was now 1963, and nearly a year had passed since my last visit. This time, I returned with a polished appearance, driving Ae's Mercedes, deliberately presenting myself as a successful figure returning triumphant. The trunk of my car was filled with gifts for everyone. Uncle, here is the premium deer whip and dried tangerine peel medicinal wine from Zhonghitang. Third uncle, these Winston cigarettes are for you to enjoy. You've looked after me since childhood. I distributed the gifts among the neighbors in Tiu Konglong, a place where I had grown up and where everyone had treated me kindly. Upon seeing me return in such fine form after joining the Shishi gang, the locals praised my success with enthusiastic thumbs up. Many youths, my childhood companions, gathered around, inquiring about my newfound wealth and asking to join me. I reassured them, don't rush. One person's riches do not signify true wealth. Money is abundant, and I will ensure that all the young men from Tiu Konglong have the opportunity to explore the world. I'll treat everyone to lunch later. We can chat in detail then. They eagerly agreed, expressing their excitement as they awaited my news. Afterward, I visited my parents. Since my last departure, following a fierce argument with my father, I had not returned to see them. Now, upon my return, I found my mother's lung condition had not improved. My father, with graying hair, continued to tend to his sugar water shop. Mother, your health is poor. You should no longer work at the watch shop. As I tended to the stove, preparing traditional medicine I had procured from a pharmacy in Wanchai, I said, Ah Hao, and I are just starting our venture. Though we have yet to earn much, we see daily profits. By this time next year, I will bring you both to live in Wanchai. I also mentioned that I had found a property in Yaomati that I intended to purchase after working for a while longer. Seeing my devotion, my mother looked at me with concern and praised my filial piety, but upon drinking the medicine, she prepared to rise and assist me with the cooking. Mother, please do not exert yourself. I have reserved a banquet at a restaurant in Quanyang. We will go there together soon. I hastily remarked, handing my mother 1,000 yuan to keep. My father's demeanor, however, starkly contrasted with my mother's. He turned his back to me, tending to a pot of boiled syrup while puffing on a cigarette. In a fit of anger, He tossed my 1,000 yuan onto the table. What use do you have for money, you worthless wretch? Your wealth is stained with blood. He scolded, still brooding over my decision to join the gang. Come now. Don't say that about Sherwin. This is all his good intention. The world out there is perilous, and upon his return, you offer him nothing but disdain. My mother interjected, coughing lightly, as I hurriedly patted her back, not wishing to escalate the situation with my father. For 3 generations, our family has been engaged in legitimate business in Chaozhou, and yet you, the sole heir, have chosen to associate with the underworld. How am I to face our ancestors? You little rascal, not only have you gone astray, but you also wish to lead other young souls into corruption. You are doing no good, my father retorted, his voice filled with indignation. Enough about awing. How could he possibly choose otherwise? My mother urged my father to cease. And what of it? In this world, if I don't immerse myself in the underbelly, shall I spend my life selling syrup? I replied, my anger surging. If I don't join the gang, who will assist me with Xiao Feng's predicament? Who will protect me if trouble arises? You preach about integrity, yet how much have you earned from your syrup sales? In Hong Kong, which trade can thrive without the gang's backing? Try selling syrup without the endorsement of Uncle Owen's 10th West Street, and see how swiftly your stall gets overturned. I exclaimed, frustration boiling within me. I could never comprehend why my father insisted on opposing my decision to join the gang, even dousing my spirits as I returned home, full of hope and ambition, always playing the virtuous one during our time in Chaozhou. You couldn't bear to see others in need, offering your own land for others to cultivate. Yet, when the nation was liberated, you were the first to be labeled a landlord. I fired back. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with my father. Enraged, he dropped his cigarette and shouted, "You insolent brat! What is so great about being in a gang? If they're truly so powerful, let them collect protection fees from HSBC and Standard Chartered. Do you think that the risks and bad debts of those banks are any different? It's still the gang members who collect, not the bank clerks in suits and ties." I countered, my temper flaring. All right, enough of this bickering. You should temper your words with a bit of respect. My mother interjected, unable to bear the quarrel any longer. You, the wretch, have chosen this path, and it will surely lead to your demise. When that day comes, no one will be there to gather your remains. My father shouted in fury. And what of it? A noble death is far better than a life of cowardice. From now on, I shall not return. Consider that you never raised me. I retaliated, equally incensed. Every time I returned, it seemed inevitable that a fierce argument would ensue with my father, and I grew weary of the debate. I had my own ambitions to pursue. While he remained merely a syrup seller in Tiaojingling, what logic could I possibly convey to him? By noon, I had arranged several banquet tables at the Xinglong restaurant in Guanyou, inviting a group of fellow Tiaojingling compatriots, preparing for a feast, and planning to venture into the world together. One individual, known as Big Jianghu, stands nearly 2 meters tall and possesses a robust physique. He has engaged in farming at home and has shared a close friendship with me since childhood. Although he lacks formal education, his muscular build resembles that of a chiseled statue. Another, named Yong, was my classmate in middle school, hailing from a landlord family that relocated with the army. During our school days, he often faced bullying from classmates due to his background. In recent years, Yong has dropped out of school and worked at a fishball factory in Kowloon, earning meager wages before turning to me for help. A group of young men, all of similar age and from our hometown, included those working as martial artists in the Diamond Hill film set, as well as others from various trades, all calling me brother and eager to join me in seeking fortune. I gathered a party of over 10 individuals and headed to a restaurant. Initially, we intended to celebrate with a grand feast for all the brothers before embarking on our quest for success. However, upon arrival, we encountered an unfortunate situation. The restaurant manager, with deep apologies, informed me that the tables I had reserved were given to someone else, and he offered to refund me the money. What a disgrace. I had secured those 2 tables earlier that morning, and now he tells me they were given away? I was instantly infuriated. Today, I, Zhong Sherwing, am here to gather people, and you dare to pull this on me? I truly apologize, the manager stammered, bowing and expressing his regret. I find myself in a difficult position. Who reserved those tables? I shouted, overturning a nearby table in frustration. The manager, frightened, quickly explained that he had no choice, as the other party was Gu Yiwei, a powerful figure in the area who had influence over the restaurant. After all, I had been away from the district for a long time, while Gu Yiwei was a local authority, owning a restaurant himself. He would rather offend distant relatives than provoke a neighbor. Upon hearing Gu Yiwei's name, a surge of blood rushed to my head. If it were anyone else, I could have negotiated as long as they showed some courtesy, but with him, I was determined to confront the issue head-on. This scoundrel, Gu Yiwei, is the nephew of Master Tan, and both of them have consistently targeted me and my brothers, Ahao and Ae. The fish stall at Koi Gate, which we 3 brothers fought for, now allows this brat to slumber while trampling on my dignity. I acknowledge Master Tan's seniority over me. Yet what right does this Gu Yiwei have to belittle me? Bring him to me. I will settle this matter personally. I directed at the manager, who appeared utterly bewildered. Who is this furious individual? Holding a banquet at the restaurant, are we? At that moment, Gu Yiwei entered with a group of men and women, immediately mocking me. Since taking over the fish stall previously owned by the Green Gang, he had thrived and amassed numerous followers, strutting about with arrogance. I reserve this banquet, Zhong Shirwan. If you wish to gather people, seek elsewhere, Gu Yiwei boasted, before instructing his entourage to set the table. In a fit of rage, I kicked over a table laden with food and drink, sending everything crashing to the ground. What the hell do you think you're doing? Gu Yiwei shouted at me in fury. Today, at this table, if I do not sit, who among you dares to let your behind touch the chair? I will sever your hands and feet. I said coldly, how dare you? Where does your courage come from? Look at yourself, surrounded by a bunch of country bumpkins, thinking you can flaunt your power. Compare yourself to my brothers. One suit of mine is worth 3 years of your farming in Zhaojingling. What do you possess to compete with me? Gai Wei scolded. At that moment, Gai Wei and his gang stood proudly, embracing young women, smoking, and mocking. On my side, Ah Yuet and De Jinyo, a group of fellow townsmen, were clad in short cloth jackets and dark blue trousers, which indeed seemed out of place. I warned, do not think that Master Tan is protecting you. I will not hesitate to act against you. If you do not relinquish your seat today, even if you are a fellow brother, I will show no mercy. I seized Gai Wei by the collar. You scoundrel, let go of me. Gai Wei forcefully pushed my hand away. In that fleeting moment, I stepped forward and kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Boom. The unfortunate soul was sent crashing into the liquor cabinet behind him, landing awkwardly on the floor. Seeing the altercation, Gai Wei's subordinates rushed to protect him. Denyo, Ah Yuet, show me what you've got in this world-class lesson. I commanded. At that moment, De Jinyo lunged forward, roaring fiercely, seizing one man by the collar and lifting him off the ground before hurling him away, smashing him against the hotel bar. Immediately, another boy wielding a knife charged forward, only to have his arm seized by De Jinyo, who twisted it violently, snapping the entire limb with a resounding crack and a scream of agony. With a single punch, De Jinyo knocked the boy unconscious. Meanwhile, Ah Yuet, like a whirlwind, brandished 2 bottles and smashed them over the heads of 2 others. The fellow townsmen from Zhaojingling surged forward in an instant. Chapter 26. Tight-lipped as Gai Wei's men attempted to rise and retaliate, they were met with a flurry of our attacks, tumbling down the stairs in disarray. The accompanying women screamed in terror, frantically waving their arms. No, please stop. Can't we just retreat? You scoundrel. I landed a punch squarely on Gai Wei's face, causing him to crash to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Please, don't hit my face. Gai Wei, terrified, covered his face and curled up. I raised my foot and kicked him, prompting his desperate pleas for mercy. How dare you, a man living off others, challenge me? You must be tired of living. I scolded. Gai Wei, battered and looking for his teeth, hid beneath a table, only to be dragged out by De Jinyo by his pants leg, allowing me to rain several hard slaps upon him. Considering we are from the same school, I shall spare you today. In the future, should you encounter me in Guanyong, you better take a detour. I cursed. Terrified, Gai Wei was assisted by his subordinates and fled in haste. At that moment, Ah Yuet, feeling unsatisfied, dashed to the kitchen for a knife, but I stopped him. After all, we are all from the same school. A beating is sufficient, and there is no need for bloodshed, especially since this scoundrel has Master Tan backing him. After dealing with Gai Wei, I felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. In the afternoon, I led my crew to Shixiwai to rendezvous with Ahao and Ai. Ahao and Ai each gathered around 10 subordinates, and now their ranks have swelled. A throng of dozens of core members congregated at Shixiwai to smoke, creating quite a scene. Brother one, let about 10 of us head to the great world. The rest can stay at the gambling den to work, Ai suggested. All right, no problem. I promptly agreed. I understood Ai's intention. Although we had reached a truce with Ichun and Shixiawai, it was imperative to maintain our own forces. Otherwise, should they ever renege, we would lack the confidence to reveal our hand. Additionally, it served as an announcement to the outside world that our trio from Shihai was now also recruiting members. Ah Yuet, you take Xiao Ma and He Zai with you to the great world. Leave De Jinyo by my side, I instructed Ah Yuet, assigning him to lead the team to oversee the venue. Sure, brother one. What should we do when we get there? Ah Yuet inquired. Nothing much. Just ensure the safety of the venue. The manager there will guide you on what to do. Remember, avoid causing trouble. But don't shy away from it if it arises. If you're uncertain, come find me at Shixiawai, I replied. Understood, brother one. Ah Yuet nodded. I had Uncle Feng take him to the storeroom behind the gambling den to collect a dozen sharp implements for their protection before they headed to the Great World. At that time, the owner of the Great World offered me a monthly payment of $3,000, with each resident brother receiving $30 a day, along with a meal and 2 cigarettes. This was quite a generous arrangement, considering that in the 1960s, a typical office worker in Central earned only around $200 a month. The requirements from the Great World were straightforward. No disturbances should occur in the venue, and any unruly guests must settle their bills immediately, with no debts allowed. If any rival factions attempted to stir trouble, our people were to provide immediate protection. The death of Hua Zai-rong had a profound impact on the entire underworld, particularly in the Temple Street area, where his business collapsed entirely. Everyone knew that Hua Zai-rong was killed for betraying Brother Hao, yet no one knew the identity of the perpetrator or how it was orchestrated. Initially, many believed Brother Hao was behind the killing, but there was no evidence, as he had bribed the detectives. Moreover, Hua Zai-rong had embezzled Brother Hao's goods and acted as a traitor, which many felt justified his fate. Consequently, no one probed too deeply into the matter. However, it was a truth that could not remain hidden. At that time, Master Tan began to see the signs. Pondering over the events, it was suspicious that just as Hua Zai-rong was murdered, we appeared at the Great World and took over his responsibilities, leading to speculation that we were involved in his demise. During that period, I had just dealt with my brother-in-law Wei, who had the audacity to report me to Master Tan, seeking his intervention. Upon hearing this, Master Tan was furious and vowed to hold me accountable. That afternoon, while I was smoking at the gambling den, a member of the society announced loudly that my brothers Chi Gu had arrived. Alwan, come here. I need to ask you something, Chiga said. Seeing my brother and the society member, I promptly arranged for their reception. Seventh brother and Sheng brewed the tea and surveyed the bustling gambling den, where the clamor of voices and the crescendo of bets created an electrifying atmosphere. He could not help but give me a thumbs up. Wei Wen, the gambling den is doing splendidly, and we have successfully extended our influence into Shengwan. The uncles are quite pleased, seventh brother praised me. We have managed to thrive in the perilous environment of Shek Kip Mei, further expanding the organization's reach into Shengwan, which has brought much gratification to the uncles. I remarked with a tone of disdain, we owe much to Master Tan's guidance. Without him, how could we have achieved this? Indeed, seventh brother, Fa Gu, he was the one who brought us to Shek Kip Mei. Ah Hao and Ah Yi chimed in mockingly. Since our arrival in Shek Kip Mei, everything has gone smoothly, while over at the son-in-law Wei's place, the gambling den at Quanyang has faced retaliation from members of the Green Gang, who not only suffered an attack with Molotov cocktails, but also found themselves in poor relations with the local detectives. Currently, the foreign police chief has ordered the closure of Quanyang's gambling den, and son-in-law Wei has faced our wrath and lost his territory, leading to widespread criticism within the organization. Master Tan has also been publicly humiliated. This nephew is clearly a burden. Upon learning of this situation, we three laughed with unrestrained glee. However, do not celebrate too soon. Master Tan has set his sights on you. Do not say I did not warn you. Offending Master Tan is no trifling matter, seventh brother cautioned. You have taken control of the Great World, which is under Lu Zhonghua's purview. This fellow is a sworn brother of Master Tan. Fa Go added. Is it that Detective Lu? I can simply offer him a bit more silver. After all, who isn't a bureaucrat on this street? As long as the tribute is paid, it matters not. I scoffed. The police are merely in it for the money. Whether it's Hua Zai-rong or myself, it's all the same. Just pay them off. Alwan, you are with me. Tell seventh brother the truth. Did you all have a hand in Hua Zai-rong's demise? Seventh brother inquired. Alwan, you must speak honestly, otherwise, it will be difficult to assist you in the future, Fa Gu echoed. At that moment, neither Alwan, Ah how, nor I uttered a word, remaining silent for a while. We had previously made a pact with brother how that once this matter was concluded, we would maintain transparency and fairness, never revealing a word. Thus, even in the presence of my esteemed elder, seventh brother, I would not confess. Chapter 27. Jianghu Martial Arts School. Seventh brother, not at all. We are not so formidable, I replied with a smile, feigning ignorance about Huazai Rong's fate. As for how we came to manage the Great World Dance Hall, it was simply due to our efforts in the gambling den at Shek Kip Mei. Brother Hao valued us and entrusted the territory to us. We truly have no knowledge of how Huazai Rong met his end. It must have been the work of others. Indeed, that scoundrel deserved his fate for seizing others' goods. Ah Hao and Ah Yi chimed in, supporting my assertion. Very well, Ah One, take care. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be felled. You three have been rather conspicuous lately, so it would be wise to be a bit more low-key and patient, seventh brother advised as he took his leave. Though I nodded in agreement and saw seventh brother and Fa go off, in my heart, I remained unconvinced. In my youthful naivety, I believed that sheer tenacity would grant me recognition, unaware that disregarding the wise counsel of brother Chi nearly cost me my life. Even after the passage of half a century, the echoes of that time still instill a sense of dread within me. Before departing, brother Chi and brother Fa instructed me to visit a certain individual in to Kowloon on behalf of the society. This person, who awaited my arrival, was known as Yizhong. To be candid, I approached to Kowloon with a mixture of admiration and exhilaration. Yizhong was the most formidable fighter within the entire Ten West faction, renowned as the twin flower red stick of our society. Although the organization boasted countless martial artists, the title of Twin Flower Red Stick was bestowed upon merely 3 individuals throughout all of Hong Kong. This prestigious title required not only recognition from one's own society, but also unanimous acclaim from numerous factions within the underworld, achieved through countless feats of valor. At that time, Yizhong was a decade my senior, an undeniable senior figure. In the 1950s Hong Kong, he wielded the rapid and powerful Hung Kun and the cunning snake style to dominate all of Kowloon. He expanded our society's influence, subduing the local tyrant Fu Yihing into Kowloon and establishing a martial arts school to train new recruits. It would not be an exaggeration to say that across all of Kowloon, countless gambling dens and chicken houses clamored for Yizhong to oversee their affairs. Due to the overwhelming demand for his presence, Yizhong's subordinates were often stretched thin, leading to the necessity of innovative solutions. In one street, theaters, chicken houses, and gambling establishments prominently displayed Yizhong's name inscribed in bold brushstrokes on red paper, signifying his authority. Those with ill intentions or encroaching on his territory would immediately quiet down and retreat upon seeing his name. The mere mention of Yizhong was more effective than even the most formidable talisman. Yizhong was my idol. I had heard countless legends about him. Regrettably, my lowly status as a mere West 9 member at the time precluded me from ever meeting him. In the Hung Kun Dojo located on Hungwan Street in Kowloon, I finally encountered Yizhong along with a few of my subordinates. He was a towering figure, clad in martial arts attire, exuding an air of dominance. He was in the midst of instructing his disciples when he noticed my arrival and promptly invited me to sit. Brother Zhong, I quickly offered him a cigarette. Not at all. You must be Zhong Sherwin. I've heard much about your recent prominence among the younger generation, Yizhong remarked. Not at all. It is merely the result of a difficult life, lacking guidance, and seeking survival in the underworld, I replied hastily. Indeed, well said. I summoned you here for no trivial matter. I have great faith in you, as does the society. Your visit is to gain some prestige under my tutelage. Yizhong stated plainly, without any hint of pretense. What does Brother Zhong mean? I inquired, glancing around the dojo, where numerous individuals were engaged in rigorous training. The air thick with shouts and the sounds of combat. Each robust young man displayed impressive musculature, all new recruits of the Ten West faction. At that time, Yizhong's dojo served as the training ground for the fighters of the Ten West faction, focusing primarily on the fierce art of Hung Kun. The society had decided to allow us newly appointed West 9 members to gain experience under Brother Zhong. Come train here, and you might just become the next Twin Flower Red Stick. After all my years of martial arts training, I can assure you that I do not misjudge talent, Yizhong declared, giving my shoulder an encouraging pat. Consider this, said Brother Zhong. The path of martial arts is arduous. Each day, you train for 3 full hours. and the rest of the time is yours to spend as you wish. Absolutely, Brother Zhong. I am eager to learn the art of boxing from you, I exclaimed, brimming with excitement and trembling with anticipation. At that time, I was youthful and fiercely devoted to martial pursuits, coupled with the recent bloodshed of several conflicts. My admiration for martial prowess intensified. I surmised that perhaps my prolonged weakness had accumulated a deep-seated frustration within me, which was suddenly released through the cathartic outlet of violence, leading me to quickly become enamored with this exhilarating sensation. Now, having arrived at the boxing gym, with my idol himself present to impart his teachings, it was a dream come true. All right, starting tomorrow, you shall come, and bring along your peers from the same batch, Yi Zhong instructed. Thus, the next day, I invited Ah Hao and Ah Yi to join me in my training. Little did I know that these two rascals would abandon the endeavor after just 2 days, complaining of the hardships and citing their gambling business as too demanding, along with the need to oversee the larger venues, never to return again. As for me, I remained at the gym, dedicating my spare time to practice. I must admit, the training at Uncle Zhong's gym was akin to a hellish ordeal. Each day, we were required to run 10 kilometers from To Ku Wan to Hung Hom, followed by rigorous drills and stances, boxing techniques, and leg sweeps. The sweat poured from my brow, leaving salt stains upon my skin. My fists, battered from striking the sandbag, formed thick calluses, while many of my peers from West Kowloon could not endure the strain and made their excuses to leave. Only I, along with a few others from TSE Wanshan, including Awa, persevered through the trials. I had developed a profound infatuation with this punishing regimen, relishing the self-imposed discipline as I sparred with my fellow students daily. After each training session, when Ah Hao and Ah Yi invited me for a late-night snack, I would politely decline, returning instead to my residence in Shek Kip Mei to perform palm push-ups as a means of self-improvement. Yi Zhong observed my dedication with a sense of gratification, smiling with satisfaction as he personally guided me through the essence of Hung Gar Kung Fu. I gradually became enamored with these sweat-soaked days. One particular day, while I was immersed in practice, drenched in perspiration and taking a moment to rest, I sipped from a bottle of Vitasoy through a straw. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Ah One." I looked up in astonishment to find it was Ah Yu. "Ah Yu, what brings you here?" I was taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be working at the larger venue? What would lead her to To Ku Wan in search of me? "I finally found you. It's been ages since we last met. You haven't even come to see me. What kind of sightseeing is this?" Ah Yu scolded playfully. At that moment, my fellow students had paused their training, their eyes riveted upon the vibrant figure of Ah Yu, occasionally whistling in admiration. "I brought food for everyone," Ah Yu declared, having procured a bounty of Rongji Char Siu and Vitasoy, which she distributed among my comrades. They expressed their gratitude with cheerful enthusiasm. "Oh dear, Ah One, you're training so diligently that you might as well become a martial fanatic." She insisted on coming to see you, and when she asked us where you were, we couldn't keep it from her. We had no choice but to bring her along. Ah Yi and Ah Hao chimed in. Chapter 28, Stirring Trouble. Brother Zhong. "This is Ah Yu. She is not my girlfriend," I hastily clarified. "Hey, are you trying to deny it, Zhongge? Come on, everyone, testify for me. Is it true that you, the dashing lads of the 10 West, enjoy accumulating romantic debts? Once you've had your fun, you wish to cast it aside, humph." Ah Yu scolded. Her words left me flustered, as I never anticipated the quirky Ah Yu would speak of me in such a manner. Don't make wild claims," I quickly retorted. "When go, this is where you are in the wrong." Laughter erupted among the crowd. As the saying goes, a soft mouth gets the soft treatment. And my fellow brothers naturally sided with Ah Yu. I had no choice but to reluctantly acknowledge her as my girlfriend. Upon exiting the martial arts hall, Ah Yu wore a triumphant expression as she gazed at me. "Hey, are you all right?" I inquired. "What's wrong? Can't I come to see you without a reason?" Ah Yu replied, somewhat disgruntled. "No, it's south just that this place isn't entertaining. You should come less often. It's just a bunch of men practicing martial arts. There's no fun for you here," I suggested. "After all, this venue is where I lay the groundwork for my physical prowess in preparation for future battles." With her frequent visits, it was hard for me to concentrate on my training. "Also, why do you keep insisting that I'm your girlfriend? With so many suitors vying for your attention, who doesn't know you're the belle of the world?" I said, exasperated. "That's beside the point. You declared in front of Master Tan and Lu Zhonghua that I was your girlfriend, so now you're stuck with me." Ah Yu insisted stubbornly. "That was to help you out of a predicament," I countered. "Humph, when I was kidnapped by Huazai Rong, you coldly claimed not to know me. And then you suddenly say I'm your girlfriend? How can you men be so fickle, defining me as you please? Ah Yuet protested with a playful pout. Suit yourself. I'm off to train, I said, wanting to avoid further argument as I turned to enter the hall. Hey, what do you mean by that? Not even a cup of tea for me. I'll just find another man. Ah Yuet huffed, turning away in anger. I chose to ignore her and let her be. Ah Yuet ran outside and waited by the street at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Seeing that I didn't glance back, her irritation grew. What a stubborn fool. He doesn't even turn around. Ah Yuet exclaimed in frustration. Ah How and Ah Yuet burst into laughter. All right. That's just how Wengu is. He said he is not interested in women, yet you refuse to believe it and are waiting for him to turn back. Dream on. Indeed, Ah Yuet, don't go looking for other men. Why let the good water flow into someone else's field? We brothers can keep you company. Ah How and Ah Yuet chimed in, chuckling. Get lost, get lost. You two aren't even in the running. I'm not pining for him. I'd rather go to the grand world. Ah Yuet said, dejected. That evening, just as I exited the martial arts hall, preparing to return to my residence in Shixiwai, Ah Yuet and two of his subordinates brought Ah Yuet to find me. Upon seeing her, I felt overwhelmed. Why are you here again? I asked, exasperated. This time, Ah Yuet's usual lively demeanor was replaced by a furrowed brow. You, always training and fighting, something has happened at the venue. Ah Yuet exclaimed. What? Who is causing trouble? Upon hearing that something was amiss in the grand world, I immediately prepared to summon Ah How and Ah Yuet. However, Ah Yuet informed me, don't call anyone. It's not the gang causing trouble, it's that Inspector, Lu Jianghua. The scoundrel arrived to conduct an inspection, bringing along a group of individuals, both men and women, who lined up in disarray, creating utter chaos. They even placed flour in the private rooms of the ballroom, now claiming the establishment is involved with narcotics. That bastard. I cursed vehemently. Lu Jianghua, being close to the advisor Tan and coveting Ah Yuet, decided to sweep through my establishment just as I took over the grand world. I would never forget his parting words, asserting that this area was under his jurisdiction and that we would have plenty of time to enjoy ourselves in the future. As if that were not enough, a group of ruffians from Sheng caused trouble in the venue last night, instigated by another gang from Sheng and members of Yitong, only to be expelled by Ah Yuet and his brothers. Today, Lu Jianghua arrived, apprehending several of my brothers under the pretext of illegal brawling. My brothers suffered greatly in the police station, and in a moment of desperation, Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet sought my assistance. Where is he? Take me to see him, I commanded. Upon arriving at the Yao Ma Ti police station, I said nothing and prioritized securing the release of my men, who bore the bruises and scars of Lu Jianghua's brutality. Lu Jianghua looked at me with an air of arrogance, disdainfully querying the purpose of my visit. Inspector Lu, is there anything we can discuss? It seems excessive to detain my brothers continuously, I inquired. What do you mean? Are you out of your mind? Your men were caught wielding weapons in a brawl, and I apprehended them. Flour was discovered in your private room. I must seal your establishment. This is all within my jurisdiction. Why do you question me? Lu Jianghua replied with contempt. I realized that reasoning with him was futile. I placed $1,000 on the table. Inspector Lu, there is no need for such hostility. If my establishment is shut down, I won't earn, and neither will you. The amount that Huazi Rong previously provided is only going to increase, not decrease, I stated, opting for monetary persuasion since rational discourse was ineffective. After all, he was a lawman, and fighting him would yield no benefits. $1,000. Is this for tea or for securing my men's release? Lu Jianghua sneered, glancing at the bill. He then snapped his fingers, releasing only one of the 3 detained brothers. 1,000 per head, is there more? Lu Jianghua queried. At that moment, my fists clenched tightly. This rogue was toying with me. Gritting my teeth, I threw down $3,000 to secure the release of my 3 brothers. I had surrendered all my gambling commissions to him during this period. Oh, by the way, some of your men from Yitong were injured by us. I need the medical expenses. Lu Jianghua extended his hand, indicating that the head of Yitong had contacted him, demanding a resolution, a clear attempt to extort me again. I firmly replied, that is out of the question. We must keep matters separate. The Yitong members caused trouble, and I was merely acting within my rights. I will not pay that amount. If their leader has concerns, let him come to me directly. You insolent brat, you have some nerve. Guards. Lu Jianghua fumed, ordering my brothers to be handcuffed once more. You refuse my offer, do you? You little rascal, go back now. This is merely an appetizer. Next, I will treat you to a grand feast. Lu Jianghua threatened me menacingly. As the night wore on, my frustration reached a boiling point. Lu Zhonghua had not returned my money, and my brother remained incarcerated. The larger world outside was also shut for several days of inspection. I stood seething at the entrance of the Yao Mati police station, yearning to flay Lu Zhonghua alive. Chapter 29. Framed merely staring in disbelief proved futile. He was the inspector, while I was entrenched in the underworld. To be candid, when I first joined the gang and killed Huang Yuanbin, I felt invincible. Yet now, standing at the threshold of the Yao Mati police station, with my brother imprisoned within, and witnessing Lu Zhonghua flaunting his authority and extorting me openly, I found myself utterly powerless. This sensation of helplessness mirrored the time when Xiao Feng died, and I was coerced into a confession at the police station. Brother Wen, this scoundrel is clearly out to get us. Even if you pay him off, he won't release anyone. He will only demand more. Ahao and I hastily arrived. At a nearby late-night eatery in Yao Mati, we sat down, drowning our sorrows in drinks while strategizing our next move. Ayu, visibly anxious, interjected. I've gathered some intel from the side. Didn't you beat up Master Tan's nephew-in-law a few days ago? I pondered for a moment and nodded in affirmation. You actually laid a beating on that kid? When did this happen? Ahao and I were taken aback. I forgot to mention it when I returned to Guanyong, I replied. Curiosity piqued. I wondered how Ayu had learned of this. She explained in a flurry. Akun is my sworn sister and also Master Tan's mistress. While dining and drinking with her, I learned that after Wei was beaten, he went to Master Tan to complain. Master Tan was furious upon hearing this and vowed to avenge Wei, intending to eliminate me. However, given their shared apprenticeship and Master Tan's influential position, he would not act directly. Instead, he decided to send Lu Zhonghua to deal with me. In this way, he could distance himself from the matter while ensuring he had an explanation for Uncle Gong within the gang. Since it was the inspector targeting me and not him, he could spin a tale to Uncle Gong about my offense against the inspector, tarnishing my reputation. It shouldn't be this simple. Master Tan has a reputation for going to extreme lengths. I worry he has other schemes in play. Ahao cautioned. After all, that scoundrel Lu Zhonghua had just warned me that this was merely the appetizer, with a grand feast yet to come. Yet, I had grown weary of contemplating the intricacies of their machinations. I don't care whether it's Master Tan or anyone else out to get me. My priority is to secure my brother's release from the police station. This is no longer merely a matter of money. No amount of cash will suffice. Lu Zhonghua seeks to annihilate me. If necessary, I will approach Uncle Gong for assistance. I declared, expressing his intent to seek out Uncle Owen. Little did we know, before I could even reach Uncle Owen, calamity struck on my end, and the severity of the situation surpassed all our expectations. The following day, as we prepared to head to Wan Chai to find Uncle Owen, I had just exited my residence in Shek Kip Mei when several undercover officers seized me. Zhong Sherwin, we are from the Yao Mati police station. You are implicated in a murder case at the pier of the refugee shelter. We must take you back for questioning. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, several individuals seized me and transported me to the Yao Mati police station. Meanwhile, Ahao and I had yet to reach Wan Chai to find Ah Gong, but they too were apprehended. And even Ayu fell into the clutches of Lu Zhonghua's men, ending up at the police station. At that moment, everyone was interrogated separately. I was taken alone to an interrogation room where Lu Zhonghua sat arrogantly. A few uniformed officers approached, handcuffed me, and then unleashed a barrage of blows with their batons. You little rascal, you killed Hua Zirong, and now you're acting so brazenly. Today, falling into my hands, it marks your end. Lu Zhonghua proclaimed triumphantly. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? I shouted in defiance. Lu Zhonghua responded with a kick, sneering, Still putting up a fight, even when death is imminent? This is your final hour. He then began to interrogate me, inquiring about my whereabouts on the day of Hua Zirong's demise. I replied that I was singing and drinking at a nightclub. Without hesitation, Lu Zhonghua ordered someone to bring in a witness. To my dismay, the individual brought in was the owner of the boat Kanji stall, who had witnessed the entire gruesome act of us slaughtering Hua Zirong that night. The stall owner spoke in a feeble voice, clearly having suffered severe internal injuries. It was evident that the police had subjected him to various forms of coercion. With the witness here, what else do you have to say? Lu Zhonghua smiled wickedly. A witness alone is insufficient. You cannot convict me without physical evidence. I maintain my innocence. I did not commit the act. I asserted with unwavering conviction. At that moment, if I were to falter, Ahao and I would all face dire consequences. Even those who worked alongside me, such as Ah Hua and Chun Yuan Mao, and even Brother Ho, would be implicated. That night, all our accomplices had been dealt with, and Hua Zirong's body had long been sunk to the ocean's depths, reduced to shark bait over the days. I refused to believe they possessed the capability to retrieve it. I had no choice but to endure and gamble on this, regardless of their methods to break me. I must hold out until my uncle and the others came to my rescue. Still clinging to false hope, are we? Come. Let him experience the 3 treasures of Yao Ma Ti, Lu Zhonghua declared, instructing his subordinates to proceed. That night, I endured the full brunt of those 3 treasures. The first technique involved suspending my hands behind my back while placing a large block of ice beneath my bare feet, leaving me hanging and my wrists bleeding, while my feet danced in the chilling torment. The second technique, after hours of torment, turned me into a human typewriter, with several dictionaries placed upon my chest. As they took turns striking with a hammer, I gritted my teeth, relying solely on sheer willpower to withstand the agony. As the night wore on, the most brutal method was unleashed. They brought forth a synthetic absorbent cloth, wrapping me tightly like a dumpling, before dousing me with several buckets of cold water. The cloth absorbed the water, constricting around me, making it nearly impossible to breathe, as if my very insides were being crushed. The entire night was a harrowing ordeal of unimaginable torment, causing me to faint multiple times. Meanwhile, Ah Ho, Ah Yi, and Ah Yuet were also subjected to separate interrogations. Simultaneously, the sole objective remained to unveil all the events of that fateful night and establish my culpability in the murder of Hua Zirong. On that day, AE's father leveraged connections to secure the release of AE from the authorities, who then seized the opportunity to aid me in fostering relationships. A house situation was akin to mine, subjected to relentless torment. Meanwhile, AU was under the watchful eyes of 2 female officers, who incessantly questioned her about whether she dined with Hua Zirong that night, demanding a recount of the evening's occurrences. Should AU's testimony align with that of the kanji shop owner, my guilt would be unequivocally substantiated. Yet, AU remained resolutely silent, much to the displeasure of the officers, who subsequently stripped her of her jacket and directed powerful fans towards her. They denied her the solace of sleep, shining blinding lights into her eyes, subjecting her to a barrage of fatigue. Chapter 30. The mysterious figure in such an oppressive environment. AU endured days of relentless interrogation by the 2 female officers, despite biting her lip and her eyes reflecting profound exhaustion. She could only weakly utter 3 words, "I do not know." Observing that AU, this pivotal witness, was of no use, Lu Zhonghua decided to intervene personally. "AU, I have been quite considerate towards you. Do not persist in this charade. I acknowledge that those 2 fellows are formidable, but I am confident in my ability to handle you," Lu Zhonghua said with a sinister grin. "However, my patience is waning. You would do well to reveal the truth. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a male inmate's cell. Such a beautiful woman as yourself. Do you comprehend the consequences of being confined there?" Lu Zhonghua chuckled. AU regarded Lu Zhonghua with a silent gaze, her eyes filled with sorrow, causing a flicker of trepidation within him. Moments later, blood began to seep from the corner of AU's mouth. "Stop her," Lu Zhonghua exclaimed, startled, and hastily instructed the 2 female officers to intervene. Grasping AU's chin, he observed a small portion of her tongue had been bitten. "AU, why do you defend that scoundrel so fiercely?" Lu Zhonghua was taken aback, unable to fathom AU's fiery spirit, resorting to biting her own tongue. If a fatal incident were to occur within the confines of the police station, the repercussions would be dire. AU, in pain, remained voiceless, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Lu Zhonghua, exuding strength without submission. So you choose to be obstinate, do you? Bring forth the punishment," Lu Zhonghua bellowed, instructing the 2 female officers to keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she endured the torment but did not perish. "Treat her just as you would those despicable fellows," Lu Zhonghua seethed. Just as the officers prepared to escalate their methods of coercion, a thunderous noise erupted from the iron gate. Boom, boom. The sound was deafening, akin to a forceful kick against the heavy door. Lu Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback, cursing. Who the hell is that? He had never anticipated someone would possess the audacity to assault the police station's formidable doors with such vigor. The door swung open, revealing 2 figures clad in black. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhonghua's face drained of color. "You, what are you doing here?" he stammered. The 2 remained silent, merely gesturing towards you. Two female officers hurriedly released Ah Yuet's handcuffs and assisted the weakened girl to her feet. They then beckoned Lu Zhonghua with a flick of their fingers, as if summoning a dog. Terrified, Lu Zhonghua quickly tidied his clothes and hastily ran outside the police station, ensuring that the two female officers carefully supported Ah Yuet as they emerged. Outside the police station in Yamati, a black vintage car was parked. Inside sat a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, appearing to be in his 40s, smoking a cigar. Upon seeing the man in the vintage car, Lu Zhonghua nearly fell to his knees before it. The two men clad in black glanced at Lu Zhonghua, then at Ah Yuet. "Do you know who she is?" one of the men in black inquired. Lu Zhonghua shook his head. The two men whispered something in his ear. Instantly, Lu Zhonghua dropped to his knees before the vintage car, with the two female officers following suit. "I don't know. I truly don't know. I'm sorry," Lu Zhonghua pleaded in terror. "Do you understand your mistake?" the men in black asked. Lu Zhonghua raised his hand and struck his own face vigorously. Slap, slap. The sound of his self-inflicted blows echoed, leaving his face swollen and red, while the two female officers, aghast, also began to slap their own faces in fright. Throughout this ordeal, the man in the vintage car remained silent, leisurely grooming his fingernails, and remarked slowly, "You, just days after I promoted you to detective, handle cases like this against my people?" "No, Chief, I genuinely didn't know. I apologize," Lu Zhonghua cried, clinging to the car door. "Forgive me, Ah Yuet. Oh no, miss. I was blind. I truly had no idea. Please spare me," Lu Zhonghua pleaded, transforming from a man into a whimpering lapdog on the ground. Ah Yuet did not even glance at him, delivering a hard kick instead. Lu Zhonghua, like a chastened dog, scuttled aside. "If you dare to utter a single word about today's events, I will ensure your corpse decorates the streets by tomorrow," the man in the car warned Lu Zhonghua. Yes, I won't say a thing. Not a word," Lu Zhonghua stammered in fear. "Get lost." The man's sharp command sent Lu Zhonghua scurrying back into the police station, trembling. The man in the car then honked twice, signaling Ah Yuet to get in. "Aren't you coming with me?" he inquired. Ah Yuet ignored him, turning to leave. The man promptly exited the vehicle and blocked her path. "What on earth are you thinking? I spent a fortune sending you to study in Australia, and you return midway to become a dancer? Being a dancer is one thing, but mingling with these ruffians, have you lost your mind?" He chastised Ah Yuet. "Fortunately, I found you. Otherwise, have you considered the consequences?" "I haven't thought about it. Nor do I wish to dwell on it. I was unhappy in Australia, so I came back," Ah Yuet retorted disdainfully, her demeanor towards the middle-aged man frigid, devoid of any gratitude. The middle-aged man did not express anger, but instead sighed. "After all these years, have you still not forgiven me? Do you realize how perilous it is for you to sneak back? Do you know how chaotic Hong Kong is? When Hua Zirong troubled you, why did you not seek me out? Instead, you chose to associate with ruffians, leading to such a significant debacle?" He scolded vehemently. "Seek you? When my mother and I were homeless, we sought you, and you told us to get lost." Ah Yuet replied coolly. As she uttered these words, the middle-aged man lit a cigar, sighed again, and a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "I owe you and your mother an apology, but I am attempting to make amends now. You must at least grant me that opportunity. You are, after all, the daughter of Lan Jiang, and that cannot be altered," he asserted. Lan Jiang, the chief inspector of Kowloon district in the late 1950s, was one of the prominent figures ruling over Hong Kong. "Come home with me. If you dislike Australia, I shall send you to England. It is too tumultuous here. I do not wish for you to wade through this murky water," Lan Jiang insisted, urging Ah Yuet to return. "I refuse. I could never go with you, not in this lifetime," Ah Yuet declared resolutely. "If you do not accompany me, I shall ensure that scoundrel inside pays dearly," Lan Jiang replied coldly. "A one that cannot be," Ah Yuet faltered. Lan Jiang gazed at her, astonished. Chapter 31. Police Station Bail. "Why do you care so much for a good-for-nothing? Have you lost your mind?" Lan Jiang exclaimed incredulously. "He saved me from Hua Zirong," Ah Yuet said, her eyes filled with trepidation. "I do not wish to hear such nonsense. Return home with me now, and I will bail him out. If you refuse, I shall ensure his demise," Lan Jiang declared as he extinguished his cigarette. After a moment of hesitation, Ah Yuet gritted her teeth and entered the vintage car. At that moment, another Mercedes-Benz brushed past their vehicle, approaching. AE arrived with a gong to bail out both me and a Hao from the Yao Mati police station. "Seventh brother, Uncle Owen is here too." "Goodness. Isn't that Lan Jiang's car? Why is he at the Yao Mati police station?" AE said, astonished as he drove. Lan Jiang was indeed a significant figure. Goodness, Inspector Lan, could it be for a Wen's sake? A.E. inquired of seventh brother and Uncle Owen. You are overthinking, you foolish boy. How could Lan Jiang come to the Yao Ma Ti police station for such a trivial matter? Let us go inside and see, seventh brother and Uncle Owen responded. At that time, I was drowsy at the Yao Ma Ti police station. As the main door swung open, the guards courteously escorted me outside. Upon exiting, I did not see Lu Zhonghua, only seventh brother and A.E. Ah Hao, who was apprehended alongside me, along with several brothers from the Grand World, had all been released. I was in awe of A.E., seventh brother, and Uncle Owen's remarkable influence. In truth, A.E. was just as perplexed. He had not even seen Lu Zhonghua, yet everyone had been released without a hitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are still missing one. Where is you? I hastily inquired, counting heads and noticing her absence. She left before you all, last night, a police officer replied. Left? Where did she go? Who bailed her out? I asked, bewildered. No comment. You may leave, the officer said, shrouded in secrecy, his lips sealed with a profound silence. This piqued my curiosity. What had transpired last night? What about Inspector Lu Zhonghua? I inquired. The inspector is on leave today. Will you leave or not? The officer's impatience was palpable. All right, we shall take our leave now. Ah One, do refrain from asking further. Let us hurry, for this is no place for lingering. A.E. hastily urged me to depart. He then produced several banknotes, discreetly placing them into the caps of a few officers before whisking me away. Fronted by A.E., seventh brother, and Uncle Owen, I moved ahead, while Ah Hao followed closely with our companions, all of us bewildered. The case involving the demise of Hua Zai-rong had sent shockwaves throughout the underworld, affecting countless factions, such a significant event, yet it seemed to conclude without further elaboration. I turned to A.E., who appeared equally puzzled. Admitting he had not arrived in time and was attempting to leverage connections, he had only just received the notification of our release. Uncle Owen interjected. Let us not dwell on such matters. It is a fortunate turn of events that we are free. First, let us celebrate and enjoy some morning tea. Outside Kowloon City, at Heji Tea House, we gathered for breakfast. Ah Hao and I bore the marks of our recent ordeal, unmistakably weary from our experience. Upon entering the tea house, we encountered several familiar faces from other factions, including the Qing Mian Zai of Shanghai. After exchanging greetings, they swiftly approached us, their familiarity evident. Qing Mian Zai, having previously fought alongside us against the Qing gang in the dance halls, initiated a conversation. Upon learning that I had just exited the Yamadi police station, he remarked, Ah One, you've been set up. Your elimination of Hua Zai-rong is known throughout the underworld. I immediately inquired about the details. Who had leaked this information? Who else but our own? It was the faction's foremost informant, Master Tan. Qing Mian Zai chuckled, devouring a bowl of prawn noodles while munching on a char siu bun. Master Tan, my brow furrowed in realization. It dawned on me that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by Master Tan. Not only had he spread rumors throughout the underworld claiming that we were responsible for Hua Zai-rong's demise, but he had also conspired with Lu Zhonghua to have me detained at the Yamadi police station, nearly leading to my undoing. The earlier incident with Yi Tang at the Great World had also been a ploy hatched by Master Tan, designed to incite trouble for me and provide Lu Zhonghua with an opportunity to intervene. This scoundrel not only colluded with the authorities to ensnare me, but also disseminated falsehoods among various factions, implicating me in the death of Hua Zai-rong. Though Hua Zai-rong was no more, his influence in the Temple Street remained intact, particularly among those who had previously collaborated with him in the flower business. Our elimination of Hua Zai-rong had incited their ire. Qing Mian Zai cautioned me, be wary, Siwen Zai, Lao Lian, Jing Yi, and even the chicken uncle from Temple Street are all searching for you, especially Lao Lian. The Lianing Society is an established faction. The goods that Hua Zai-rong had blackmailed from Hao Gu were sold to Lao Lian's people. With Hua Zai-rong's downfall, there remains a substantial quantity of unsold goods, and Lao Lian has suffered significant losses. Rumors are circulating in the underworld that he seeks revenge against you. Everything is the result of Master Tan stirring the pot in the underworld. Damn, is it so quick? Within just a few days, the entire Hong Kong and Kowloon are buzzing with rumors that we were responsible for the demise of Hua Zai-rong. I exclaimed, throwing down his chopsticks in frustration. Of course, he is one of the 18 tigers. With the collective voice of 18 societies, news travels swiftly. The green-faced one remarked. Master Tan has joined a long-established clandestine organization in the Underworld, known as the 18 Tigers of Kowloon, formed by representatives from 18 different societies to create a coalition of mutual support in times of trouble. When he speaks, the entire Underworld is informed. Now, it seems we are more at risk outside than we are within. Uncle Owen, as you can see, Master Tan is cornering us relentlessly. We are all of the same sect, yet he is pushing us to the brink. I declared angrily. Indeed, Uncle Owen, we have made significant contributions to the society, shedding blood at Lyuman, advancing to Shek Kip Mei, and fighting our way through Central, yet he continues to create obstacles, wanting to drive us to our doom. Uncle Owen, you must stand up for us. Ahau added. Uncle Owen, with a serious expression, set down his chopsticks and addressed Brother Seven. Master Tan's actions are somewhat excessive. We should not turn against our own. Brother Aki, this afternoon, go find Master Tan and demand he cease his actions immediately. Otherwise, the elders of the 8 inner halls will not show him any mercy. Uncle Owen instructed, indicating that he would certainly advocate for them. Planning to meet with the incense master Chen Qinghua, Marshal Chen Zhongying, and Minister Qi Wei-wen of the 8 inner halls that afternoon. The interests of the society surpass all else. When one's own turns against their own, it jeopardizes the greater world and harms the society's interests. Such acts of personal vendetta contravene the 36 oaths of the Hung Men. All right, Uncle Owen, I shall seek out Master Tan this afternoon. Brother Seven promptly responded. Chapter 32. Do you wish for revenge? By the way, while you're at it, check with Dajing and find out who secretly intervened to secure our release. Such immense kindness must be repaid, Uncle Owen said. He expressed uncertainty about who facilitated their smooth exit, but emphasized the importance of remembering this favor. Brother Seven readily agreed, and after finishing breakfast, we parted ways. Brother Seven patted my shoulder and said, Shirwang, I know you feel aggrieved. To be honest, I also have my grievances with Master Tan. However, there is little we can do. He is a small-minded man who has gained power and wealth. We must bide our time, and once we regain our strength, we will strike back. Brother Seven advised me. I understand, Brother Seven. By the way, Uncle Owen asked you to negotiate with Master Tan. He won't refuse you, will he? I inquired. Not at all. He is merely a poor scholar, with less seniority than I. When he first arrived at 10 West Road, he had to call me boss. He may have gained some favor within the society due to his knowledge, but respect must be maintained. Brother Seven chuckled, reassuring me not to worry. All right, Brother Seven. Please take care. I replied. Brother Seven and I paused at the bridge on Hollywood Road, where he lit a cigarette. Shirwang, work diligently. I, Aki, blame myself for not striving harder. I joined the society in Guangzhou and followed General Gu to Hong Kong, but I regret my gambling habits that led to my downfall. I have lost too many opportunities. Otherwise, how could I still be merely an old Shijio? At the very least, I should be a venerable elder of the knee-baiting. So why would I need to concern myself with the whims of Master Tan, that paper fan-wielding figure? Brother Qi felt a surge of indignation, yet he encouraged me to avoid his misguided path. Despite being an old Shijio himself, he assured me that as long as those I nurtured were formidable, I would still bring honor to the society. I replied, Brother Qi, rest assured, whether you find yourself in decline or in glory, you will forever be my esteemed elder brother. I will never forget that when I held the lifeless body of Xiao Feng, tears streaming down my cheeks in despair. It was the society that bestowed upon me a sense of justice. It was you, in the Guandi Temple, who handed me a gleaming machete, urging me to seek retribution. Who taught me the ways of the jianghu. When I unmasked myself while confronting Huang Yuanbin, you appeared to admonish me, but in truth, you were shielding me, fearing that I might expose myself and face vengeance in the future. Brother Qi nodded, finally saying, Shirwang, it's good that you can think this way. By the way, do you have $3,000 on you? I rummaged through my pockets, recalling that I had set aside $1,000 for bailing out a brother. Brother Qi, this is all I have. It's insufficient for my visit to Shixiwai this afternoon to seek advances from Uncle Feng at the gambling den, I hurriedly replied. Oh, that's unnecessary. I owe Master Tan a bit of money. I'll negotiate with him this afternoon and settle my debts. It's fine, I'll find a way. Brother Qi said, taking the money and parting ways with me. I turned back toward the great world, only to find the entrance sealed with a sticker. The owner, frazzled, informed me that the establishment had been shut down. Lu Zhonghua had come early in the morning to affix the seal, and now, business was at a standstill. This was a significant loss, and I felt a surge of anger, wishing to dismember Lu Zhonghua, but I was at a loss for a plan. I could only dismiss the owner and wait a couple of days to devise a strategy. I instructed Ayong and the others to return to the gambling den in Shixiwai while I strolled along the streets of Shengwan, smoking to ease my frustration. Just then, several figures suddenly emerged, one of whom delivered a kick squarely to my chest. As I prepared to retaliate, a cold gun barrel pressed against my forehead. To my shock, it was Lu Zhonghua. Two plainclothes officers and a uniformed cop restrained me. "Damn it, you little brat. Dare you come back?" Lu Zhonghua lunged at me, pummeling me with fists and kicks. "Let go, if you have the guts. Face me one-on-one." I cursed. "To hell with you." Lu Zhonghua retaliated with a gun but to my head, causing blood to flow. "You got lucky yesterday, but don't think you can aim for the stars. With a you backing you, you have no one to protect you." Lu Zhonghua taunted. "What are you talking about?" I was utterly bewildered. Lu Zhonghua didn't he grant me the luxury of a response. He and his men unleashed their fury upon me. "You wait, in a few days. You'll vanish from Hong Kong forever, just like Hua Zhairong." Lu Zhonghua spat with rage. He sinisterly informed me. "You think you can count on the Society's elders to come to your aid? This time, it's futile. Someone wants you dead, and you shall not escape this time. Isn't it just Master Tan? If he dares, let him come." I retorted defiantly. Lu Zhonghua erupted into laughter, spitting disdainfully as he grasped my collar. "Kid, do you still not realize whom you've angered?" At that moment, I genuinely had no idea. It was only later that I discovered it was Lan Jiang who had set Lu Zhonghua on a course to eliminate me, all because of a you. In the coming days, indulge in whatever you desire, for your days of peace are numbered. Lu Zhonghua left me with a menacing remark as he departed. With my head bloodied and throbbing, I clutched my skull tightly, gritting my teeth. Regardless of who wished for my demise, I was resolute in my intention to first dispose of that scoundrel Lu Zhonghua. I found myself seated in a secluded alley in Shengwan, having ventured to a nearby clinic to procure some gauze to wrap my head. With a cigarette dangling from my lips, a surge of anger welled up within me. At that moment, an individual approached, offering me a cigarette and igniting it with a DuPont lighter. I glanced at this stranger, who wore glasses and was of average build. I had never seen him before. "Who are you?" I inquired. I was now on high alert regarding anyone who appeared in my vicinity, sensing that I had landed in deep trouble. The underworld and law enforcement alike seemed intent on causing me distress. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. My name is Yin Tong, and I am an officer from the Yao Mati police station, assigned to the Kowloon Walled City area," he responded. Upon hearing that he was a police officer, my anger flared anew. I harbored a deep-seated disdain for the authorities. "I don't know you," I retorted, preparing to toss my cigarette butt and leave. "Wait, you've been dealt with by Lu Zhonghua like this. Don't you want revenge?" Yintong asked, conversing with me in Teochew. The prospect of vengeance, combined with the fact that he was also from Chaos Han, momentarily eased my wariness. Revenge? Naturally, I desire it. But he is a superintendent. How could I possibly retaliate? I queried. Yin Tong chuckled, leading me into a quiet convenience store in Shengwan. "Would you be interested in striking a deal with me?" he proposed. "Once accomplished, I will ensure that you navigate Shengwan with ease, facilitate the reopening of the great world, and allow you to avenge yourself against Lu Zhonghua." That sounds rather simple. I thought he was speaking nonsense. He was merely an undercover officer, while Lu Zhonghua was a superintendent. What grounds did he have for such claims? Yin Tong remained unfazed, smiling as he confided that he too held Lu Zhonghua in contempt. Chapter 33. The beating of Lu Zhonghua. The Kowloon police station was undergoing personnel adjustments, preparing to promote one of the undercover officers to the position of superintendent. At the time, there were only two candidates, Lu Zhonghua and himself. Lu Zhonghua, that scoundrel, had bribed two prostitutes from nearby brothels to conspire in shielding illicit activities, not only costing himself the promotion, but also nearly leading to his expulsion from the force. Lu Zhonghua ascended to the role of superintendent at the Yao Mati police station, which left him deeply dissatisfied. He felt it was imperative to restore justice. He asserted that if I aided him in bringing Lu Zhonghua down, he would devise a way to assume the role of superintendent at Yao Mati. And when that day arrived, he would fully support me. "Why should I trust you? Your internal conflicts are of no concern to me," I scoffed, harboring a long-standing aversion to the police and disdain for any collaboration with them. Who could say whether this was yet another trap designed to ensnare me? After all,
that scoundrel Lu Zhonghua had just arrogantly proclaimed his intention to annihilate me. As fellow natives of Chaozhou, We must lend each other support.
It was Bo Hao who sent me to seek you out. My new position as an inspector will be beneficial for both you and Brother Hao, Yin Tong declared. Brother Hao. I was momentarily taken aback. He had the audacity to mention Brother Hao. You are assisting Bo Hao, yet have fallen into such dire straits. Bo Hao would not remain oblivious to your plight, for we have shared many years of camaraderie, Yin Tong continued. As Chaozhou people, it is our duty to aid one another, he reiterated. Just as he finished speaking, Brother Hao entered the convenience store, flanked by a group of underlings. On, you've been under Lu Zhonghua's scrutiny lately, haven't you? No need to worry. I will take care of him, Brother Hao assured. Yin Tong will enlighten you on the specifics. He added. Yin Tong leaned closer to my ear and whispered a few words. I have considered approaching many individuals, yet none possess the courage. I have observed you for quite some time, and you alone have the mettle, Yin Tong confided. After hearing his plan, I readily agreed without hesitation. According to the scheme devised with Brother Hao, proceed with confidence. There is nothing to fear. Yin Tong, sensing my potential reservations, urged me to act decisively. At that moment, a thought struck me. Yin, who was it that ensured our safety alongside of you that night? I inquired, having been perplexed by this matter. That is something you need not concern yourself with. It may be difficult for you to see her again, Yin Tong cryptically replied, leaving me bewildered. Difficult to see you? What could that possibly mean? However, both Brother Hao and Yin Tong remained silent, as if they shared an unspoken understanding that was not meant for me, merely patting my shoulder and urging me to handle the situation with Lu Zhonghua. Stepping out of the convenience store, I hastily returned to Shixiaowai, seeking out my subordinates A Yong, De Jinyo, and Hua Pao. When go, are we heading out to do something? A Yong inquired. The recent closures of the Grand World had left them restless and anxious in Shixiaowai. Upon hearing the prospect of action, they eagerly rolled up their sleeves. I refrained from divulging the specifics of our task, simply instructing them to follow me. Upon returning to Shengwan, on Hollywood Road, Lu Zhonghua arrived with 2 agents at the territory of Heitang. Inspector Lu, good morning. A worker from a gambling establishment greeted, slipping a stack of money into Lu Zhonghua's pocket. Business is booming, Black Dog. Congratulations on your prosperity. Lu Zhonghua graciously acknowledged as he strided confidently to another corner where a brothel awaited. The workers there greeted him as if he were royalty, presenting him with yet another pile of cash. Inspector, this month's earnings, they said. Lu Zhonghua smiled and nodded. Tell your associates at Heitang that I have expelled that little rascal Zhong Shiwen from Shengwan in a few days. I will facilitate his reopening at the Grand World, with your Heitang members overseeing it henceforth. Thank you, Inspector Lu. The worker exclaimed with enthusiasm. Throughout the entirety of Hollywood Road in Shengwan, countless stalls bowed in submission to Lu Zhonghua, eager to pay their tribute. Such was the nature of that era. Each inspector's monthly salary barely exceeded a few $100s, yet the illicit income from their jurisdiction often surpassed that by several multiples. Lu Zhonghua, having collected rent from an entire street with his subordinates, proceeded to meet Fei Jiu, the head of Heitang. Fei Jiu, I am short of 2 cases for next month. Could you find a few associates to assist me? Lu Zhonghua inquired. Certainly, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. Fei Jiu readily agreed. In that era, detectives were under pressure to deliver results, with monthly quotas for a specified number of criminal cases. Failure to meet these expectations often led detectives to strike deals with unsavory characters to pin the blame on a few lackeys. This not only showcased their performance to appease their superiors, but also highlighted their capabilities for potential promotion. Lu Zhonghua promised that the Grand World would reopen in a few days, granting Heitang the rights to oversee it. Such trivial matters were not something Fei Jiu could refuse. Having settled all affairs, Lu Zhonghua prepared to return to the Yao Mati police station. As he was about to get into his vehicle at a corner alley, a group led by me approached and smashed the car windows to smithereens with a flurry of clubs. Lu Zhonghua and his men were startled, still trying to comprehend the situation when we yanked open the car door and dragged them out. How delightful it is to hit me, I sent it. I exclaimed as I landed a punch squarely on Lu Zhonghua's face, while a few other detectives were similarly pummeled by my companions. Lu Zhonghua, shielding his head, recognized me and cursed, "You little rascal, do you have the audacity to challenge me?" In that time, which black sheep dared to assault a detective, not to mention a detective. Even an ordinary uniformed officer would be treated with utmost respect. After enduring a few blows, Lu Zhonghua quickly stepped back, preparing to draw his firearm from his waist. At that moment, De Jinyo charged forward, colliding with Lu Zhonghua and sending his gun flying from his grasp, rolling across the ground. When Lu Zhonghua regained his footing, I placed my foot firmly upon his firearm. Before he could react, I snatched it up and pressed it against his forehead. The detectives, unarmed, stood frozen in shock at this turn of events. Lu Zhonghua, aghast, shouted, "You little brat, how dare you steal my gun? Are you seeking death? To hell with you," I retorted, striking him on the head with the butt of the gun, causing blood to pour from his scalp as he crouched down, clutching his head. "You thought it was amusing to mess with me, didn't you? Let me show you what it feels like." I kicked him fiercely, making him cry out in the corner. "Dare to strike me? I'll make you regret it." I delivered a powerful kick to his face, channeling my pent-up fury into a torrent of blows that left Lu Zhonghua bruised and bloodied. The remaining detectives were subjected to a relentless beating from my companions, brought to their knees in a line. Chapter 34. No mercy, please. Don't go too far. Lu Zhonghua pleaded, hands shielding his head. I pressed the gun against his temple, my finger resting ominously on the trigger. "Damn it, my life is worthless. Today could very well be the end for you. I de-trade your life for my gang-s existence, and that's a fair exchange," I bellowed, feigning the intent to pull the trigger. At this moment, Lu Zhonghua was gripped by fear, hastily raising his hands in surrender. "Please, don't shoot. This is all the doing of Master Tan. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Zhonghua trembled uncontrollably. "What's this? You're begging me? Today, I'll deal with you first, then confront Master Tan. Is his power as the 9 dragons and 18 tigers truly formidable?" I struck Lu Zhonghua's head fiercely with the butt of my gun. Lu Zhonghua utterly capitulated, desperately pleading to return the bail money from that night and demanding the reopening of his territory in a few days. "Damn it, you think you can toy with me? Believing I'm easy to bully? Since I have the capability to move from Shek Kip Mei to Shengwan, I've never feared anyone," I cursed, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Zhonghua's face. "Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll borrow this toy of yours for a few days." I toyed with Lu Zhonghua's gun. Afterward, I tucked the handgun into my waistband, kicked several officers harshly, and turned to leave. At that moment, Lu Zhonghua clung to my leg, desperately imploring me to return his gun, knowing full well what losing a firearm meant for a detective. It was far worse than death. "Xuanzai, I beg you, return my gun. I was wrong before. I deserve this. If I see you on the streets of Shengwan in the future, I'll run away at once." Lu Zhonghua cried out. "Get lost." I kicked him aside, and my companions swiftly restrained him. "You shouldn't have provoked me," I shouted. We made Lu Zhonghua and a few others kneel in a row, while Big Jinyo searched them one by one. Throughout the morning, the several $1,000s Lu Zhonghua had collected from various stalls was swiftly confiscated into our pockets. "Xuanzai, I'll give you the money. Just return my gun." Lu Zhonghua pleaded desperately. "Return it? When I was at the police station, did you let me go when I begged?" I retorted, ordering several subordinates to bind Lu Zhonghua and a few officers with rope, and then kick them into a filthy puddle, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Having beaten Lu Zhonghua, I felt a surge of satisfaction as I returned to Shek Kip Mei, reveling in the triumph. My companions and I cheerfully discussed every detail of the earlier confrontation and counted the money we had seized from him. Most importantly, that sleek, glossy, .38 revolver belonged to Lu Zhonghua, his lifeblood. Now, his fate lay firmly in my grasp. He wouldn't dare seek revenge, and if he came to me, he would have to kneel. This was precisely the first step in the plan devised by me, Brother Hao, and Yin Tong. Upon returning to Shek Kip Mei, I kept the gun close at all times and sent word to Brother Hao and Yin Tong that I had accomplished my task. Meanwhile, Brother Chi had gone to Mong Kok to negotiate with Master Tan. Master Tan had repeatedly targeted us, and our society's elders were well aware of it. Indeed, this time he had gone too far by exposing our dealings in the flower trade. As a fellow member, he was nothing short of a traitor. Master Tan resided in a luxurious tenement on Western Market Street in Mong Kok, and Brother Chi approached him directly, requesting that Master Tan cease his harassment of us. Master Tan, accompanied by his subordinates Liang Xiong, Monk, and his nephew Wei, approached Brother Chi without so much as a glance. "Ah Chi, are you here on behalf of Uncle Gong, or merely to protect your own?" Master Tan inquired. "Naturally, I represent the society in our discussions. Your current status makes it unnecessary to quarrel with a few insignificant members of the gang, does it not?" Brother Chi replied. "I understand that eliminating these few rascals is as simple as crushing ants, yet their audacity knows no bounds. They even dared to assault my nephew. As for Ah Hao and Ah Yi, I shall let them off this time, but there will be no negotiations regarding Zhong Sherwen, Master Tin asserted emphatically. Wei, seated nearby, sipped his tea, swirling the liquid in his cup, amused by the exchange. Brother Chi, feeling slighted, addressed Master Tan. Ah Tan, we have known each other since our days in Guangzhou, and upon coming to Hong Kong, Ah Wen is under my command, one of my most promising subordinates. I ask you to extend me a favor. The elders have all indicated that the society requires fresh blood for growth, and Ah Wen and his companions are the best candidates. Your actions are stifling the rise of the younger generation, and if you continue this way, the society will inevitably become a relic of the past. Brother Chi was well aware of Master Tan's intentions. He sought to control the society, arranging for his own favored disciples to ascend in rank, ultimately aiming to have a cadre of loyal aides. Yet, just as Master Tan was orchestrating his plans, a few brash youngsters emerged, disregarding his authority and disrupting his meticulously laid strategies. You speak of youth? There are plenty of young members in the society. Is Wei not young enough? And what of Xiong and Monk? Are they not also youthful? Master Tan retorted. Ah Tan, are you implying that you will not afford me any respect? Brother Chi's temper began to flare. And if I choose not to show you respect? You, a notorious gambler, have yet to repay me the sum you owe, and I have refrained from demanding it. Yet you dare to negotiate terms with me? Master Tan rebuked. Brother Chi, known for his gambling, had borrowed heavily from Master Tan, and despite the passage of time, he had not settled his debts. Naturally, Master Tan was indignant at the prospect of Brother Chi discussing conditions. Ah Tan, you are well aware of the $5,000 you borrowed from me. I have repaid you over $10,000 in total, principal and interest combined. What more do you desire? Brother Chi retorted, incensed. At that time, Master Tan was known in Mong Kok as the usurer Tan, charging exorbitant interest rates that left many destitute. His victims were invariably left with nothing, while he prospered immensely. Even among fellow brothers like Brother Chi, he showed no mercy. Fei Tian Chi, your words are unpalatable. The loan was documented in black and white. Master Tan produced Brother Chi's ledger. I am in the business of lending, not charity. Even between brothers, I maintain clear accounts. Out of respect for our shared lineage. You still owe me 3,000. Once that is settled, we will be even. As for Zhong Sherwen, do not entertain the notion of protecting him. Master Tan slammed his hand on the table in anger. Brother Chi, infuriated, stood and smashed his cup. Instantly, Master Tan's entourage, including Wei, Liang Xiong, Monk, and a dozen other subordinates, closed in around them. Chapter 35, Celebration Wine. Ah Tan, you are truly ruthless. I am only bringing $1,000 today, from now on. This debt will remain unpaid. When we meet again in the future, may we each accept our fates. Seventh brother, in a fit of anger, hurled the $1,000 onto the table and stormed away. Hey, come back. Both son-in-law Wei and Liang Xiong prepared to block seventh brother's path. However, Master Tan intervened, urging, let him go. Master Tan, are we just going to let that scoundrel, Flying Sky 7, walk away like this? Son-in-law Wei retorted, dissatisfied. Indeed, boss, that wretched gambler, an old hand at losing, with scarcely any followers, dares to negotiate with you? I shall chase him down and show him a thing or two. Liang Xiong asserted. No need. His days of ease are numbered, Master Tan replied coldly. He implied that if he wished to eliminate him, it was unnecessary to sully his hands and bear the blame of mutual destruction among peers. He had already devised a plan. Since Flying Sky 7 refused to repay the remaining sum, he would simply wait for the day of his demise to offer it to him in the afterlife. With the negotiations between seventh brother and Master Tan having collapsed, the news swiftly spread to Shek Kip Mei. The brothers at the gambling den, including Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and even Uncle Feng, were indignant. Not only the brothers of 10 West Number, but also those from the Yichun Alliance, who collaborated on gambling ventures, vociferously condemned Master Tan as a disgrace. His actions were a betrayal of the Hongman's 36 oaths, colluding with the authorities, and betraying his own kind. I had anticipated this outcome, yet I paid it little mind, for I knew well the character of Master Tan. The most pressing matter was that I was entertaining another associate, Lu Zhonghua, and I was thoroughly enjoying the game. Ever since I had given him a thorough beating and seized his firearm, he had been left in a state of utter disarray. He dared not make a fuss about it, nor could he let the foreign police inspector know. Instead, discreetly seeking out the underworld uncles to plead for the return of his gun, as long as I returned it to him. He promised that the business would resume immediately. From then on, he would not only refrain from causing me trouble in Shengwan, but would also relinquish several gambling establishments to me. I dismissed the uncles who came to plead for him, fully aware that if I returned the gun, that scoundrel would not hesitate to turn on me. I informed all those who came to intercede that I would not return the firearm, and they should not come again. That gun was my ace in the hole. Anyone who attempted to persuade me was putting my life at risk. This incident also brought me considerable notoriety. In those times, I was the first to dare confront Inspector Chung Sai-man, and to actually seize a weapon. Countless fellow Underworld members raised their thumbs in admiration, declaring that I was indeed exceptional. While dining and drinking with the brothers of Ichun at the gambling den in Shek Kip Mei, they continuously toasted to my audacity. A few days later, the Oilseed police station was set to conduct a weapons inspection. In the 1960s, police officers, armed detectives, and inspectors had to undergo a routine weapons check every year. They would document the serial numbers of the firearms, their condition, and the details of every bullet fired. Naturally, Lu Zhonghua was in a state of panic after losing his gun. On the day of the inspection, Lu Zhonghua made a grand display, falsely claiming that he had left his weapon behind in the countryside of Yuanlong, utilizing all means at his disposal. Lu Zhonghua managed to deceive his foreign superior for several days, temporarily staving off the impending crisis. The foreign police chief, seething with anger upon learning that Lu had lost his firearm, ordered him to locate it within 3 days. Failure to do so would result in his dismissal from the police force and potential imprisonment. Lu Zhonghua was terrified, trembling like a leaf in the wind. He understood all too well the dire consequences he would face if stripped of his position and thrust into the clutches of the underworld. No amount of money could persuade the foreign officers to assist him in this grave matter. While it is true that every foreigner is driven by greed and lust, losing a firearm is a serious offense. Should his weapon fall into the wrong hands, the foreign police chief would be the first to face the repercussions. In a frenzy, Lu Zhonghua raced to Shek Kip Mei, desperately pleading for the return of his gun. Each time he arrived, he resembled a destitute dog, offering gold chains, banknotes, or an assortment of fine cigars and cigarettes. The brothers from the Ichun gang would chuckle and inform me, "Ah, that little lapdog is back again." Begging for his gun, I would step out with a few companions, and Lu Zhonghua would resemble a beseeching puppy at the entrance. "Ah, please stop toying with me. I've suffered enough at your hands. Just give me back my gun," he implored. "I have no gun, but I do have 2 eggs. Would you like them instead?" I teased, patting my trousers, causing my companions to double over in laughter. "Ah, please don't play with me anymore. I realize my mistakes. From now on, in Shengwan, I will grant you whatever you desire. I will wholeheartedly support you. Isn't that enough?" Lu Zhonghua trembled in fear. I refrained from returning his gun and deliberately frightened him further, claiming that I possessed it and intended to use it to rob a jewelry store. Implicating him in the ensuing chaos, Lu Zhonghua nearly collapsed to the ground in terror, while I, along with my companions, turned my back on him and returned to the gambling den. Later, I entrusted the firearm to Yin Tong. The loss of the gun had brought disgrace upon the entire police department, infuriating the foreign chief. As the deadline passed without the weapon's recovery, Lu Zhonghua faced not only dismissal, but also the prospect of incarceration. I had handed the gun to Yin Tong, while the Yao Mati police dispatched officers to locate the missing firearm. In the meantime, Yin Tong discreetly approached the foreign chief and returned the gun. Upon discovering the retrieval, the foreign chief breathed a sigh of relief, praising Yin Tong's competence with hearty applause on the shoulder. As for Lu Zhonghua, he had lost face within the police force. In a state of panic, he scurried about, attempting to leverage connections, eventually securing an audience with the then chief detective of Hong Kong Island, Lei Luo. Ultimately, Lu managed to retain his position but was demoted from detective to a regular officer, reassigned to patrol the water reservoir at Sha Tao Kok. Meanwhile, Yin Tong ascended to take Lu's place at the Yao Mati police station. "Come, let us toast." Within a restaurant in Shek Kip Mei, I raised my glass alongside Hao Gu and Yin Tong, the 3 of us celebrating together. This time, Lu Zhonghua was successfully eliminated, allowing Yin Tong to ascend to power. Yin Tong proclaimed that he would wholeheartedly support me in the Yao Mati area, while Hao Gu expressed that we, being from Chaozhou, should strive together. "Sai-man, you helped me eliminate Hua Zai Rong and assisted director Yin in his rise. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Tiger of Shengwan," he declared. "Sai-man, the great world will open tomorrow, and I shall ensure that you have the green light in Shengwan. However, other factions will be for you to confront. I want Shengwan to be completely cleansed, Yintong said to me. I pounded my chest in assurance, indicating there would be no issues. Chapter 36. A Yu's origins. I understood Director Yan's intentions. At that time in Shengwan, aside from my 10 West gang, there was also the He Hall, a local faction entrenched there. These rascals would not escape my wrath, having colluded with Lu Zhonghua and the lawyer Tan to disrupt my affairs. I had previously lacked the opportunity to deal with them, but upon my return to Shengwan, I would ensure their demise. The great world soon reopened, with ladies, waitstaff, and managers gradually resuming their duties, restoring the once vibrant atmosphere of revelry and excess. On the day of the grand opening, I invited Director Yintong, and how good to show their support. Numerous high-ranking members of the 10 West gang, including Uncle Chi, Uncle Uan, and even Yi Zhong, were present. Dear uncles, enjoy yourselves. Today as festivities are on me. I, along with a E and a How, stood at the entrance to welcome everyone. Say man, do well. The future of the gang belongs to the youth. Strive to expand your influence from Shengwan to Yao Ma Ti, and I have faith in your capabilities. Uncle Uan said, grasping my hand earnestly. I nodded vigorously, lifting my glass to toast with the esteemed elders. As the revelry unfolded, I became slightly inebriated. Yet amidst the jubilant atmosphere, I felt an inexplicable void. A careful glance around revealed the absence of a Yu. For reasons unknown, this whimsical girl, who often annoyed me, was conspicuously missing, leaving me with an unsettling emptiness. Particularly, when a Hao and A informed me that a Yu had endured torment from 2 female officers sent by Lu Zhonghua at the police station for several days. Resolutely refusing to divulge even a word about our act of eliminating Hua Zirong, my heart trembled. After her release, she had vanished without a trace. Upon learning this, I felt a pang of concern. Although a Yu was merely a dance hall girl, she possessed remarkable courage and loyalty. How could she remain silent about me? Reflecting on my previous indifference towards her, I felt a twinge of guilt. Where could a Yu have gone? Surely, she has no reason to stay away, I mused, furrowing my brow. After all, a Yu was the star attraction, the leading dancer. How could the establishment function without her? Moreover, with the situation involving Lu Zhonghua resolved, and with Director Yin being one of our own, a Yu had every reason to return. A Hao and Ae exchanged glances, their expressions hinting at unspoken thoughts. Yet they remained silent. Hey, you two, are you hiding something from me? I inquired. Brother Wen, there's nothing to hide. What could possibly concern us? As for a Yu, if you no longer want her, she will naturally seek companionship elsewhere, a Hao chuckled. Alas, you are playing tricks on me. You and Ai must be in cahoots, am I correct? I approached and clasped a Hao around the neck. The 3 of us pledged brotherhood at the Quan Tai Temple in Saigon. I was the elder brother, Ahao the second, and Ai the third. Having faced life and death together, we had developed an unspoken understanding over time. Sometimes, a mere exchange of glances was sufficient to comprehend each other's thoughts and intentions. You do not regard me as a brother, do you? Keeping secrets from me? I pressed on with my inquiry. Ahao stammered, his throat constricted by my arm, which had trained under Chung Ji's guidance in Hungar, as he begged for mercy. At that moment, Ai could no longer contain himself and said, Come on, just tell Wengu, so he can put his mind at ease. I promptly released Ahao, who clutched his neck and exclaimed, Ouch. Wengu, your training has been effective. You nearly choked the life out of me. With the elders absent, I shall confide in you, Ahao said. Yu is the daughter of the renowned Inspector Lan Jiang. What? I gasped, nearly spitting out the wine in my mouth. Lan Jiang? He was the chief inspector of Kowloon, a formidable figure in both the underworld and the law, famed alongside the notorious Lei Laohu. Yu is his daughter? I could hardly believe it. Someone of Lan Jiang's stature would never allow his daughter to become a dancer in such a world. She is a love child. Ai interjected, having gleaned her background through his father's connections. Yu is the illegitimate daughter of Lan Jiang. Her mother was the most celebrated dancer in Mongkok during the 60s, who later became involved with Lan Jiang when he had just joined the police force. Merely an ordinary uniformed officer. They had Yu while unmarried. And then? I inquired eagerly. After that, it remains uncertain. Once Lan Jiang rose to prominence, he took a new lover, abandoning Yu's mother, who tragically succumbed to poison, choosing to end her life in despair, leaving Yu all alone, Ai recounted. Ah Hao shook his head in resignation and patted my shoulder. Ah, every tragic love story bears a mundane conclusion. A figure like Inspector Lan Jiang, with multiple wives and mistresses, is quite typical. Yet, Ah Yu remains a pitiable soul. Nonetheless, under the current circumstances, even if Ah Yu is an illegitimate child, Lan Jiang treats her reasonably well. However, 1. You are in a dire situation. Previously, she pursued you, but now you are like a toad yearning for a swan, unattainable. Ah Hao chuckled. After all, the daughter of Inspector Lan Jiang, even as an illegitimate child, would never associate with someone of my ilk in the underworld. However, at that moment, I thought little of such matters. All I needed was to know that Ah Yu was safe, and my heart was at ease. So that is it. As long as she is unharmed, I shall not worry. I exhaled a long sigh of relief. I had feared for Ah Yu's safety. But now at least I knew that no one in Kowloon dared to lay a finger on her, which brought me comfort. I began to understand why the police at the Yao Ma Ti station released her so swiftly. It was Inspector Lan Jiang who ensured her protection. I also grasped why that day, when I mentioned Ah Yu, Brother Hao and Inspector Yin advised me to refrain from further inquiries. It seemed I would have little opportunity to see her again. Ah Hao, you ought to pretend you are unaware. The elders have forbidden any mention of this. Ah Hao quickly replied. Ah, it matters not. As long as Ah Yu is unharmed, I shall feign ignorance, I remarked hastily. Strangely, despite the calm demeanor I presented, a tinge of melancholy lingered within me. At that moment, A.E., this rascal, delivered a piercing remark. When go, are you aware that you had a tumultuous relationship with Lan Jiang? That day, for your sake, she obediently returned with Inspector Lan, he stated. On that day, upon learning of Yu's association with a ruffian like me, Lan Jiang initially intended to eliminate me. It was Yu, with tears in her eyes, who bowed her head and agreed to return with Inspector Lan, which ultimately spared my life. My brothers, too, set aside the matter of Hua, as I do to Yu's words. Yu's remark struck my heart like a bullet, prompting me to light a cigarette. I then seized A.E. by the collar. You scoundrel, why would you disclose such things to me? Ah, could it be that you are feeling emotional, when go? Ha ha. A.E. laughed heartily. Chapter 37. I am Zhong Kuei, oh dear. With a Yu gone, there are still a Mei, a Fong, and a Fun. There are beauties aplenty. Ah Hao chuckled, summoning several lovely ladies and thrusting them into my embrace. That night, I drank to excess, reveling with the beautiful women in a whirlwind of chaotic delight. From that night onwards, I devoted all my thoughts to the gang. Later, I returned to the Guanyong cemetery to visit Xiaofeng. Standing before her cold gravestone, I proclaimed, Xiaofeng, the Shawenzai of the tea restaurant is no more. From this day forth, let the outside world call me Zhong Kuei. Thus, from that day forward, I acquired my new identity. No longer was I referred to as Shawenzai, but Zhong Kuei. My disciples would tell others that I was the one known as Zhong Kuei of the 10 West Street. In my daily life, I continued to train vigorously in Tsim Sha Sui, relentlessly hitting the sandbags, practicing my stances, and honing my fists and feet. I was acutely aware that I differed from Ah Hao and A.E. A.E. had a father with a background in the National Army who had transitioned into business, while Ah Hao's family possessed considerable wealth and connections through his father, a lawyer. In contrast, I had nothing to my name. Emerging from the impoverished Tiu Konglong, I possessed only courage in my fists. I resolved to fight with my very life to honor the name Zhong Kuei. There would be no more Zhong Shawenzai. Only Zhong Kuei would remain. After I had slain Huang Yuanbin, I vowed that as long as I survived, I would not hesitate to kill those who obstructed me and vanquish any Buddha who dared to stand in my way. Simultaneously, with the support of Yin Tong and Sheng Wan, my business at the Great World flourished. The gambling business in Shek Kip Mei was thriving as well. The rival faction based in Sheng Wan, aligned with the Yitong, began to stir with hostility. Originally, the Yitong was supported by Lu Zhonghua, but I had toppled Lu, which had fostered their resentment. Coupled with the control of the Great World Dance Hall, they were now restless, having seen me step into Central, preparing to act against me. The Yitong, being a local Hong Kong gang with long-standing roots, held a deep-seated animosity towards our external Chaozhou gang, as well as those from Dongguan and the 5 counties. At that time, our group, the 10 West, was composed of individuals from various regions, including Guangzhou, Chaozhou, and the inland areas. These local societies harbored a deep-seated animosity towards us. Within a couple of days, Fat Jiu, the manager of He Tang, sent a letter inviting me to negotiate at the Lock 2 restaurant on Nathan Road. Simultaneously, Yin Tong had instructed me that Ah Yuet and I were managing the gambling establishment in Shek Kip Mei quite well, and Ah Yuet had connections in the casino world. He advised us to reclaim several gambling dens owned by He Tang near Temple Street. This banquet was a trap, with both sides harboring ulterior motives. The outcome of this confrontation was almost predetermined. I promptly gathered my men in preparation for the rendezvous. Ah and Ah Yuet also rallied dozens of people from Shek Kip Mei, and we additionally summoned our comrades from Sham Shui, including Ah and Chan Yuan Ma. The elders of our society, upon hearing the news, unanimously supported my endeavor to expand our territory. The gambling dens owned by He Tang in the Temple Street area were thriving, and reclaiming them would benefit our society immensely. That evening, I, along with Ah Yuet, and our subordinates, including Ah Yong and Big Cow, marched towards the Lock 2 restaurant in grand fashion. Ah Yuet and Chan Yuan Ma entered, while the rest of our crew lay in ambush in the narrow alleys nearby, armed and ready for confrontation. Upon our arrival at the restaurant, Fat Gio and a group from He Tang occupied nearly a dozen tables, glaring at us with fierce intensity as we walked in. "Wow, Uncle Gio, what a grand affair. You've set so many tables for us brothers," I exclaimed, surveying the room with a smile. Come, Zhong Kuei. You've been quite popular lately. Of course, we at He Tang must maintain our prestige. Fat Gio responded with a warm invitation for me to take a seat. Given such a lavish display, I felt no hesitation in ordering a bowl of shark fin for each of us to start. I waved my hand grandly, instructing for bowls of abalone and shark fin to be brought forth. Fat Gio chuckled as he watched me. "Zhong Kuei, let me be frank with you. Regarding your previous dealings with Inspector Liu, we shall not interfere anymore. That chapter is closed." "Indeed, it is closed," I replied, savoring the shark fin. "He is currently stationed at Sha Tao Kok, and unless you plan to go fishing there someday, you may never see our Inspector Liu again." Ah and Ah Yuet chimed in, mocking their allies' downfall. At that moment, Fat Gio's expression soured, and the dozen or so members of He Tang began to stir restlessly. I scanned the room and noticed the glint of knife handles protruding from beneath their tables. "Oh, so they're attempting to conceal their weapons beneath the tables, are they?" I smiled subtly. "However, Zhong Kuei, it seems there is still an outstanding debt between you and He Tang that needs settling," Fat Gio remarked. "What debt?" I replied. "I owe many debts in this world and have a poor memory. Please enlighten me." "Uncle Gio," I said, "previously, your subordinate, Hu Shuyong, injured several of our brothers at the Great World. This debt must be addressed," Fat Gio insisted. "Previously, when members of He Tang caused trouble at the Great World, Ah Yong and his men decisively dealt with them. It was precisely because of this incident that Ah Yong and my companions were all apprehended by Liu Zhonghua at the Oil Hemp police station." "Oh, I am well aware of this matter." I clicked my tongue in contemplation. "It is quite straightforward. Zhong Kuei, you represent the 10 West faction, and we shall collaborate with the He Hall to seek our fortunes in Shengwan. We are all distant relatives, yet it is better to be good neighbors. We ought to coexist peacefully and share prosperity. Any debts must be settled clearly to avoid future discord," Fat Gio stated. "Indeed, Uncle Gio. How do you propose we settle this account?" I inquired. "Shuenzai, when it comes to money, it can lead to discord. In the future, the rights to the Grand World must be divided equally. One share for your 10 West faction and one for us at He Hall. Both parties should work together, just as you do in Shek Kip Mei with Kun. How does that sound?" Fat Gio replied. That old rascal, as I suspected, aimed to seize the rights to the Grand World from my mouth, hoping to profit from me. How navi! I spat out the shark fin soup in my mouth, exclaiming, "What a wretched dish. It tastes like foot bath water." I stood up, and Ah and Ah Yuet rose alongside me. "Zhong Kuei, what does this mean? Do you refuse to settle this account?" Fat Gio's expression darkened. "Uncle Gio, as a senior, I offer you a way out tonight. You mentioned that your He Hall members were assaulted. My brothers, including myself, were also captured by Liu Zhonghua and endured a few days of discomfort at the Oil Hemp police station. Let us call it even," I declared. "If you insist on claiming the rights to the Grand World, then fine. You must relinquish your gambling stall on Temple Street. For we have far more experience in gambling at Shek Kip Mei, where we thrive." Chapter 38. Sweeping He Hall's turf. Fat Gio's expression immediately soured. Slamming his hand on the table, he bellowed, "You insolent youth, you truly lack respect. You shall not leave this establishment tonight. At that moment, everyone from Hee Hall stood up, drawing their knives in unison from beneath the table. How dare you, Fat Gio? You think you can set a banquet of death for me? I, Jianghu, have brought my brothers here today, and I fear you not. I retorted, rising to overturn the table. With a command from Fat Gio, his men brandished their machetes and charged towards us. They numbered around 70 to 80. While we had merely a dozen, they believed victory was assured. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the door to the private room was kicked open with a resounding crash. Countless officers in military uniforms, wielding riot shields and batons, surged into the room, with a dozen detectives brandishing firearms following closely behind. Hands on your heads. Lower your weapons. Do not move. Detective Yin led the charge, and a multitude of police officers flooded into the establishment. Fat Gio and his men were left utterly stunned, frozen in place, as no one had anticipated such an intervention. Meanwhile, Ah Yuet, and our group sat confidently to the side, watching them with amused expressions. Detective Yin, what does this mean? Fat Gio stammered in disbelief. What does it mean? I am here to inform you that you are all under arrest for illegal assembly and conspiring to cause bodily harm. You will all come with me. Detective Yin replied coldly. Fat Gio stood frozen in place, bewildered, as countless subordinates brandished their machetes, retreating in fear behind him. Detective Yin, are you playing with me? Fat Gio thundered. What if I am? I shall take you along as well. Consider it a courtesy. Bring me a hood, Yin Tong replied, instructing someone to fetch a hood for Fat Gio to wear. What is this? Are you ashamed to show your face? Fat Gio retorted angrily, tearing off the hood. He turned to glare at me. You little brat. Have you conspired with the police to set me up? Hey, don't make wild accusations. We are law-abiding citizens, arriving unarmed. You brought all these men with knives to threaten us. Detective Yin is merely doing his job. I replied with a feigned innocence. Fat Gio, a seasoned figure in the underworld, quickly recognized that Lu Zhonghua's influence had waned. And now the entire area from Yao Ma Ti to Sheng Wan was under Yin Tong's control. He had no choice but to concede. Fine, you little rascal. We shall see about this. Fat Gio huffed, as I watched a throng of men being ushered into police vans bound for the Yao Ma Ti police station. Yin Tong and I stood atop a building, lighting a cigarette. The next 2 hours are yours. I will take these men for interrogation. You have until midnight to resolve everything, Yin Tong said to me. Rest assured, Detective Yin, 2 hours will suffice. I replied, subsequently instructing AE and how to mobilize our brothers. Yin Tong, accompanied by his men, led the gang leaders from Hee Tang away as a fleet of police cars departed Nathan Road. In that fleeting moment of their departure, a multitude of figures emerged from the dark alleys, quiet corners, and shadows surrounding the vicinity of Nathan Road's restaurants. Each person bore fierce expressions, brandishing weapons, converging towards me like a tidal wave. It was now 9:30 in the evening, and before the stroke of midnight. If we failed to eliminate all Hee Tang establishments in Shengwan, I, Jianghu, would personally dismantle my own 10 West numbers plaque. Charge, attack them. I bellowed. Ahua, Chen Yuan Mao, the towering Daji Nyo, a Yong, and others shouted in unison as they set off toward Shengwan. That night, the entire Shengwan was engulfed in a deluge of blood and chaos. I divided our forces into 3 groups, centering around the Man Mo Temple in Shengwan. Ahao, AE, and I each led our men to Morrow Street, Yongla Street, and Gaoxing Street, commencing a thorough sweep of Hee Tang's turf. On Morrow Street, within the Xinghua building, the gambling den of Hee Tang was bustling with activity. The door was kicked open, and I, along with a Yong, Daji Nyo Ahua, and a host of others, charged in, wielding machetes and clubs, ready to demolish the gambling equipment and tables. Countless patrons screamed in terror as Ahua and a Yong began to strike anyone in their path, sending the gamblers fleeing in disarray. The gambling den was utterly wrecked in an instant. Who are you? What faction do you belong to? Several security guards from the casino emerged, demanding an explanation. 10 West number, Jianghu, I stated coolly, causing their faces to drain of color. I flicked away my cigarette butt and, with my comrades, drew our blades. A flurry of flashing steel accompanied by anguished cries as several of the casino's thugs had their limbs severed, collapsing into pools of blood. Under the cover of night. After midnight, the streets from here to Hollywood Road would belong solely to me. Should I lay my eyes upon even a single soul from the Yitong, I would not hesitate to cleave my way through from one end of the street to the other. I bellowed. In an instant, The towering figure of Big Cow seized two hapless sentinels from the ground, rendering them as lifeless as fish, and hurled them from the second floor of the building. They crashed into a fruit stall on the first floor, landing heavily and leaving them half dead. Concurrently, Ah Hao and Ah Yi were sweeping through the Yitong stalls on Yongle Street with the fury of a tempest, with the main forces of Yitong incapacitated in the restaurant. The remaining guards at the stalls were nothing more than worthless remnants, quickly overwhelmed by our forces from Shek Kip Mei and Sheng Wan, scattering in terror. Particularly, the group from Shek Kip Mei thrived in the chaos, relentlessly pursuing and assaulting the Yitong members. Upon entering, a thunderous declaration rang out. "I am a man of jianghu." This was soon followed by a tempest of violence, especially from Ah Yong and his companions, who had previously suffered at the hands of Yitong and Lu Zhonghua. Upon encountering the Yitong lackeys, their eyes burned with vengeance. The Yitong was swiftly engulfed by our onslaught, leaving dozens injured and forcing them to raise the white flag in retreat from Sheng Wan. In a mere 2 hours, we had obliterated 6 stalls of Yitong in the area. The Western gambling den lay in shambles, and 2 sizable brothels, in collaboration with Yitong, were completely seized by us. When we stormed in, the brothel manager initially mistook us for police officers conducting a raid, smilingly offering up cash. Little did he know that when the glinting blade was pressed against his throat, he trembled in fear, realizing we were from the 10 West gang. Submitting, he crouched down, hands on his head. Countless young ladies inside knelt in a line, their faces pale with fear, nearly brought to tears, not wishing to lose their lives amidst the brutalities of the underworld. The absurdity continued with Ah Hua, who kicked open the doors of the brothel's rooms, causing several patrons to collapse in fright, begging for mercy. "Today, consider yourself fortunate. No payment is required. Return tomorrow when we take over." Ah Hua dismissed the patrons with a wave. Chapter 39. A rising storm. Observing the row of young ladies kneeling on the floor, each one looking pitiable and weeping, wrapped in bed linens, while the guards lay battered and bruised, begging for mercy. The entire brothel was a scene of utter misery. Ah Hua, with a steel pipe in hand, began to strike the kneeling brothel guards from head to toe, sending shockwaves through their hands, before passing the baton to Ah Yong, who continued the assault from the front to the back. The Yitong lackeys clutched their heads, blood oozing from their fingers, their cries of despair echoing through the chaos. Upon learning that the big boss and the main forces had been apprehended at the Yao Ma Ti police station for a cup of coffee, the lackeys, stripped of their support, could only resign themselves to fate, lamenting and pleading for mercy. "Brother Zhong Kue, everything's in order now, and it's only 11:30. Ah Hua remarked with a grin. In comparison to the original plan, we managed to advance our schedule by half an hour, far more effortlessly than I had anticipated. "Well done," I remarked, lighting a cigarette as the crowd parted in 2 rows, allowing me to pass through. I approached the row of kneeling men and women, each one clutching their heads, too frightened to meet my gaze. "Ladies, stand up first," I commanded, gesturing for the courtesans to rise. They clasped their heads with both hands, casting timid glances at me, too terrified to obey. "Damn it, I said stand up. Didn't you hear me?" Ah Hua struck the railing with a steel pipe, the loud clang startling the group of courtesans into standing. "You come here to endure the hardships of the flesh. I shall not make it difficult for you. From today onwards, this is my domain, and you shall earn your keep here. I do not care which faction you previously belonged to or who managed you. From now on, all of you will work under me," I declared, pointing at them. The group of frightened women nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a word of dissent. "What about the men, brother?" Ah Hua inquired. "The women will remain to continue their business. What shall we do with the men?" "Take them to Shek Kip Mei." "I have my purposes," I replied. "No way, brother. What do you need those men for?" Ah Hua questioned, puzzled. Ah Yi approached and tapped his forehead. "You are brave, but lack wisdom. The men will remain to offer a tribute to Inspector Yin." At that time, Inspector Yin had just taken office in Yao Ma Ti and naturally required results, as Lu Zhonghua had left behind a substantial mess, with numerous public order incidents, vice, and brawls that needed someone to take the fall. These individuals were perfect candidates to be tied up and sent to the Yao Ma Ti police station, coerced into confessions, or else face severe consequences, perhaps even tossed into the waters of Lei Yumun to feed the fish. Inspector Yin had granted us a 2-hour window of leniency tonight, and we were obliged to return a significant favor. When the foreign inspector saw so many cases resolved, he he would undoubtedly appreciate Inspector Yen and promote him accordingly. This was the custom of that era. Whenever there were unresolved cases, inspectors would procure individuals to take the blame. Typically, they were either drug addicts or desperate ruffians. Countless cases piled upon them by foreign authorities often led to the arrest of heads of gambling dens or drug operations, and these were the individuals who took the fall. If you were to traverse back to the 1960s Hong Kong courtrooms, you would witness a remarkable scene. Countless gaunt, weary-faced ruffians and addicts, their eyes barely open, confidently proclaiming themselves as the proprietors of gambling and drug dens, a sight that was hardly surprising. Those foreign inspectors only cared about the resolution rates and the money. They had little interest in meticulous investigations. Wow, I never knew it could be played like this. This is quite entertaining. Ah Yuet laughed heartily. With a clear path ahead, we achieved resounding success, sweeping through the territory of the Hall in Central. Prior to this, we had strategized, with everything being orchestrated by Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet in collaboration with Inspector Yen, feigning a banquet at a restaurant to capture the main forces of Fat Geo. The remaining brothers launched a thunderous assault on the establishments, ultimately taking over the territory and providing a grand gesture to Inspector Yen. With my courage and my brother's cunning, how could we not emerge victorious in every battle? In a single night, the entirety of Shengwan, including Moro Street, Wing Lok Street, and Koxing Street, became unified in appearance. Following their invitation to the Yao Mat T police station for a chat, Fei Jiao and his associates, after a few days of unrest, realized the tide had turned against them and retreated in disgrace to their strongholds into Kowloon and Yitong. The territory they had painstakingly cultivated over the years in Shengwan was swiftly claimed by us, the 10 West Alliance. At the midnight food stalls near the Man Mo Temple, we celebrated with an array of tables joined together, toasting and savoring our victory with drinks alongside my brothers. From this point forward, Shengwan would be our banner, our launching pad to Kowloon City, where we would conquer Yao Tsimong. As I popped open a bottle of beer, I clinked my glass with those around me. The following day, standing on the streets of Shek Kip Mei, I donned a dazzling floral shirt, fitted jeans, and brown leather shoes, accessorized with sunglasses and a gold chain as thick as a candlestick. Both Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet were equally stylish, cruising down the streets in a luxury Mercedes while puffing on their Winston cigarettes. This recent battle had solidified the 10 West Alliance's reputation. Shengwan was now uniformly ours. I was no longer a fledgling in the underworld, but rather a feared figure akin to Zhong Kuei. Ah Yuet had also carved a niche for himself, known in the circles as Hong Shui Gui, a moniker reflecting his sharp intellect. Meanwhile, Ah Yuet excelled in organizing and negotiating, earning the title Qian Mian Hao, or the man of 1,000 faces. Within our organization, we were recognized as the 3 flowers gathered at the peak of filial piety, a testament to our significant contributions that had established a vast dominion. The filial piety faction had become the heart of the society, its strength far surpassing that of other factions, leaving seasoned players like Mei Yi and loyal followers of Lu feeling overshadowed. At the gambling den in Shek Kip Mei, Ah Yuet, Ah Yuet, and I were engaged in strategic discussions. Ah Yuet, the territory in Shengwan is secured. I will manage the gambling den and the big world, while you oversee the chicken houses. Is that agreeable? I inquired. Absolutely. Ah Yuet can handle everything here, and with Uncle Feng and the others around, I can focus my efforts elsewhere, Ah Yuet replied, confident with his 30 loyal subordinates, not needing to keep them all in Shek Kip Mei. With our influence firmly established, the gambling den was as stable as a mountain, allowing us to pursue other endeavors. Agreed. Our strength is consolidated. We shall bide our time and eventually settle accounts with Master Tan, I stated. I am someone who holds grudges, having dealt with Lu Zhonghua and the Yitong faction. Only Master Tan remains. Though he currently holds a high position, I am acutely aware that the gap between us is steadily narrowing. Chapter 40. Young Master Long. We were discussing matters within the gambling den when a man approached Ah Yuet. Ah Yuet, do you have any cash on hand? I need to record a debt of 100,000, said a man with slicked back hair and a flamboyant appearance. Young Master Long, it's on its way. Ada, go to the storeroom and fetch 100,000 for young Master Long. Ah Yuet instructed without hesitation, sending Ada to retrieve the money. I was taken aback. 100,000 was the total revenue from half a month at our gambling den, and to release it all at once was a risk. What if this fellow lost or vanished? Ah Yuet, who is this guy? Is he reliable? I inquired hastily. Absolutely trustworthy. Young Master Long settles his interest daily. IE replied with a smile, indicating that this young Master Long frequently withdrew money from the gambling den, always settling both principal and interest before leaving, never defaulting. Such a prominent figure? Who is he? What if he runs away? I pressed on. Wengu, you must know who he is. He is Long Xingxuan. IE chuckled. Haha. If he were to flee, it would likely send shockwaves through all the tycoons of Causeway Bay. Ahau chimed in with laughter. I was astonished. Long Xingxuan was the youngest son of General Long Yun, known as Long Wugongzi. His father, Long Yun, was a general in the National Revolutionary Army from Yunnan who later moved to Hong Kong. His status was exceedingly high, making him a prominent figure in both the business and underworld circles, and even in the entertainment industry. However, more crucially at that time, his wife was the renowned star Lin Dai, who was adored throughout Hong Kong. Tragically, in 1963, shortly after their marriage, Lin Dai succumbed to emotional turmoil and took her own life with sleeping pills in their lavish residence, leaving behind a young son. This incident caused an uproar across the entire Hong Kong, with countless fans of Lin Dai sending threatening letters with razor blades to Long Wugongzi's residence. Naturally charming, Long Wugongzi fell into deep sorrow after his wife's death, becoming melancholic and withdrawn, vowing never to remarry in memory of his beloved. During that period, he refrained from visiting any entertainment venues. Gambling became his sole outlet to alleviate the anguish of losing his wife. Consequently, he became a regular esteemed patron at our gambling den in Shek Kip Mei. His father possessed vast connections, and having amassed generations of wealth during his military service in Yunnan, Long Wugongzi treated Hong Kong merely as his personal indulgence. He gambled without concern for winning or losing, seeking only the fleeting thrill that momentarily relieved his grief over losing his beloved wife. Let us go meet him, I suggested. Is that necessary? I waved my hand dismissively. As my nature is quite different from others, I do not relish ingratiating myself. Whether one is a business magnate or a gang leader, I prefer not to seek favors. Oh, come on, you should at least make his acquaintance. Having a wealthy acquaintance is worth more than knowing 100 rascals, I urged. IE led me to the gambling den. Brother Zhong Kue, Brother Shui Gui. Countless staff greeted IE and me. At that moment, young Master Long had just concluded a round of play and was resting in a private booth at the back, puffing on a cigar. Young Master Long, how has your luck been today? IE greeted him with a smile. Long Xingxuan waved his hand, indicating that his luck was quite good today. He had won 20,000, repaying the previous 100,000 and even providing an additional 2,000 in interest, exuding an air of affluence and elegance. Today, fortune has favored me somewhat, though I find myself rather weary. Long Xingxuan remarked, lighting a cigar. Tired. Shall I arrange for the esteemed Cantonese opera performers at the Wenhua Theater to serenade you with a few songs? IE quickly responded with a smile. At that time, the privileges afforded to young Master Long at the gaming table were unparalleled. A dedicated attendant was assigned to serve him drinks, massage his back, and even summon a troupe of performers to entertain him whenever he felt fatigued. Not tonight. I am too weary and do not wish to listen, young Master Long replied. Taking a puff of his cigar, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze drifting listlessly to the heavens. The shadows in his eyes spoke of a profound longing for his deceased wife and a deep-seated regret for his previous indulgences in the world of vice. No matter how melodious the Cantonese tunes or how substantial his winnings, they could not cleanse the gloom that resided within his soul. This is my good brother, Zhong Kue. I began to introduce me. Ah, greetings. I have heard of you. You have been quite the sensation lately, young Master Long said, looking at me and extending his hand for a shake. I offered a brief introduction of myself and assured young Master Long that he was among friends, as the gaming establishment belonged to the three of us brothers. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Really? Is everything possible? Young Master Long inquired with a smile. To be honest, his question left me somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, I responded courteously, indeed, Mr. Long. As long as you are at our Shixiaowai gaming establishment, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your every request. Then how about bringing my late wife back? What do you think? Long Xingxuan chuckled, producing a photograph of the enchanting Lin Dai and tenderly caressing it. Naturally, that was beyond my capabilities. I had not anticipated such a request, and he awkwardly laughed along. Mr. Long, that is indeed beyond my reach. However, like you, I harbor a grave sorrow within my heart. I too have lost someone dear, I confided to Long Xingxuan. Oh, A flicker of light sparked in Long Xingxuan's otherwise dim gaze as he regarded me with curiosity. I quickly interjected, Yes, yes. My brother shares a similar story with Mr. Long. 2 years ago, he was just a worker in a tea restaurant, and he had a childhood sweetheart there, but alas. She met a tragic fate at the hands of a villain. Yet, my brother avenged her. I recounted our infamous escapade at Liuman that had solidified our names in the underworld. I have heard of that incident, Long Xingxuan remarked, scrutinizing me. Her name was Xiaofeng. She was not my first love, and I never even had the chance to confess my feelings before she vanished from my life. I was consumed by anguish. But I believed a man must bear responsibility. I could not allow her death to be in vain. So I took justice into my own hands and dealt with the scoundrel who wronged her. Even though she may rest in peace, I can hold my head high, I stated, lighting a cigarette. Long Xingxuan listened intently, absorbed in my words. Mr. Long, you need not dwell in memories. I too am an admirer of Miss Lin. I understand that this sorrow has plagued you and filled your heart with regret. However, by choosing to remain unwed for the rest of your life in her memory, and by vowing to amend your ways, I believe Miss Lin, in the afterlife, would forgive you and feel no resentment, I expressed. Upon hearing my words, Long Xingxuan appeared momentarily melancholic, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is what you say truly sincere? Indeed it is, I affirmed with a nod. Chapter 41 Mr. Long's troubles. Thank you, Zhongkue. Long Xingxuan rose to his feet, joyfully shaking my hand, as if the knots in his heart had finally unraveled. Shuigui, let us treat Zhongkue to dinner in Mong Kok tonight. I'll make the arrangements, he declared, indicating his desire to indulge in revelry with me that very evening. All right, Mr. Long, I shall fetch the car at once. I promptly replied. Perhaps it was our shared plight, or perhaps my heartfelt words that had opened Long Xingxuan's heart. That night, he was exceedingly jovial, engaging in conversation with IE and me, and consuming copious amounts of liquor. To be honest, it was my first encounter with Long Xingxuan, and I was taken aback by how much the once-renowned scion of Hong Kong had transformed. In his heyday, he was a household name throughout Hong Kong. His exploits well known in the streets during the 1950s and 60s. He was audacious and capricious, famously driving his luxurious car through Central, disregarding red lights, and disembarking to flirt with women, accompanying a foreign lady to a roadside CAF while leaving his vehicle blocking traffic, causing a lengthy queue of honking cars behind him, all of which he ignored with disdain. At the late-night porridge stalls of the Typhoon Shelter, he would monopolize several boats for his nightly feasts, ensuring no one else could partake. This was not a matter of pride. Rather, he relished the amusement of keeping those eager patrons from enjoying their supper. He was charming and flirtatious, and upon encountering the popular actress Lin Dai, he pursued her relentlessly, spending millions to win her affection. Yet, rather than contemplating marriage and preparations for a wedding, he traveled to Japan to seek out a world-renowned reproductive surgery institution to enhance his physique. Motivated by the arduous pursuit of Lin Dai, now that he had finally brought her home, he felt compelled to reclaim his investment. Such a whimsical and headstrong young master. Who would have thought that after Lin Dai's departure, he would renounce indulgence, guarding her memory in solitude, vowing never to marry, living each day in melancholic remembrance of her. I believe he truly loved her. He was just a bit lost at that time. That evening, Long Xingxuan gifted me a lavish Parker pen and a Rolex watch, leaving me astounded. The watch alone was worth a fortune, and I hastily declined, yet he insisted with a grand gesture that I accept it. This left me feeling quite uneasy. At that moment, I interjected, When go, before you express your gratitude to young Master Long, I must say that he is in need of your assistance. Whatever troubles young Master Long faces, feel free to share with me. I shall not refuse. I replied earnestly. Long Xingxuan gazed at me and said, I've been feeling a bit weary lately. I've encountered a minor predicament, and if Mr. Zhong could lend me a hand, it would be most appreciated. IE promptly informed me that since Miss Lin Dai's passing, the entire Hong Kong had been in shock. Mr. Long found himself in the eye of the storm, besieged by a torrent of slander, with countless fans of Lin Dai loitering around his residence, persistently harassing him. On several occasions, they even obstructed his vehicle with sticks, nearly subjecting him to physical assault. Long Xingxuan remarked, on several occasions, I have endured the breaking of my head, been pelted with rotten eggs, and had my car tires dismantled, yet I harbor no grievances. Lin Dai has passed away, and as her devoted fans, they hold resentment towards me. I do not blame them. However, When I professed my transformation, they remained skeptical. The tragic demise of Dai Dai was indeed an accident. But how can I articulate this? The media and fans refuse to believe my account. They do not grant me a single opportunity. I convened a press conference. Yet they encircled the newspaper office and radio station. The moment I attempted to speak, they derided my explanations as mere cover-ups. Personally, I am indifferent. I could bear the title of a pariah, but I have a child to consider. I cannot allow him to grow up in such an environment. Long Xingxuan spoke with sincerity, tenderly referring to his deceased wife, emphasizing that the incident was genuinely unforeseen. On that fateful day, Lin Dai had engaged in a petty quarrel with young Master Long, a typical spat between spouses. Afterward, Lin Dai closed the door, while young Master Long secluded himself in the study with a book. It was a moment of mutual pique. As was customary, they would eventually reconcile. Little did they know that Lin Dai, in a fit of impulse, had ingested a handful of sleeping pills. By the time young Master Long entered the room, it was too late. He rushed her to Mary Hospital, but the situation was beyond remedy. The beauty had departed, yet young Master Long's life must continue. He pondered why he preferred the serenity of Shek Kip Mei over the bustling areas of Wanchai, Mongkok, Central, Simsha Sui, and Suanwan. It was because Shek Kip Mei was home to community ties, a brotherhood, in the Ten West society. Those individuals would not relentlessly pursue trouble with him. Upon hearing young Master Long's words, I immediately responded, "Young Master Long, I know what must be done. I will handle those who frequently harass you." "Zhong Gizi, truly? Can you assist me with this?" Young Master Long inquired, astonished. "Rest assured, young Master Long, your position makes it unwise for you to engage with these individuals. But for us, dealing with them is quite manageable," I assured him. "Thank you immensely. However, Zhong Gizi, please do not resort to extreme measures. After all, they are Dai Dai's fans. If she were to know that I had dispatched the gang to confront her admirers, it would surely displease her." Long Xingxuan implored hastily. "Do not worry, Mr. Long. Leave it to me, and I shall provide you with a response in a few days," I readily affirmed. Upon returning to Shek Kip Mei, A.E. remarked, "Brother Wen, you agreed to help Mr. Long so swiftly. This matter is quite complex. After all, they are Hong Kong citizens, not mere denizens of the underworld. How shall we persuade them? These fans are fervent and unwilling to relent on Mr. Long. We cannot resort to the same tactics as we would with the gang. Indeed, such matters are delicate. Violence is not an option, and reasoning seems futile. A band of fans, Brother One. How do you propose we navigate this?" A howl echoed the sentiment of difficulty. "Fear not. I shall propose a condition they cannot refuse," I declared, for I knew that my friendship with Long Xingxuan was steadfast. 3 days later, near Mr. Long's opulent residence in Clearwater Bay, a multitude of fervent fans, brandishing banners, assembled to demonstrate. They chanted slogans demanding that Long Xingxuan pay for his perceived transgressions, some even brandishing posters of Lin Dai, insisting he issue an apology to the departed beauty. Long Xingxuan had repeatedly reported to the police, but to little avail. The officers merely dispersed the crowd, which soon reassembled. Now, from his villa perched on the hillside, he gazed anxiously through the windows at the throngs of people below and called me in Shek Kip Mei. "Mr. Zhong, they VE returned, and my child is still at the Wanchai kindergarten. I dare not even step outside to pick them up." Mr. Long sounded desperate. "I will come right away," I replied, hanging up the antiquated phone from the betting shop, and set off towards Clearwater Bay with a group of people from Kowloon. Chapter 42. Severed Fingers at Clearwater Bay Villa. Countless fans of Lin Dai clutched posters of her exquisite beauty, chanting, "Cads must repent. Return my beloved." Some, unable to contain their indignation, hurled stones at Long Xingxuan's residence. On the second floor of the villa, Long Xingxuan was too fearful to step outside, peering cautiously through the slats of the window blinds. The crowd continued to swell, overwhelming the nearby property security, who were powerless to contain the surging mass. At that moment, A.E. and I, accompanied by over 100 individuals, descended from the tram and charged towards the villa. "Cease this at once," I bellowed. Behind me, the thunderous sound of footsteps surged forward as numerous intimidating figures from the underworld rolled up their sleeves, pushing aside the rowdy fans. "Who are you?" the unruly fans asked in astonishment. I glanced at the crowd and recited the protective chant of the Shirshi gang. "Dragons soar and phoenixes dance. Our name stirs the heavens. Shirshi gold marks our vow to safeguard peace for all of China. Who do you say I am?" In the 1960s, every gang possessed its own protective verse, and ours. The Shirshi gang was renowned throughout Hong Kong. Upon realizing we were from the Shirshi gang, the crowd froze, their fervor dissipating as their cries diminished. So what? The underworld is impressive, huh? Long Xingxuan, that scoundrel, has resorted to hiring gangsters to deal with us. If you dare to lay a finger on us, we will call the police. One of the leading troublemakers sneered. Indeed, in broad daylight, what can the Shirshi gang do? We're in Clearwater Bay, where there are officers and security forces. The crowd echoed. You harass Mr. Long incessantly, and he reports to the police daily. Does that accomplish anything? I replied with a cold smile. Just as I might act against you today, if you call the police, will the Shirshi gang spare you? I have many brothers. Each will serve 3 to 5 days, and when they return, we will settle the score. Can you afford that? Upon hearing my words, they fell silent, rendered speechless. West-eyed brat, do not prance here before me. You are but an ordinary citizen. I would not strike you without cause. But if you are part of a gang, let us see if I don't end your life today. I warned. I know your family background well. If you enjoy disrupting others' lives, I might employ your tactics against you, causing you untold distress. Trust me, my methods are not something you can easily endure. As I uttered these words, the fervent leader of the crowd fell silent, struck dumb, while those surrounding him exchanged anxious glances, weighing their options. Mr. Long is a dear friend of mine, and I am well aware that you are all admirers of Miss Lin, myself included. However, the beloved has departed, and Mr. Long is deeply mournful. He must also care for the child he shares with Miss Lin. I implore you to show me some consideration and cease your harassment of him. Indeed, Mr. Long has demonstrated his remorse through his actions. He has forsaken all romantic entanglements and vowed never to remarry. Let us not press him too harshly. I, standing beside me, was also attempting to mediate. After all, these individuals are ordinary citizens and cannot be treated as one would confront the triads or the Green Gang. At that moment, the crowd erupted in uproar, with voices accusing Mr. Long of being a scoundrel who caused the demise of the beloved and now hides away, seeking to evade responsibility. We shall not permit it. Miss Lin is not merely our idol, she is our goddess. For her sake, we must ensure that he has no peace for the rest of his life. In truth, among this throng of youths, aside from the ardent fans reminiscing about Lin Dai, there were countless leftist youth. In the tumultuous 60s, these leftist youths held extreme views and seized upon this incident to expose Mr. Long's background and ties to the Nationalist Army, aiming to incite chaos. During that era, numerous violent outbursts led by leftist youths had plagued Hong Kong's social order with unwarranted turmoil. Recognizing the complexity of the situation and the difficulty of negotiations, I exchanged a glance with Ah Yuet, who discreetly produced a sharp dagger from his coat and handed it to me. The moment I brandished the weapon, the ruffians were thrown into a panic. What are you doing? Are you threatening us? We will call the police. They stammered, their faces paling in fear. I inquired once more, are you intent on continuing to trouble Mr. Long? And what if we are? Are you trying to intimidate us with that knife? Is there still any law? They retorted, their voices rising in protest. Without further ado, I approached the desk in the property management office of the Clearwater Bay Villa, resting my hand upon it. In a swift motion, I drew the knife and severed my own left pinky finger. The crowd fell into stunned silence, including Ah Yuet and my companions, who were equally aghast. Those gathered outside Mr. Long's residence stood frozen in disbelief, trembling as they witnessed the blood gushing from my severed digit. Holding my severed finger aloft, I addressed the multitude before me. If you wish to continue troubling Mr. Long, let it be known, whoever among you can match my sacrifice and sever their own finger shall be spared my wrath. Should you fail to do so, do not blame me for my lack of civility. If I take action, I assure you, I will not merely stop at severing your fingers. The crowd, now transfixed by my bleeding finger, fell into an eerie silence, trembling in fear. Indeed, Mr. Long had requested my intervention to resolve this matter, but he instructed me to avoid harming you, as you are fans of Miss Lin, and she would surely disapprove from her heavenly abode. Therefore, I, jianghu, today honor Miss Lin in the heavens by inflicting pain upon myself in atonement for Mr. Long. If you all insist on being obstinate and continue to provoke Mr. Long, then I suggest you prepare your coffins. I, jianghu, will not rest until I exact a price from you. At this moment, the crowd was rendered speechless by my words, further petrified by the mention of jianghu, a recent formidable figure in the underworld. They trembled in fear. Apologies, Mr. Zhong. It is indeed our fault. We will no longer disturb Mr. Long. The leader, the one with the distinctive eyes, quickly apologized, signaling for his companions to gather their belongings and retreat. I expressed my gratitude to Mr. Long and Miss Lin for the face they had given me. The crowd scattered in haste. Observing this from above, Long Xingxuan felt the weight on his heart finally lift. Goodness, Wengu, have you lost your mind? Ae exclaimed, glancing at my injured finger. It's fine, nothing fell off, no need to overreact. I chuckled, casually lifting my severed finger. You truly are out of your wits. Hurry to the hospital. If you go early enough, they might reattach it. Ae urged with concern. Chapter 43. The fire at the Chicken Tower. We headed to Kowloon Hospital, where the medical technology of the 1960s was far less advanced than today's. Ae managed to find a familiar face at the hospital, and after a struggle, they stitched and reattached my pinky finger. They inserted a steel pin. Yet my finger remained stiff and unresponsive, forcing me to wear a black glove on my left hand. Fortunately, the doctor assured that due to the timely treatment, I could eventually recover, albeit with a possibility of lifelong nerve damage. I smiled and reassured him, stating that as long as I could still wield a knife, it was acceptable. The doctor turned to Ae and asked if I was indeed mad. Ae replied, close enough. During those few days in the hospital, young Master Long came to visit me with immense gratitude. Indeed, those fans had ceased to harass him. He also brought along Miss Lin's son to see me. Mr. Zhong, you've truly suffered for me. Young Master Long expressed his heartfelt appreciation. It's nothing. For a friend, I would willingly bear the consequences. I never go back on my word, I replied. After a moment of silence, Long Xingxuan inquired, Mr. Zhong, can you drive? I responded affirmatively, explaining that I had learned to drive while working at a tea restaurant, where I occasionally delivered meals. Young Master Long nodded. I was puzzled, wondering if he intended for me to be his chauffeur. Little did I know, after lingering in my hospital room for a while, he left behind a set of car keys as he departed. The next day, Ae brought a brand new Skoda sedan to the hospital to welcome me for my stay. This is a gift from Mr. Long, Wengu. Why not take it for a spin? Ae chuckled, tossing me the car keys. I caught them eagerly and, surrounded by my companions, climbed into the car. Grasping the genuine leather steering wheel, I gazed at the pristine vehicle, excitement coursing through my veins. Driving a Skoda in the 1960s was a mark of prestige that rivaled that of the elite. Having completed my obligations for Mr. Long, I returned to Shangwan, cruising joyfully with Ae, a Yong, and Big Bull, relishing the moment. I first went to a few brothels in Shangwan, where Ah Yuet was orchestrating the proceedings. This fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. The establishment was bustling with activity, a constant flow of patrons, and countless alluring women, delicately tapping guests on the shoulder before swiftly pocketing a bill into their bosoms. Ah Yuet managed the venue exceptionally well and even instituted improvements. Previously, during the time of Yi Tang, these ladies were subjected to harsh treatment, receiving neither kindness nor respect. Upon his arrival, Ah Yi's first initiative was to enhance their meals, inviting a cook from Shek Kip Mei to prepare soup and provide 3 meals a day. In Ah Yuet's words, they engaged in physically demanding work. If their strength was lacking, how could they perform? Nutrition must keep pace. The ladies were taken aback and profoundly grateful. Moreover, Ah Yuet adjusted the commission structure. Previously, each lady charged 50 for a service, with Yi Tang's associates pocketing 35, leaving a meager 15 for the women. Ah Yi restructured the commission to a 50-50 split, much to the delight of the ladies, who felt as though they had struck gold. Under Yi Tang's management, when influential figures from the underworld visited, they often coerced the ladies into performing for free. Ah Yuet declared that regardless of status, even if a nobleman arrived, payment was mandatory, otherwise, they would not be permitted to exit. During Yi Tang's reign, many clients of Indian and Pakistani descent exhibited low standards of behavior, frequently resorting to violence against the ladies or making bizarre demands. The women suffered immensely, while Yi Tang's associates turned a blind eye, threatening physical harm if the ladies resisted. Here, Ah Yuet dispatched a dozen brave and principled men to remind patrons of civilized entertainment within our establishment. Harming others was strictly forbidden. This significantly ensured the safety of the ladies and provided them with care and support. In Ah Yuet's words, they deserved a sense of belonging. If they trudged in with morose expressions, patrons might mistake it for a funeral, and who would want to return? Now, the atmosphere is delightful, with everyone smiling as if they are family. Most impressively, Ah Yuet invested heavily to invite a renowned matron from South Asia, although she has surpassed her 60s. She was once a top courtesan in Southeast Asia, particularly Thailand, 2 decades ago. Her mastery in various arts of entertainment is unparalleled, especially her unique skill of serving lychee with a tantalizing touch that leaves a lasting impression. Ah Yuet arranged for her to conduct weekly professional training sessions for the staff, elevating the quality of service to new heights. After hearing this, both Ah Yuet and I couldn't help but commend Ah Yuet with a thumbs up. I remarked that he is a genius of organization, and such words are not said lightly. Ah Yuet adeptly fosters relationships and organizes effectively. Ah Yuet possesses wealth and intellect, while I bring strength and courage. With our combined efforts, why should we not ascend to success? Since Ah Yuet took over the brothel just a few days ago, he has already become well acquainted with the local police, detectives, and even the figures of the underworld in the surrounding streets. Even the neighboring shops and their patrons have warmed to Ah Yuet, creating a harmonious atmosphere. I reminded Ah Yuet not to forget. Director Yen expects a daily offering of 500, culminating in a generous red envelope of 5,000 at the month's end. Ah Yuet reassured me, stating that all the accounts were duly recorded. We had just taken over, and by the end of the month, we would be counting money to the point of cramping our hands. Ah Yuet and I took a glance at the ledger. To put it in perspective, during the 1960s, the average salary for a white-collar worker was a modest $200 a month. At that time, we operated 3 brothels, employing over 50 women, charging $50 per visit. Assuming each woman serviced 10 clients daily, which is already a conservative estimate, this amounted to $500 per individual each day, culminating in a daily revenue of $25,000. Over the course of a month, our total income reached $750,000. After deducting half for the women's wages and accounting for labor and miscellaneous expenses of approximately $320,000 or $30,000, we were left with a surplus of $100,000 each. This was merely from the brothels. We also had several gambling establishments, and we were in the process of transferring personnel to manage them. Additionally, the expenses at the Great World were hefty. Our people occupied the parking spaces downstairs, charging $5 for valet service, which also contributed to our income. At that time, I was already contemplating acquiring property near Mong Kok. I had expressed my intention to bring my parents to live there, and I was determined to make it happen. That evening, I arrived at the Great World, where the private rooms were desolate. Alone, with a bottle of liquor and a pack of cigarettes, I sat in solitude. Outside, the world was ablaze with lights and revelry. Yet within me resided an overwhelming void. It felt as if my heart bore a gaping hole. The absence of a charming figure was disorienting. Where was I now? Ever since the incident at the Yau Ma Ti police station, she had not made an appearance. Initially, I paid it no mind, but as the days passed without her lively presence, I found myself restless and yearning. Chapter 44, Setting Off from Temple Street. I had dispatched individuals to inquire about Ah Yuet's whereabouts, with Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet assisting in the search. The owner of the Great World was eager for her return. Ah Yuet was not only the star attraction, but also an exceptionally skilled dancer with high emotional intelligence. Such a talent, missing for an extended period, left everyone lamenting her absence. I knew she was the illegitimate daughter of Lan Jiang, and I had sent people throughout Kowloon to locate her, yet regrettably, there was not a trace of Ah Yuet to be found. Eventually, Ah Yuet and the gang leader Chiga informed me that Ah Yuet had returned with Inspector Lan Jiang to protect me. He might have sent her abroad for her studies, and it seemed that in Hong Kong, I might never see her again. Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet reproached me, questioning why I had been indifferent towards Ah Yuet when she had treated me so well. They mused that had I acted upon my feelings earlier, she would have been steadfastly by my side, and I would now be the son-in-law of Lan Jiang. What does it mean to be the son-in-law of Lan Jiang? Countless police officers in Kowloon were beholden to Inspector Lan Jiang for their livelihoods. This included Inspector Yan from the Yau Ma Ti police station and Inspector Ouyang Kuan from Sham Shui Pa, who would bow and scrape upon encountering him. Even the foreigners conducting business had to negotiate with Lan Jiang. I lit a cigarette and shared my thoughts with Ah Yuet. Ah Yuet was indeed beautiful and loyal, but my reasons for not being with her were profound. I emerged into this world unshackled, desiring no attachments. The demise of Xiao Feng left me with an ache that gnawed at my very bones, and I do not wish to bear any further burdens in the treacherous realm of martial conflict. Indeed, I harbor a tinge of fear. The anguish akin to that which I felt with Xiao Feng could resurface. For the path I tread, I traverse alone, fearless and resolute. Yet if you were to accompany me, I dread the inevitable ties that would ensue. After all, I am perpetually armed. With tools of my trade concealed in the trunk of my Skoda, and even in my dwelling at Shixiawai, weapons lie hidden beneath my bed. It appears I am ill-suited for the company of a woman. AE asserts that I overthink. Who would dare to touch the daughter of Lanjiang? Being with you is not merely about my protection, but rather her safeguarding of me. Yet, what does it matter? A Yu's whereabouts are currently unknown. Ah Hao interjected with a chuckle. By the way, Wengu, there seems to be some trouble over in Temple Street, Ah Hao remarked. In the vicinity of Yao Mati's Temple Street, Hua Zirong once ruled, commanding a cadre of subordinates. These subordinates operated in what is known as the society, a term denoting establishments of vice from the 60s, where numerous courtesans were maintained. Unlike conventional businesses, these women were not bound to a specific venue. Rather, they were summoned by clients and dispatched via runners to provide their services, later fetched by the same runners. The quality of these courtesans was notably high, with many being quite young. Previously, several dancers from the Grand World were coerced by Hua Zirong into submission through manipulation, forced into selling their bodies. With Hua Zirong now deceased, these establishments face imminent closure, leaving countless courtesans adrift, seeking Ah Hao's assistance to transition to our operations in Shengwan. That sounds excellent. The more, the merrier. We are in dire need of personnel, as our clientele is already queuing up. AE responded with a smile. With Hua Zirong gone, it is only natural for us to reclaim his influence and connections in Temple Street. However, the situation is not so straightforward. Many of these young women are currently under the control of others, unable to escape from Temple Street, Ah Hao cautioned. At that time, Temple Street was rife with various factions, predominantly local gangs and their affiliates, with the most formidable being He Tuesday. A notorious figure known as Lantu, he had taken control of all the girls who served Hua Zirong during his lifetime, imprisoning them within Temple Street. If we wish to retrieve them, we must venture into Temple Street. Many of the girls had sought me out, intent on assisting us in earning money at our establishment. But now they are trapped under the control of He Tuesday Wengu. What do you propose we do? Ah Hao inquired. What is there to deliberate? Such matters require no further discussion. Summon our brothers, and let us march into Temple Street to reclaim our people. I lit a cigarette, casting my lighter onto the table with a decisive clatter. Wengu, you are once again acting rashly. Temple Street is entirely dominated by the He factions, and we would be at a disadvantage if we proceed. AE quickly cautioned, urging me to temper my impulses. At that time, there were numerous societies under the He banner in Temple Street, with the largest being He Tuesday. The former establishment's proprietor, Ji Shu, was dubbed the Emperor of Temple Street. Hua Zirong had been recognized as Ji Shu's godson, and now that we have eliminated him, this move by Lantu, he is plainly a trap, set to ensnare us in Temple Street and bring about our downfall. To rush in ourselves would be akin to courting death, would it not? Moreover, Uncle Ji has repeatedly proclaimed in the underworld his intentions to trouble us. Seeking vengeance for his foster son, Hua Zirong, Ai expressed that if it truly comes to it, we might as well let it go. After all, a slight reduction in profit is worth preserving one's life. Stepping into Temple Street, just crossing over the banyan tree, one could easily be met with a violent end, certainly not worth the risk. Yet, pride is paramount. We, the 10 West Society, shall not yield an inch wherever we go. Our men have been apprehended by the Heezy gang in Temple Street, and we cannot even dare to reclaim them. What a disgrace it would be if word got out. I declared, resolutely determined to visit Temple Street regardless of Uncle Ji or the Heezy gang's reputation. What of it? The Hee Tang is also affiliated with the Heezy gang, yet I had previously forced them out of Shengwan, sending them back to Takwawan. Let us go? Gather the men and arm ourselves. Without hesitation, I jumped into the Skoda and immediately instructed Ah Yong and Ji Nyo to summon reinforcements. Ah Hao and I, witnessing my intent to stir trouble, yet saying nothing, decided to stand together. If we were to err, let us do so as one. If we were to fight, let us do so united, rallying our forces towards Temple Street. Ah Hao and Ah Yi also summoned countless disciples from Shek Kip Mei, all meticulously chosen. Fierce and valiant warriors, bearing the flag of the 10 West Society as we set forth for Temple Street. I vividly remember the scene. That night, we departed from south of Shengwan, collectively hiring 2 double-decker trams, known then as ding-ding cars, and rode all the way to the banyan tree on Temple Street. Marching forward with great fervor, leading a formidable group, armed and fearsome, we caused pedestrians to scatter in alarm. Several uniformed police officers and plainclothes detectives quickly recognized the situation and approached us with caution, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing me. Promptly signaling for smoke and inquiring about our intentions, I reassured Inspector Yen, saying not to worry. I would simply retrieve someone from Temple Street and return promptly, with no trouble intended. Brother Zhongkue, are you jesting? Bringing so many people into Temple Street without causing a stir would be a miracle, one detective lamented. Fear not. Just treat the brothers to some tea. It will only take a moment, I replied, producing money for the detectives, and then we boldly entered Temple Street. Upon our arrival, countless workers from the character stalls, brothers from the brothels, and street vendors cast us wary glares, their eyes filled with suspicion. They quickly exchanged glances, and in an instant, a dark tide of people from the west converged towards us. Chapter 45, Life or Death Contract. What brings you 10 West Society here? One of them inquired. Noticing that their numbers were comparable to ours, I replied, I am here to find Lan Tu-hee and take away the girl associated with Hua Zai-rong. No sooner had I spoken than Lan Tu-hee emerged from the crowd. How dare you say you can just take someone away as you please? Is Temple Street your family's establishment? He shouted angrily. Before he could finish his sentence, I delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, followed by an elbow to his throat, pinning him to the ground. Who do you think you're speaking to? I am Zhongkue, and I am here to deal with you, I warned. With that, I unleashed a flurry of punches upon Lan Tu-hee, who, attempting to retaliate, found himself at my mercy, a sharp blade pressed against his throat, paralyzed with fear. As soon as those around me took action, they immediately engaged with the opposing side. The followers of Hehidu charged forward, and a fierce confrontation ensued, with shouts reverberating through the air. At that moment, from the west side of Temple Street, a tide of people surged forth, encircling us in layers. The Heezy-headed gang stationed at Temple Street emerged, Hehitu, Heshenjiai, and Helican. Hundreds of them rushed out. We had only come with 50 to 60 individuals, and we found ourselves trapped in the midst of them. I pressed a knife against the neck of the notorious Ha-to, cursing, Come on, who among you dares to move? Despite being subdued, Ha-to remained defiant, shouting, If you have the guts, kill me. Let us see if you can leave Temple Street alive. At that moment, the opposing crowd yelled for my release, threatening that if I didn't no one from the Shiksaho would leave Temple Street today. Just then, an elderly man in a long robe stepped out from the crowd, his silver hair commanding respect. Gigi, the Shiksaho has come to stir trouble. It turned out this man was the Emperor of Temple Street, the head of Heiau, known as Gigi. So you are Zhongkue, I have heard of you. Gigi remarked as he looked at me. You have killed my adopted son, Hua Zai-rong. I did not seek you out, yet you dared to come to Temple Street. You are indeed bold. I wielded the machete, striking the back of Ha-to's head a few times. And what of it? I have come to Temple Street with my men, and regardless of your title as Emperor, I will take them with me, I shouted. At that moment, Ha-to was bloodied and screaming in agony from my blows. Gigi smiled and said, It's of no consequence. If something happens to Ha-to today, none of you will leave Temple Street. His life is worth 10 of you from Shiksaho. That's even the score. He continued, Zhongkue, have you considered the consequences? I have hundreds of men here, not to mention those in Mongkok. What chance do you think you have of breaking through today? I had not contemplated such things. Since I chose this life, I acted as though I were already dead. Gigi, I have heard your name, but it holds no weight with me. Don't think you can intimidate me with your reputation. I am not swayed by such tactics. I intend to take my men away. If you disrespect me because of your age, do not blame me for retaliating, I said, my eyes ablaze. The younger members of Shiksaho were indeed filled with murderous intent. I have faith in you. Gigi chuckled. Zhongkue, you are bold. Today, I offer you a chance. Outside Temple Street, countless police officers are on watch. If we engage in battle, it will surely lead to chaos, resulting in many casualties. It would be detrimental for both sides. Thus, let us resolve this matter within a limited scope. Gigi proposed. What do you have in mind? I shall accompany you to the end. I responded. Very well, indeed you have spirit. Today, I will send a representative from Hehidu to challenge you in single combat. If you, Zhongkue, prevail, I shall allow you to leave with your men unscathed from Temple Street. If you lose, we shall all accept our fates. Do you dare to play this game with me? Gigi inquired. I accept the challenge, it matters not. This is for the best, as it spares us from a bloody battle. I am also eager to see the true prowess of your heezy-headed red sticks. I replied. Then release Ha-to. Gigi commanded. All right, Uncle G, I trust you, I exclaimed, discarding the broken head like a lifeless dog. Just as I cast it aside, the henchman of the He-He-2 surged forward, intent on ending my life, unaware that Uncle G's furious shout rang out, "Stop!" At that moment, the crowd froze, glaring at me with menacing weapons in hand. In this world, one must honor their words. We agreed on a life-or-death duel, so it shall be one-on-one. Ah Yuet, step forward. Uncle G commanded. Upon his words, the crowd parted, forming two lines. A bald man adorned with a scorpion tattoo emerged, his skin a canvas of intricate tattoos. At his waist hung a sharkskin sheath containing two sharp Nepalese kukris. This man was none other than the renowned enforcer of He-He-2, Zhuang Daoquan. He-He-2 boasted two treasures, leading the gang from Shaoqi Bay to Tsim Sha Sui, earning the title of the twin dragons of the syndicate, one being Chin Tai, nicknamed Silly Old Tai, and the other Zhuang Daoquan, Lin Bingquan. Uncle G, he is the Zhongkue of the 10 West, ISNTE? I will deal with him, Zhuang Daoquan declared, drawing his dual blades from the sheath. Uncle G settled into a nearby rattan chair, holding a birdcage in hand. Zhongkue, today I will not take advantage of your fewer numbers. I offer you a chance. Sign a life-and-death contract with Ah Yuet, and only one of you shall leave the temple street alive. If Ah Yuet loses, I will allow you and your men to depart safely from the temple street. Should you fall here, our brothers of the temple street will carry your body to the main hall of the 10 West. Do you dare to play this game? Uncle G asked, indicating that if I regretted my choice, I could still kneel and offer tea to him in apology, along with a tribute of $6,666, and then leave the temple street. A.E. and Ahau looked on with concern. When Gu, Zhuang Daoquan is formidable. Are you sure about this? I lit a cigarette, grasping the hefty machete beside me, pointing it at Zhuang Daoquan. Come. Tonight it's either you or me. Let us begin. I shouted. Very well, you have some guts. Everyone stand back. Uncle G instructed. In the heart of the temple street, hundreds of spectators cleared a space for Zhuang Daoquan and me. Countless onlookers gathered, not just those from the gang, but also merchants from the temple street, men and women of all ages, peering through windows to witness the spectacle. Zhuang Daoquan raised his dual blades, glaring at me. Kid, today I am here to collect your corpse. With that, he charged at me, blades raised high. Chapter 46, Zhuang Daoquan, to hell with you. I cursed, spitting out the cigarette butt and dragging the machete along the ground, sparking flames as I rushed towards Zhuang Daoquan. With a resounding clash, our blades met, and we both staggered back a step. The sparks flew as steel met steel, and the crowd held their breath in anticipation. Zhuang Daoquan swung his blades in a wide arc toward me, and I retreated while attempting to parry with my own weapon. For a moment, our combat was fiercely reciprocated. Zhuang Daoquan suddenly darted behind me, thrusting his blades towards my ribs. With both hands gripping the broad-bladed machete, I swung it round with force, striking back at him. A resounding clang echoed as the dual-knife master stumbled from my overwhelming power, his grip faltering, nearly dropping one of his blades to the ground. Seizing the moment of his unsteadiness, I rushed forward. Be careful, wench, I shouted. At that instant, the dual-knife master bowed his head, then sprang up suddenly, raising his blade to strike. I caught only a fleeting glimpse of white light before me. Immediately, I heard the sound of fabric tearing, my clothes slashed open, and a chilling sensation swept through my abdomen, swiftly followed by the sharp pain of a wound. I glanced down to find a gash on my belly, blood oozing forth. I had been nicked. Fortunately, I had reacted quickly. Had I been a moment slower, I might have suffered far worse. The crowd erupted in cheers and jeers at the scene. The dual-knife master, brimming with arrogance, glared at me, his demeanor haughty. He then charged towards me. Feeling the warmth of my own blood, I licked my tongue across my lips, and in that instant, my eyes became bloodshot with fury. I lunged forward, machete in hand. Damn it! I engaged in a fierce clash with the dual-knife master. He swung his blades vigorously. As I stepped back, I seized the opportunity when he leaned forward, and with all my might, I brought my machete crashing down upon his head. He staggered back, a cry escaping his lips as blood trickled from his forehead. I followed up with another strike, this time targeting his leg, causing him to wince in pain and drop to one knee. Just as I prepared to deliver a decisive blow to his head, he gritted his teeth, swinging his dual knives, scoring cuts on my arm and left shoulder. With a mighty roar, he lunged at my chest with one of his blades. I raised my machete to block, and we collided, tumbling to the ground. The crowd rallied behind both of us, cheering and urging us on, as our weapons clattered aside. We rolled around, grappling, with the spectators retreating in our wake. The dual-knife master, while grappling with me, reached for another knife and aimed a vicious stab at me. I swiftly turned my head, narrowly avoiding that lethal thrust, which instead embedded itself in the ground, sending sparks flying. My machete lay 5 or 6 steps away, and in a moment of desperation, I extended my fingers to jab at his eyes. Ah! He yelped in pain, clutching his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, I kicked him aside. The dual-knife master, blinded and flailing with his knife, nearly struck the onlookers. The crowd, startled, hastily retreated, creating a chaotic scene. Amidst this turmoil, I, quick-witted, kicked the machete toward me as the crowd pulled back. I rolled to the ground, grasping the knife, while the dual-knife master continued to thrash about blindly, shouting in confusion. I seized the moment to deliver a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Gripping the machete tightly, I aimed a decisive strike at his neck. As he fell, witnessing my menacing approach with the raised blade, his face contorted in terror. Allah! The dual-blade Kowloon, seized by terror, shouted loudly, his legs flailing in panic as he almost closed his eyes, awaiting death. With a swift motion, I raised my broad-bladed machete, halting it at Kowloon's neck. The razor-sharp edge pressing against the bulging veins, already drawing traces of blood. Kowloon, paralyzed by fear, dared not breathe, his legs quivering uncontrollably, nearly losing control of himself. The onlookers were left in shock, and Uncle G, astonished, set down his smoking pipe and birdcage, gazing at me in disbelief. "Please, don't kill me, please," Kowloon exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. "Uncle G, do your words still hold weight?" I shouted, the blade resting against Kowloon's throat, refraining from striking, offering Uncle G a way out. At that moment, Uncle G, seasoned in the ways of the underworld, understood my intention. Kowloon had lost, but if I were to slay him, it would be a breach of decorum. Thus, I awaited Uncle G's response. "Let him go," Uncle G finally stated. The crowd around the temple street gasped in astonishment. Quickly parting to create a passage, I sheathed my machete, removing the torn fabric from my body to staunch the bleeding at my abdomen. "Thank you, Uncle G. I return this lifeless fish to you," I said, grasping Kowloon by the collar and pushing him back towards Uncle G. Seeing the tide turn against him, the battered head of the gang, with no choice left, agreed reluctantly and led the girls who had previously been under Hua Zirong's control out of the temple street. "Jianghu, since I've spoken, I shall not go back on my word. I spare you today, but only for today. Do not return to the temple street in the future," Uncle G advised me. "Thank you, Uncle G. One day is sufficient for me. In the future, I shall come to the temple street merely for shopping and leisure, not to stir trouble," I replied. "Indeed, Jianghu, you possess great potential. However, before you exit the temple street today, I must offer you this counsel. Young man, do not be overly ostentatious," Uncle G urged. "In this world, one does not adhere to the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. How can one expand their territory without making a mark?" "Thank you, Uncle G. I shall take my leave now," I responded nonchalantly. I had heard such advice countless times and was weary of it. I, Jianghu, thrived on my own terms. Let us go, let us go? What are you lingering for? Don't you wish to return?" At that moment, Ah Yuet and Ah Hao clapped their hands eagerly. Surrounded by numerous brothers, we led over 20 young women from the temple street in a triumphant procession, striding with an air of confidence. The multitude from the temple street glared at us with hostility, yet without Uncle G's command. They could only watch helplessly as we passed through. In this manner, we exited the temple street, brimming with confidence and success. Chapter 47. Practicing fist. As I walked along the road, dabbing at the bloodstains on my abdomen with a tissue, my torn shirt draped over my shoulder, I reflected on the day's events. Thanks to Ah Yuet's quick thinking amidst the chaos, who kicked the knife to me, it had been possible to confront Kowloon. Otherwise, it would have been a formidable challenge to defeat him. That encounter revealed him to be a formidable adversary, ready to fight to the end. At this moment in Temple Street, the crowd gazed as we departed with composure, drawing closer to Uncle G. "Uncle G, are you truly allowing them to leave? Strike while they are still within Yao Mati," urged the henchman of Hee Tuesday Silence. "Resorting to underhanded tactics in the face of superior skill will tarnish our reputation in the underworld," Uncle G retorted. "This lad named Jianghu is destined for greatness. Alas." His rising prominence has stirred too many enemies, and his days of fortune are numbered. Sooner or later, he shall meet a grim fate in the streets. The following day in Temple Street, the ladies brought in yesterday, under the guidance of Ah Hao, entered our establishment in a steady stream. Ah Hao summoned the matron to assist them in changing their attire, registering for work, and spread the word outside that new talents had arrived, inviting all patrons to indulge. Ah Hao organized all the women into 5 groups, selecting those with commendable performance, appearance, and emotional intelligence to lead each group, managing them in batches. Ah Yi selected 7 or 8 of the most alluring and graceful ladies to accompany me in the car back to Shek Kip Mei. I inquired about the purpose of bringing these ladies to the gambling den. Ah Yi replied, to serve as waitstaff, enhancing our image. From that moment on, the gambling den in Shek Kip Mei became filled with numerous ladies, adorned in vibrant attire, distributing cigarettes and serving tea to guests. Clad in revealing garments, they showcased their alluring figures, adding a touch of springtime allure to our establishment. Some affluent patrons even found themselves enamored by these ladies. Ah Yi began to playfully entice these wealthy clients, clarifying that these ladies offered entertainment, not companionship, providing service without the obligation of sharing a bed. The patrons of Shek Kip Mei remained oblivious to the ladies' origins, each one convinced that they were genuine, mistaking the ordinary for the extraordinary, thus igniting their desires. Seeing the patrons' appetites whetted, Ah Yi subtly signaled to the affluent clients that he could facilitate connections, though at a considerable cost. These wealthy individuals, accustomed to lavish spending, saw no limits to what they would pay for the company of a woman. Without hesitation, they agreed, transforming what once cost only a few dozen dollars into a costly affair, where patrons would take the ladies out for meals and late-night escapades, resulting in tips and expenses totaling in the hundreds. The ladies suddenly found themselves earning multiple times what they had before, joyously expressing their gratitude. Ah Yi took a cut of half, adding it to the total, grinning as he handed me the cash, saying, "When go, it's all about packaging." Placed in the chicken coop, they're worth $50, but here, they're worth hundreds or even thousands, turning refuse into gold. By heavens, your mind is sharp. I chuckled. During that time, Ah Yi was indeed charming and gallant, driving his own Mercedes and courting countless women, each day accompanied by a different girl. Ah Hao, occupied with managing the chicken coop, would revel in nightly festivities, mingling with various individuals, always in the company of different women. In contrast, I was not like them. I had more time on my hands, and the place I frequented most was in Kowloon. At Brother Zhong's boxing gym, I trained daily, my fists hardened from constant practice. Every day, I sweated profusely, practicing stances and punches, sculpting my body into a form of steel. On ordinary days, the senior members of the club typically trained from 7 in the morning until a maximum of 5 in the afternoon. However, I often practiced late into the night. At that time, the high-ranking officials of the society insisted that newcomers actively attend the boxing gym for training, while Ah Hao and Ah Yi remained conspicuously absent. Bored and restless, I invited Ah Hua to train with me. This lad, hailing from TSC Wanshan, brought along a group of young rascals, all of whom were eager to learn martial arts. At that time, Ah Hua was still a minor, yet he exuded a formidable aura. He had been following a notorious figure, Hua Lu Pei, in Sham Shui Pu, and had been involved in numerous violent incidents. With a heart devoted to martial arts, he relished the opportunity to train with me. Yet, Ah Hua was a rather mischievous character. Instead of practicing traditional hungar,
He insisted on honing his skills in a peculiar practice called shinda. He would cover himself in medicinal alcohol and various ointments, reciting incantations while his muscles tensed.
he would stand still, inviting blows to his body, claiming that if perfected, he would become impervious to swords and knives, with only a faint white mark left behind upon impact. Ah Hua genuinely believed this nonsense and devotedly practiced day and night, his body slathered in ointments as he shouted in a frenzy. I called upon a few senior brothers to test his skills, finding his cries too obnoxious. They humorously took a few swipes at him with a machete. To everyone's astonishment, he did not flinch at all, and Ah Hua joyfully exclaimed, "I've done it. Brother Zhong Kue, look." While I practiced my stances, I observed his antics and remarked, "You've lost your marbles. Focus on mastering the fundamentals instead. This is nothing but the remnants of the White Lotus cult's tricks, and you actually believe it. Really, Brother Zhong Kue, just now, Akai and the others struck me with knives, and I felt nothing. I summoned the spirit of the 3 pure ones, rendering me invulnerable. Ah Hua laughed heartily. Stay still. Let me give it a try. I shot him a disapproving glance. As soon as he assumed his stance, I crouched down and delivered a powerful back fist to his chest. He was sent sprawling backward, landing on the ground and clutching his chest, nearly foaming at the mouth. How does that feel? Still want to practice Shinda? I chuckled. Ah Hua, gasping for breath and unable to rise, remained on the ground while the senior brothers laughed heartily. No way. Is it ineffective? Has the potency of the medicine worn off? Or did the master spirit leave my body too soon? Ah Hua continued to clutch his chest, trying to convince himself otherwise. At that moment, Yizhong approached from behind, lifted him up, and delivered a kick to his backside. You rascal, don't bring these dubious practices into my gym. Learn something legitimate, like Brother Zhong Kuei. Fortunately, he helped you reveal your true self. Otherwise, during the next club brawl, standing there naked and shouting would get you turned into minced meat. Uncle Zhong admonished. Ah Hua, unwilling to concede, refused to acknowledge the prowess of Hung Gar and insisted that Uncle Zhong demonstrate his skills. Uncle Zhong, you are from the esteemed family of Shida, recognized among the 8 major societies as a dual-flower red cane holder. Please show me your skills. Ah Hua implored. Uncle Zhong smiled slightly, intrigued, and decided to showcase a technique. Even now, decades later, the memory remains vivid. Behind the boxing gym, there was a basketball court with 2 hoops. Zhong approached one of the hoops, stood tall, and executed a flying kick. A resounding crash echoed through the air, accompanied by a screeching sound as the massive basketball hoop shifted several centimeters, leaving a distinct mark upon the ground. Chapter 48. The arrival of Sister Quan. In that moment, our group stood in stunned silence, and it took the combined strength of several robust seniors to return the hoop to its original position. Ah Hua stared in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. You rascal, you ought to train diligently. The 10 West number has established a firm foothold from Guangzhou to Hong Kong, thanks to the efforts of generations past, Zhong remarked. From that day forth, Ah Hua abandoned his pursuit of the divine strike and began earnestly practicing Hung Gar, but after a few days of lackluster training, he found himself returning home in defeat. Zhong chuckled softly and patted my shoulder. Zhong Kuei, among all the newcomers in the 10 West number, I have the highest hopes for you. You possess the spirit of my youth. The next red cane will undoubtedly be you, Zhong asserted. He recounted how the society was established in Hong Kong in 1949, and over the years, it had surged forth like a dragon crossing the river, claiming half of Hong Kong's territory, all thanks to the endeavors of our predecessors. The organization was brimming with talent. Some excelled in lucrative ventures, while others were adept at orchestrating campaigns. However, the core strength relied on combat prowess. An organization devoid of martial strength has no future. The society's most formidable fighters, Shida Tian Wang, Zhong, De Bai Deng, De Shaqiu, and Luo Zitian, had already achieved success and begun to retreat from the limelight. Zhong now ran a boxing gym, training new talent for the society, while De Bai Deng had taken a back seat to become an inner protector. De Shaqiu guarded Kowloon City, and Luo Zitian ventured to Macau. The society was in urgent need of capable fighters, and Zhong held me in high regard. Thank you, Brother Zhong. I shall endeavor to excel, I replied, my heart swelling with determination to contribute to the society and carve out my own path. Little did I know, however, that ambition could attract unwanted attention, and in my youthful exuberance, I nearly sowed the seeds of my own downfall. We were engaged in work at Temple Street, cutting ties with He Yi Tang, riding high on our success, oblivious to the fact that a figure lurked behind us, wishing for our demise. This figure was none other than the society's elder, Master Tan. Master Tan shared a close relationship with Liu Zhonghua, who had fallen victim to our machinations at Sha Tao Coke. Subsequently, we had turned the gambling den at Shek Kip Mei into a thriving enterprise. With Ah Hao and myself accumulating some spare cash, we began placing bets at the Shek Kip Mei gambling house. This encroachment on Master Tan's territory, who relied on Geely for a living, severely impacted his business. Upon witnessing our flourishing gambling den, Master Tan sought to send his top players, Liang Xiong and the monk, with a substantial sum to stake at our venue. However, upon their arrival at Shek Kip Mei, they were promptly expelled by our men. Whoever sent you here, return whence you came. Enraged by this affront, Master Tan's wrath ignited, fueled by old grievances, and he harbored a desire for vengeance. He threatened our very existence. Although he had been educated abroad and was well-versed, his narrow-mindedness and insidious nature were profound. He spread rumors in the underworld, alleging that we were responsible for several homicides, while simultaneously stirring discord between the Temple Street and Hihi-Tu factions. Subsequently, his subordinates were dispatched to Tsimsha Sui in the vicinity of Wei Hop, clearly intending to incite trouble, conspiring with outsiders to eliminate us. During that period, the upper echelons of the organization observed the remarkable performance of our newly appointed members in West Kowloon, including myself, Ah Hao, and Ai. We stood out significantly, and the higher-ups were contemplating further promotions for us, as many had high hopes for our potential advancement. In stark contrast, his nephew-in-law, Wei, failed to maintain control over two of our establishments in Quancheng, ultimately losing them to a burgeoning force, the Chaozhou Jingyi gang, which thoroughly devastated his operations and reclaimed the territory. Terrified, Wei fled from the Jingyi members, running several streets in desperation, nearly losing his life. He was too frightened to return to Quancheng and could only retreat to Mongkok in Kowloon, resorting to his old ways of relying on deceit to swindle women for a living. Wei, incapable of safeguarding his own domain, was far from being considered for a promotion. The organization's leadership nearly executed their internal discipline against him. Seeing his nephew overshadowed by our exploits, Master Ting grew increasingly embittered towards us. He allied with the notorious Kowloon 18 Tigers, convening a meeting that included Fat Cow from Wei Hop and Chun Tai from Hihi-Tu, along with Ji Hung from Danny. Master Tin expressed his grievances, stating that these young scoundrels were undermining his authority at every turn, even suppressing other organizations and forging enmities in the West. He asserted that unless these miscreants were dealt with, they would pose an endless threat in the future. However, as a member of the 10 West faction, he deemed it inappropriate to act personally and thus sought the assistance of others, promising that once the 10 West faction achieved dominance, they would not forget the kindness of their allies. Fat Cow was the first to pledge his support. Infuriated by the losses incurred at our hands and eager for revenge, Chun Tai from Hihi-Tu was apoplectic, vowing to dismember us for encroaching upon their territory in Temple Street and challenging the authority of Uncle Ji, which severely injured Chun Tai's brother, Huang Ji, known as Double Knife Quan. Chun Tai also declared his intent to join the cause. Furthermore, a second-in-command from Dan E. Blackie J. suggested that instead of allowing the gambling dens in Shek Kip Mei to thrive unchecked, they should assist Tan in eliminating us, after which the territory could be divided amongst them, with Tan overseeing the finances while Dan E. handled the profits. Fat Cow would reclaim his territory in Shengwan, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once the prominent leaders were aligned, Master Tin smiled slightly, his cold demeanor revealing a glimmer of malice. At that moment, Ah Hao, Ah-E, and I were oblivious to these developments, preoccupied with generating income, managing gambling establishments, and socializing with figures from the Chow gang, political and business circles, as well as law enforcement friends. We had completely forgotten about Master Tan's machinations. One day, after settling accounts at the gambling house, I took a stroll around Shengwan before driving to the boxing gym for practice. On my way, I was approached by a woman, Master Tan's associate from Danny. "Ah Kun, Sister Kun, what brings you here?" I inquired, astonished. "Zhongkue, come speak with me," she replied. We proceeded to the basketball court behind the gym, where Ah Kun warned me, "Zhongkue, you all need to be cautious lately. Avoid Shek Kip Mei. There are forces conspiring against you, and this time it is no trivial matter. You are not a true dragon reincarnate, and there is no escaping it." At that time, Akun was a mid-level member of the Danny gang, which was also involved in this affair. Being the confidant of Master Tan, she learned of the situation and came to find me at the earliest opportunity. Akun said, "Zhongkue, you are a good person, and Yu is my dear sister. I do not wish to see you come to harm." Akun was then accompanied by a group of her friends, earning money in Temple Street, when she was betrayed by Hua Zirong. We dealt with Hua Zirong, and Akun specially entrusted Yu to present me with a generous token of gratitude. At that moment, I remarked that as she was Yu's godsister, it was merely a favor. Thus, I had Yu return it, leaving Akun with a lingering sense of indebtedness. However, Master Tan was her own confidant, and Dan E was her own gang. She could not navigate between them and persuade me, so she had no choice but to inform me in advance, urging me to take precautions against potential catastrophe. Chapter 49, The Care of a Father. Kunjia, thank you. I, Zhongkue, will not perish. Those who wish to eliminate me shall find no success, I declared. Akun, witnessing my stubbornness, turned pale with anger and struck my shoulder. Zhongkue, you truly do not heed advice. I do not wish for you to find you as a lifeless corpse. Akun exclaimed. What? A you? Did she not return to live as the daughter of Inspector Lan Jiang? I was taken aback. After such a long period without news of a you, the mere mention of her name sent a shiver through my heart. You foolish boy, a you harbors feelings for you. Do you truly believe she longs to be the daughter of the Lan family? Her animosity towards Lan Jiang runs deep. This act of submission and obedience to Lan Jiang is solely to protect you. Akun clarified. A you has only temporarily returned to Lan Jiang. She is not content there and will eventually seek me out again. I pondered, how could a you, being Lan Jiang's daughter, harbor such great animosity towards her own father? It was then that Akun recounted a you's circumstances. A you is Lan Jiang's illegitimate daughter. Her mother was a dancer, when Lan Jiang was merely a rookie officer. He had no money or influence and relied on a you's mother for support. Afterward, Lan Jiang spent money to facilitate his studies in the UK, where he obtained qualifications in law and criminal investigation, subsequently returning to rise as an inspector, all funded by a you's mother. Unbeknownst to him, upon graduating and securing his promotion, he abandoned a you's mother to marry another, leading her to take her own life in despair. Perhaps later, Lan Jiang, filled with regret and a newfound conscience, sought to care for a you, but she had already become estranged from him. He once spent considerable sums to send a you to Australia for higher education, but she returned home instead. Lan Jiang introduced a you to the son of a tin mine tycoon in Penang, Malaysia, and they became engaged. The suitor was thoroughly pleased with a you, yet she boldly declared her past as a dancer and walked away without a second glance. In summary, a you has no intention of reconciling with Lan Jiang. This return was solely for your sake. However, I am well aware of my younger sister's temperament. She cannot remain away for long and will undoubtedly return to seek you out. Do take care that you are not harmed in the process. I, your elder sister, am risking my own safety to deliver this warning to you, for should our gang discover that I have informed you, the consequences would be dire indeed. Thank you. Elder sister, I shall heed your advice. Please convey my sentiments to Master Tan as well. We are all members of the same clan, and I wish to avoid any internal strife. The blades of our organization must be directed outward. I can overlook past grievances, but I insist that he cease targeting my 3 brothers. I shall speak to him, said Akun. After bidding farewell to Akun, I returned to Shek Kip Mei, intending to find A.E. and A How. Little did I know that upon my arrival, I encountered my mother, my uncle, and my aunt who had come from Tiu Konglong. Mother, what brings you here? I inquired in astonishment. Seaman, we have come to visit you. It has been quite some time since you returned home, and we have been quite worried about you. My mother replied. Since my last visit to collect some people, it had been several months since I had returned home. My mother, filled with concern, decided to accompany my uncle and aunt to see me. Mother, I am doing well here. By the way, did the money I sent arrive? I asked. Every month, I ensure that money is sent home and that I procure medicine from the pharmacy. Observing my mother's health improve considerably. Her lung condition has shown marked improvement. Yes, we received it. It is more than enough. You hardly ever come home, and we worry about you, my mother said promptly. Let us not dwell on that for now. I will call A.E., and we shall go out for a meal, I suggested, leading my mother to my vehicle and driving them to a restaurant in Shengwan where we ordered a sumptuous feast. During the meal, I explained to my mother and uncle that it was not my intention to avoid returning home, but rather that I could not bear to see that unpleasant face. You understand. The person I referred to is my father, a cantankerous man, stubborn and without talent, who has always greeted me with displeasure upon my visits. This time, my mother and uncle came to see me, yet he, with his foul temper, remained absent. After all, the last time we had a fierce argument in Tiu Konglong, it nearly severed our father-son bond. Mother, do not worry. You need not concern yourself with him any longer. I have been looking at properties in Mongkok and plan to purchase a Western-style house by the end of the year, where I will bring you and my uncle and aunt to reside. As for my father, if he enjoys selling sweetened beverages in Tiu Konglong, let him continue. He can live out his days there. I expressed, still feeling anger towards my father. Seaman, do not blame your father. His temperament is a reflection of a lifetime spent in hardship, my uncle remarked. These words struck a chord within me. I know my father is not a bad man. He is kind-hearted, merely unfortunate in life. Your father is not a bad person. During his time as a landlord, he never mistreated a tenant. when his assets were seized. He never uttered a word of complaint. He has worked diligently, selling sweetened beverages for many years, earning respect from the community. He is simply unfortunate, truth be told. Although he is not here, he does think of you, my uncle continued. Enough of defending my father. Does he truly care for me? I suspect he is merely concerned about when I might meet a grim fate. I lit a cigarette. Oh dear, Sherwin, please do not be upset. Your father simply lacks the ability to express himself. Rest assured, he worries about you day and night. My mother hastily interjected. Ever since that day you stormed out in anger, your father has been unable to sleep, fretting each night. He even rises in the dead of night to go to the warehouse and clatters away at something. Now, your uncle and aunt have brought that something to you. She continued. What is it? I inquired, intrigued. Here it is, my uncle replied, producing a large burlap sack filled with something heavy that clinked ominously. What is this? I exclaimed in astonishment as I opened it, revealing a pair of iron objects. There were a metal vest, wrist guards, and knee pads, all expertly crafted from thin iron sheets, an entire set of protective gear that my uncle had carried back from Tiu Kongling. What is this for? I was at a loss for words. Your father, unable to sleep at night, visited the blacksmith to procure iron sheets, and has been crafting these each day. He said that since you are determined to venture into the world of danger and uncertainty, he fears for your safety. Thus, he fashioned this set of iron armor for you to wear, just in case. My mother and uncle explained. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming mix of emotions, speechless and astonished. Yet, amidst it all, a warm wave of gratitude washed over me. My father may not be eloquent, but his concern for me was palpable. Chapter 50, The Banquet at Hongmen. My father is quite skilled, treating me as though I were a medieval knight. I do not require this, but please extend my thanks to him, I said, my mood shifting from clouds of uncertainty to a brightened horizon. I raised my glass in a toast to those gathered. Later, I showed my uncle and their companions around my domain, the bustling world I inhabited, where a Hao and Ai welcomed them warmly. The next day, they returned to Tiu Kongling, while I returned to my residence, carefully examining the set of iron gear my father had crafted. As I gazed at it, a smile crept onto my face. That old ghost does care for me after all. Memories flooded back to my childhood in Chaozhou, when I longed for a horse upon seeing others ride. Unable to find one, my father had the servants procure a block of wood and spent an entire night crafting a wooden horse for me to ride. Looking at the iron gear before me now, my heart swelled with warmth. He still regarded me as a child. Though I may not need it, I was deeply touched. I tucked the gear beneath my bed, planning to venture out to the market to buy him a new suit and leather shoes. In the afternoon, accompanied by a few brothers, I strolled through the streets of Shengwan. I had just placed an order for a tailored suit and shoes for my father when a young brother approached, informing me that Brother Chi was looking for me. Ahau and Ai awaited me at the Great World. I hurried to the Great World, where Brother Chi, Ahau, Ai, and even Big Fool from Kowloon City were gathered. Big Fool, Brother Chi, what brings you all here? I asked in surprise, quickly instructing preparations for dinner and drinks. Haha, Zhongkue, you have been quite impressive lately. Sporting a Rolex and driving a Skoda. You young ones are certainly making a name for yourselves. Deshagu chuckled. Noticing my laughter, Deshagu remarked. It's just a means to earn a living. Why aren't you at Kowloon City today to see me? I hastily inquired. We're off. Master Tan has softened his stance and arranged a meeting with us at Kowloon to discuss terms over some drinks. Deshagu replied with a grin. Master Tan has softened? I furrowed my brow. Indeed, said Chigu. Master Tan stated that we must unite against external threats and refrain from internal conflicts. Any past grievances should be set aside, for we are all on the same side now. His generosity in hosting drinks does not inspire my trust, I remarked. Deshagu responded, you should consider who is mediating this. If Achi cannot handle it, do you think I cannot? He pounded his chest, asserting that his standing within the organization was on par with Master Tan's, recalling that when he helped establish their territory, Master Tin was merely a struggling accountant at a pawn shop. He had come all the way from Kowloon City for the sake of us youngsters. And now Master Tan was willing to make amends. With Deshagu's assurance, my apprehensions began to ease. Please do not blame us for our defiance. His persistent aggressiveness has provoked us. I stated. Understood, understood. As long as we clarify matters today, all will be well. Both Chi-gu and Deshagu chuckled. In my view, Master Tan has weighed the pros and cons. His recent ventures have not yielded success, and seeing our gambling establishment flourish, He likely wishes to collaborate with us. Moreover, his foolish nephew has lost territory to Jing Yi's men, and at this juncture, he cannot afford to alienate us. Ah Hao added, given this, we should extend a hand in goodwill. Today, we shall speak openly. Ah Chi intends to open a lettered flower stall in Yao Ma Ti.
And we can have Master Tan negotiate with the local powers. It will be a win-win for all, the Shah suggested.
We decided to propose a truce with Master Tan, urging him to relinquish one of his flower stalls in Yao Ma Ti for Chi Go, while also asking his son-in-law Wei to offer tea as an apology. With this, we hoped to put the matter to rest. I frowned and glanced at Ai, who contemplated for a moment before saying, I suspect Master Tan may not be as benevolent as we hope. It is wise to remain cautious. Oh please, into Kowloon. Zhong's people are around. It's our own territory. What could possibly go wrong? Deshago countered, asserting that Zhong was also into Kowloon and that Master Tan would have no tricks up his sleeve. Everyone concurred, and we arranged to meet Master Tan at 6 o'clock that evening at the Fuck Chung Tea House in Kowloon. I felt a twinge of unease, my eyelids twitching incessantly. Thus, just before our departure, I impulsively reached for a machete and concealed it at my waist. I also retrieved a burlap sack my father had given me from under the table, donning the iron lining, wrist guards, and leg guards, then slipped on a long-sleeved shirt, jeans, and leather shoes. I called upon De Jinyo and Ah Yuet, and together we set out. Our party of 7 made its way to Kowloon. Myself, Ah Hao, Ai, De Jinyo, Ah Yuet, Chi Go, and De Sha Go. Upon arriving at the Fuck Chung Tea House in Kowloon, the jovial Master Tam awaited us with a beaming smile, accompanied solely by his trusted aide, Monk Jai, and his son-in-law, Wei. Ah, everyone is here. Please, take a seat. Master Tam cheerfully beckoned us. As I observed the surroundings, I sensed something was amiss. Typically, the Fuck Chung Tea House bustles with life, often necessitating a queue due to its thriving business. However, today it was eerily quiet, with only Master Tam setting a table, raising my suspicions. Master Tam, why is the tea house so deserted today? I inquired as I settled onto a stool. I have reserved the venue for today. It is just us discussing matters in a relaxed setting. Let us speak openly. Master Tam replied with a smile. He then clarified that his son-in-law Wei would serve tea to express contrition, acknowledging his previous missteps and emphasizing the importance of mutual support among us, rather than antagonism. Today, let bygones be bygones. With Master Tam, a senior figure, voicing this sentiment, and with the presence of Brother Seven and Brother Desha, we agreed. Subsequently, Master Tam engaged us in further conversation, broaching the topic of a potential stake in the gambling den at Shek Kip Mei, hoping to secure a share for himself. I assured him that we could accommodate this, as it is preferable to benefit our own rather than outsiders. Since he wished to join our ranks, we can certainly agree. Master Tam, grinning, responded that he would not take advantage of our generosity. He would instead offer a stall at the flower market in Yao Ma Ti for Brother Seven's retirement. Moreover, Master Tam lamented that his nephew, son-in-law Wei, had lost control of the Guanyong noodle stall to the Jing Yi faction, attributing the loss to his own inadequacy. He expressed the possibility of needing our assistance to reclaim the stall from Jing Yi. Hearing this, I felt a surge of indignation. After all, it was through the valiant efforts of Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and myself that we had fought to secure the Guanyong stall. Now, Wei had let it slip away and was turning to us for help. Master Tam, this matter is delicate. Jing Yi is part of the Chaozhou gang, and we must consult Brother Hao on this. I mentioned, invoking the name of the limping Hao. Master Tam chuckled, acknowledging our recent proximity to the Chao gang, and suggested we postpone this discussion. As we exchanged light-hearted banter, pouring tea and serving refreshments, Wei sat with a dark expression. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the tea house, a torrent of shouts, accompanied by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps, as if an army were charging forth. Chapter 51. The struggle of the cornered beast. The dishes and utensils on our table trembled in response to the commotion. Alarmed, I, along with Ah Yi and Brother Seven, exchanged concerned glances, sensing impending trouble. Master Tam quickly rose and slipped behind a side door, lifting the curtain to conceal himself. Wei hastily followed suit, pulling the iron door shut behind him. As I glanced back, I witnessed a throng of people surging through the main entrance of the tea house like a tidal wave. The single-minded alliance of the Sani gang, the He Society, and the He Hall mobilized over 200 individuals, charging towards us with fervor. It was at this moment we realized we had fallen into a trap, That scoundrel, Master Tan, had orchestrated a scheme to delay us, luring the three factions to meet us at Tukwalwan, intending to ambush us. Damn it, we had been deceived. The jianghu was the first to erupt in fury. Overturning a table with a single motion, and with a sweeping gesture, he lifted a round table and hurled it at the forefront of the advancing mob. Boom. Several individuals were sent sprawling by the impact of the table, only for the next wave to surge forward, brandishing weapons against us. The entire tea house was engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Run, shouted A.E. and a How, urging the rest of us, including Brother 7 and myself, to retreat. At that moment, we were merely 7 against a throng of 70 to 80 assailants, with over 100 more encircling the tea house outside, leaving us with no avenue for escape. The jianghu remained undaunted, standing firm against dozens of adversaries, wielding the round table like a barrier. De Jianghu followed closely, seizing a chair to join the jianghu in the fray. At that instant, a gust of wind howled down upon us. I turned just in time to face a blade descending towards me. Clang. Instinctively, I raised my arm to block it. A sharp sound echoed as my arm trembled, suddenly weighed down as the blade struck my iron gauntlet. Swiftly, I drew my broadsword from my waist, delivering a cleaving strike to my assailant, slicing from his left cheek to the right corner of his mouth. Seizing the moment of his anguished cry, I kicked him in the chest, wielding my blade with reckless abandon. After toppling one foe, I spotted the loft of the tea house and shouted to a How and A.E. to the loft. No sooner had I spoken than a searing pain shot through my back. I had been stabbed and staggered. 3 opponents charged from different directions, brandishing daggers aimed at my heart. Zhongkue, Brother 7 bellowed, shoving me aside, gripping one assailant by the collar while his other hand caught the blade aimed at him, blood oozing from his grasp. To hell with you, I retaliated, cleaving down another assailant as a How and A.E. shielded Brother 7, retreating towards the loft. At that moment, I was the only one armed. A How and A.E. fought back while retreating, seizing anything within reach to hurl at our attackers: kettles, dim sum trays, bowls, chopsticks, sauce dishes, and cutting boards, all flung with fervor. The Ji's strength was formidable, wielding the round table. He swung it with such force that the weapons of our adversaries clattered to the ground. De Jianghu also swung his chair ferociously, sustaining several wounds in the process. We fought with reckless abandon, striking back as we retreated to the loft, where a wooden ladder awaited. As our enemies attempted to ascend, we kicked them down, or I swung my blade wildly, while a How and A.E. hurled scalding water from the kettle, momentarily halting their advance. They redirected their assault towards the jianghu and De Jianghu. A Yong dashed into the kitchen, brandishing a pastry knife, and fiercely lunged at his adversaries, sustaining several wounds to his legs and back in the process. One of his opponents wielded a guangong knife and brought it down with a powerful swing, shattering A Yong's pastry knife. With a furious roar, A Yong seized the handle of the guangong knife, and the two tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely. The entire tea house descended into chaos, as countless foes hurled their cleavers at the large, foolish brother, who bent down to retrieve a plumbing snake and, in a frenzied rage, struck down several assailants, relentlessly swinging his makeshift weapon. Amidst the turmoil, numerous attackers surged forward, and the large brother, despite sustaining multiple wounds, fell to the ground yet continued to thrash wildly, his feet kicking and his plumbing snake swinging, breaking the bones of several opponents and forcing them to kneel. Another group charged towards our loft, their cleavers cleaving through the staircase beneath us, and with a deafening crash, we lost our footing and tumbled down. As the assailants advanced with their blades, I felt a searing pain as one plunged a knife into my abdomen. My pupils dilated in terror as I experienced a crushing agony. The blade had embedded itself into my ironclad stomach. In a desperate act, I grasped the hair of my assailant and thrust the knife against his neck, pushing his head with all my might, causing blood to splatter. The battle was fierce, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield, with our opponents attacking ferociously while we retaliated with equal ferocity, leading to waves of attackers that surged and then retreated. Realizing our momentum, they gathered again, rallying with a roar, intent on annihilating us completely. We were utterly exhausted, our bodies marred with countless scars, particularly Eong and the large brother, who were drenched in blood and on the verge of fainting. The 7 of us formed a circle, backs against each other, gasping for breath and feeling the darkness encroach upon our vision. The large brother, braving the onslaught of knives and clubs, charged alongside Ah Yuet towards the previously escaped path of Master Tan, delivering a powerful kick to the metal roller gate. Like ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey, we rushed towards the side door to assist. We fought while retreating, taking turns kicking the metal gate and clawing at the gaps with our hands. The large brother arrived with a furious shout, and together with the large brother, they managed to pry open a gap in the metal gate. "Let us go," Ah shouted, leaping through the opening as I wielded my machete, clad in protective gear, covering their retreat. At that moment, the large brother, Ah, and Ah evacuated one by one, leaving only the 7 of us, including the large brother, Ah Yuet, and I, to resist fiercely. "Ah Yuet, take the large brother and go." I forcefully pushed Ah Yuet, urging them to escape. "Brother, if we die together. We want to leave." Ah Yuet and the large brother, their lips pale and bloodied, were nearly exhausted but refused to flee. "Go. I will lead you out of Tiao Jingling, and I will ensure your survival. Hurry, get out, and avenge me. Inform the society that Master Tan has devised a scheme to eliminate us," I shouted, forcefully pushing aside the imposing figures of Neo and Ah Yuet. Resolute in my determination to fight to the bitter end, fully prepared to face death. Chapter 52. The loyalty of Brother Chi before me. Brother Chi and I stood steadfastly guarding the metal door, buying precious time for the recently departed jianghu and his companions. In an instant, they surged forward. With the last remnants of my strength, I gripped the machete tightly, my teeth clenched in defiance. I never anticipated that after so many years in the underworld, fearlessly braving every challenge, I would meet my demise in such a treacherous manner. To fall victim to a cunning plot. What a tragic fate to perish before achieving victory. Yet, it mattered not. Even if I were to die today, I would take as many with me as I could. Just as I readied myself to charge into the fray, a powerful arm seized the back of my collar, yanking me forcefully backwards. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me. It was Brother Chi. "Brother Zhong, run," he bellowed, thrusting a water pipe deep into the chest of one assailant. With a sickening sound, 2 short blades pierced Brother Chi's sides. "Brother Chi," I cried out in anguish. The 2 assailants, having stabbed him, charged toward me. Despite the excruciating pain, Brother Chi roared defiantly, gripping the collars of his attackers with unwavering resolve. "Zhong Kuei, you must escape. My life is forfeit, but you still have hope." With swift movements, their blades struck Brother Chi's shoulder and chest. "Brother Chi, we shall leave together. I will not abandon you," I shouted, raising my left arm to shield against their strikes, then retaliating and dispatching the 2 assailants. At that moment, Brother Chi was drenched in blood, fiercely pulling me towards him, delivering a resounding slap to my face. "Go. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. My life has been spent in the society, without any great achievements. Today is the time for me to return. I have never accomplished anything significant, but you are the one I have nurtured. I will fight for your survival. Run." Brother Chi roared, expending his final strength to thrust me outside. His towering figure stood resolutely like a mountain, hands claw-like, gripping the sides of the rolling door with all his might. Soon, the throng of attackers engulfed Brother Chi. Tears streaming down my face, I fled through the back door of the tea house. Brother Chi stood valiantly at the rolling door, buying me time by lowering the shutter. As I burst forth, jianghu, Ah Yuet, and Ah awaited me. Together, we sprinted for a distance, but before we could reach the intersection, a wave of exhaustion washed over us, our legs buckling, and we collapsed to the ground. Behind us, countless assailants had already shattered the rolling door, charging towards us with ruthless intent. The deafening cries of battle and the thunderous footfalls filled the air, and in our weakened state, we gritted our teeth, teetering on the brink of despair, nearly closing our eyes. "Who dares to harm my brothers of Ten West?" With a thunderous roar, a surging crowd erupted from what was then Niu Tu Jiao Nancheng Dao, now known as Ma Tu Wei Dao. Yi Zhong, leading the guild's elite fighters, charged forward, brandishing twin blades, while his comrades, adorned with red cloth wrapped around their arms, wreaked havoc upon their adversaries. Upon witnessing the arrival of our reinforcements from the Ten West gang, the opposing faction faltered, retreating in disarray, especially upon recognizing Yi Zhong, the legendary twin flower red sticks. At the helm, "Leave none alive. Slay them all," Yi Zhong commanded, delivering a powerful kick that sent one assailant sprawling 3 meters away, followed by a swift slash that severed the man's ankle. In a fluid motion, he plunged his left blade into an opponent, blood spewing forth in a gruesome display. I need not even draw my blade against you insignificant pests, Yizhong declared, discarding his swords and advancing toward 3 rival knife wielders. With a right uppercut, he struck one foe squarely in the face, shattering his nasal bone and sending him reeling backward. He deftly evaded another attacker's strike, executing a powerful elbow to the man's back, rendering him unconscious before he could utter a sound. A third assailant, terrified, turned to flee, only to be seized by Yizhong, who yanked him down, resulting in a brutal face-first collision with the ground. The reputation of the 10 West Gang's twin flower red sticks was no mere boast. The 3 knife wielders from the rival factions scattered, fleeing in panic. Darting into the alleyways of Ma Two-Way Dao, the brothers of the 10 West Gang pursued relentlessly, transforming the street into a chaotic scene of armed pursuit. A few uniformed patrol officers, witnessing the fray, were so taken aback that they dared not draw their weapons, retreating to safety. The local residents were paralyzed with fear, and this chase ensued for over 10 minutes until the mobile bomb squad from Kowloon arrived, prompting the dispersal of the crowd. I found myself in a haze, barely conscious, only aware that I was being supported by 2 individuals as we made our way back. When I finally regained my senses, I awoke in a hospital bed at Kowloon Hospital. Brother 7. My first instinct upon awakening was to seek out Brother 7. Unbeknownst to me, as I attempted to rise, a sharp pain coursed through my abdomen and back, nearly causing me to tumble from the bed. The stitches on my wound strained painfully, prompting me to sway and nearly knock over the forestand. The young nurse, startled, urged me to remain still. Zhong Kuei, Brother 7 is gone. Uncle Owen has arrived, along with several elders from the gang. The nurse's words struck me like a thunderbolt. Brother 7 lay in a state of utter devastation, his face unrecognizable, both hands severed, yet still clinging desperately to the metal roller shutter. Uncle Owen wept openly, overwhelmed by the tragedy, recounting how Brother 7 had endured countless wounds, so many that during the retrieval of his body, parts were collected with a shovel from the ground. My eyes burned with rage as I grasped the nurse's hand tightly. How long until I'm discharged? I must avenge Brother 7. The young nurse stammered in fear, while Uncle Owen quickly intervened, urging me to release her and allow the nurse to step outside. Uncle Owen, it was Master Tan, this scoundrel, who conspired against us. It was he who caused the demise of Brother 7. I shouted vehemently. Zhong Kuei, I understand. You must focus on your recovery. This matter will surely be addressed. Uncle Owen swiftly reassured me. Master Tan must perish. I will see to it that he meets his end. From this day forth, there exists either him or me within this society, I declared, my eyes ablaze with fury. At that time, we were in the hospital. Big Silly Ah and Ah Yuet were all hospitalized. Big Silly sustained severe injuries. His 10 fingers were mangled, and the tendons in his hands and feet were damaged. Fortunately, his physical resilience was extraordinary, and after a series of urgent treatments, he had regained consciousness. Ah and Ah Yuet fared better, suffering only a few knife wounds, while De Jinyo and Ah Yong had their bellies and heads stitched up with dozens of stitches. I, perhaps the least injured, had only a stab wound to my back, with no other significant harm. The nurse removed the metal armor from me, revealing its dented and battered surface, and I felt a wave of warmth wash over my eyes. Chapter 53. 3 knives, 6 holes. Perhaps it was truly my father who saved me. Had it not been for this metal armor, I might have lost limbs, meeting a fate akin to that of Brother 7. Numerous brothers from the society came to visit us, amidst a throng of police and investigators. Uncle Owen communicated with the police, stating that we were in critical care and unable to provide statements as victims. This incident stirred the attention of the foreign police chief, for we were 7 against hundreds. And while we suffered 1 fatality and another severely injured, the opposing faction lost 6 lives. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the underworld. Our survival, coupled with our counterattack, left the Danny gang, the Yi Hall, and the He Tu Jian utterly humiliated. Among those who attacked us were formidable members from the Danny gang, including the notorious newspaper strongman and the fierce man from Yi Hall, as well as the powerful Chun Tai from He Tuesday. The incident garnered significant attention, and I remained in the hospital for approximately half a month. During this time, the elders from all 8 halls of our society came to visit us, including the head of the 10 West gang, Prince Xiong. Accompanied by the right-hand man Shi Wei-wen and Wen-gu, they liaised with the police regarding the matter. Marshal Chun Zhongying was tasked with following up on communications with the underworld. Upon learning of the events, Master Tan fled in fear, hiding away and refusing to show his face. His son-in-law Wei was so terrified that he ran off to Macau. Several heads of other societies in Hall feigned excuses, shifting the blame squarely onto Master Tan. The elders of the 10 West gang ultimately reached a consensus to clarify the situation, declaring that Master Tan had betrayed us from within and must be brought back to the main hall for accountability. Master Tan was utterly terrified, too afraid to return to his grand residence on Western Vegetable Street in Mongkok, his whereabouts unknown. Prince Xiong issued a stern decree. All brothers were to mobilize within 3 days to bring Master Tan back to atone for his misdeeds. The society's forces were fully engaged, scouring the entire Yao Tsimong area for Master Tan. Uncle Owen spoke to me, saying, "Zhong Kuei, focus on your recovery. The society will certainly provide you with an explanation. For now, let us attend to Brother 7's final rites. Master Tan will not escape this time." At that time, Master Tan was the second in command of the 18 Tigers of Kowloon. Through his connections, he learned of the impending danger and went into hiding in the western part of the city, making it nearly impossible to locate him throughout Hong Kong. However, we were aware that should any of the gang's brothers seek him out, they would undoubtedly unearth him, no matter how deeply he concealed himself. While recuperating in the hospital, I would inquire daily about Master Tan's whereabouts from my brothers. They reassured me, "Don't worry, Brother Zhong Kuei, this old dog won't escape. He is bound to face the consequences this time." I was recovering well and could walk about, often visiting the wards. Ah Hao and Ah Yi were also on the mend, but only the formidable Brother Desha lay confined to his bed. "Brother Desha, how are you holding up? This has truly been a trial for you," I exclaimed. Brother Desha waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm fine. Back in my days fighting with the Nationalist Army, I've faced countless skirmishes, and even when 2 grenades exploded nearby, I didn't flinch. These minor wounds are nothing. I only regret being outsmarted by Master Tan, which led to Ah Chi's demise." His anger was palpable, wishing he could tear Master Tan apart. Brother Desha was indeed fierce. Had it not been for his relentless efforts to break us free from our encirclement, we might never have escaped. It was the closest I had ever been to death since embarking on this path. The treacheries of the underworld were far deeper than I had imagined. I should have heeded Sister Kuhn's advice and exercised caution. Perhaps, then, Ah Chi would still be alive. At that time, Master Tan, upon learning that the 8th Hall of the Shiksa-ho was summoning him to face familial justice, took refuge at a friend's house in Tai Kok Sui. Each day was filled with dread and anxiety. There, a fierce confrontation erupted between Master Tan and Sister Kuhn. Upon discovering that Sister Kuhn had tipped me off, Master Tan lost his temper and struck her. Sister Kuhn, known for her fiery disposition, fought back, scratching his face. Furious, Sister Kuhn pointed at Master Tan and berated him. "You old scoundrel. You conspire against Brother Zhong Kuei, yet hide in the shadows while I bear the blame. The matriarch of Shiksa-ho is my sister-in-law, originally. Dan E and Shiksa-ho had a good rapport. Now, with war looming, it's all you're doing." Master Tan retaliated angrily. "You wretched woman. How dare you betray me? Do you think I want to send someone to drag you to Kowloon Walled City to become a prostitute?" Sister Kuhn, incensed, seized her handbag and unleashed a flurry of blows at Master Tan, exclaiming, "You old wretch. How many women do you keep outside, thinking I'm unaware? You even keep a mother-daughter pair from the Cantonese opera at the Wenhua Theater. You're no better than an animal." Their relationship irreparably shattered, Sister Kuhn stormed out, vowing to reveal Master Tan's hiding place to the underworld. Master Tan was now doomed. He could no longer remain in Tai Kok Sui and quickly sought refuge with Yang Yedong of the 18 Tigers of Kowloon, fleeing to Lama Island. At that time, Yang Yedong was running an underground gambling den on Lama Island, so Master Tan went there to lay low. However, before he could board a boat at Chung Chao Bay, he was captured by the brothers of Shiksa-ho and taken to the Kowloon headquarters at the Billy Building. Master Tan arrived at the headquarters, battered and bruised, devoid of his former grandeur, with his head hung low. The elders and brothers were present, glaring at him with fury. His nephew, Wei, was equally bruised, and the pair appeared utterly wretched. "Ah Tan, do you understand why you were summoned to the headquarters today?" Prince Xiong, seated upon the dragon throne, inquired after paying homage to Lord Guan. I do not know. Suddenly, so many people sought me out." Master Tan feigned ignorance. "Tell him of the transgressions he has committed," Prince Xiong commanded loudly. At that moment, Desheng Fa, the judge of the society's laws, addressed Master Tan sternly. "Master Tan, Among our Hongmen brethren, you have committed 3 heinous crimes. First, you refused to meet when the leader sought you. Second, you betrayed us by colluding with outsiders. Third, you turned against your own, wielding your knife inward. Each of these grave offenses is a serious taboo, and according to our Hongmen regulations, you deserve to be punished with the utmost severity, facing the wrath of 1,000 blades. The Chung Fa exclaimed fiercely. Master Tan trembled in fear, his legs weakening. A subordinate approached, carrying a tray with a sharp dagger upon it. Master Tan, we have uncovered the truth. Your betrayal and harm to your own kin shall result in the punishment of 3 knives and 6 holes, Prince Xiong declared ominously. The so-called 3 knives and 6 holes entailed self-inflicted wounds, 3 stabs, entering the front and exiting the back. Master Tan, horrified by the prospect of such punishment, trembled uncontrollably. Master Tan, will you act on your own accord, or shall your brothers assist you? Prince Xiong demanded sternly. Master Tan, shaking as he grasped the dagger, pleaded with the assembly, esteemed colleagues, I am truly wronged. This matter is not of my design. You ambushed us, leading to the demise of Brother 7. And you still dare to deny it? I retorted angrily. No, Zhong Kuei, I merely intended to discuss peace with you over drinks. I had no inkling that those aligned with the he would emerge to strike you. This is not my doing. Master Ten protested, attempting to deflect blame. If it was not you, why then did you hide from your brothers? And when those aligned with he attacked, why did you flee first? Inquired the incense master, Chen Xinghua. Master Ten hastily countered. At that moment, I was unaware of the situation. I was terrified. You all know that I, Master Tan, am not skilled in combat. In my fear, I simply ran away. Moreover, my hiding was not to evade my brothers, but to escape the he faction, fearing that they would come for me as well. You are all aware of the chaos caused by Zhong Kuei, Hong Shui Gui, and Ahao. They stirred up enmity in the streets, and I wished to avoid entanglement in such conflicts. This old scoundrel, having sunk to such depths, still sought to shift blame onto us. Brothers, I, Tan, have served in the 10 West number for many years. While I may lack notable achievements, I have toiled diligently, helping the society earn vast sums, which gambling den has not benefited from my calculations. You, my esteemed colleagues, have made baseless accusations against me, alleging that I conspired against my own brethren, seeking my demise with ruthless intent. Oh, how my heart aches at such treachery. Master Ten feigned sorrow, his visage adorned with tears and mucus, igniting a tempest of rage within me. In that moment, I was driven by fury, brandishing a short blade, intent on silencing him forever. You impudent wretch, still attempting to wriggle out of your guilt. Master Tan, in a state of panic, hastily shielded his patron Wei, who, in turn, knelt in abject fear. The brothers of our society swiftly intervened, urging me to restrain myself. Zhong Kuei, stand down. The Prince Xiong and the upper echelons of the inner 8 Hall swiftly decreed that Master Tan should be detained at a warehouse in Kowloon City. Pending the judgment of the Punishment Hall, our society shall conduct a thorough investigation, and no brother shall be executed without cause. However, should a witness emerge, Master Tan shall meet his end without mercy. Furthermore, the society's second marshal, Chen Zhongying, was dispatched to negotiate with the 3 major societies involved in this endeavor. This time, our society stands in solidarity, for the 3 major societies have brazenly launched an assault against us in broad daylight. Thus, we shall respond with a grand display of power. As for Master Tan, he remains confined in a Kowloon City warehouse, his position as white paper fan within the society stripped away, demoted to an ordinary member of the West 9. Meanwhile, Wei was subjected to a brutal beating by his fellow brothers, left bloodied and battered, a warning for the future. Master Tan's complexion drained of color. The once respected white paper fan and accountant of the society was now reduced to an ordinary West 9 member. His reputation in the jianghu shattered. I was indignant. Why should Master Tan be spared? This scoundrel is unworthy of life. Uncle Owen informed me that the higher-ups had chosen this course of action for the time being. Master Tan is cunning. His scheme was executed flawlessly, and no one can currently prove he was the mastermind. According to the society's regulations, he cannot be executed outright, but stripping him of his status in the jianghu is tantamount to taking half his life. The pressing matter now is to negotiate with the Shawnee gang, the E-Hall, and the He too, as another fierce battle looms on the horizon. In light of impending conflict, we must avoid internal strife. Master Tan's fate is sealed. so there is no need for concern. At that moment, Master Tan was imprisoned in a warehouse near Kowloon City, and I sought to gather intelligence. Under the cover of night, I planned to confront that scoundrel. Wengu, you cannot go. Have you lost your senses? If you kill him, we shall all be implicated. A.E. cautioned. Master Tan had orchestrated our downfall, yet the society lacked the evidence to hold him accountable. If I were to brazenly stab him, the tables would turn, and we would be unjustly accused of murder, which would be an unwise course of action. Master Tan's time is running out, even if we seek vengeance. We must not sully our hands. Our primary focus should be on avenging ourselves against the three major societies. Before the 7th day of mourning for Brother Qi, we must provide him with a fitting resolution. At that time, the society's second marshal, Chen Zhongying, accompanied the right minister, Qi Wei-wen, to negotiate with the representatives of the Shan Yi gang, Black Ghost Tang, Chicken Uncle from He 2, and Fat Gio from Yi Hall. The discussions with the Dan Yi gang have been quite favorable, primarily due to Sister Chowing Chuan, a prominent female figure of the gang, who is a relative of Qi Wei-wen. The head of Dan Yi gang, He Gui Tang, has issued an apology regarding this matter, clarifying that their intervention was merely a private communication between the gang's red sticks and their advisor, Tan. However, Dan Yi will still respond. They will first provide a grand funeral for Qi Go, covering all burial expenses, and offer the widow's family a sum of 50,000 yuan for her support. The gang shall maintain a respectful distance from one another, and Dan Yi will also relinquish 2 stalls in Kowloon City. With sincere intentions and Sister Chow's mediation, we decided not to pursue further grievances. As for He 2, the Emperor of Temple Street, Uncle Ji, expressed his willingness to let bygones be bygones, provided that I refrain from appearing in Temple Street again. Regarding the death of Hua Zai Rong and my previous disturbance in Temple Street, these matters have also been settled. Furthermore, all medical expenses incurred at Kowloon Hospital will be covered, with Uncle Ji contributing 20,000 yuan. Moving forward, He 2 and the Shiksaho shall coexist without interference. During that period, the gang was preparing to expand their territory and business in the Yaomati area, where Uncle Ji held considerable sway. After weighing the pros and cons, a compromise with Uncle Ji was reached. While negotiations with him proceeded smoothly, there was a red stick from He 2 named Chen Tai, nicknamed Silly Old Tai, who was a companion of Shuang Daokuan. He expressed his dissatisfaction, declaring that should he encounter me, Zhong Kuei, outside Temple Street, he would confront me. I responded to Chen Tai at the table, stating that any future grievances between us would be personal and unrelated to the gang. I warned him that if he sought confrontation, fate would decide our outcomes. I introduced myself as Zhong Kuei and urged him to remember me. Chen Tai glared at me, prepared to retort, but was silenced by Uncle Ji's reprimand. At that moment, the negotiations between Dan Yi gang and He 2 were essentially settled without major issues. Everyone acknowledged the importance of harmony, agreeing to compensate where necessary, apologize where owed, and refrain from future disturbances. Lastly, regarding He Tang, the head, Fei Jiao, initially did not take part in the discussions. Chen Zhongying and Qi Wei-wen sent several letters of invitation, but Fei Jiao remained unresponsive. Chapter 55. The gang's orders. Chen Zhongying remarked that He Tang seemed genuinely lacking in courtesy. Qi Wei-wen added that their recent actions suggested intentions to ally with other gangs bearing the He name, possibly inciting further conflict. He Tang had previously lost their territory in Shengwan to us and relocated to Takuan, harboring considerable resentment. Not only did they fail to engage in reconciliation, but they also sought to unite with several other traditional local gangs, such as He Yong Yi and He Xing He, seemingly aiming for a confrontation with us. It is rumored that He Tang senior members held a meeting to form an alliance with other He gangs, meticulously selecting dozens of resolute fighters. They are led by the formidable Red Stick, Huang Renhui, preparing for a second ambush against us. I turned my gaze sharply, lighting a cigarette, and stated, "This matter with He Tang requires no further discussion." Chen Zhongying and Wengu exchanged glances before addressing me. "Zhong Kuei, if we do not eradicate the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze." Though the He Tang's influence is not substantial, it clings to us like a stubborn plaster, hindering our society's growth. In our endeavors, we have always adhered to the principle of courtesy before conflict. We have fulfilled our obligations, and now Chen Zhongying continued. Just as Chen Zhongying had articulated half his thoughts, he struck a chord of excitement within me that I could no longer contain. "Uncleing, There is no need for further discussion. I shall annihilate the He Yi Tang in its entirety, I declared. A surge of anger welled within me, directed towards that lunatic Hui who had led the charge against us, and whom I had witnessed plunging twin blades into Brother Chi's chest. I could not rest until I had avenged this treachery. When Gu interjected, Zhong Kuei, this matter is entrusted to you. Your performance in the society over the past 2 years has been commendable, and the seniors have great faith in you. Remember, a family's reputation is upheld by its actions. You must act with authority. Ah Hua from the De faction, Chen Yuan Mao, and the Zan faction's Zhan Beng Dao will assist you. Lead them and ensure the He Yi Tang is eradicated from the realm. Understood. I responded immediately, with the upper echelon's directive and the endorsement of the leader, Prince Xiong. Upon returning to Shixiawai, I promptly mobilized our forces and prepared our manpower. The He Yi Tang had been established in 1925 at the Xiaoquan Fish Market, having splintered from the He character's 12 friends, and currently boasted a modest membership of several hundred. Their stronghold lay within the Kowloon area, where aside from managing traditional gambling establishments, the most lucrative venture was the Lok Fu seafood market, now demolished, replaced by the Kowloon vegetable market. With over 200 seafood stalls and countless fishermen, each vendor was obliged to pay tribute to the He Yi Tang, yielding substantial profits. Our society had long harbored intentions to seize this territory, and this presented a prime opportunity. At that time, the Lok Fu market was under the control of lunatic Hui. He was our first target. The following day, at Yizhong's boxing gym in Kowloon, our group convened, including Ah Hua and a band of youths from Xia Yinshan, along with Mao Zai, Gao Fei, and Chen Yuan Mao, all of whom were smoking. In the afternoon, the Zan faction's members arrived from Yuan Long, led by Zhan Beng Dao, bringing dozens of men, fully equipped to join forces with us. We, the new generation of the society, exuded fierce determination. Even before the battle commenced, an air of bloodlust permeated the atmosphere as we eagerly prepared for action. Yizhong observed us with a smile, saying, "You young ones each remind me of my younger self. This time, I will not deploy my own men to assist you. I shall test your mettle to see if you can reclaim Lok Fu. Brother Zhong, rest assured, tomorrow evening we shall return to share tea with you." I replied confidently. Turning to my comrades, I proclaimed, "Fellows, whether we feast on soup or meat tomorrow depends on the outcome of this battle." The crowd erupted in fervent agreement, rallying to vanquish lunatic Hui. At that time, upon learning of my impending departure for business, Ahau and I intended to gather a few comrades. I urged them to refrain from doing so, for their injuries had yet to heal, and their enterprises at Shek Kip Mei and Sheng Wan required their attention. I assured them that my presence alone sufficed, and there was no need to complicate matters, lest we stir up trouble at home. As evening descended, we arrived at the bustling entrance of the Lok Fu fish market in Kowloon, where throngs of people had gathered, divided into 3 groups, gradually entering the market. Nearby, at the Lok Fu stall, a fishing boat lay docked, where the boisterous Kwangren Hui, displaying his tattoos, reveled with several men and women, indulging in drinks and seafood, exuding unrestrained joy. "Zhong Kuei, that ruffian is right there. Shall we take action?" Ah Hua, brandishing a cleaver, exclaimed with fervor in his eyes. "No. Let us wait until he disembarks to act," I replied. The vessel was moored in a shallow area, making boarding impractical. Any attempt to do so would likely raise suspicion. Moreover, a small faction aligned with Yong Yi lurked nearby, necessitating a swift and decisive approach to prevent them from coordinating a counterattack, as we could very well find ourselves cornered like the unfortunate souls in Temple Street, a predicament we wished to avoid. If we were to board the vessel and, even in the event of dispatching Kwangren Hui, found ourselves trapped with no viable escape, surrounded by reinforcements, we would be in a dire situation indeed. "Let us heed Zhong Kuei's advice," one of the brothers concurred, "and stow away our weapons until he comes ashore." I instructed all our brothers to disperse, blending into the market's crowd, where we ordered a few small dishes, biding our time as we ate. The bustling fish market concealed us well. To the casual observer, we appeared merely as ordinary patrons. Whatever assaults Kwangren Hui might have planned against us, we would return in kind. Meanwhile, Kwangren Hui, aboard his vessel, feasted on seafood and drank beer, boasting to his entourage about leading the recent assault on the 10 West gang. His subordinates offered toasts, praising him as the boss, while a few nearby women laughed and flirted, reveling in his triumph. My grip on the knife tightened, veins bulging, my eyes aflame with rage. The 10 West Zhong Kuei is but a coward. What can he do? His elder brother fell to my blade right at the door, and he fled like a dog. Had he not escaped swiftly, he would be as lifeless as this fish. Kwangren Hui guffawed, slicing open a grouper with his dining knife, savoring a piece with his fork. Hui, you're magnificent. What is so special about the 10 West? A bunch of remnants from the Nationalist Army, unable to win a fight, now masquerading as gangsters. We, the locals, shall not allow these vermin to roam freely in Hong Kong. His companions chimed in, laughter echoing around them. After indulging in merriment, we awaited his descent from the boat, unaware that he was swept away in revelry, pulling 2 women with him, lifting the boat's curtain to indulge in further pleasures. This scoundrel lingered aboard. The evening market was drawing to a close, with fewer patrons remaining. We had sat there for several hours, and if we did not act soon, our presence would surely be revealed. Boss, you've been seated for quite some time. Would you like to order more? Our kitchen is about to close. A staff member inquired. The boss looked at the few of us and asked, damn it, can we afford to differ from you? Just wait a moment. Ah Yuet, holding a pair of chopsticks and a cigarette, took a puff and cursed at the boss. The boss, bewildered, dared not say more and turned to signal a colleague. Sensing that something was amiss with our group, the colleague glanced back at the stalls and saw countless other patrons, similar to us, seated menacingly while ordering a few small dishes. These bosses and their aides were from the side of the madman Hui, although not part of any gang. They realized the situation was precarious and hurried to call for reinforcements. At that moment, we paid no mind, fixated solely on the madman Hui on the boat. Suddenly, this fellow emerged from the cabin, pants in hand, a cigarette tilted at an angle, accompanied by 2 women. We all sprang to our feet. Let us go? Let's south head to Temple Street for some dancing, the madman Hui declared, leading his entourage off the boat. They've arrived. I shouted, drawing my knife and charging out of the stall with all my brothers, racing towards the madman Hui with utmost speed. As the madman Hui stepped off the boat, flanked by his crew, he calmly observed the throng charging towards him and remarked with a grin, damn it, Zhong Kuei, I've been waiting for you. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude surged forth from the fish market, a cacophony of shouts and cries erupting. The members of the 8 Directions and the Brotherhood surged like a tidal wave, wielding fish-killing knives and spears. Realizing it was going to be a fierce battle, I shouted without hesitation, let us meet them head-on and take them down. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, but unbeknownst to us, the madman Hui let out a cold laugh, waving his hand as an array of fishing nets descended from above. Instantly, we found ourselves ensnared, trapped in the center, unable to move, our strikes rendered futile. The Brotherhood outside tightened the nets, completely trapping us within. As the Brotherhood's members saw us caught like fish in a net, they grinned wickedly, brandishing their sharp fish-killing knives and lunging at us. The cries of my brothers outside the net echoed as blood flowed freely. At that moment, I was in the center of the net, with several brothers valiantly shielding me, taking the blows meant for me. Countless people were trapped amidst the chaos, pushing against each other while the external forces pulled the net tighter, causing us to stumble and fall, only to rise again. Amidst this turmoil, the madman Hui laughed heartily, brandishing a long spear, stabbing at those trapped inside. One unfortunate fellow, wielding a cleaver, was gruesomely impaled by Hui's spear, piercing through his throat. Look, everyone, I've caught a big fish. The madman Hui bellowed with laughter. Where's Zhong Kuei? Damn it, where's Zhong Kuei? Hui pushed through the crowd, searching for me with his spear in hand. As we found ourselves trapped, suffering heavy casualties, ensnared by the fishing nets, I suddenly had an idea. I drew my short knife from my waist and began to cut at the net. My brothers up front were holding the line, while I managed to carve a gap in the net. Together, we pulled with all our might, tearing apart the net and charging out. As the crowd broke free from the fishing net, they surged forth like fierce tigers unleashed, launching a frenzied counterattack against the adversary. You filthy dogs! I leaped up with a blade, striking down one assailant, as I pursued the others fiercely alongside Ah Yuet and the Zhanbong Dao. Not far away, the maniac Hui stood taunting us with a spear in hand. In our blood-red fury, we charged recklessly towards him. Little did we know, as we rushed forward, we all slipped and fell to the ground with a loud crash. The ground had been slicked with countless muddy eels by those from Yitang, rendering the surface treacherous, causing us to tumble like marionettes with cut strings. Seizing the moment of our downfall, Hui led his men in a charge against us. Several of my subordinates had yet to rise. Surrounded by Hui and his gang, they were mercilessly slashed at. Two of my men were hoisted by their pants and dragged across the ground. Hui, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, produced a fish-slicing knife and approached, delivering brutal stabs to the feet of my men, severing their tendons. Their heart-wrenching screams echoed as Hui and two of his lackeys hoisted them up and tossed them into a nearby water tank. With a resounding clap, Hui locked the tank. As the two subordinates flailed in a desperate struggle against drowning, Hui stood atop the tank, laughing heartily, stabbing at us through the gaps with his spear, accompanied by screams. The water within turned a deep crimson. On Aunt Fei, Ah Yuet cried out in anguish, trying to fend off attacks while witnessing the horrific demise of his two brothers. Hui, brimming with arrogance, provoked us, relishing the sight of us ensnared, outnumbered, and overwhelmed. Laughing maniacally, Jianghu, everyone says you are formidable. Today marks your end. Hui cackled. I was amidst the chaos, wielding the Zhanbong Dao, alongside Ah Yuet and a dozen lackeys, desperately defending ourselves, bloodied and battered, slipping repeatedly on the treacherous ground. Meanwhile, Hui's men had equipped themselves with thick-bottomed, anti-slip shoes, toppling many of us with ease. A subordinate from our side, marked with the character Zhong, was kicked several meters away, landing at Hui's feet. Hui seized a sharp fish hook from a nearby ice block, viciously driving it into the mouth of the fallen subordinate, dragging him across the ground. With a brutal twist, the hook pierced through the subordinate's eye, rendering it a gory pit. 10 Western gang, today we settle the blood debts of your upper circle. Hui roared, wiping blood from his face. At that moment, our 10 Western gang was being systematically beaten back, caught in a trap, our morale dwindling. Several were paralyzed by fear, contemplating escape, especially Hui, who relentlessly pursued his attacks. Many of our newer recruits, untested by hardship, were visibly terrified at the unfolding horror. A subordinate from Yuet Mountain shouted madly, charging with all his might towards Hui, brandishing a sharp water pipe aimed at his back. Little did he know, Hui swiftly pivoted, evading him and seizing the water pipe with a firm grip. Suddenly, a harpoon pierced the abdomen of the adversary. Witnessing this, the two henchmen of the maniac who hurriedly wielded their harpoons. In an instant, 3 harpoons were embedded in his belly, and the trio, with combined strength, astonishingly lifted the subordinate of Yuet and hurled him onto the water tank, plunging him into the sea, leaving him grievously wounded and bleeding profusely. Ah Choi, Ah Yuet of Yuet, with bloodshot eyes, watched helplessly as his childhood friends perished one after another before him, nearly succumbing to tears of anguish. Chapter 57. From desperation springs new life at that moment. Confronted by the brazen provocation of the maniac who, I clenched my teeth tightly. In this precarious situation where the enemy advanced and we retreated, the significance of a leader must be fully realized. If I were to lower my banner and flee, it would surely spell doom for everyone at the Lok Fu market today. Having grown up in Tiu Kung Long, my uncle, who served in the military, once imparted to me a profound truth. A wolf leading a pack of sheep can triumph over a sheep leading a pack of wolves. The importance of leadership is paramount. As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. Having escaped the clutches of 100 pursuers in the tea house of Kowloon, I resolutely believed that I could emerge bloodied, yet victorious from this Lok Fu market. Take off your shoes, I bellowed. Everyone swiftly removed their shoes, standing barefoot on the ground of Lok Fu market. The ground had been tampered with by the adversary, making it exceedingly slippery. We had suffered greatly due to our unstable footing. With our shoes cast aside, we stood barefoot, daggers in hand, glaring fiercely at the enemy. Our battle hymn, the 10 West number, resonated with vigor, shaking the heavens. The elders proclaimed that a golden signboard with a black lacquered base is forged through struggle. Follow me, I commanded. Upon hearing these words, the fervor in everyone ignited, especially in Ah Yuet and the Zhanbong Dao, who had just witnessed countless brothers fall. Fueled by adrenaline, they charged fiercely at the enemy. Numerous bare feet thundered forward, roaring as they launched a frenzied counterattack. In a moment's clash, the enemy fell like leaves in a storm, with over a dozen collapsing at once. In that moment, both Ah Yuet and I, along with Zhanbong Dao, were consumed by rage. Impervious to the pain of wounds as we fought fiercely, wielding our blades to carve openings in the enemy's defenses. Seeing our ferocity, the enemy began to retreat in fear. Amidst the chaos of 100-person melee, Ah Yuet, cursing vehemently, led several of C.I. Yunshan's subordinates, including Cat and Gao Fei, to sneak around to the rear of a fishing vessel. They astonishingly produced a water mine cannon. In the 1960s, some illegal fishing boats crafted this homemade explosive to blast fish during the high tide when schools were dense. Igniting it, they hurled it towards the people of Tang. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air, stunning the maniac who into a crouch. Accompanied by a cacophony of screams, the enemy was thrown into the water and fell to the ground, some engulfed in smoke. While even those who escaped the blast were violently knocked off their feet by the shockwave. A horde of fallen foes, I'll bury you all. Ah Yuet and Katsi shouted as they continuously retrieved underwater explosives from the fish hold, igniting them with lighters and hurling them fiercely at their adversaries. Although the underwater explosives lacked the potency of conventional detonation devices, their lethality surpassed that of ordinary fireworks by a considerable margin. Following the detonations, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the dock, and our forces swiftly advanced, leaving our opponents in disarray. After expending the underwater explosives, Ah Yuet and Katsi descended from the vessel, bringing several fish harpoons with them. Aimed at their foes, they pulled the triggers of the harpoon guns, the powerful recoil accompanied by a piercing whistle. As the sharp harpoons shot forth, piercing through the chests of their targets, eliciting agonized screams. A chaotic counterattack ensued, with members of the Tang faction falling or retreating, dramatically shifting the tide of battle. Countless eyes were fixated on the maniac Yuet, who was overwhelmed by a flurry of strikes, his expression transforming from fierce to one of palpable fear. In a state of panic, Yuet swung his weapon wildly, retreating with his subordinates in search of an escape route. Quickly summoned the brothers from Heonji for assistance. Yuet, sensing his imminent defeat, lost his composure and sent someone to fetch reinforcements. Meanwhile, I relentlessly pursued him, felling 2 adversaries as I maintained my pursuit. He fled along the side of the dock, and I was hot on his heels. As he ran, Yuet glanced back, hurling a harpoon at me in a fit of rage. I crouched to evade it, then snatched the harpoon gun from Ah Yuet's hands, aiming at his back. Whoosh! A sharp blade swiftly flew out, embedding itself in his calf. Ah! Yuet cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and sliding across the surface. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, limping away in a frantic dash. Accompanied by Ah Yuet and others, I pursued him with ferocity, while several of Yuet's men desperately shielded him, only to be dispatched by our onslaught. Witnessing this, Yuet, terrified, hobbled along the wall as I leapt forward, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. He fell to the ground, and I raised my blade to strike. Yuet clasped his hands together, gripping my weapon in a desperate plea, his face pale with terror. Brother Jianghu, spare me. Please, do not kill me. Yuet trembled, shouting in fear. You are finished today. It's either you or me. I pressed the blade firmly against his neck. Yuet's face turned ashen, exerting all his strength to resist. Brother Jianghu, please spare me. From now on, if I see you on the street, I will flee at once. Grant me my life. Yuet begged, his voice quaking with desperation. How dare you? I pressed the blade down with fierce intensity, my eyes burning with rage. Do you expect me to bow before you? Just see which of our 36 characters can extinguish you. I shouted. Seeing his pleas were in vain, Yuet roared in defiance, as if rejuvenated, and forcefully struck my blade away. You will die for this. Seizing the moment of my stumble, the madman Yuet drew a concealed fish knife from his waist. Thrusting it furiously towards my throat, I instinctively sidestepped and fell to the ground, grasping the spear's tether of the fish spear, ensnaring his wrist as he lunged with the blade. In a swift motion, I wrapped it around his neck. Ah! The madman Yuet screamed in terror, his wrist trapped firmly in my grip. I tightened the tether around his neck, yanked his knife-wielding wrist, and executed a rear lock, creating an unbreakable knot. Helpless, Yuet was dragged along the ground by my force. You scoundrel, having slain my brother, today I demand your life. I bellowed. Yuet, terrified as I dragged him across the ground, flailed his legs in panic, while I pulled him towards a high-hanging railing at the dock. With a determined leap, I secured one end of the rope to the ship's mast, and then jumped down into the depths below. As the rope tightened, a scream escaped Huey's lips. His body lifted into the air, suspended by the inertia, dangling from the mast, hands clutching his throat, eyes bulging. I roared, my feet pressing against the ship's deck, muscles straining as I exerted all my might. Chapter 58. Clearing the path for the Brotherhood, we flailed helplessly, clutching his neck, and in no time, he ceased to struggle. Hanging lifelessly from the mast, his neck broken, eyes bulging, tongue extended grotesquely. "You wretch, perish!" Ah Hua and the others, witnessing the scene, rushed forward to hurl insults at Huey's already lifeless body. Panting heavily, I released my grip. With a thunderous crash, Huey's body fell onto the ship's cabin, and along with the others, I descended upon him, delivering a flurry of strikes that rendered him unrecognizable. In that moment of fury, I howled, raising my weapon repeatedly, the haunting images of Brother Chi's tragic demise flashing in my mind. The opponent was reduced to a mere silhouette. Hui was left in a grotesque state, and I commanded Ah Hua and the others to bind him once more, suspending him high upon the mast. At that moment, countless underlings of the He Tang looked upon this harrowing spectacle, their spirits shattered, turning to flee, not daring to glance back. We were utterly exhausted, drenched in blood, lacking the strength to pursue. One by one, we collapsed onto the blood-soaked dock, gasping for breath. I rummaged through my pockets, retrieving a half-drenched pack of colorful cigarettes, soaked through by the blood in my pocket. The blade of destruction tossed me a cigarette. "Brother Zhong Kuei, let us press our advantage tonight and eradicate the He Tang." I lit the cigarette, inhaling deeply. After a brief respite, "We shall regroup. I promised Grandpa that before the sun rises, the name He Tang will vanish from the world." We settled on the ground to rest. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached, shadows converging, a dark throng surrounding us, flashlights illuminating our figures. A group clad in black, armed and ready. It was the men of Hyong-yi. I recognized their leader, the infamous ghost mask from Hyong-yi. The individuals from the Hyong-yi faction evidently arrived to support the maniac, Hui, but they were late. At that moment, the opposing side did not recognize us and was unaware whether we belonged to the He Tang or the Shi Hao. Thus, they initiated the inquiry. "Who are you?" asked the ghostly figure, Gui Mian Fei. I extinguished my cigarette, smiled at him, and calmly uttered a few words. "Shi Hao, Zhong Kuei?" The opposition was taken aback, gazing at our group, weary yet stained with blood, as if we were denizens of hell. The sight was truly harrowing. Upon hearing my invocation of Zhong Kuei, the red cane-wielding Gui Mian Fei from Hyong, it was momentarily rendered speechless, standing there in a daze, utterly at a loss. "You have arrived too late," I declared, pointing towards the mast, where the disfigured Hui dangled ominously. The members of Hyong-yi were so paralyzed with fear that they swallowed hard. Dozens of them stood frozen, exchanging wide-eyed glances. I casually lit a cigarette and proclaimed, "Today my brothers and I, with hearts resigned to death, shall not return from this battle. The fate of He Tang has reached its end, and even the heavens cannot protect them. If you insist on meddling in the feud between Shi Hao and He Tang, then let us commence immediately, without further ado." At that moment, witnessing Huey's demise and the inevitable outcome, the Hyong-yi faction, after weighing their options, received Gui Mian Fei's order to sound the retreat. "Let us take our leave, for we have no quarrel with Shi Hao today. Consider it as though we have not seen each other, and may we meet again in the future." Gui Mian Fei clasped his fists towards me, waved his hand, and led his group away. Had they truly engaged us in combat, our exhausted state may not have allowed for a second confrontation. Thankfully, our imposing presence deterred them. After a brief respite, we gathered our strength, eyes ablaze, and rearmed ourselves, making our way towards the stronghold of He Tang, located at Tugu Wan, Ma Tu Wei. That night, I uttered but a single phrase, for the vengeance of our fallen brothers. Like ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey, we swept through the streets of Qingzhou, from south to north, wreaking havoc upon countless stalls, chicken shops, and noodle shops. We struck at anyone in sight. The members of He Tang were paralyzed with terror. At one point, while raiding a flower stall, we shouted out Zhong Kuei, and the staff were so frightened that they ceased their resistance and fled through broken windows. The entire He Tang stronghold was left in disarray. Upon receiving news of our triumph, Chen Zhongying from Kowloon immediately dispatched the formidable Gao Laoji from XINZDUI to assist us. In a matter of moments, we rallied together and seized all of He Tang's stalls in Tugu Wan. The establishment of He Tang, led by Fei Jiao, saw several of their small gambling houses thoroughly ransacked, leading to a hasty escape. Accompanied by a few of his disciples, he fled in disarray, retreating to the territory of He too afraid to step out. After a night of chaos, the fate of He Yi Tang was sealed. Gao Laoji from XINZDUI remarked to me, "Zhong Kuei, well done. You and your brothers should return first to report back to Nei Batang. We will remain to clean up the battlefield and take control of the territory. You must attend the upcoming gang meeting." "Very well, Aji. Ensure it is done cleanly. And do not let the police come after me tomorrow," I replied, to which Gao Laoji assured me he would take care of it. Gao Laoji is renowned in Shi Hao for his fiery temperament. Once, when I was inland, I served as a coroner. After the gang conflict, it was customary for the high-ranking members to ensure the scene was thoroughly cleansed. The high-ranking member left some individuals to handle the aftermath, removing the bodies from the dock and cutting down the madman hung from the mast. The corpses were bound with stones, placed in sacks, doused in blood, and cast into the sea to attract sharks for consumption. Subsequently, we procured a high-pressure fire hose at the dock and vigorously sprayed the blood-stained area. Meanwhile, I led my men back to the martial arts school of Zhong to regroup. I had declared my intention to meet Uncle Zhong for tea before dawn, when the birds began to sing. In 1962, the Liu Min massacre. In 1963, the Temple Street incident involving the Flower Boys. And in the latter half of 1963, the dock incident in Kowloon. These were the three notorious bloodshed events of the gang conflicts in the 1960s, all orchestrated by my hand. Particularly, this specific battle was monumental, as I single-handedly obliterated a rival faction, instantly instilling fear in the underworld at the mere mention of the name Zhong Kuei. Throughout 1963, at merely 20 years old and having been in the scene for just 2 years, my audacious actions left many astonished. This year marked the pinnacle of my illustrious beginning, as I accomplished feats that no one in the underworld dared to attempt or even conceive. I conducted reconnaissance, annihilated rival factions, and led several from the tea house through the encirclement, eliminating countless fierce adversaries with extreme brutality. Countless individuals had never laid eyes on me, yet the name Zhong Kuei had already circulated among numerous gangs, spreading even from Kowloon to the nearby island. In this battle, we lost 6 brothers from the 10 West faction, while on the side of the madman, there were over 10 fatalities, 6 missing, and innumerable injuries. The entire Yi Tang faction crumbled and fell into disarray, unable to recover. The leader, Fat Gio, sought to reorganize the gang but was utterly powerless. That night, the Yi Tang faction vanished from the underworld entirely. The territory had been completely seized by the 10 West faction, and Fat Gio, along with a group of Yi Tang members, lowered their heads and joined other factions. As the decades-old banner of the Yi Tang was personally dismantled by me in a single night. Chapter 59. The Red Stick Initiation in the main hall of the 10 West faction on Kowloon Walled Street. The atmosphere was vibrant, adorned in red, with the sounds of gongs and drums resonating. Members from the 8 halls and the elders gathered together. The leader, Prince Xiong, personally presented incense to Lord Guan. I, along with Ah Hao and Ah Yi, knelt before the statue of Lord Guan, beneath the altar, which was adorned with 5 esteemed positions representing the 5 ancestors of Shaolin. Behind the altar, a red floral palanquin, designated for the Red Flower Pavilion, revealed the faction's official, Uncle Owen, dressed in traditional attire and adorned with a red sash, who slowly emerged from the palanquin holding a tray. Upon it were 3 items, which he presented to me, Ah Hao and Ah Yi. A short stick painted a deep crimson adorned with dragon carvings was handed to me. A pair of coarse straw sandals with a black base and white trim was given to Ah Hao, and Ah Yi, in a meditative state, received the 3rd item, a white paper fan, which Uncle Owen opened and handed over. With the 5 ancestors as witnesses, today, I, Zhong Shiwen, along with Hong Jiaoyi and Jiang Hao, officially took on the roles of Red Stick, Straw Sandals, and White Paper Fan, respectively, as disciples of the Hung Men. Zhong Shiwen. From this day forth, you shall assume the esteemed position of the Red Stick within the society of filial piety, standing resolute against external adversaries, enforcing internal discipline, and uplifting the reputation of our clan. Hong Jiaoyi, effective immediately, you shall take on the role of the White Paper Fan, responsible for managing our accounts and expanding our economic endeavors, ensuring our society flourishes like a bountiful treasure pot. Jiang Hao, as of today, you shall don the grass sandals, tasked with fostering connections, broadening our network, resolving disputes, and overseeing the affairs of our society. The 3 of us promptly responded in unison. expressing our gratitude to our venerable leader. Today, having received this responsibility, we are determined to face any challenge without hesitation, pledging our unwavering commitment. Should any of us harbor treachery or retreat in the face of difficulty, let the wrath of heaven strike us down, perishing beneath 1,000 blades. We three raised our hands before the flickering flames, swearing an oath and reciting the verses of our poetic legacy. Uncle Owen instructed us, and we recited with fervor, I am the wind, yet not merely the wind, with colorful banners fluttering in the fray. To the left, the Dragon and Tiger Society. To the right, the harmonious gathering of longevity. I am the flow, yet not just the flow. As the rivers converge for eternity, the lakes unite with the rivers, and the iron chains release the dragon from beneath. With resounding voices, we completed the verses and bowed respectfully to our founding elder, Uncle Owen. Before reciting the verses of the Hongmen, the earth rises high, a timeless beauty of the western hills, the gate facing the sea, where the rivers flow for millennia. Having recited all the verses, I, along with Ah How and Ah Yi, officially embraced our roles as prominent figures within the Society of Filial Piety, signifying that our followers may also expand and recruit new members. At that time, I had vanquished the madman Hui, single-handedly dismantled the He Hall, and laid the foundation for our society at the Lok Fu Seafood Market, wielding the red stick as the society's esteemed martial leader. The red stick, reminiscent of the weapon wielded by Wu Song in Water Margin, represents the enforcement of discipline within our society and the defense against external threats. I shall forever remember the moment in 1963 when I grasped the red stick, feeling the exhilarating rush of honor and power. It was then that Uncle Owen personally entrusted me with the red stick, backed by the society's loyal protector, Yizhong. From that moment on, the status of Ah How, Ah Yi, and myself within the society ascended to new heights. The ceremony for our appointments was far more grandiose than our initial induction in West Kowloon, featuring an extravagant banquet with countless tables, celebrating at the Hong Fu Seafood Restaurant in Mong Kok, where an entire building was reserved for the occasion. The number of attendees surpassed all previous gatherings, and I was fortunate to meet numerous legendary figures within the society whom I had only heard of before. Among them was the formidable heroine Sierra, who had returned from Japan, a direct disciple of Chi Wei-wen, known in the underworld as Erji. At that time, she was still referred to as Erji, but after achieving success in smuggling in Japan, she became known as Ergu. Additionally, there was Chinyani, the society's esteemed elder sister, who was a disciple of Chi Wei-wen during his time in Guangzhou, accompanied by her paramour, a high-ranking British officer in the police force. Furthermore, there were countless others, including the renowned leaders of the Zhongzi Society, the formidable Wakulong, the indomitable Cockroach Rome, and the esteemed Pei from the Digi Society, along with the illustrious Zijings Heo from Macau, and many more. In those days, the entire 10th West Society thrived like a blooming garden, brimming with valiant warriors, their influence spanning across Hong Kong and Macau. At that time, all the prominent figures were eagerly raising their glasses to toast me, eager to catch a glimpse of the rising stars of the society, Ah How, Ah Yi, and myself. Ironically, the former advisor, Tan, was also present, yet he sat alone at the edge of the table, receiving only a few cursory greetings from old acquaintances, with no one else paying him any heed. His fall from grace was evident. Once a distinguished advisor, he had been demoted to a mere position in the Old West Nine, losing all the stature he once held. Furthermore, his betrayal of his peers had led to his ostracism within the community. At one point, there were discussions of imposing severe penalties upon him, but he desperately pleaded for mercy from the elders and retained a hidden card. As the custodian of the society's accounts, he wielded significant power. Any harsh actions against him could result in dire consequences if he chose not to surrender the financial ledgers or handed them over to the police, potentially leading to mutual destruction. Thus, while he escaped the ultimate punishment, his standing within the society had plummeted, and even his sworn brothers among the Kowloon 18 Tigers no longer regarded him with respect. Meanwhile, his nephew, the inept Wei, returned from Macau in disgrace, continuing to live off the generosity of the eldest brother, the Bone Dragon, resorting to deceiving women for survival, unable to make a mark for himself. As we indulged in our drinks, we drunkenly whistled and taunted Tan. Ah How, with a cutting remark, nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Tan uncle, you've been so meticulous with your finances all your life. How could you not foresee your current predicament? Laughter erupted around the table, while Tan glared at us, powerless to retaliate. After my promotion, life became increasingly smooth sailing. I had ascended to the rank of Red Stick, and my capable subordinates, including Hu Shuyong, De Jinyo, and Tai Tu, began to attract their own followers, resulting in a burgeoning entourage of over 100 disciples. My endeavors in the vibrant district of Lufu had expanded my influence, collaborating with Gao Laoji to manage the area. On one hand, we collected rents from the fishermen, and on the other, we raised our flags to deter any retaliatory threats from rival factions. During this period, I welcomed numerous young compatriots from Tiu Kunlun into our ranks, specifically those who were bold, fierce, and brimming with youthful vigor. I mandated that they all undergo training at Izhong's martial arts school before officially joining, with no delays permitted. My students were enthusiastic and obedient, proudly declaring their allegiance as members of the Zhongkue faction, even when they were still at the Blue Lantern stage. My routine remained unchanged, practicing martial arts at the school during the day, resting at noon, visiting the Shek Kip Mei casino in the afternoon, and at night. As the city lights began to twinkle, I would lead my students to collect debts at the bustling nightlife of Shangwan, driving a Skoda, adorned with a Rolex watch. And with an arsenal of tools in the trunk, I was always accompanied by a few loyal students, prepared for any eventuality. After a night of singing and dancing, we would venture to Wanchai for late-night snacks, reveling in the joy of life. Chapter 60. Adorned in glory, as the saying goes, when one achieves fame, they are instantly draped in glory. Events that once seemed unfathomable can materialize in an instant, and it is truly remarkable. I had become the renowned Quangren Hui, my name echoing throughout the Yao Mati district. During this period, many sought me out, bewildered by my newfound prominence. Firstly, there is Chun Tai from the Hehe Society, the brother of the dual-blade Kuan whom I had previously injured. One evening, while we were dining in Mongkok, he came over with his companions to toast us and settled our table's bill. He then sat down, offered me a cigarette, and cordially greeted me, saying, "Zhongkue, there are no hard feelings between us, right?" I cast a glance at him, and a few of my disciples eyed him suspiciously. This Chun Tai had previously shown some defiance during an incident in Temple Street, and I had been keeping a close watch on him. "Are you looking for trouble? If so, I can certainly arrange for you to find it every day," I retorted, not giving him a pleasant expression. He clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. That day at the table, I spoke too much, let my nerves get the better of me, and said things I shouldn't have. I hope you won't take offense. I bear no grudge against you. Uncle G has also mentioned that those matters in Temple Street are behind us." Chun Tai maintained his politeness and offered me a cigarette, which I accepted without hesitation. "Zhongkue, we from the Hehe Society have no issues with you. It was merely the drink talking, and with my younger brothers present, I may have exchanged a few harsh words. Please don't hold it against me. If you ever find yourself in Temple Street, I would be honored to host you." Chun Tai stated. "I dare not venture to Temple Street," I replied sarcastically. Uncle G warned me that if I went there, I would be in grave danger. Even when I attempt to predict my fate, I do so at home by tossing a coin. I do not dare go to Temple Street. That's not the case at all. Uncle G has asked me to send you an invitation for his 70th birthday celebration next month. He specifically requested your presence and has invited your superior, Uncle Owen. By the way, Ah Kuan also wishes to share a drink with you," Chun Tai added. This indicated that the dual-blade Kuan, with whom I had previously clashed, was now willing to humble himself and seek camaraderie. Seeing his sincere attitude, I did not press him further and raised my glass to toast with him. I assured him that I was not afraid of any tricks he might play, as I had a loyal entourage wherever I went, and I would cover the expenses without fail. "Can Uncle G manage such a grand feast?" I asked. "Rest assured, as long as your people come, we will provide as much wine as you desire," Chun Tai responded. With such assurances, I decided to let bygones be bygones regarding our previous confrontation, agreeing that we would respect each other moving forward. Although it was a minor incident, it certainly allowed me to maintain my dignity in front of my disciples at the restaurant. Chun Tai, known as Silly Old Tai, is quite the character, notorious for his wild antics. In 1960, he famously wielded a Japanese sword in broad daylight to collect rent, injuring a patrolling officer in the process. He had previously roamed the Tsuanwan area across the harbor, assisting the island's detective Leiluo in rent collection. However, due to his volatile temperament and propensity for violence, he was eventually discarded by Leiluo in favor of a more cunning rent collector, Pig Oil Boy. At that time, it was said that Leiluo had two great assets: pig oil boy for intellect, and silly old Tai for might. For someone of such stature to humble himself in my presence and show me respect was a source of pride for my disciples. Subsequently, the ghostly-faced Fae from the Yongyi Society took the initiative to visit me into Kowloon, inviting me to several meals and presenting me with lavish gifts, including gold and silver jewelry and a plethora of specialty cigarettes and liquor. I understood his intentions. He was merely apprehensive that we might sever ties with the Hee Hall and, taking advantage of the situation, sought to strengthen their bond with the Yongyi Society. After all, with the demise of the Yitong, the strength of Yongyi itself was rather limited. They resorted to opening gambling dens and engaging in the trade of paper offerings and ghost money near Lok Fu, fearful that we might encroach upon their territory and seize their profits. I reassured him not to be afraid. At present, I held no interest in such dealings with the deceased. On the day you showed me courtesy in Lok Fu, I called for a retreat, and unless ordered by the organization, I would personally refrain from taking any action against you. Upon hearing this, Gui Mianfei quickly expressed his gratitude, sharing several drinks with me before returning to report back. A few days later, while entertaining my second sister, Xie, who had returned from Japan, along with Ah Hao and Ah Yi in the Grand World, several members of the society were present, including some elder figures. At that moment, the newspaper strongman from the Dan Yi gang approached me. He was hesitant to confront me alone to offer his apologies. Thus, he sent forth the group sister from Dan Yi to mediate on his behalf. Upon our meeting, he immediately downed 3 glasses of pure liquor and then pressed $5,000 into my hands as an apology. Zhongkue, I come to greet you. Regarding the incident at the tea house, we all acted on behalf of our respective factions, and I hope you can overlook any offenses. I sincerely wish for no vengeance to be sought against me, the newspaper strongman earnestly implored. Indeed, Zhongkue, please let Ah Chong off the hook. After all, he is, like you, a red stick of the society. He was compelled to act as instructed, not out of personal malice. The most contemptible one is that old scoundrel, Master Tan. The group sister interjected on my behalf. At that time, after I had taken office, I had declared that I would settle accounts with all participants in the tea house incident. A few days post my appointment, during 7th Brother's funeral, I had voiced this, causing these individuals to feel uneasy, prompting them to seek reconciliation. Although the group's sister was present, I refrained from saying much and returned the $5,000 to the newspaper strongman. Your sister has already interceded for you. If I accept your money, wouldn't that be a slap in her face? You may leave. I will not pursue you, I declared, having slain the madman Hui. I deemed it a suitable resolution for 7th Brother. In truth, the one I most yearned to eliminate was Master Tan. The newspaper strongman, regardless of his protests, was unable to reclaim the $5,000 and hastily thrust it back into my hands. Come now, Zhongkue, why the formality? If you refuse it, my men shall still require sustenance, he urged. The group's sister, with a playful gesture, insisted on placing the money back into my hands. Take it back and treat the brothers to a late-night meal, I said, handing a stack of cash to the burly Nyo beside me. Feeling a bit shy, the group's sister said, then I shall accept it. Of course, this is simply how things are done. Let me go greet the guests in the private room. Who is present? The group sister asked with a light-hearted laugh. Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and the Society's second sister back from Japan, I replied. You are familiar with them. Oh, if it's the second sister, then I must certainly join, she exclaimed. At that moment, Xie had a significant reputation in the underworld, having initially facilitated smuggling watch deals through a Japanese uncle, and her business had flourished. Alongside Chinyani, another formidable woman in our society, they were renowned as the Golden Phoenix and Silver Phoenix. Moreover, she was a disciple of Wenguchi Wei Wen. Thus the group's sister naturally ventured in to share a few drinks and extend her greetings. As the newspaper staff engaged in conversation, they exchanged greetings before moving into the private room. Amidst the clinking of glasses, everyone expressed gratitude to Sister Kun for the timely warning, which allowed us to prepare. Otherwise, we might have met our demise at Tuguan. Chapter 61. Stubbornness. Sister Kun not only informed me in advance of their intentions, but also, following the incident, Master Tan went into hiding. The gang searched for him for quite some time until Sister Kun eventually revealed his whereabouts. He was ultimately apprehended on Lama Island. Sister Kun is remarkably loyal, and I hold her in high regard. Oh, Sister Kun, you've truly endured much for our sake, facing reprimands from Master Tan, said Ah Hao and Ah Yi, raising their glasses in salute. I had long wished to deal with that old curmudgeon, let us not dwell on him. I would have kicked him out ages ago. Sister Kun laughed, her laughter as vibrant as blossoms in spring. I had indeed contemplated getting rid of Master Tan earlier. But at that time, his lingering influence made it impractical. Now, however, with our matter at hand, the opportunity presented itself perfectly. Currently, Sister Kun has set her sights on the renowned Zhang Lian, a prominent figure at Lu Waterhouse, affectionately nicknamed Gold Tooth Lian. Ah Kun, you certainly are a rare find, blooming one after another. Second sister teased, alluding to Sister Kun's allure. Oh, it's merely my unfortunate fate to wander amidst men, unlike you. Second sister, who stands strong and gallops across the seas. Who doesn't know your illustrious name? Sister Kun chuckled, sharing a drink with second sister. However, our dear Zhong Kuei is not faring too well. While his career flourishes, his romantic endeavors remain bleak. Just look at him, having achieved the rank of Red Stick, yet lacking a single woman by his side. How unfortunate, Sister Kun remarked with a laugh. Inside the private room, Ah Hao and Ah Yi were surrounded by women, while I remained solitary, my demeanor stern, armed with a knife. By day, I trained at the martial arts school, and by night, I collected debts, ever vigilant and prepared for any commands from the gang. My tightly wound nerves left no room for matters of the heart. Sister Kun laughed. Women are far too troublesome. I have no need for them. When the occasional desire arises, I simply visit the chicken stalls in Mong Kok to relieve myself. I am not one to deceive. It's quite normal to seek a few girls at the chicken stalls. Who among us, even a humble office worker or street vendor, does not have such needs? Oh, these faded flowers and wilting willows hardly deserve our Zhong Kuei. You must refrain from such pursuits in the future. Sister Kun playfully swatted me, teasingly. I'm a few years older than you. I fear you might find me lacking. Otherwise, such a handsome lad. I would personally assist you. Ah Hao and I chuckled. Sister Kun, you are remarkably loyal. Not only did you inform us about Awen being attacked, but you also stepped in to address his needs. You are more of a brother than we are. Haha, Sister Kun, you truly have a knack for humor. I laughed heartily. Sister Kun is indeed beautiful. She once performed Cantonese opera and hails from a prestigious background, having been trained by the renowned Fen Juhua. After entering the underworld, her every movement exudes charm. However, we maintain a playful camaraderie, referring to each other as siblings. Honestly, have you thought about Ayu? Sister Kun inquired. The mention of Ayu, a Hao, and A E ignited a commotion once again. As for Ayu, let us not dwell on her. She is the daughter of President Lon and has long been in Penang, Malaysia, courting the son of a tin mining magnate. I suspect she is now married into a wealthy family, transformed into a lady of opulence, and has little desire to associate with those of us who navigate the underworld. The two began to jest about my navet. It should have been a foregone conclusion. A consummation of their relationship should have occurred long ago, followed by a dramatic display of tragic love before President Lon. After all, he could hardly retaliate, and by aligning with Lon Jiang, we would all share in the ascent to prosperity. Now what is there to discuss? But then, Sister Kun interjected. Ayu has returned from Malaysia. She is back in Hong Kong and has not acquiesced to the wealthy suitor's advances. Wow, really? Ayu is indeed a devoted woman, enamored with my brother Wen. If I were Ayu, I would never return. Ahao chimed in, chuckling. Upon hearing Sister Kun's words, my heart quivered unexpectedly. I had not anticipated that Ayu would genuinely return to Hong Kong and spurn the advances of that affluent young man. Even more astonishing, and something I scarcely dared to contemplate, was the notion that her return was for my sake. Deep down, I felt a tinge of inadequacy, especially after discovering she was the illegitimate daughter of Lan Jiang. Sister Kun continued, Ayu indeed returned for you, Zhong Kuei. President Lan has kept her confined at home, scolding her for quite some time. She elaborated that Ayu had refused the wealthy heir's pursuit upon her return from Malaysia. Ayu had exhausted every possible excuse, claiming to be a dancer who had been with countless men. Yet the wealthy heir remained steadfast in his devotion and was unperturbed, insisting on pursuing a relationship with her. Desperate, Ayu sought to return to Hong Kong and, in a moment of exasperation, claimed she worked in a brothel, charging a mere $100 per visit, an offer any man could avail themselves of. Astonishingly, the wealthy heir showed no signs of yielding, leaving Ayu at a loss. Questioning how she could escape his grasp, the Navi heir replied, I never said I would let you go. I intend to marry you. Confounded, Ayu clandestinely returned to Hong Kong from Malaysia by boat. However, upon her arrival, She was immediately apprehended by Lan Jiang's men and now finds herself confined at home, unable to step outside. Enraged, Lan Jiang reprimanded her. While arrangements were being made with the affluent businessman's representatives in Malaysia, as Lan Jiang sought to persuade Yu. Zhongkui, Yu truly came back for you. Before she left for Malaysia, she confided in me that she would return to see you. That is why I felt the urgency to warn you before the 3 major gangs took action. I feared that upon a U.S. return, she would find you lifeless. Sister Kun explained earnestly. Oh, what a poignant tale of love. I am moved to tears. Come, comfort me, Yu whimsically suggested, drawing closer to a lady beside him. Zhongkui, if you do not seize the opportunity to find Yu, it will indeed be too late. Sister Kun cautioned me. But Sister Kun, Yu is confined at President Lan's home. How can I possibly reach her? Surely, we cannot resort to violence and storm Lan Jiang's residence to find Yu. We would not survive such an endeavor. Ahau exclaimed, aghast. I remained unconvinced. My time with Yu had been fleeting. How could it be believed that she rejected the wealthy suitor for my sake? Who would credit such a notion? What merit do I possess? I shook my head, unable to accept this improbable tale. Sister Kun anxiously tapped my head. Oh dear, you truly are a blockhead. Men can either be astoundingly clever or frustratingly foolish. I replied. Sister Kun, you cannot blame me for this. For a man to win a woman's unwavering affection, it boils down to 2 factors. Either he is strikingly handsome and affluent, or he possesses remarkable prowess. I concede that I possess a modicum of charm, but wealth? In comparison to the mining magnates, I am hardly wealthy. I might as well be a mere trifle. As for prowess, that is even more apparent. I have known Yu for merely a few months, and we have yet to share an embrace, let alone hold hands. I truly cannot fathom how her return aligns with my reasoning. Chapter 62. A favor for nothing. Seeing my predicament, Sister Kun appeared equally perplexed. She lit a cigarette and sighed. I truly cannot comprehend why Yu would be enamored with someone as dense as you. Since romance seems out of reach, let us discuss finances instead, she proposed. Money? What money? I asked, astonished. There's a small business opportunity. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. And I need your cooperation. It would be a favor, of sorts. What do you say? Sister Kun inquired. Naturally, I was eager to earn money. I asked her for details. At the time, I had acquired numerous territories, earning handsomely through gambling establishments, brothels, and various fees. However, with a multitude of subordinates to manage and the necessity to placate the inspectors, I found myself in a tight spot. Money came swiftly but departed just as quickly. With an opportunity to profit, especially a lucrative one, I was inclined to pursue it. Sister Kun informed me about the old Master Tan, who, though now lacking influence, still had some wealth from years past. He had numerous uncollected debts in the gambling world, with many IOUs still in his possession. In his heyday, Master Tan was a prominent figure, and Sister Kun had assisted him in collecting debts, utilizing her connections to retrieve funds. For every successful collection of 10,000 yuan, she would receive a commission of 1,000 yuan. Now that Sister Kun and Master Tan had parted ways, she devised a brilliant plan to sell all the outstanding debts. Zhongkui, starting tomorrow, we will offer these debtors their IOUs at half the principal amount. Master Tan's debts will be settled, and we shall walk away with the money. What do you think? Sister Kun laughed. Ah, I see. Excellent. Sister Kun, I am with you. Hand over all the IOUs to me, and I, Zhongkui, will take responsibility for Master Tan's debts. Should his associates wish to pursue repayment, they must first consult with me. I chuckled. Even if this venture yields no profit, I am motivated to engage simply for the satisfaction of confronting Master Tan. Agreed. The proceeds from these IOUs will be split evenly between us once the task is complete. Sister Kun readily assented. From the following day, I unexpectedly refrained from training at the boxing gym in Tuhua Bay and instead gathered 50 individuals from the west to commence our endeavors. I traversed the districts of Kowloon, including Mong Kok, Yau Ma Ti, Tuhua Bay, Kowloon Walled City, and the fruit stalls, frequenting various gambling dens, flower shops, brothels, and seeking out those named in Master Tan's IOUs. With dozens of followers accompanying me, I encountered those creditors and brandished the promissory notes. The creditors trembled in fear. Their spirits shattered at the mere sight of me, believing I was there to assist the steward, Tan, in collecting debts. In the bustling streets of Kowloon, who was unaware of my formidable methods. Zhongkui, please, don't do this. They pleaded, hastily waving their hands in surrender. Who on earth told you I was here to collect debts for Steward Tan? Does that scoundrel even deserve my assistance? I retorted. I am merely here to dispense goodwill. Consider yourself fortunate. You owe Steward Tan a total of 8,000, but if you hand me a mere 1,000 now, I shall tear up the promissory note, and we shall be even. Upon hearing this, the debtor was incredulous. He had borrowed 8,000 from Steward Tan at exorbitant interest and had long since defaulted. How could this be? But what about the interest? He stammered in disbelief. At that time, Steward Tan's interest rate was exorbitant, 9 to 13. Borrowing 10,000 meant paying back 13, with 3,000 as interest for just 1 week. Exceeding that would double the interest. Logically, this debtor owed Steward Tan 8,000. And with a month's delay, the amount had ballooned to 28,000. Yet, here I was, asking for merely 1,000 to reclaim the note. The sudden prospect of relief overwhelmed him. Forget about the interest. Hand over the 1,000, and I shall take the note, clearing your debt. I insisted. Still skeptical, he inquired. Brother jianghu, what if Steward Tan comes looking for me? If he dares, tell him I collected it. Let him come find me. I assured him. Without further hesitation, he rushed to retrieve the 1,000 from the gambling den's drawer and handed it to me, at which point I returned the promissory note. This incident quickly caused a stir in Mongkok. News spread among Steward Tan's debtors, prompting them to seek me out. Those who could not find me went to Shek Kip Mei in search of a How and IE, or to Sheng Wan to find my disciples, all hoping for my assistance in converting their debts into notes. I had openly declared within the underworld that any debtor of Steward Tan could pay half of what they owed and reclaim their notes. As a result, countless individuals approached me, and I meticulously collected payments based on the extensive list of promissory notes I held. Every single note in Steward Tan's possession was exchanged for cash. The commotion was impossible for Steward Tan to ignore. Furious and humiliated, he promptly dispatched his men to pursue the debtors. That afternoon, while I was collecting debts at a trendy stall in Mongkok, one debtor owed Steward Tan 30,000 but handed me 15,000, settling the account. Just then, Steward Tan's underlings, led by a monk and a dozen thugs, stormed in demanding payment. This particular debtor had accrued substantial debt, and with the interest, the amount had swelled to over 60,000. How could they relent with only 15,000 still in hand, before the money even reached Steward Tan? As the monk and his gang approached, the stall owner glanced at me, asking, jianghu, what will you do? Leave this to me. It's not your concern. I replied calmly. The monk was furious, demanding payment, while I nonchalantly lit a cigarette, standing defiantly in his path. Jianghu, refrain from causing trouble. Your disputes with Uncle Tan are not in accordance with the rules. The monk's apprentice said to me. What? Am I to be scorned for collecting debts with promissory notes? I replied with a smile. Jianghu, you are intent on stirring up trouble. The monk's apprentice retorted angrily. Trouble? Do I lack the means? I swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the monk's apprentice's face. Instantly, my entourage surged forward, raining down blows upon the monk's group, driving them from the inner room to the outer chamber, and with a forceful kick, they were sent tumbling through the entrance, landing on the bustling street outside. The monk's group was pinned to the ground, wailing in despair, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Meanwhile, I nonchalantly smoked a cigarette, my foot resting on the monk's face, proclaiming to him, henceforth, anyone who owes Master Tan a debt shall be under my protection, jianghu. Not a single penny shall be repaid. Inform Master Tan that I will not only ensure he recoups nothing, but I shall render him incapable of collecting any debts throughout the entirety of Kowloon. The monk's apprentice, outmatched, could only retreat in defeat, tail between his legs. I collected all the promissory notes from Sister Kun and exchanged them for cash, totaling 216,000, of which I kept 100,000 and handed the remainder to Sister Kun. Chapter 63. A visit home. Having received the money, Sister Kun was all smiles. After parting ways with that old dog, Master Tan, I could still extract a hefty sum from him, which brought me immense joy. This old dog, while I was with him, was miserly to the extreme, begrudgingly compensating me a mere 1,000 for every 10,000 I collected on his behalf. Now I had transformed it all into cash. Sister Kun gratefully acknowledged my efforts, saying, jianghu, you've worked hard, thank you so much. She slipped me 2,000 to treat my disciples to tea. It's nothing, Sister Kun, it's the least I could do. Master Tan's affairs are my own. And even if I received not a single penny, I would ensure his life is utterly disrupted. I chuckled. After assisting Sister Kun with the collection of debts, I remained undeterred in my pursuit of Master Tan. Accompanied by my disciples, I headed to the bustling area of Western Vegetable Street in Mongkok, a favored haunt of Master Tan's subordinates engaged in gambling. Regardless of the establishment, I, Zhong Kuei, entered and exited with ease. Upon entering, if I encountered any of Master Tan's men handling money, I would not hesitate to unleash a flurry of blows, forcing them to vacate the premises, forbidding them from continuing their operations. In just one afternoon, across numerous gambling dens, chicken stalls, and tea houses, I left many of Master Tan's subordinates battered and bruised. Fleeing in surrender, Master Tan, finding himself besieged by my relentless assault, saw the promissory notes he had entrusted to Sister Kun fall into our hands without recompense. Now, whenever I spotted his men, I would strike, effectively crippling their gambling operations, severing their revenue stream with unwavering decisiveness. Master Tan trembled with rage, yet he was powerless. Having lost his standing within the gang, his strength diminished compared to my rising influence. Once stripped of his title as the White Paper Fan, he had lost not only his authority, but also his business, rendering him pitiable and wretched. At that moment, his disciple, Liang Xiong, devised a strategy for Master Tan to connect with the various masters of the Kowloon 18 tigers to unite against me. Unfortunately for him, despite rallying numerous tigers, the collective attitude this time starkly contrasted with their previous ambush on me at the tea house in Kowloon. Due to the diminishing influence of Master Tan within the gang, he has been demoted to a minor position in the West 9th District. The elders of the Jiulong Shiba-Hu gang now regard him with indifference, offering him no attention. "Ah Tan, you must handle your own affairs now. The last time we assisted you with that clock ghost incident, we ended up in quite a predicament ourselves," remarked several uncles from the Shiba-Hu, dismissing him. Infuriated, Master Tan struck his thigh in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Outside a night market in Kowloon City, I, along with Ah Hao and Ah Yi, raised our glasses in celebration with a group of our disciples. Upon learning that Master Tan had been effectively silenced, his income severed, and that he now resided like a lost dog on Western Vegetable Street, we were filled with joy and toasted to our victory. Master Tan, reduced to a state of despair, had become a pariah, and despite our attempts to seek assistance from the Shiba-Hu, it proved futile. We were left to consult the elders of the Inner Eight Hall. However, Master Tan's previous misdeeds had earned him the disdain of his peers, leaving him utterly forsaken. Now, Master Tan is entirely subdued, resembling a wilted cucumber. I informed Ah Hao and Ah Yi that this was merely the beginning. Once I concluded my current endeavors, I would slowly dismantle him. This scoundrel had previously wielded his status to oppress others, and now I intended to make him regret his past actions. Well said. As long as we brothers unite in purpose and strength, we can achieve great feats, exclaimed Ah Yi. Our glasses clinked together in solidarity, and none could fathom that within just 2 short years, the three of us, mere minor figures, could topple a powerful faction. Brothers, eat up. Once we finish, we must head to the Shek Kip Mei warehouse. We have work to do tonight, Ah Yi announced, clapping his hands. After a satisfying meal, we proceeded to the Shek Kip Mei warehouse and secured the gates. Together, Ah Hao and I arrived at the central altar to pay our respects to Lord Guan, offering 3 sticks of incense. May Lord Guan bless us, the 3 brothers. With prosperity and success, we expressed our heartfelt gratitude. Following our prayers, we arranged a long table and took our seats. Dozens of disciples entered in succession, carrying large burlap sacks, standing behind us. Upon opening the sacks, bundles of cash cascaded onto the table. It was a day of significant earnings. As Ah Hao meticulously tallied our business profits, a portion stemmed from the revenues of the upper circle and several brothels, while another came from the gambling den at Shek Kip Mei over the past month, including territory income sent by a representative from Lok Fu. Ah Hao continued counting, as countless disciples excitedly sorted through the cash. This portion was designated for the brothers of Yichun, this part for our share, and another for Inspector Yan and his officers, with the remainder allocated to our brothers. Additionally, we resolved to contribute a portion to the families of those brothers who had fallen in the recent conflict. Despite the society already providing support, Ah Hao and Ah Yi meticulously divided the accounts. As we labored into the night, our profits were substantial. After deducting all expenses, each of us, myself, Ah Hao, and Ah Yi, received over $100,000 this month. At that time, I possessed over 200,000. What does 200,000 signify in the 1960s? Allow me to elucidate. The now-renowned Nathan Rhodes Chongqing Mansion, a well-known landmark in Hong Kong, could have been wholly acquired with that sum. In those days, one could purchase an entire floor of Chongqing Mansion for rental income. A luxurious hillside residence in Clearwater Bay on Hong Kong Island could also be secured with that amount. Back then, white-collar workers in Wan Chai and managers in construction firms earned barely over $10,000 a year. Upon acquiring my wealth, my first action was to purchase a property I had set my sights on Jordan Road in Mong Kok, spending a modest sum. I allocated $30,000 for renovations to a contracting company. Subsequently, I rented an entire Tong Lao, traditional tenement building, in the bustling area between Sham Shui Pua and Shek Kip Mei, boasting over 30 rooms, at an annual rent of $2,000 to accommodate my subordinates. I then took my companions, Ah Yuet and De Jinyo, and drove back to Guangzhou, laden with splendid gifts, to return home in triumph. Upon reaching the vicinity of Tiu Kung Long, I presented my parents with fine offerings. When my father laid eyes on me, his demeanor had softened, devoid of the previous coldness. I was filled with gratitude for him. The iron armor he fashioned by hand had allowed me to evade a harrowing fate, escaping the clutches of 3 notorious triads. Even though that armor bore the scars of battle, marred and stained with blood, I could not bring myself to discard it, keeping it beneath my bed as a cherished reminder of my father's love. My filial piety was not lost on him. "Sherwin, you're back," my father exclaimed, setting aside the lotus root he had been peeling with palpable excitement. Chapter 64. Arranged marriage. Ever since my mother and my uncle's wife visited me in Shangwan, I began to comprehend my father's concerns. Although he expressed his anger towards me, I realized that since my departure in a huff, he had been unable to sleep, resorting to smoking at night. Though he struggled with words, his worry for my safety in the underworld was evident. He crafted iron armor for my protection and often engaged in vegetarianism and prayers, hoping the deities would safeguard me. Previously, I had gifted him an expensive suit, which still hung, untouched, in our modest wardrobe, the plastic covering intact. Seeing my return, the tension between us seemed to dissipate. I questioned why he hadn't worn the suit. "This suit costs several hundred. It's too precious for me to wear." "I want to don it on your wedding day," he replied. "Oh, come now, father. If I never marry, will you never wear it? It'll just hang there like a relic. Wear it, and I'll buy you another in a few days." I insisted. My mother once mentioned that my father's peculiar temperament stemmed from a life lived with virtue, yet devoid of prosperity. My return was intended to bring him joy and rectify past shortcomings. Witnessing my unwavering filial devotion, even amidst my tumultuous life, filled him with happiness. "Ah, Sherwin, I'll wear it another time. What use is it in this dilapidated place? Should I wear it to sell sweet drinks?" He chuckled, handing me a cup of refreshing lotus root juice. I drank it eagerly. It was a delightful remedy for the summer heat, a nostalgic taste of my childhood. My mother often remarked that while some vendors sold sweetened water using only half the ingredients and an excess of sugar, my father diligently peeled the fruits by hand, laboriously simmered the syrup, and generously added both ingredients and quantity, yet still managed to sell it at a lower price than the others. He frequently emphasized the importance of being diligent and honest, advocating for integrity and kindness. I suspect that over the years, his sweetened water business did not yield much profit. At most, he earned a commendable reputation. However, that is no longer a concern for him, as I have purchased a storefront for him in Guangzhou and opened a sweetened water shop. He no longer has to endure the days of balancing sweetened water buckets on the street like a peddler. I have secured the shop and even hired assistants to help. My father was overjoyed, praising my thoughtfulness and eagerly requesting that I stay home for a few more days. I assured him that I would indeed stay longer, otherwise, who would oversee the renovations of the shop? Once it is completed, I will have the characters Zhong Kuei displayed prominently, and should anyone dare to demand protection fees, they shall face my wrath. Upon hearing my playful threats, my father quickly waved his hands, reminding me that legitimate businesses do not involve such extortion. He then suggested that we enjoy a meal together and share a couple of drinks. When my mother learned of my extended stay, she hurried to buy some renowned roasted chicken, accompanied by fine wines and dishes, preparing a lavish spread for our neighbors, relatives, and friends to partake in the festivities. The atmosphere was convivial as we sat amidst the familiar yet barren landscape of Tiaojingling, evoking a flood of emotions. My uncle and father chuckled, noting that the number of young people in Tiaojingling has dwindled in recent years, with many having moved away. They reminisced about the bustling crowds that gathered here in the early 1950s, shortly after the liberation of the mainland. I laughed heartily, asserting that the youth of Tiao Jingling have become successful, earning money and relocating to better living conditions. In recent years, I have been the one guiding the younger generation of the nationalist descendants from Tiao Jingling out into society, where they adorn themselves in fine attire, enjoying wealth and companionship. What a sight to behold. I informed my parents that I had purchased a building in Mongkok, which is currently under renovation, and by the end of the year, they would also be moving out of Tiao Jingling. I planned to buy another building before the year's end to accommodate my uncle, aunt, and younger cousins so that we could all live together. I thumped my chest as I spoke. Upon hearing my words, my parents were overjoyed, and my mother promptly offered me a piece of chicken leg. All right, Siwen. When you marry, you and your wife can live there, while your father and I will stay here. Mongkok is too noisy, and the place is too large. We would get lost. This place is better, my mother insisted. Indeed, we shall not move. The government has announced plans to construct public housing in Tiao Jingling by the end of this year, with improved conditions compared to before. That house of yours will serve as your wedding residence. My father added with a smile. Ah, you are both being rather stubborn about this. Continually speaking of a wedding residence when I don't even have a wife. I chuckled. My uncle and father burst into laughter, teasing, Siwen, you've spoken well. We shall help you find a suitable partner tomorrow. What? Find me a partner? I was taken aback. My father laughed heartily, declaring, yes. Your uncle and I have already arranged a betrothal for you. Your uncle's former comrade from the military has a daughter who is astute, diligent, and studious. She currently works as a translator in a law firm. The young lady is also quite beautiful and possesses a charming disposition, being of similar age to you. In the bloom of youth, both your mother and I have met her, and we're quite pleased. We have arranged to meet tomorrow at the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House in Kwantang, so that you two may become acquainted. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. Was this not an arranged meeting for me? I certainly would not attend. I frequent the pleasure houses nightly, being a member of a gang. And my career is just beginning. How could I possibly contemplate marriage? Furthermore, if she were a wild girl, that would be one thing. But she is a respectable young lady. Wouldn't my presence frighten her away? I refused, waving my hands in protest. Ah, a young man ought to marry. And a young woman ought to wed. Wei Wen, you have managed to earn a decent living. It is time to settle down and stop this frivolity. An early arrangement for marriage would be beneficial for you. You could then focus your energies on raising a robust son, bringing some joy to your father and mother as they dote upon their grandchild, my father remarked, having consumed a bit of wine, as he gestured grandly about. Father, you are quite the visionary. Already planning for grandchildren before even meeting her, I retorted, speechless. So, you must meet her tomorrow, he insisted, continuing to drink with my uncle. With a sense of resignation, my mother approached me, saying, Son, I know the path you are walking and understand your kind heart. You fear that you may bring harm to the young lady. However, your father is quite anxious about this. Regardless of your feelings, you should consider fulfilling his wishes. Unable to withstand their persuasion, I reluctantly agreed to at least make an appearance, treating it as a mere obligation. How perplexing. Here I am, a member of the gang, being thrust into an arranged meeting. Moreover, the tea house we had chosen was the very establishment where I had worked before joining the gang, a place where I had first met Xiaofeng. This situation was exceedingly awkward. The next day, my father insisted I go on this blind date, compelling me to remove my gold chain, change out of my floral shirt into a suit and tie, and polish my shoes until they shone. He instructed me to refrain from using vulgar language and to avoid smoking unless given explicit permission. After all, she is a proper young lady. I must not frighten her. With a look of despair upon my face, I could only respond with an exasperated fine. Father, surely you jest. Though I lead a rough life, I am not unpleasant to behold. How could I possibly intimidate a respectable young woman? You scoundrel, your infamous reputation precedes you. In Tiao Jingling, which child does not heed warnings that if they misbehave, they might be haunted by you? Your notoriety is such that no one in 10 villages would consider you for their daughter. My father retorted. Thankfully, this young lady had already relocated from Tiao Jingling to work at a law firm. Otherwise, she likely would not have even agreed to meet me. Feeling utterly bewildered, I arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Tea House, a familiar place that stirred memories of Xiaofeng within me. As I entered the grand hall, I was greeted by familiar faces among the staff, who called me by my nickname. I quickly shushed them, and they understood immediately. Seated at a table were an elderly couple, their faces warm and kind, alongside a sweet and shy young lady in a suit and dress, patiently awaiting my arrival. "Hello." I greeted the young lady as I settled down, ordered some refreshments, and prepared to engage in a casual manner. The girl appeared quite bashful upon seeing me, and the elderly couple seemed pleased with my demeanor as we exchanged pleasantries for a while. I maintained a respectful demeanor to mask my identity, claiming I had previously worked at this tea house before assisting my father in managing a dessert shop. The girl lowered her head in silence, occasionally stealing glances at me with her sparkling eyes. The situation seemed to be progressing favorably, and I felt as though this engagement might soon come to fruition. The elderly couple, noticing my cultured manners, grew increasingly satisfied with our conversation. They then inquired, "So, young man, what line of work are you currently engaged in?" At that moment, I found myself at a loss for words, pondering how to articulate my current profession. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and chaos erupted from outside. I quickly turned to investigate, my position allowing me a clear view of the street through the tea house window. A group of 7 or 8 individuals was pursuing 2 others, who were desperately fleeing with their heads covered. Upon closer inspection, I recognized Ah Yuet among them. He and his companion, a lad named Mao Zai, were being chased by a throng of attackers, running for their lives. Without a second thought, I rolled up my sleeves, retrieved a kitchen knife from the kitchen, and rushed outside, leaving the startled family behind. Upon reaching the street, I shouted "Ah Yuet" and dashed towards the leading assailant, stabbing him in the abdomen and legs several times. The wounded man fell to the ground, howling in agony, causing the group pursuing Ah Yuet to halt in their tracks. Confronted by my presence, "I am the formidable jianghu," I exclaimed. At this proclamation, the assailants dropped their steel pipes in fear and fled, leaving behind their injured comrade. I turned to Ah Yuet, who I helped up, and inquired about the situation. "Oh, don't mention it, brother jianghu. A few days ago, we clashed with some old gang members over territory, injuring a few of them. Today, while out shopping, we were ambushed." Ah Yuet explained, clutching his head. He and Mao Zai had received a few blows from steel pipes, but were otherwise unharmed. "Thank goodness you arrived just in time, brother jianghu. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." Ah Yuet expressed his gratitude. "Not at all. We are all brothers. How could I not help when I see you in need?" I replied. After lighting a cigarette, the 3 of us shared a moment of camaraderie. "Brother jianghu, why are you dressed so formally while out here fighting?" Ah Yuet and Mao Zai stared in astonishment at my brand new suit, my rolled-up sleeves, and the bloodied knife in my hand. It suddenly dawned on me that I had been on a blind date. "I can't believe I was on a blind date," I exclaimed, my face filled with shock as I hastily extinguished the cigarette and sheathed the knife. Ah Yuet and Mao Zai's expressions mirrored that of someone who had just fallen into a pit of filth, their surprise palpable. "Well then, brother jianghu, you carry on. We'll catch up later in Sham Shui Pa," they said hastily, retreating. As they departed, I could still hear their laughter echoing, even erupting into hearty guffaws. Upon my return to the tea house, I discovered that the family of 3 had mysteriously vanished, yet the tea and snacks upon the table remained pleasantly warm. They had inquired about my profession, and I suppose my actions have now conveyed that message to them. Nevertheless, it is perhaps for the best that they recognize the difficulties and withdraw gracefully. Upon arriving home, my father was at a loss for words and chastised me once more, insisting he would find me a suitable partner while I resorted to violence. I replied, "All right, father, I am at a loss myself. In our world, loyalty is paramount. Ah Yuet has accompanied me through thick and thin, facing perilous challenges. When he is attacked, I cannot stand idly by." My father remained speechless. Days later, amidst the booming sounds of firecrackers, the grand red curtain was drawn aside, revealing the illustrious golden sign of Zhong's herbal tea shop. The establishment, which I had taken over for my father, officially opened its doors, and numerous guests arrived to offer their congratulations. My brothers and I busied ourselves with preparations, marking this as a sincere gift to my father. Zhong's time-honored establishment. "In the future, dear brothers and neighbors, I implore you to show your support," I proclaimed, assisting my father in entertaining our guests. The brothers promptly agreed, and the atmosphere was splendid. I had even invited martial artists to perform lion dances and beat drums. At noon, we arranged a lavish banquet in a nearby restaurant, inviting everyone to partake. As the drinks flowed, my father was elated and momentarily forgot about my recent escapade. He pulled me aside and earnestly said, "You rascal, I fear you are on a path from which you cannot turn back. I shall no longer concern myself with your choices. However, remember this. Even in the underworld, there exist rules. Theft is not without its code. I interjected, all right, father. I understand. You are not going to tell me to join the underworld, to be diligent, righteous, and conscientious, are you? My father retorted, you insolent child. Let me finish before you interrupt. You may choose this path, and I shall not interfere, but you must promise me 3 things. First, never engage in drug trafficking. Second, do not bully the innocent, especially women, children, and the elderly. And third, avoid the allure of gambling. I chuckled, all right. I shall also assist the blind across the street and help lost children find their mothers. Is that satisfactory? You rascal, I am only looking out for your well-being. In due time, reflect upon my words. They will prove invaluable, my father replied. With each drink, he grew more verbose, expounding upon the rules of the underworld with fervor. He advised me to avoid being excessively ruthless and to leave room for future encounters. He emphasized the importance of respecting teachers and valuing harmony, reminding me that even the legendary heroes of Liangshan rose from humble beginnings, yet each carried a heart devoted to justice. You must learn from them. For the greatest knights serve their country and people, not prey upon the weak. My father's words began to overwhelm me, and I nearly blurted out, Father, may I not follow this path any longer? Can I return the red stick to the gang? Will you be quiet? Chapter 66, The Code of Brotherhood. That day, I consumed a considerable amount of alcohol at the banquet and engaged in numerous conversations with my father. During my journey, I invested a considerable sum to enlist the help of Sister Kun, who arranged for 2 renowned Cantonese opera singers from Hong Kong Island, celebrated figures in their own right and former peers of Sister Kun, to grace the occasion with their performances. The local uncles from Choi Hung, including my father, praised my social standing and the respect I commanded. After indulging in drinks, I led the group back to Shengwan, passing by Lei Yuman, where I spotted those 2 noodle stalls. I halted the car, and soon a throng of my students arrived, surrounding me upon seeing my stop. Boss, what's the matter? They inquired. I lit a cigarette, closed the car door, and gazed hazily at the scene before me. These 2 stalls were steeped in history. They were once under the control of the Qing gang's Huang Yuanbin. My companions, Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and I had dealt with him, yet ultimately, this territory fell into the hands of that scoundrel Tan, who schemed to hand it over to his nephew, Gai Wei. Just days into Gai Wei's reign, he and his group were swiftly overtaken by the Chaozhou Jingyi gang. Today, with a slight intoxication, revisiting this site ignited a fire within me. Look here. This territory I once claimed belongs to our 10 West gang, I proclaimed, pointing at those stalls. Now, the Jingyi gang is thriving here. What do you intend to do? Boss, my entourage of a dozen asked. Let us go in and see. I've heard tales in the underworld about the Jingyi's prowess. I wish to see for myself how formidable they truly are, I declared. At that time, the Chaozhou gang, particularly the Jingyi, founded by the fierce Ming, was renowned for its strength in the underworld. Jingyi's reputation for brawling was well known prior to our arrival in Hong Kong. They had nearly dominated Kowloon Walled City and parts of Kai Tak. Undeterred, I ventured forth, evidently seeking confrontation, with the intention of reclaiming those 2 noodle stalls for our gang. A throng of my students followed closely as we entered the stalls. Upon stepping inside, I was met by a multitude of acquaintances, their heads bowed, thin fingers clutching crumpled bills to purchase flour. In a corner, a number of individuals, weary and despondent, huddled, lighting lighters to partake in their vice. Chasing the dragon is an underworld term that alludes to the act of consuming flour. Back then, the flour was ignited with lighters, releasing plumes of white smoke that resembled a spiraling dragon, with people inhaling the smoke through their mouths and noses, hence the term. As we entered, 2 bald men clad in short jackets with rolled-up sleeves approached, scrutinizing me. Hey, brother, chasing the dragon? Imported goods from Thailand, a refined version, quite palatable. They promoted. This establishment once belonged to the 10 West gang. Do you know who I am? I inquired. The 2 men exchanged glances before arrogantly retorting, if you're looking for someone, call 999 for the police. If you wish to chase the dragon, pay up, no need for chatter. With a chuckle, I extinguished my cigarette, and with a swift motion, I opened my hand, gripping one of their faces and forcefully pressing his head against the window behind him. A crisp sound pierced the air as glass shattered, and the man was left bloodied. Observing this, his companions rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks that sent another man sprawling to the ground, his face a mask of blood. The commotion drew the attention of a steward from within, who emerged accompanied by several henchmen. "Who are you?" "I am Ming, the serpent of Jingyi," he proclaimed. "Ah, there is no need for introductions," I replied with a smile. "It is said that Jingyi produces formidable fighters, and today, I have come to test that claim, all on my own." As I spoke, my numerous companions revealed their weapons, machetes, pipes, and chisels, causing Ming to freeze in astonishment. Accompanied by two subordinates, he appeared paralyzed by the situation. I patted his face reassuringly. "Do not worry. I shall not take advantage of our numbers." I then instructed my men to sheath their weapons. "So, Ming, I am here to inform you that I wish to challenge your reputation. Just me alone." As I spoke, I removed my watch and necklace, handing them to a companion. Finally, I discarded my floral shirt, clutching it in my hand. "If you three can remain standing before this garment touches the ground, I shall concede defeat," I declared. With that, I flung the shirt into the air and, at that very moment, unleashed a powerful punch that struck Ming squarely in the face. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the altar dedicated to Guanyu. In one swift motion, I pivoted and delivered an elbow strike to the side of a nearby assailant's face, sending him spiraling to the ground. I then stepped forward and delivered a kick to another man's chest, propelling him into Ming. As the shirt descended, I caught it effortlessly. While the three adversaries lay on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to rise. "Bravo, boss. That was splendid." My companions cheered, clapping in admiration of my prowess. The three remained prostrate, unable to recover, while my astonished entourage hesitated to approach. Curse it. The entire underworld speaks of Jingyi's prowess. But I see it as merely a fade. I am Zhong Kuei of the 10 West Gang, and from this day forth, should I see you in Guanyu, your corpses shall litter the streets. I railed. Upon hearing the name Zhong Kuei, Ming's face drained of color, and his henchmen trembled in fear. "Brother Zhong Kuei, we harbor no enmity. Why come here to provoke us?" Ming pleaded, asserting that both the Jingyi and Shixiaowai factions belonged to the Chaozhou alliance. "You have no reason to disturb us in Guanyu while operating gambling dens in Shixiaowai and with the Yichun gang," I retorted. "Those gambling houses belong to the 10 West Gang, and out of respect for the Chaozhou brothers, I have spared you today. But from tomorrow onward, you are to vacate Liumen." With a sweeping gesture, I commanded my men to demolish the 2 gambling establishments, leaving them in utter ruin. Upon encountering me, Shizai Ming launched into a frenzied assault, indiscriminately striking not only me, but also my companions who were in pursuit of the dragon. He seized all the cash stashed away in the drawers, his eyes aflame with rage, yet he dared not voice his anger. "Zhong Kuei, your aggression is noted, and we of the Jingyi gang shall remember it." After declaring this, Shizai Ming clutched his wounded face and issued a fierce warning. "Return and inform your Jingyi headquarters that if they are discontent, they may seek me out at Shixiaowai or Shangwan. Today, I shall spare you. For the sake of our shared Teochew heritage," I retorted, "there will be someone to oversee these 2 establishments, and in light of our common lineage, I shall refrain from annihilating you. Only for today, get lost, will you?" My men brandished knives at Shizai Ming, left with no choice but to swallow his pride. He stormed off with a few of his subordinates. "A Gan, a Chong, from tomorrow onward, you shall oversee these 2 establishments," I commanded, instructing my men to take control of the 2 venues immediately. "Yes, boss." A Gan and a Chong nodded in agreement. In a moment of drunken revelry, I had acted recklessly, feeling a fleeting sense of exhilaration, oblivious to the seeds of trouble I had sown. After indulging in my whims, I departed with my entourage, feeling liberated. Upon returning to Shixiaowai, I found young Master Long engaged in a game of mahjong with a Hao and A.E. Upon my arrival, a junior member vacated his seat for me, and young Master Long received me with utmost courtesy. Having regarded me as a close friend ever since I aided him with the matter concerning his late wife, Lin Dai. Before long, the phone at the gambling den rang. A loud call from the gang's leader. A.E. answered, but soon after, his expression shifted dramatically, and he abandoned the game, pulling me aside. "What is the matter?" "My luck is splendid," I complained. "Nonsense. Wengu, what mischief did you engage in during your visit to King Jingling?" A.E. inquired, his tone grave. "Nothing much. Just opened a dessert shop for my father, stayed a few days, and out of boredom, I stirred up trouble at those 2 venues. Remember those 2 establishments?" I replied with a chuckle. "Good heavens, Wengu, you've landed yourself in a predicament. Why would you provoke the Jingyi gang?" A.E. exclaimed, flustered. "What is the issue?" "They're merely a bunch of pretentious weaklings. I thought I'd detest their metal. I laughed heartily, still under the influence of alcohol. A howl rushed over. Wengu, you've gone too far. Those two establishments are leased to the Jingyi gang by our gang's elder. They pay rent to us. How could you overturn them? What? I was taken aback. A.E., in a frantic state, explained that the Jingyi gang had previously seized these two venues from the son-in-law way. Out of a sense of guilt and a desire to avoid conflict with our 10 West gang, Jingyi's powerful elder, Meitan Ming, had established a friendly rapport with our leader, Prince Xiong. Thus, they sought negotiations with our leader and, in a gesture of goodwill, compensated us for their transgressions. Consequently, the two establishments were to be managed by the Jingyi gang, with a monthly payment of 15,000 yuan to our 10 West gang. An accord had been reached, and the matter was meant to be forgotten. Yet, here I was, recklessly engaging in a violent confrontation. It matters not whether we extend our respect to the Jingyi gang. What is paramount is that we have struck the face of their elder, thereby shattering the accord between the two factions. This has upended the established order, prompting the dragon head, Prince Xiong, to consult Uncle Owen regarding the situation. He called loudly just now to confirm the incident, instructing me to visit Kowloon Walled City to offer an apology to Jingyi's elder for the coal incident. Upon hearing this, I was immediately displeased. Damn it. I am unaware of their circumstances. We struck, and so what? Why must I apologize? Let us pretend to be oblivious. I proclaimed. Owen, I believe it would be prudent to pay a visit. Let us downplay the situation. The Jingyi gang wields considerable influence, and since our enterprise is just beginning, we ought to avoid making too many enemies, advised Ah Hao. He expressed his willingness to go in my stead if I was reluctant. What do you mean by going? I shall explain myself to the elder. Those two factions are inherently ours. What audacity they possess to demand an apology from me. I retorted. At that moment, I was riding high, and in this realm, even if I offended others, they would be the ones seeking my forgiveness. When would it ever be my turn to humbly seek out someone to admit fault? That would be utterly shameful. I had defeated the Jingyi gang, which elevated the reputation of our own faction. I refused to believe that the elder would lay blame at my feet. Both Ah-yi and Ah Hao continued to implore me. Wengu, our primary concern now is to amass wealth. We have already engaged in enough violence. There is no need to create unnecessary enmity. A trip to Kowloon to clarify matters would prevent future conflicts. As the last ambush at the tea house left everyone trembling with fear, none of us can guarantee survival should such an incident occur again. All right, cease your arguments. I have indulged in some aged tangerine peel wine, and I feel quite lightheaded. I shall take a rest, and we can discuss this tomorrow. I waved dismissively. Tomorrow may be too late. Cole Ming has insisted we meet him in Kowloon before tonight. There is still much to discuss, expressed Ah-yi with concern. Forget it. Second brother, do not urge the elder brother any further. We shall address it tomorrow. He is still inebriated. Should he venture to Kowloon in such a state, it could incite chaos beyond reckoning. It is better to wait until he is sobered up, Ah Hao suggested, fearing that my drunken demeanor could lead to complications in Kowloon, prompting me to rest first. Little did I know, this twist of fate would lead to the untimely demise of my two brothers. When I awoke the next day, my subordinates had gathered at Shixiaowai to inform me of the calamity. At Li Yumen, after I had smashed two rival establishments, I had left Ah Gan and Ah Chong there to take charge. The following morning, a group of thugs from Jingyi arrived, each donned in white gloves and wielding cleavers, storming into the gambling den to unleash havoc. Several of my men were wounded, blood staining the streets. Ah Gan and Ah Chong, unable to escape, were brutally slain by the Jingyi gang. At that moment, I was utterly stunned, my eyes filled with rage and sorrow. Upon reaching Li Yumen, I found Ah Gan and Ah Chong already in the morgue. As I lifted the white sheet, the sight was unbearable, their bodies marred with countless knife wounds. An overwhelming surge of anger, guilt, and regret washed over me. Due to a momentary lapse in judgment fueled by alcohol, I caused the demise of two disciples who fell victim to the ruthless actions of the Jingyi gang. In that instant, as I draped a white cloth over their lifeless bodies, a surge of blood rushed to my head, compelling me to seek vengeance for their untimely deaths. Who was responsible? My anger manifested in trembling lips. If only I could ascertain which scoundrel led the Jingyi gang, I would ensure his demise. It was a rising star within their ranks, nicknamed Rolex. Wengu, don't inquire further. Let us first consult with grandfather. A urged me. Hold off on revenge. The authorities are still investigating this matter. If you provoke a conflict now, it will complicate matters for everyone, he cautioned. Rolex, I swear to find that scoundrel today, I retorted, commanding my capable underlings. Hu Xiuyong, De Jinyo, and Tyrant, to gather our forces and track down the Jingyi contingent. Zhongkue, have you lost your senses? At that moment, Uncle Owen arrived, chastising me with indignation. Chapter 68. Grandfather's counsel. Upon encountering Uncle Owen, I found myself momentarily immobilized. The fervor that had consumed me was momentarily quelled by his presence. You still wish to exact revenge? On what grounds? Who permitted you to disrupt the Jingyi's territory? Uncle Owen admonished me. Grandfather, I had consumed too much alcohol, and coupled with the fact that these two establishments were originally ours, situated right at my doorstep, I found it unbearable. I lamented helplessly. The organization refrained from taking action against these establishments because discussions had previously taken place with the Jingyi gang. You recklessly initiated a confrontation, and now that this incident has escalated, do you intend to seek trouble elsewhere? Is that truly commendable? Uncle Owen remarked. These two establishments were initially entrusted to my brother-in-law Wei, but he lacked the capacity to manage them effectively, indulging in frivolities instead. Consequently, the business floundered, and due to his negligence, the Jingyi gang seized the opportunity to take over. However, the cunning Mei Tan-ming from the Jingyi gang feigned reconciliation that very night, inviting the leading figure, Prince Xiong, for a banquet to apologize. He proposed that wise birds choose the right trees to perch upon, emphasizing the potential of these two venues. Entrusting them to the incapable Wei would be a waste of resources. They assured that if they failed to manage the establishments, they would willingly sever their own fingers in atonement. The Jingyi gang boasted connections for flower distribution from Thailand, with a network across Hong Kong, promising lucrative collaboration. Our organization primarily relied on revenue from flower gambling and chicken houses, while our expertise in the flower business was limited, with only a handful engaged in it, and the Chaozhou gang dominating that market. This dialogue led to Prince Xiong agreeing with Mei Tan-ming, advocating for peace over conflict, fostering a cooperative spirit for mutual profit. Little did I know that my reckless actions would shatter the fragile silence that had existed between our factions. Prince Xiong, being protective of me due to my past contributions to the organization, refrained from imposing punishment, instead delegating the resolution of this affair to Uncle Owen. Yet here I am, engulfed in a tempest of fury, yearning for vengeance. Uncle Owen's reprimand left me with no choice but to bow my head and smoke in silence. Though my heart seethed with indignation, I had already made arrangements with Cole Ming. I explained to him that you were unaware when you disrupted their gathering. The honor of our group has been tarnished, and you have paid with the lives of two of your men. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Uncle Owen stated. Cole Ming has also agreed to cover the compensation for these two men, and he will send someone to oversee the venue. Do not complicate matters further. Upon hearing this, my anger flared. I only damaged their venue and injured a few individuals. They retaliated by killing two of my brothers. If this incident concludes here, how shall I, Zhong Kue, navigate the underworld in the future? No, this simply cannot stand. This is not a trivial matter. I must avenge a Gon and a Chong. As their elder brother, if I fail to stand up for my fallen comrades, who will remain loyal to me? How can I lead? Zhong Kue, are you still refusing to heed my advice? Uncle Owen exclaimed in frustration. Do not concern yourself with this matter. It is not a gang issue. I will handle it myself. Tonight, I shall confront the leader from Jingyi. I must ensure he lies lifeless in the street, I declared, immediately preparing to seek out the man known as Rolex. Slap. Uncle Owen struck my face. You foolish child, seeking to provoke further conflict. Have you even considered who is responsible for a Gon and a Chong's demise? Was it the men of Jingyi? No. It was your own reckless actions that led to their deaths. His words left me utterly humiliated, covering my face as I gritted my teeth in anger. This matter is settled. You are not to seek trouble with Jingyi again. How? Ae, keep an eye on him. If he gets into trouble, I will hold you accountable. Uncle Owen commanded. How and Ae quickly nodded, turning to persuade me. Brother Wen, Uncle has spoken. You should refrain from confronting Jingyi for now, they urged. In the afternoon, after taking care of a Gon and a Chong's affairs, Uncle Owen intervened to resolve the situation. He had negotiated with Cole Ming and then visited the Yao Mati police station to speak with Yin Tong, who in turn facilitated a meeting with Inspector Xing Jiqiang from Quanyang. Finally, the matter was resolved. That evening, Uncle Owen specially returned to Shek Kip Mei to host a banquet for me at the Rue Xiang Hotel. Zhong Kue, Do you hold any resentment for the slap I gave you today? Uncle Owen inquired. Not at all, uncle. You have guided me into this world and provided me with the chance to avenge Xiao Feng. I have one foot in the Shi Hao, and I will forever regard you as my grandfather. How could I possibly resent you? I replied earnestly. In those days, I endured humiliation at the tea restaurant, and Xiao Feng fell victim to treachery. I could do nothing and was instead dragged into the police station, where I was mercilessly beaten, nearly losing my life. It was Uncle Owen who rescued me. Afterward, he offered me an opportunity, introducing me to Huang Yuanbin and allowing me to join the Shi Hao. He is my grandfather, the person I hold in the highest esteem. I struck you for your own good. You are the one I brought into this world. I do not wish for you to follow the same path as a Chi. Uncle Owen asserted. This slap serves to instruct me on the importance of adhering to rules and recognizing hierarchy. Seventh brother, too, was one of my own disciples. Now that he has perished, he surely did not wish for me to meet a similar fate, lying lifeless in the streets. Zhong Kuei, do not forget that in his final moments, He fought valiantly to ensure your survival, urging you to live well and contribute to the society, not to recklessly throw your life away. I have navigated this life long enough to witness countless young men, brimming with bravado, driving luxury cars and flaunting prestigious watches, leading a gang to wreak havoc. Yet, what becomes of them? One by one, they end up lifeless in the streets, their graves overgrown with grass, believing themselves to be formidable. But the underworld is never short of ruthless individuals. As one falls, another rises. In my years of experience, I have never seen anyone sustain a life solely through cruelty. Those who lack intellect remain forever as mere foot soldiers. My expectations for you are immense. I do not wish for you to be a mindless thug. I have brought forth numerous formidable individuals, and Yi Zhong is indeed fierce. He turned Tugwawan into his domain, but what of it? When he crossed to Hong Kong Island, he was nearly slain by rival factions, barely escaping with his life. You must surely know Luo Mingda, who was even more imposing than you upon his debut. However, he sought trouble with Shenghe and Tsunwan, only to be brutally dismembered by their alliance with Yian, his remains disposed of in Victoria Harbor, lost to the depths. Chapter 69, The Manhwa Theater. The figures my grandfather speaks of are all legendary within the society. Uncle Owen, during his time at Number 10 West, was hailed as the kingmaker of the organization. Those he mentored were all exceptional, his disciples forming a talented cohort, including many prominent figures from various factions today, all of whom emerged under Uncle Owen's guidance. Among the most renowned were three individuals, collectively known as the three great hazards of Owen. One was Yi Zhong, who opened a martial arts school in Tugwawan, training combatants for the society. The second, Luo Mingda, known as the Ming King, single-handedly defeated the three heads of the He Hall, storming into Kowloon City, seizing gambling dens from the Chow Gang, and leading a massacre against the entire Kuning society, leaving no survivors. Even after fleeing overseas, he relentlessly pursued his adversaries to the Strait of Malacca, slitting the throat of their leader. Unfortunately, when Luo Mingda found himself without any rivals in Kowloon and aimed to expand the society's territory to Hong Kong Island, he fell victim to the alliance of Shenghe and Yian, ultimately meeting a fate of complete annihilation. The last was the notorious Lei Zhenhong, infamous for the sensational case of the burning of a rival's luxury car. Initially, he ordered his men to toss Molotov cocktails at the enemy's vehicle, only to inadvertently ignite a nearby law firm, resulting in the deaths of 6 lawyers and 2 aides who were investigating a case. He was sentenced to life imprisonment in Stanley Prison. Each of these 3 individuals, when they stood forth, were figures of great repute, none of whom lacked the presence of a force like you, Zhong Kuei. Yet, what was their outcome? Zhong Kuei, He is gone, and among the younger generation. I place my trust in you. You must exercise caution. Without the society's orders, do not act recklessly. Avoid instigating trouble unnecessarily. Yet do not shy away from it when it arises. From this day forward, regardless of what transpires, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Uncle Owen stated. Understood. I shall heed grandfather's teachings. I nodded earnestly. After sharing a few drinks with Uncle Owen, he confided in me. Your father and your uncle entrusted you to me precisely to prevent any misfortune from befalling you. When you teeter on the edge of a precipice, I will be there to pull you back. Do not, for any reason, leap into the abyss yourself. The Jingyi gang is on an entirely different echelon compared to the previous He Tang. Do not presume that you can navigate this alone. The Kowloon Walled City boasts thousands, as do the areas around the chicken coop. A single spittle from each could extinguish your existence. Understood, Grandpa. Let us drink. I promptly raised my glass to Uncle Owen. After our meal, I arranged for Grandpa's safe return before turning my attention to the grieving families of Ah Gon and Ah Chong. I offered them some monetary assistance, but upon witnessing their sorrowful weeping, I could not bear to linger. A surge of indignation welled up within me. Boss, Grandpa suggested letting this matter rest. Should we indeed do so? Ah Yong inquired. The brothers are all prepared for this afternoon. Should I disperse them now, considering Grandpa has spoken? Not yet. For the time being, gather information about that Rolex from the Jingyi gang. I wish to know his background, I instructed. Understood. Ah Yong nodded eagerly. In the past 2 years, I had never felt so thwarted. This matter weighed heavily upon me, and with Grandpa now involved, I felt compelled to bide my time. Someday, when we meet again in the underworld, I shall certainly settle the score. Before long, Ah Yong reported back with news. The kid nicknamed Rolex was but 19 years old, a year or two my junior, and had only been with Jingyi for 2 or 3 years. However, he had gained considerable notoriety and was well regarded by the elders of Jingyi. He currently held sway in the chicken coop area, known by his real name, Lao Jianhao, the brother of a veteran enforcer in the gang. Upon receiving this information, I acknowledged, I understand. Once the commotion subsides, I shall seek him out. During that period, I remained in seclusion, dedicating my days to rigorous training at Brother Zhong's gym, my fists developing calluses as I battered the wooden dummy until it bore numerous cracks. My fellow disciples watched in trepidation as I relentlessly honed my skills. I was biding my time, with my sights firmly set on the Jingyi gang. After the dust settled from the events at Liuman, the Jingyi gang remained eerily quiet. Yet, rumors spread swiftly throughout the underworld. Outsiders learned of the incident, and it soon became common gossip that Zhong Kuei's 2 subordinates had been slain, prompting him to seek retribution against Rolex of Jingyi. Rolex, a brash young upstart, upon hearing that I was after him, boasted that should I venture into the chicken coop, he would turn me into a ghost. Although both sides had their respective patriarchs intervening, preventing a direct confrontation, the tension was palpable. Meanwhile, in various corners of Kowloon, including Mongkok and Yao Ma Ti, numerous members of the underworld engaged in spirited discussions over tea and meals, debating who would ultimately prevail, Zhong Kuei, the renowned enforcer of 10 West, or Rolex, the prized fighter of Jingyi. In my youthful impetuosity, I could scarcely contain my fury, fixated on vanquishing this scoundrel. On several occasions, I nearly rushed to the chicken coop, only to be forcibly restrained and pulled back by Ah Hao and Ah Yi. Ultimately, both parties' elders intervened, admonishing us to cease our relentless pursuit and reckless utterances, which brought about a temporary lull. At that time, I had yet to lay eyes upon the formidable Lao Jianhao. However, an incident soon transpired, stirring the recently quelled yet simmering tensions within the Jingyi gang, escalating conflicts once more. During that period, what had seemed to be a brief respite was overshadowed by mutual derision among both factions, exchanging barbs and tea houses, yet no tangible confrontations ensued. My anticipated showdown with Rolex was not as grand as the onlookers had envisioned, leading to a decline in discussions surrounding it. During that time, Ah Yi discovered a lucrative opportunity, as our expenditures had been rather substantial. He engaged in relationships with 6 girlfriends, including a jewelry store attendant, a Cantonese opera singer, and a student from St. Mary's College, among others. Each of them sought financial assistance from him. Ah Hao, too, mingled with various circles, incurring significant expenses, compounded by the growing number of his subordinates. How could one manage without funds? As for me, I had even more dependents, and I was quite generous with my resources. Alongside my investments in real estate and supporting my father's dessert shop, leading to considerable financial outflow. Ah Yi, seizing a promising venture, focused on a theater near Kuntong named Yongla Theater. The theater's general manager was acquainted with him and often visited our gambling den, likely having incurred some debts without settling the interest. Ah Yi approached the manager, who was about to premiere a blockbuster film at Yongla Theater. He proposed that prior to ticket sales, the manager display a sign indicating that all tickets were sold out, allowing us to privately purchase every ticket available. When the film was released, we, accompanied by our subordinates, resold all the tickets at a premium. The tickets for that film were undoubtedly in high demand, a veritable rarity, particularly for the movie titled Red Bat Apartment, starring the goddess of Hong Kong cinema, Miss Chen Cixi, alongside the rising star, Gao Yuan, drawing throngs of eager viewers to the theaters. In Chapter 70, the repercussions were severe. At that time, Chen Cixi was the foremost of the three princesses of Great Wall Film Company, an absolute goddess, while Gao Yuan was also a top-tier heartthrob, who later developed a romantic relationship with Chen Cixi through their film collaboration, becoming a celebrated on-screen couple. This film garnered immense attention, as in the early 1960s. Shaw Brothers martial arts films had yet to reach their zenith. Most films predominantly featured Cantonese opera, folktales, and theatrical elements. This groundbreaking film seamlessly blended elements of horror, sensuality, and suspense into an action-packed drama, further amplified by the star power of the beloved couple, with posters adorning the Grand Kin Billy building. The Wenhua Theater could accommodate 2,000 viewers, and due to overwhelming demand, additional temporary seating was hastily arranged outside. Ah Yuet possessed a keen economic insight. Having identified this promising venture and successfully negotiated with the theater's general manager. On that day, Ah Yuet, and I, accompanied by several subordinates, ventured to Kwun Tong, armed with a substantial sum of cash, prepared to acquire all the tickets. We chartered several minibuses, bringing along over 200 brothers, intending to secure the theater tickets and engage in scalping. To prevent any disturbances, we gathered a considerable number of people. Upon arrival, however, we were met with unforeseen complications. The general manager, visibly troubled, informed us that someone had visited earlier in the day, a group that had entered his office and presented him with a sack of cash, alongside 2 photographs. The images displayed the manager's wife and child, with the opposing party insisting that all the tickets must be sold to us, or else his family would face dire consequences. They presented him with a choice, the sack of money or his family. The individuals behind this threat were members of the Jingyi faction. The manager was distressed, as the Kwun Tong area was under Jingyi's influence, and he felt powerless against them. The notorious laborer, Jianghu, was not far away and could easily bring his men at any moment. Upon hearing that it was indeed Jingyi's people, I grew furious and chastised the manager for his inconsistency, declaring that regardless of who they were, we, the Shiksaho, would claim those tickets. Ah and I attempted to persuade the manager to disregard the earlier visitors, assuring him that if any harm came to him, we would protect him and his family at all costs. Despite their reassurances, the manager remained apprehensive, acknowledging the formidable reputation of Zhongkue and the Shiksaho. However, he recognized that Kwun Tong was Jingyi's territory, and he bore the responsibility for the entire theater. Even if we managed to secure safety this time, he feared that ongoing dealings with Jingyi would be inevitable. Seeing the manager cower in fear, I stepped forward, offering to negotiate with them myself, asserting that I would take the blame for threatening him and encourage them to confront me directly. Cornered, the manager relinquished control, placing all the tickets on the table and retreating home, leaving the resolution to us. We stood guard at the theater, and later that night, a large group from Jingyi arrived. I awaited the arrival of someone named Rolex, but instead, it was a man called Hua Shuiqiang who approached with his entourage, pointing at me from a distance. Zhongkue, he called out, our elder has decreed not to hold a grudge against the Shiksaho. We do not wish to fight today. But Kwun Tong is our territory, and you have crossed the line. Crossed the line? Who told you Kwun Tong belongs to Jingyi? I retorted, locking eyes with him. We have been here for over a decade, and every stall, including this theater, pays rent to us. Hua Shuiqiang asserted confidently. Ah, fearing my impulsiveness, quickly intervened, saying, brother, let me handle this. A moment of history for you. Ah began. Kwun Tong was originally known as Guantong over 100 years ago, managed by the government officials. During the Qing dynasty, it was a military strategic location, stretching from the Liu Men to Fei Yi Mountain. There is no inscription on this land indicating it belongs to Jingyi. History books do not support your claims. As a grassroots member of the society and a junior at a law firm, Ah articulated his points with sophistication, presenting facts and reasoning that rendered the opposing party speechless. You're right. When you were in first grade, did you even have the capacity to manage this place? Ah chimed in, challenging him further. The manager of the theater at Shek Kip Mei had an outstanding debt with me, a matter we had discussed a fortnight ago. Now, the negotiations have reached a near conclusion. It is advisable for you to make a swift exit. The elder of the association and your coal supplier, Chen Shi, have both been informed. We have no desire for conflict. Those who are wise should make way. I have no intention of engaging in a verbal dispute with you. In any case, our respect for righteousness is firmly rooted here. Your intrusion signifies a breach of decorum. The fiery waters of conflict are unyielding. I was immediately enraged, pointing my finger at him, shouting, "You, indeed, are part of the underworld." What defines the underworld? It is the might of one's fist that dictates dominance. Territories are seized, not bestowed upon us by the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. Today, we shall tread the line. What will you do about it? Jianghu, do not be so aggressive. The previous matter remains unresolved, and Dalao is seeking you. Hua Shuiqiang pointed at me, once again mentioning Lao Jianhao. Hua Shuiqiang is aligned with Lao Jianhao, and my lingering resentment over past events flared anew upon encountering this situation, causing my temper to rise. I had completely forgotten Uncle Owen's counsel. In a fit of rage, I seized the sold-out sign at the theater entrance and swung it forcefully against Hua Shuiqiang's face. The sign shattered upon impact, the handle breaking as Hua Shuiqiang fell to the ground. I took the broken handle and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Who has the time to discuss rules with you? In this world, territories are taken, not given. I will let you feel my wrath, I shouted while striking him. Witnessing the altercation, the members of Jingyi rushed in to join the fray. Ah Hao and Ah Yi were momentarily stunned, realizing the situation had escalated beyond control, leaving them with no choice but to follow suit. They called upon their associates, and those from the minibus surged forth, unleashing their fury upon Jingyi's members. Fortunately, that day, we had only come to intimidate, without any weapons, leading to a melee of pure hand-to-hand combat. Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fists and feet, blood streaming from countless faces, as they pursued one another relentlessly. Jingyi's members were formidable, their punches and bones tough. Hua Shuiqiang, bloodied and battered, clung to me tenaciously, grappling fiercely. Other henchmen also engaged in a fierce struggle, unwilling to relent even in defeat, rolling on the ground in a chaotic tangle. In no time, Jingyi's members began to falter. Due to Hua Shuiqiang's grip on my legs, I nearly lost my balance, finding myself in a most precarious position, overwhelmed with frustration. I seized his hair and thrust my knee upward, shattering his nasal bone. Hua Shuiqiang fell back, and I swiftly picked up the damaged advertisement sign's long handle, thrusting it toward his face. With a piercing scream, the handle plunged into Hua Shuiqiang's left eye. I withdrew it, nearly extracting his eyeball in the process. Hua Shuiqiang writhed on the ground in agony, and seeing this, Jingyi's henchmen panicked, hastily withdrawing and fleeing. In that moment, I discarded the bloodied handle, shouting, "Who dares to come and steal tickets again? I shall have him dismembered. You, Hua Shuiqiang, are unworthy. Let that fellow named Rolex come instead." After expressing my discontent, I intended to pursue the retreating members of Jingyi, but both Ah Hao and Ah Yi quickly restrained me. "All right, Wengu, a victory is a victory," they insisted, suggesting that we merely needed to drive them away without further pursuit. They advised me to quell their arrogance before the situation escalated, lest Uncle Owen hold them accountable. After all, Uncle Owen had entrusted them with my oversight. Little did we know, the Jingyi members were not fleeing. Instead, they were returning to summon reinforcements. In no time, a throng of several hundred emerged from the vicinity of Jiliao and Kuntong, converging upon the cultural theater. The streets surrounding the theater, particularly Dashishing Road, became a sea of Jingyi members conversing in the Teochew dialect. Upon witnessing their arrival, we realized the gravity of the situation. It was bound to escalate into a fierce confrontation. I felt a surge of frustration for not having brought any weapons, left with only a bloodied signpost in hand, ready to engage them. However, a fight did not ensue, as the sheer number of individuals present attracted the attention of the Kuntong police station, which dispatched nearly 1,000 uniformed officers. Due to insufficient personnel, reinforcements from the anti-riot unit were called in as well. At the sight of the approaching police, everyone began to disperse. The police, relentless in their pursuit, mistook the gathering for a labor protest, especially given the recent red storms sweeping through Hong Kong, where numerous mainland youths seized the opportunity to incite unrest, rallying the local populace and igniting waves of labor agitation. The colonial government took this matter very seriously, frequently intervening to suppress such uprisings. Upon discovering that the crowd was merely a gathering of gang members, the police quickly lost interest and dispersed the crowd, as there was no significant conflict to warrant further action. With the situation in Kuntong diffused, we returned to Shek Kip Mei. where I informed Uncle Owen of the events that transpired. As previously agreed, I was to notify him promptly of any incidents. Uncle Owen did not express anger. Instead, he instructed me to send a message to Cold Charcoal Ming in Kowloon City. Ming, displaying great magnanimity, acknowledged that the theater's ticket sales were trivial and decided to yield to the few handsome fellows involved. At that time, Ming was thriving, bolstered by the entirety of Jingyi's support, having reclaimed the fishball stall at Lei Yuman. Additionally, following the tragic incident involving the 2 disciples of the 10 West gang who were murdered at Lei Yuman, he felt compelled to do a favor. Ming even summoned Lao Jianhao to discourage any further disturbances, asserting that ticket sales were merely a small venture, quick money at best, and insisted that they defer to the 10 West gang without further harassment. With Ming's assurances, Uncle Owen resolved the issue, and we prepared to take over, ready to collect payment without provoking further trouble. However, upon our arrival at the theater the following day, we discovered that the Jingyi members had reassembled there. As the saying goes, while the king may be easily appeased, the spirits can be quite troublesome. Although Ming had clearly expressed his willingness to compromise, his subordinate Lao Jianhao was unwilling to back down and sought to confront me head-on, determined to assert his pride. At that time, both Lao Jianhao and I were rebellious elements within our respective organizations, brash, daring, and steadfast in our defiance against one another. At that time, we encountered a group led by Lao Jianhao, whom I did not recognize. There were about a dozen individuals, nonchalant in demeanor, adorned in stylish attire, complete with bowler hats and rare military overcoats from the 1960s, coupled with gleaming paratrooper boots, garments typically reserved for officers in the mainland. I could not fathom where these buffoons had acquired such finery. Regardless, they were quite irksome to us. Upon meeting Lao Jianhao, I noticed his fierce countenance, a cigarette dangling from his lips, wearing a bowler hat and the military overcoat, exuding arrogance. When Ah Yuet spotted the leader of the opposing faction, Rolex, he quickly restrained my impulse and approached to negotiate. "What is your intention? Why have you come here?" Ah Yuet inquired. "What is the matter? We are the permanent residents of this area. How can we not come?" Lao Jianhao retorted insolently. Ah Yuet asserted, "Your elder has stated that we are in charge here. We have procured all the tickets. If you are wise, you will yield and avoid embarrassing your elder." Ah Yuet offered a cigarette to Lao Jianhao, indicating that we had purchased all the tickets and that further conflict would be futile. Why not extend a gesture of goodwill? We could settle this amicably and perhaps become friends, he suggested. Lao Jianhao scoffed, spat on the ground, and rejected the cigarette Ah Yuet offered. With his hands on his hips, he scrutinized Ah Yuet and declared, "So what if you have the tickets? You will not succeed regardless." He then clapped his hands, prompting a throng of his followers to surge into the theater, occupying the vacant seats. Meanwhile, a multitude of burly men blocked the entrance. Lao Jianhao smugly proclaimed, "Tomorrow, when the film premieres, my brothers will occupy all the seats, making it impossible for you to sell your tickets. What do you think of that?" Having brought hundreds of his men from Chicken Liao to seize the seats, he left numerous hulking figures stationed at the entrance to obstruct patrons, clearly intending to humiliate us. Although this scoundrel adhered to the elder's teachings and refrained from physical confrontation, he was determined to create chaos, which greatly distressed Ah Yuet and Ah Yuet. Unable to contain my frustration, I stepped forward, pointing at Lao Jianhao. "Don't be so arrogant. Aren't you called Rolex? A Rolex is worn on the wrist. Do you possess one? I, for one, wear mine daily." I gestured to the luxurious watch on my wrist. "If you have the guts, step up and fight fairly. Don't just stir up trouble. You and your ilk are nothing but troublemakers." At that moment, I was consumed by a desire for retribution against this cad, and tensions escalated as both sides prepared for confrontation. Their numbers exceeded ours, and their arrogance matched our own, resulting in shoving at the theater entrance. The arriving police officers shouted for everyone to disperse, which eventually brought a temporary halt to the standoff. Yet neither side was willing to back down, both seething with animosity, eager to eliminate the other. Ah Yuet suggested reporting to Uncle Owen, but I advised against it, recognizing the precariousness of the situation and the heightened atmosphere. It seemed evident that the elders would not be able to resolve this matter. It became clear that this ruffian needed to be subdued, otherwise he would never yield. For Lao Jianhao was much like me. If I were in his position, I too would fight to the bitter end. Chapter 72. Unyielding resolve. At that moment, I promptly returned to mobilize my forces, summoning my trusted lieutenants, including the valiant Hu Yuyong, the robust Daji Nyo, and the indomitable Iron Man Dong, to join me. My ranks were formidable, bolstered by the fact that the late Seventh Brother's scattered disciples had rallied to my cause. Along with the contingent of followers I had brought from our main base at Jingling, a throng of individuals gathered at Shixiaowai. Meanwhile, Ah Hao and Ah Yi supported my efforts, calling forth their own disciples to lend support as we prepared to head to Kuntong, seeking an audience with the valiant Lao Jianhao to settle matters. In Sham Shui Pa, Awa also joined us, eager to partake in the excitement of potential conflict. Yuan rolling up his sleeves, he arrived with a band of youthful protectors from TSC Wanshan, armed with knives, converging on Shixiaowai. Chen Yuanmao, however, was absent, having been detained due to a violent incident. The assembly of our forces nearly filled the entirety of the hillside at Shixiaowai. The entire area was teeming with people, some arriving by vehicle, others on foot, all converging at the Wenhua Theater in Kuntong before noon. I had previously sent word to Lao Jianhao, urging him to come forth and mediate, and he was prepared for the encounter. Meanwhile, Jingyi had summoned several hundred men from Jiliao and even called upon reinforcements from Kowloon City. In a matter of moments, our opposing factions stood evenly matched. That evening, both parties gathered at the entrance of the Wenhua Theater to display their formidable presence. Coincidentally, it was the premiere day of a film, with the audience yet to be seated, while outside, this grand spectacle of martial prowess was poised to unfold. However, the situation escalated beyond control. Not only did the anticipated clash fail to materialize, but the entire Kuntong area descended into chaos. On the day of the premiere, the illustrious actress Miss Chen Sisi, the film's star, alongside Gao Yuan, attended the event in person. Countless fans gathered in anticipation of their arrival, with many eager patrons lining up to purchase tickets for the screening. To alleviate overcrowding at the Wenhua Theater, the fan meeting for Miss Chen Sisi was arranged at the Great Wall Hotel on Anderson Road. After attending the fan meeting, Miss Chen Sisi and Gao Yuan made their way to the theater for the premiere, only to find an even larger crowd at the entrance than before. The film executives were secretly delighted, marveling at Miss Chen Sisi's immense popularity as fans trailed her to the theater. Upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that these were not mere fans but rival gangs preparing for confrontation, surrounding the Wenhua Theater, preventing anyone from entering on the premiere day. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it was revealed that the 10 West Gang and Jingyi were poised for a showdown, leaving the film executives in a state of panic. Miss Chen Sisi was visibly shaken, while Gao Yuan swiftly arranged for her safe passage, fearing that stray blades might inadvertently harm her. As the anticipated conflict failed to ignite, both the police and riot control units arrived, along with several prominent figures from the underground society. At that moment, the instigator, Awa, was stirring up the situation. We were poised, ready for a confrontation. Awa, accompanied by a group of his followers, soon spotted the vintage car that Miss Chen Sisi was riding in. Not far away, in a state of exuberance, a group of exuberant students surrounded the vehicle of the illustrious star Chen Sisi, playfully teasing her through the window with flippant remarks, which left her visibly shaken within the confines of her car. This incident escalated to become the headline of the Hong Kong Daily, titled, "Thousands of society members gather at the Wenhua Theater, suspected of kidnapping a popular film star." The media at that time, much like today, was notorious for sensationalism and spreading rumors. Whispers reached Hong Kong, alleging that we intended to kidnap the esteemed Miss Chen Sisi, the Princess of the Great Wall, for the purpose of filming. Such claims were utterly ludicrous. The competition for territory between our factions was the true context, and none could have anticipated that the star would be present. In an effort to quell the situation, the Wenhua Theater ultimately decided to postpone the premiere by 3 days. The commotion had generated significant negative repercussions in society, leading to both factions' leaders receiving equal reprimands upon their return. Meanwhile, the police were relentless, with detectives insisting that, given the magnitude of the incident, the British authorities were now involved and demanded accountability. Those involved in the disturbance were warned that they would face imprisonment for a short duration, perhaps no more than 10 days. In a state of desperation, both factions resorted to selecting 100 attractive individuals adorned with blue lanterns to serve as scapegoats, presenting them to the authorities as a form of compliance. The term artificial satellites was a colloquialism among gangsters in the 60s, referring to the practice of sourcing individuals to create false cases to appease the authorities and enhance the detective's performance metrics. This maneuver severely depleted the resources of both factions, resulting in significant losses akin to sacrificing both the lady and the soldiers. The leaders of both factions were incensed, administering equal punishment to both sides. I was summoned to the central headquarters, where my mentor, Owen, showed no leniency this time. The faction's officer pronounced my sentence loudly while administering 30 lashes with a rattan whip. Although he was somewhat merciful, my back and rear were left striped and painfully sore. On the other side, Lao Jianhao also returned to face repercussions, and both factions were left with pent-up frustration. At that time, I learned a crucial lesson. Arguing with impetuous youth is futile. The more the leaders punished us, the more resentment brewed. Ultimately, the blame continued to rest on both of our factions. After enduring my punishment, I was relieved that the matter was resolved. As Ah Hao and Ah Yi secured the tickets for the Wenhua Theater, the film screened for 10 days, with every showing sold out, and we profited handsomely from scalping the tickets. Upon returning and dividing the earnings, I received $30,000. The first thing I did was seek out Ah Hua and Sham Shuepa. Confronting him, I exclaimed, "You little rascal, I endured 30 lashes because of you. What possessed you to provoke the star?" Ah Hua, fully aware of his culpability, sheepishly replied, "Brother Zhong Kue, I didn't know. It was just for fun. I've never seen anything like it." I thought the ordeal had concluded, yet unbeknownst to us, our elders were quite troubled by the repercussions, as the Kowloon chief detective, Lan Jiang, had already set his sights on us. At that time, due to the higher-ups in the society engaging in discussions, Lan Jiang did not take action against us. However, subsequent events spiraled out of control. On that particular day, I was in Shengwan, inspecting a newly purchased bare-shell apartment that was undergoing renovations. I provided some guidance to the workers and made arrangements for furniture purchases. The workers reassured me, Mr. Zhong, that everything would be taken care of. Afterward, I drove several of my subordinates to Kuntong's Lam Tin to acquire furniture. Back then, Lam Tin was known for its skilled carpenters and exquisite rosewood furniture, famous throughout Hong Kong. Once we had completed our shopping, we stopped by a tea house in Lam Tin to relax and enjoy some refreshments. By sheer coincidence, that day at the Tiando Tea House in Lam Tin, I ran into Lao Jianhao and his group. Chapter 73, The Encounter in Lam Tin. Lao Jianhao had brought a crew to Lam Tin for some business, and they decided to take a break at the tea house afterward. When both parties laid eyes on each other, it was as if sworn enemies had met, igniting fierce animosity. However, due to multiple admonishments from both sides' elders insisting on avoiding conflict, no immediate fight ensued. I spotted Lao Jianhao, who was deliberately trying to provoke us by speaking loudly and occasionally taunting us. I thought to myself, if I refrained from striking first, I could retaliate with full force if they attacked me first, and I would be justified in front of the elders. Lao Jianhao shot me a glare, but remained silent. Continuing to eat, I intentionally clattered the dishes, cursing under my breath. What kind of pretentious fools wear top hats and trench coats, pretending to be mobsters? Truly a bunch of idiots. My subordinates chimed in, raising their eyebrows and saying, "Clearly a chicken, yet it insists on pretending to be a phoenix, shedding feathers all over and leaving a pungent scent." After a series of verbal provocations, Lao Jianhao could no longer contain himself and smashed his iced lemon tea cup. He slammed the table and exclaimed, "Hey, keep your voices down." I retorted, "So what? I was born with a loud voice. Are you upset about it?" Tensions escalated between us, and numerous tea patrons, sensing the impending brawl, hastily settled their bills and discreetly left. The tea house staff was visibly shaken and at a loss. I stood up and placed a stack of bills on the counter as payment for our refreshments, saying, "If you want to fight, pick a better time, you fools." Unable to hold back any longer, Lao Jianhao approached with a soda bottle, smashing it and charging at me. In an instant, both groups collided, a whirlwind of chaos erupted, with dishes flying and blood splattering amidst the cries of the wounded. During the fray, I seized a wine bottle and smashed it against Lao Jianhao's head, delivering a final blow that shattered his nose. His subordinates were being relentlessly beaten back by my men, Iron Man Dong, Big Bull, and Bearded Yong. Throughout the tumultuous scuffle, both sides sustained injuries. A Yong, Bearded Yong, leapt over to the front, stabbing one of the adversaries in the leg. Amidst the struggle, we gained the upper hand as Lao Jianhao, clutching his bleeding face, hurriedly retreated with his men. We pursued them outside, but they vanished without a trace. At that moment, two individuals on my side sustained injuries, and I myself bore several lacerations on my chest and forearm inflicted by Lao Kinho's shard of glass. Both parties bore minor wounds and required medical attention. Thus we refrained from pursuing further. I was driving my students away from Lam Tin, departing from Kuntong. For this was the territory of the jianghu. We were merely 5 individuals against another 5, engaging in a minor hand-to-hand skirmish at a Cha-Chon-Tung. Having gained the upper hand, we withdrew to avoid any unnecessary complications. That brawl was exhilarating. I found myself in the car, wiping the blood from my knuckles, relishing each detail of the altercation. It was regrettable that time was too fleeting to land a few more blows on that scoundrel Lao Kinho's head. The news spread swiftly that the Shishu and Jing had clashed in Lam Tin, with Lao Kinho suffering losses. My moniker, Zhong Kuei, became well known in the underworld, bringing me a sense of pride. Little did I know, that very night, Uncle Chan, the leader of Jing, arrived at Shek Kip Mei, accompanied by Lao Kinho. At that time, the founder of Jing was Cole Ming, who established the gang in Kowloon Walled City. Later, Cole Ming retreated into the background, focusing solely on the flower business, and handed the leadership to Uncle Chan, who sought to expand the gang's influence beyond Kowloon Walled City. Uncle Chan, known as Soul Head, a term in Cantonese that implies adherence to principles, contrasted with No Soul Head, which describes someone who acts unpredictably. Uncle Chan approached Uncle Owen, expressing that Jing had suffered a significant loss and could no longer endure the situation. Lao Kinho had been injured, and Zhong Kuei instigated the conflict, demanding accountability. I informed Uncle Owen that it was they who initiated the violence, striking me first with a beer bottle. It was not my fault if they could not contend with me. I did not approach him with the intent to fight. Uncle Owen slammed the table, instructing me to be silent, and apologized to Uncle Chan, subsequently insisting that I pay $3,000 for Lao Kinho's medical expenses. I was most reluctant, but grandfather intervened, nonchalantly tossing cash before Uncle Chan and Lao Kinho, as if he were bestowing alms upon a beggar. Observing that we had offered a resolution, Uncle Chan ceased to pursue the matter further, clasping his fists and advising Uncle Owen that this must be the end of hostilities. There should be no further confrontations, even if they were to cross paths again. Uncle Owen assured him that if Zhong Kuei acted impulsively again, Jing would be free to deal with it as they saw fit. However, just as the agreement was reached, Lao Kinho expressed his discontent, feeling humiliated. He seized the money from the table and hurled it at me, then pointed at his own nose, shouting, "Damn it, my nasal bone is fractured. I must go to the hospital for treatment, and I still have cotton stuffed in it. I do not want money. If you do not want money, then there is nothing," I retorted disdainfully while smoking. "Enough, Lao, cease your words. Let this matter rest." Uncle Chan interjected hastily. "Uncle, it is not that I seek trouble. Since the incident at the theater, I have not pursued him, yet he provokes me at every turn. Now that my nasal bone is broken, the score stands at 0-1. I refuse to accept this. At the very least, I must score another goal before we can negotiate." Lao Kinho seethed with anger. "Very well, it depends on your capability. I am at Shek Kip Mei, Shengwan, and Taquawan. You can find me at any time," I declared. As it seemed we were about to argue again, the two uncles hurriedly urged us to quiet down. After Uncle Owen treated us to a meal, we each went our separate ways. Once departed, Lao Kinho displayed a look of defiance. Chan Shi admonished him, "Ah Lao, as grandfather frequently tells you, those who ascend the mountain often encounter tigers. It is not your prowess that matters. You have merely suffered a setback this time. Consider it a lesson learned. Do not assume that vanquishing a few local bosses in the chicken coop makes you invincible. That fellow Chung Kuei is a lunatic. Do not provoke him." "Grandfather, I refuse to accept this. What is so remarkable about Shisei? I cannot swallow this humiliation. I will seek retribution," Lao Kinho exclaimed, his eyes ablaze. "Now, Ah Lao, let me make this clear. Grandfather's words end here. Should you cause any trouble in the future, you must bear the consequences yourself," Chan Shi remarked, seeing that he could not dissuade Lao Kinho, and thus acquiesced. "Rest assured, grandfather, I will ensure Chung Kuei suffers a fate worse than death. Not just him. From now on, whenever I encounter anyone from Shisei, I will deal with them accordingly," Lao Kinho declared, clenching his fists tightly. The first to encounter trouble was none other than our notorious troublemaker, Mao Duanhua. At that time, Awa was even younger than I, but after gaining some influence, he boasted recklessly after surviving several life-and-death battles. He wagered that he would single-handedly go to the chicken coop's basketball court and challenge the Jingyi gang. who dared not respond. Coincidentally, Ah had charmed two young ladies who frequented the area near the basketball court. The crowd, skeptical of his claims, urged him to take the girls for a stroll at the chicken coop's basketball court, and upon his return, they would acknowledge his bravado. With audacity, Ah truly took the two lovely ladies to the basketball court. Chapter 74. The counterattack of rivals. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Ah, clad in a floral shirt with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, donned a pair of sunglasses from who knows where. As he strode into the court, he provocatively raised his middle finger and carelessly kicked around a ball that some youths were playing with. Seeing Ah's flamboyance, the crowd who trailed behind began to applaud, affirming his bravado. Ah, reveling in the attention, boasted, claiming to be Mao Duanhua of the Shisei, the leader of the 13 protectors of TSC Wanshan. With the likes of Can Faza and Madman Fai in tow, he came to the chicken coop's basketball court to recruit followers. A member of Shisei brazenly arrived at another's territory to recruit underlings, and with such arrogance, Ah clearly understood the meaning of courting death. Alongside his entourage of little protectors, Ah further inflated his ego, declaring that he would dominate the court, demanding payment on the 1st and 15th of each month. Otherwise, he would deal with anyone he encountered. Soon after, word reached the basketball court that Shisei was actively provoking them. Upon learning of the situation, Lao Kinho was seething with rage. With an imposing gesture, he rallied dozens of Jingyi's underlings and stormed the chicken coop's basketball court, launching a furious assault on Ah. Seeing Lao Kinho arrive with his entourage, Ah was instantly taken aback. He pushed the two ladies aside and drew a machete from his waist to confront them. Unbeknownst to them, the disparity in strength was immense. Before the fight even commenced, Lao Jianhao struck a devastating blow to Ah's head with a soda bottle. At that moment, a group of Ah's young followers from Xianshan were being mercilessly beaten on the ground at the chicken cage court. Ah himself was forced to flee in panic. Clutching his head, "How dare you come here to collect protection money? I'll make sure to finish you off," Lao Jianhao shouted. Ultimately, Ah was left sprawled on the ground, his brand new outfit, a designer floral shirt and imported jeans bought in Simsha Sui, stripped from him. His frog-eyed sunglasses were ground beneath someone's foot, shattered into pieces. The righteous onlookers prepared to bind Ah with chains and drag him to the shantytown for further torment. Fortunately, Ah, being quite clever, spotted a pond beside the court and dove in, using his swimming skills to escape. At that time, I was busy at the gambling den in Shek Kip Mei when a group of young ruffians from Xianshan rushed in. "Brother Zhongkue, Ah has been beaten and captured by the righteous ones." This gang of young thugs were from the Detsi Dui and Hualupei factions. Hualupei, being in poor health for years due to a debilitating illness, had no time to deal with these youngsters, who often sought refuge with me. Upon hearing the news, I realized the gravity of the situation. Ah, with his reckless bravado, had ventured into enemy territory. Initially, I believed Ah was being held captive there, and I conferred with Ahau and Ai about rescuing him from the chicken cage. Shortly thereafter, Ah returned, shivering and drenched, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, with his arms wrapped around his shoulders. We couldn't help but find his appearance both amusing and infuriating. His face was a sight to behold, battered and bruised, resembling that of a pig. I couldn't resist mocking him. "Ah, with your invincible skills, how did they fail you at the chicken cage?" "Brother, stop laughing at me. I've lost face this time. I must seek revenge. If I don't take down the righteous ones, I'm not worthy of the name Mao Dunhua." Ah exclaimed angrily, tears welling in his eyes. Having always trailed behind me without much hardship, this incident left him utterly disgruntled. "All right, enough of this. Go change your clothes. Don't stand here and embarrass yourself," I urged, helping Ah inside. The gambling den was bustling with patrons, and it was quite undignified for Ah to be standing there in such a state. In the evening, Hualupei arrived at Sham Shui Pa to take Ah away, undoubtedly delivering a stern lecture. "You foolish boy. I told you to keep a low profile in Sham Shui Pa, yet you went around acting tough and got yourself beaten." Ah, still defiant, insisted on seeking revenge, prompting Hualupei to kick him in the backside to silence him. He then turned to me, advising against intervening on behalf of this troublesome lad, stating that our elders had already called for a truce with the righteous ones. This boy went out of his way to provoke them, so don't get involved. It could lead to trouble. At that time, Chief Inspector Lan Jiang was already keeping an eye on us, as we had been making quite a stir lately, pushing our limits and creating chaos throughout Kowloon. I thought it might be a good lesson for Ah Hua. Being young, he often courted trouble. Little did I know. After beating Ah Hua, Lao Jianhao only grew more arrogant, employing a series of retaliatory tactics. Under the cloak of night, this fellow brazenly led a group of a dozen henchmen to the Grand World Dance Hall in Shengwan. At that moment, the Grand World was alive with music and dance, while Lao Jianhao, accompanied by his entourage, sought me out. That night, Ah Hao-yi and I were at the warehouse, settling accounts and dividing profits, absent from the Grand World. This scoundrel initially intended to ambush me there, but upon failing to locate me, he engaged in a scuffle with Ah Yong, the bouncer. Ah Yong, with only 5 or 6 of his own men, suffered injuries to his arm at the hands of Lao Jianhao's crew. The Grand World erupted into chaos, with the glint of blades causing patrons and dancers alike to flee in terror. With Ah Yong wounded, the brothers from the nearby gambling den and chicken houses rushed to provide support. Lao Jianhao, quick to strike and retreat, vanished into the night, leaving me incensed. How dare he invade my territory, tarnishing my reputation? Subsequently, the upper echelons of the gang approached Jing Yi, who was presiding over the situation. Chen Shi, however, stated he could not reign in Lao, implying he would take no further action. I replied, "Very well, I was awaiting this declaration. Since you choose an action, I shall take charge." The elders understood that the flames of conflict had already ignited. It was either a matter of negotiating with Lao Jianhao or eliminating him. There was no middle ground, and if one of us did not fall, this battle would drag on indefinitely. At that time, I underestimated the sheer madness of that wretched Lao Jianhao. After injuring Ah Hua and wounding my right-hand man Ah Yong, he brazenly fled to Kuntong. That rogue, in a shocking turn of events, set fire to my father's dessert shop. As I was rallying troops to confront him, the news reached me, and my vision turned crimson with fury. I rushed to Kuntong, relieved to find my father's shop locked for the night, with no one inside. The assailants had thrown a Molotov cocktail, damaging the sign and entrance, but thanks to the quick action of a neighboring worker named Ada, who had noticed the flames early, the losses were minimal. Upon my arrival in Kuntong, my teeth clenched in anger. This time, divine intervention would not save that scoundrel. I was determined to eliminate him. Chapter 75. Ambushed. Little did I know, Lao Jianhao was not only ruthless, but cunning as well. His act of setting fire to my father's dessert shop was merely a ruse to lure me into Kuntong. Given its proximity to the chicken houses, Jing Yi's men were gathering there, ready to respond within 10 minutes. That evening, I remained close to Kuntong, contacting contractors for renovations on my father's shop. And I brought no men with me. I instructed Ada to inform my father that the shop had caught fire that night. I did not wish to burden my parents with the knowledge that my troubles stemmed from the underworld. That night, I sought out a contractor to refurbish the storefront and installed fireproof barriers, working tirelessly until midnight. I then took up residence at a guest house in Kuntong. The following morning, I planned to have Iron Dong and Big Cow bring men to Kuntong for retaliation against Lao Jianhao. However, unbeknownst to me, trouble was brewing that very night. While at the Red Plum guest house, I retrieved my key from the front desk and entered to bathe and rest. Just as I finished washing and climbed into bed, I heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the sounds of footsteps and shouts. I quickly composed myself to listen, as a group of individuals downstairs at the front desk were loudly cursing and inquiring about my room. At that time, the owner of the Hongmei guest house was Uncle Tian, the father of my friend Ade, who was also a neighbor from my childhood in Tiaojingling. How could he betray me? I vowed to remain silent. Yet the ruffian Jingyi began to kick down the doors room by room. Realizing I could not escape, I hastily donned my clothes, grasped a towel, and wrapped a hard piece of medicinal soap around my fist. Suddenly, my door was being pounded vigorously. I hid behind the door and yanked it open. Standing outside was a Jingyi thug, and upon seeing me, he brandished a long, red-tasseled spear and lunged towards me. In a split second, I pushed the door with all my might, trapping the spear in the door's gap, and with my right hand swathed in the towel, I delivered a fierce punch. The hard medicinal soap struck the young man's head, sending him sprawling. I swiftly seized the spear from his grasp and pushed the door open. The corridor of the guest house was exceedingly narrow, and 2 Jingyi thugs lay in ambush on either side, wielding cleavers and preparing to strike. I lunged forward, knocking one down. But the other thug seized my spear before I could draw it. Almost immediately, a knife swung towards me, slashing my arm. I retreated, but more footsteps echoed from behind. Yet another group of Jingyi thugs was closing in from both sides. I felt a searing pain as my back and left shoulder were cut. Gritting my teeth against the agony, I swung a punch that knocked one down, tearing off the towel that wrapped the soap to strike fiercely. Their cleavers swung wildly, shredding my towel into tatters and breaking the medicinal soap into fragments. Sensing the dire situation, I mustered all my strength and crashed against a nearby room's door, collapsing to the ground, where a few thugs struck down, creating sparks as their blades met the floor. The room was a linen storage for the hotel, and disregarding everything, I punched through the window, not caring about the height, and leapt onto the windowsill. Upon landing, I felt a twist in my ankle, letting out a cry as I fell to the ground, injuring my foot. The Jingyi thugs above shouted, "He fell down, go after him." Instantly, a throng of them rushed downstairs. My foot was injured, and as I attempted to rise, I stumbled against the wall, my leg weak and painful. And after just a few steps, I fell again. Behind me, the Jingyi thugs were already hot on my heels, rushing forward with blades drawn, shouting curses. Lao Jianhao, brandishing a knife and puffing on a cigarette, shouted, "Zhong Kuei, you with your short legs think you can fight me? Today, you'll die in Kuntong. If I couldn't handle you in Shengwan, do you think I can hear?" At that moment, my heart raced with anxiety. The era was not like today, where one could simply call for help with a mobile phone. Back then, if you were alone, you were truly alone. Fortunately, a loud shout pierced the air. It was Uncle Tian from the Hongmei guest house, along with Ade, who upon seeing me beset, urgently raised their voices for help. "Someone help. Zhong Kuei is being surrounded and attacked." Uncle Tian and his son shouted, and the nearby residents of Kuntong, many of whom were former neighbors from Tiaojingling, had watched me grow up. After achieving success, each time I returned to Yong, I would visit them, bringing rice, oil, and gifts, thus fostering excellent relations with everyone. In a moment, a multitude of uncles and aunts, young and old, surged forth upon hearing of my assault, brandishing their burdens. Labor Jianhao, upon seeing this group of neighbors, was momentarily taken aback in the dark, mistaking them for my ambushers. Meanwhile, the neighbors, confronted by the menacing Jingyi, dared not act recklessly, standing their ground with their farming tools raised, creating a standoff. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaotic night, I slipped into the throng of neighbors for refuge. "Boss, they are not disciples of Zhong Kuei, they are merely locals," exclaimed one of Labor Jianhao's lackeys. Realizing the crowd comprised neighbors from the vicinity of Yong, Labor Jianhao, brandishing a watermelon knife, shouted, "Everyone go home. Those uninvolved, get lost. I seek to slay Zhong Kuei alone. Swords are blind. Whoever steps forward shall meet their end." However, as he issued his threats, I had already taken advantage of the commotion to escape from Yong, making my way towards Sham Shui Pa under the cover of darkness. That night, I trembled with rage, yet I could not exact my revenge immediately. My lower leg and soft tissue sustained multiple injuries. Ah Hao and Ah Yi escorted me to the hospital. Initially, I refused to go, fearing that it would reveal my predicament to outsiders. But Ah Hao and Ah Yi insisted, forcibly bringing me to the hospital bed, assuring me that revenge could wait until my leg had healed. During this period, the elders were thoroughly incensed. Labor Jianhao had overstepped his bounds. In those days, the gang operated under strict codes. Regardless of enmity, one must not involve the authorities, refrain from harming family or innocents, and cease hostilities through negotiation. Labor Jianhao, disregarding these fundamental taboos, had set fire to my father's dessert shop, leaving even the elders of Jingyi unable to protect him, earning the disdain of the underworld. While I recuperated in the hospital, Ah Hao and Ah Yi dispatched dozens of disciples to guard me, while simultaneously assembling forces to prepare for vengeance. "Do not rush," I advised. "Let us conserve our strength and bide our time. Once my legs recover, I shall personally slay that scoundrel." Additionally, I sent a team to guard my father's dessert shop to prevent any further retaliation and assist with its renovation. My parents visited me at the hospital, deeply worried, urging me not to seek revenge. In my turmoil, I told them to return home, assuring them I would postpone my vengeance for the time being, and then promptly instructed my disciples to keep watch over Jingyi. As soon as I was out, I would ensure their demise. Chapter 76. A joint pursuit of retribution. During my hospital stay, my disciples remained vigilant, lying in wait around Kowloon City. Ah Hao and Ah Yi coordinated with my men, ambushing members of the Jingyi gang. In a swift flurry, several of Jingyi's prominent members found themselves severely beaten. In the nearby chicken towers of Yom, my disciples launched a nocturnal assault, tossing Molotov cocktails, igniting a blaze that summoned the fire department to extinguish the flames throughout the night. However, the bone of Jianghu is remarkably resilient. Even in the face of our formidable trio from the Shek Ho seeking revenge, he adeptly counterattacks with fervor. The exchanges between both sides are fierce, and for a moment, the outcome remains uncertain. During my hospitalization, that rascal, Lao Jianhao, truly reveled in his triumphs. Although his conduct was somewhat unscrupulous, resorting to cunning ambushes against me, I indeed endured several wounds during my stay in the hospital. Meanwhile, in the realm outside, many are fawning over Lao Jianhao, lauding his audacity for daring to confront Shek Ho's Zhongkui. Indeed, he is formidable. At that time, Lao Jianhao became quite conceited, believing he had incapacitated me, boasting to anyone who would listen. What is so remarkable about that Zhongkui? Killing Huazai Rong and Quangren Hui is nothing extraordinary. They too were sent to the hospital by me. After suffering a setback in Lantian, I consider our scores now settled. And should he wish to continue this feud upon my discharge, I would gladly engage him again. While I lay in my hospital bed, seething with frustration, wishing my leg would heal swiftly so I could confront him, Lao Jianhao initially felt some trepidation. Jingyi's uncle, aware of my reputation and the nature of Shek Ho's operations, advised Lao Jianhao to lay low for a time in Macau. Observing my lack of retaliation, Lao Jianhao swaggered back to Hong Kong. Shortly thereafter, he resumed his activities with the gang, leading a successful campaign against several leaders of the Daheokai. Seizing the momentum, he sought to monopolize the fruit transportation business in Yao Ma Ti by clashing with the Waterhouse's crew, further injuring several of their members. Lao Jianhao then was riding high, boasting of his victories from the chicken coop. He proclaimed himself the one who punched the 14th, kicked the Waterhouse, elbowed He too, and kneed Daheokai. He self-designated himself as the foremost champion of the Kowloon Underworld. At that time, a group of his disciples continuously extolled his prowess, declaring him the unrivaled champion of Jianghu. As the saying goes, when heaven intends to eliminate a person, it will first make them arrogant. Lao Jianhao ultimately paid the price for his hubris. While I was hospitalized, several factions came to visit me, starting with a fellow named Sha Chinchao from the Waterhouse. This individual was a notable figure within the Waterhouse, and after suffering a defeat against Lao Jianhao at the fruit stand, he sought to befriend me, having long admired my reputation. At that time, Lao Jianhao had boasted about punching Shek Ho and kicking the Waterhouse. His arrogance knew no bounds. Many seniors from both the Waterhouse and Shek Ho were old acquaintances, and in the world of gangs, martial arts and mentorship were prevalent. Numerous disciples from the Waterhouse and Shek Ho practiced the white crane style, all brothers in arms, and with me as a bridge, how could such affronts be tolerated? We resolved to unite and retaliate against the Jianghu gang from the chicken coop. Without hesitation, I agreed. Shortly thereafter, two young men with slicked-back hairstyles and luxury cars came to seek me out. They were two leaders from Daheokai, one named Zhou Shengzi and the other Ben and I. Daheokai had recently splintered from the Chaozhou gang, comprised largely of affluent youths with exceptional skills. These individuals act without adhering to the unwritten rules of the underworld, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor. Dissatisfied with the myriad regulations and constraints imposed by the venerable Teochew gang, they formed their own faction, once renowned and dubbed Zai. Having suffered losses at the hands of the formidable Lao Jianhao, they sought me out, expressing their desire to join forces against him. Ultimately, Chen Tai, a member of the Hehe Society, came to visit me, vehemently denouncing Lao Jianhao as a scoundrel. Not only had Lao provoked 3 major gangs, but he had also made his way to Yao Ma Ti's Temple Street, instigating chaos at the GG Mahjong Hall, which is under the control of Uncle Guy, a local figure. In a single night, he executed a swift robbery, plundering 3 mahjong halls and causing Uncle Guy to incur losses amounting to tens of thousands. This money was squandered by Lao Jianhao and his subordinates in a reckless spree, inciting a collective response from us all. I took the lead, rallying a coalition to strike at their stronghold, Chicken House. 3 days later, having recovered from my injuries, I united all available forces, summoning Ah Hao, i.e., and the vengeful Ah Hua, who was eager for retribution. We even brought along the members from the previous encounter with the notorious Quangren Hui. At that time I, alongside Chen Tai, Sha Chinchao, and students from Daheokai, led the Western faction, charging into Chicken House on the night of the full moon. I surged forward with a throng of supporters, a wave of fervor coursing through me as we sought Lao Jianhao amidst the bustling crowd. At that juncture, Lao Jianhao was aware of the trouble he had stirred up with the Western society and had taken refuge in Chicken House. When we located him, he was dining and drinking nearby with a handful of his underlings. Our formidable group, eyes aflame with rage, surged forth like a stampede. Upon spotting me at the forefront, Lao's countenance drained of color. He hastily overturned the table and drew his weapon, calling for assistance. Lao Jianhao, not even Jesus could save you today? I shouted, and with a fierce resolve, I lunged at him, my blade aimed to strike. Lao attempted to defend himself with a circular table, but my strike cleaved through, landing on his shoulder. Witnessing my initial success, my comrades surged forward. Despite the excruciating pain, Lao pivoted, casting aside the table to retaliate. I swiftly countered his strike, deflecting it with a resounding clash, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, I delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling several meters away, crashing to the ground. You think it's enjoyable to strike me? I'll show you. I roared, my eyes ablaze as I advanced with my weapon drawn. Seeing the tide turn against him, Lao hastily retrieved his knife and attempted to flee. Amidst the chaos, the Jingyi faction surged from the nearby alleys, clashing with the Western forces. We were well prepared, our ranks composed of elite members from various societies, overwhelming the Jingyi gang, who were no match for our ferocity. Chen Tai wielded his eastern blade with precision, cutting left and right in the fray. Ah Yuet wielded a plumbing snake with reckless abandon, jabbing it at anyone in his path while insisting they stand still. Otherwise, an unsteady hand would fail to strike true. Meanwhile, I pursued Lao Jianhao with relentless determination. As he led his team in a fierce battle, the throng around him dispersed, and he fled in panic with a few of his students. We reached a riverbank embankment, where I pressed forward, drawing my blade to strike at him. Realizing he was cornered with no avenue for retreat, Lao Jianhao bellowed defiantly and charged at me, weapon drawn, prepared for a final struggle like a cornered beast. Chapter 77. Trouble arises. Lao Jianhao rushed toward me, swinging his blade. I raised my own to block, and we exchanged a flurry of strikes, our swords clashing, sending sparks flying. I brought my blade down upon his head. He instinctively tilted aside, but the edge grazed his ear, severing it cleanly. Following that, I struck again, this time cutting deep into his scalp. In agony, he roared and, with sheer will, parried my attack before delivering a kick to my chest that sent me sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, he rolled toward a nearby foul ditch. Capture him, I shouted, as my fellow students helped me to my feet, then pursued Lao Jianhao with fervor. I could only guess how many times he was struck. Ultimately, he became a bloody mess and, with a final roar toward the depths of the embankment, leaped into the abyss, vanishing from sight. By the time Sha Qinchao and Chen Tai arrived, they swiftly surrounded the remaining disciples of Jingyi, who had not fled, and several were brutally dispatched in that stinking gutter. That should suffice. Let us retreat. The police are coming, Sha Qinchao announced. The wail of sirens grew ever nearer as officers swarmed in. Sensing the impending danger, everyone scattered. I initially intended to search for Lao Jianhao, but with him having plunged into the depths of the embankment, he was lost to me for the moment, compelling me to flee with the others. A chaotic throng surged back toward the chicken coop, frantically dispersing, yet unfamiliarity with the terrain, coupled with the police's strategic maneuvers, led to a sudden encirclement, sealing off the nearby alleys. Dozens were apprehended in an instant. Sha Qinchao was pinned to the ground, subjected to a barrage of blows from a police baton, and subsequently cuffed and taken away in a police vehicle. Ah Yuet and I fled for our lives, pursued relentlessly by the officers behind us. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds pierced the air, followed by a thick cloud of smoke rolling in. A choking stench filled our nostrils, causing tears and mucus to pour forth as the police unleashed a barrage of tear gas. In the midst of the smoke, Ah Yuet and I lost our bearings, becoming separated from Ah Hao and Ah Yi. The noxious gas overwhelmed our senses, and with our faces wrapped in clothing, we stumbled about like headless flies. Crouch down, cover your head, and drop your weapons, commanded the police through the haze. Amidst the smoke, several officers in tactical gear, donned with gas masks, brandished shields and batons, while one held a pistol and another a riot gun, directing their weapons toward Ah Yuet and me. Seeing the dire situation, Ah Yuet exclaimed, "It's over, Brother Zhong Kuei. This time, it's truly over. After all the chaos, so many have perished. If we get caught now, we'll never get out." As Ah Hua finished speaking, a group of officers rushed towards us, brandishing their clubs without uttering a word. One of the leaders declared that as long as they did not strike our heads, any other part of our bodies was fair game, even to the point of death. At that moment, amidst the chaos of the police chase, countless brothers were apprehended. While the police were capturing individuals, several faced fierce resistance, resulting in several officers sustaining injuries. Thus, these officers resorted to brutal force, wielding their batons and shields as they unleashed a relentless assault on Ah Hua and me. Ah Hua was struck in the ribs by a baton, followed by another blow to his calf, causing him to cry out in agony and fall to one knee. One particularly fierce officer delivered a blow to Ah Hua's abdomen, resulting in him retching violently. "Hey, is it really necessary to beat us like this just for apprehending us?" I exclaimed in anger. "We have already surrendered. We can just return with you. Must you beat us to a pulp? You wretched scoundrels, I have always despised you vermin." The officer who was the most vicious began to rain down blows on me with his baton. In that instant, I raised my arm to block, and my entire arm swelled painfully from the impact. Suddenly, an intense sting shot through me, igniting a surge of rage within me. And fueled by the adrenaline from the earlier violence, I seized a fallen knife from the ground and lunged at the officer. The officer was close enough that my blade sank into his lower back. He let out a piercing cry, and amidst the chaos, with other officers preoccupied chasing down the remaining fugitives and smoke filling the air, no one could discern the events clearly. My vision blurred with rage. I gripped the knife lodged in his back and twisted it violently. The officer howled in agony, blood pouring from his wound, and in his pain, he drew his service pistol. "Jianghu, run." He has pulled his gun. Ah Hua shouted, terrified, clutching his head. The officer, without hesitation, fired a shot. The bullet whizzed past my ear, leaving a trail of sound in its wake, and I even caught a whiff of gunpowder. I immediately turned and sprinted away. The officer, likely impaired by the knife wound, staggered and fired several shots in my direction, but missed each time. In my fear, I dashed across the street, and the officer pursued me. Unbeknownst to him, a truck laden with goods barreled down the road, its horn blaring. Boom! The officer was struck and sent flying, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth, and he perished instantly. Both Ah Hua and I were left in stunned disbelief. While I was still dazed, I suddenly felt a sharp blow to the back of my head, causing me to stagger, blood streaming down my face as I collapsed. When I regained consciousness, I found myself handcuffed, taken to a temporary detention facility near the Chicken Coop police station. My head throbbed from where the officer had struck me with a baton. The blood still fresh on my scalp, and my hands were shackled to a radiator. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a group of individuals encircled, all similarly restrained to the radiator. In the midst of chaos, Sha Chenchao, Chen Tai, and countless others, including those from Shiksaho, Shuiji, and Hehitu, were apprehended. This was merely one courtyard. Adjacent to it lay another, equally crowded with detainees. Ah Hua curled up beside me, trembling in shock, rendered speechless by the recent death of a constable. "What on earth is happening?" I urgently inquired, my hands cuffed behind me, the pain searing through my limbs as I shifted uncomfortably. Chen Tai, like me, shared the same grim fate. "It's over. Someone has foolishly killed a constable. And now we're all doomed," Chen Tai lamented. Initially, we had clung to a sliver of hope, trusting that our connections within the gang could intervene and secure the release of a few prominent figures. However, with the death of a constable, our prospects appeared bleak. Ah Hua nervously gulped, and I found myself in a daze. This was not my fault. I had merely retaliated after being attacked, and it was the reckless pursuit that led to the constable's demise. Chapter 78. The ordeal within the police station. Wretched luck. Someone has killed a constable, and now we're likely facing dire consequences. Sha Chenchao expressed his discontent. "What about that fellow, Lao Jinhao? Has he met his end?" I queried. Chen Tai stared at me incredulously. "Jianghu, is that really your concern right now? We should focus on how to extricate ourselves." The detective at the Jiliao police station, a native of Chaozhou, was known to be protective of the Jingyi gang. We were undoubtedly in peril. The detective, Jiqiang, maintained close ties with the coal barons, and the water room gang comprised mostly of individuals from the Wui region, who historically had contentious relations with the Chaozhou faction. Hehitu, being local, only added to our collective despair. It was evident that the Chaozhou faction would support their own. "Jianghu, you two are from Chaozhou. Why not try to ingratiate yourself with the detective?" Ah Hua tremulously suggested. "Foolish boy, As a Chaozhou native, if I were to betray my own, I would be the first to face their wrath. Use your head, I retorted, rendered speechless by Ah Yuet's suggestion. Hearing the hopelessness in our situation, he could only lower his head in despair. Just as we wallowed in our lamentations, a squad of riot police stormed in. Without uttering a word, they unleashed a brutal assault on us all, targeting every part of our bodies except our heads. The air was filled with cries of anguish as we, with our hands bound, could do nothing but endure the onslaught. Several had already succumbed to unconsciousness. My wounds, which had only just begun to scab over, were violently reopened, causing fresh blood to flow. The beating continued for what felt like 7 or 8 minutes, until the officers, exhausted, paused to light a cigarette and rest. Who among you stabbed our colleague? Speak, they bellowed, their fury ignited by the earlier incident. Unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the constable's death, they sought to vent their frustrations upon us. At that moment, no one dared to admit the truth. Countless voices cried out in injustice, only to be met with a flurry of blows. As I witnessed my brothers being mercilessly beaten, my heart ached, and I resolved to shoulder the burden myself. After all, this violent confrontation was instigated on my behalf. The unfortunate incident that led to the death of an officer in pursuit was also my doing. If I remained silent, the others would be left in terror, and I could not bear to see that. Ah Yuet, trembling with fear, whispered to me, Brother Zhong Kuei, we cannot speak of this, we cannot. If we do, everything is lost. Even if you admit it, these officers will not spare us. It is better to deny it. They cannot uncover the truth, and we may survive a little longer, at least until our grandfather arrives. Upon hearing Ah Yuet's words, I had no choice but to swallow my pride and feign ignorance. As we maintained our silence, the officers conferred briefly, extinguished their cigarettes, and brandished their batons, unleashing a barrage of blows upon us. The air was thick with the scent of blood as it splattered around, rendering it impossible to distinguish friend from foe. All that could be heard were the anguished cries of the injured. The beating continued for several minutes before they finally ceased. The leading officer, his voice dripping with malice, declared, "You parasitic wretches have caused the death of one of our own in the line of duty, and many more have been injured. You will pay for this." He then instructed his subordinates. The inspector has decreed that no matter which unit or gang these individuals belong to, from this day forth, they shall receive 3 meals a day, including late-night snacks, no exceptions. Thus began our torment. Each day commenced with a beating in the morning, followed by another in the afternoon, and yet another in the evening. Throughout the night, my body throbbed with pain, leaving me in a haze, nearly on the brink of death, only to be roused by high-pressure hoses wielded by the officers for another round of punishment. I lost count of how many times I fainted, yet I remained defiant, refusing to divulge anything. Having previously endured 3 days and nights of torment in the police station due to the incident involving Xiao Feng, I had developed a certain resilience. The most pitiable among us was Ah Yuet, whose cries echoed throughout the cell, pleading for mercy. He recounted every misdeed from his childhood, from urinating in public in the 1st grade to peeking at girls bathing at 10, and finally to extorting protection fees in Qianshan. He lamented, "I have done everything, except kill an officer. Please, spare me the beating." The officers, however, were unyielding, continuing their brutal assault and demanding that he remain silent, forcing him to hold a spittoon with his mouth. Ah Yuet wept profusely, his teeth aching from the strain of clenching the spittoon, while the officers threatened him with further violence should it fall. If it did, not only would he be beaten again, but each officer would spit into it for him to consume. Poor Ah Yuet endured this humiliation for an entire hour, and when he finally relinquished the spittoon, his mouth could barely close. In the dead of night, as he sobbed uncontrollably, I admonished him, "Stop embarrassing yourself and our gang. These officers are so brazen now. But one day we shall rise above and make them heed our words. Brother Zhong Kuei, I cannot endure this any longer. I wish to die. Just stab me and put an end to my suffering." Ah Yuet cried out in despair. "Silence, you wretch. You are teetering on the brink of the grave and the confines of this cell. Hold your ground, for should you ever emerge from this place, I shall be the first to end your wretched existence." I reprimanded Ah Yuet. At that moment, he ceased his sobbing, muttering grievances under his breath. I admonished him that it was late, and with the impending ordeal of the morrow, he should rest and gather strength for the punishment that awaited. Ah Yuet, restless in the night, rambled on, invoking deities from the revered Laozi to the Jade Emperor and even Zhu Beiji, beseeching the spirits to expedite his release. Jianghu, command your subordinate to hush. Damn it, I endure beatings by day, and at night, I am subjected to his incessant chanting. How can one find rest? Chen Tai remarked, prompting Ah Yuet to finally fall silent. The following dawn, Ah Yuet's prayers bore no fruit. Before the break of day, we were all roused by harsh kicks. Each of us handed a spittoon to relieve ourselves. With our hands bound, we were forced to squat, a humiliating experience akin to that of a woman. Many among us bled from the strain, and after the release, another round of beatings ensued. This cycle repeated, leaving our bodies in disarray. Fortunately, that night, the gang leader, Prince Xiong, accompanied by Uncle Owen, Qi Weiwen, and Chen Zhongying, arrived. On the other side, Uncle Ji also made an appearance. From the water room, Jin Yan, along with the influential figure Fatty Kuan, joined us. The youth from the prosperous families, whose relatives held considerable sway, sought out influential individuals to advocate for us. On that day, after negotiations and public relations efforts from our side, we managed to evade further beatings. The next morning, officials came to call the roll and unbound our handcuffs, allowing those whose names were called to depart while the rest remained. Chapter 79. Protecting our brothers. Upon hearing this news, I finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The group, composed and attentive, awaited the roll call. He-Wen Xiao, present. Sha Chen Xiao was the first to stand and raise his hand. The officer released his cuffs and led him away, reminding us with a farewell gesture, brothers, I shall take my leave. Wishing you all good fortune. Chen Tai, Zhong Shiwen. At last, my name was called, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me as the cuffs were removed, and I was escorted along with Chen Tai. One by one, several notable figures were called and led away. The officer closed the list and declared, the remaining personnel shall continue to be detained. Everything will proceed as is. In 1 week, the forensic department will come to take the individuals, all of whom will be sent to Zimuan prison. Upon hearing this, Ah Yuet panicked and cried out, Brother Jianghu, save me. My name is not on the list, and I cannot endure further beatings here. Many brothers looked at me with desperate eyes. Do not fret. I shall ensure your release. I promised them. Once we emerged, we arrived at the Jiliao police station, where the gang leaders were present, negotiating alongside the detectives and officers. Those of us with higher standing in our organization, including myself, Chen Tai, and Sha Chen Xiao, were the first to be released. The group of youths from the affluent families also managed to secure their freedom. A gathering of individuals found themselves huddled together, clutching their chests and bending over, still reeling from the blows they had endured. The fortunate few among them bore bloodied faces and wounds all over their bodies. When their families arrived to collect them and beheld this disheartening scene, outrage erupted instantly. The atmosphere was nothing short of chaotic. As these young men hailed from prominent families, either scions of wealth or heirs of political luminaries, each a member of the elite class. What astonished us most was a striking young man whose great-uncle happened to be a former justice of the peace in Hong Kong. These privileged youths, having been assaulted in the humble confines of the Chi Liao police station, were not to be overlooked. In a swift response, a multitude of reporters was summoned, surrounding the station. The commotion escalated, and it was amidst this uproar that the police reluctantly agreed to release a portion of the detainees. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, the elders feared the repercussions of an escalation and thus opted for negotiations to defuse the matter. It took until evening for the issue to be resolved. Otherwise, the death of a police officer would have been impossible to manage. As Uncle Owen escorted me away, I cast a furious glance back. Jianghu, why are you still lingering? What are you staring at? My grandfather inquired. Grandpa, I must keep a watchful eye on every officer who laid a hand on me. I retorted indignantly. You've lost your mind. Do you intend to take on the police? My grandfather scolded. Grandpa, Ah Yuet is still inside. I must ensure his release. I will pay. I insisted earnestly. Pay for what? You youngsters must endure hardship. If the gang manages to extricate you, it would be an immense favor. Just consider how much trouble you've caused. Uncle Owen chastised me. Indeed, I, Jianghu, had reclaimed significant territory for the gang and amassed wealth. However, much of that fortune had been squandered due to my reckless antics. The cost of this rescue was steep. The gang allocated a generous sum of 15,000 for Chief Inspector O at the Chi Liao police station, while each police officer received a sum ranging from 200 to 500, depending on their rank. This altercation had yielded no substantial benefit for the gang, merely elevating my reputation in the underworld by vanquishing the formidable laborer, Lao Jianhao, and satisfying my own pride. Grandpa, I vow to cease my provocations. Please assist me. Speak to those officers again. I will fund Ah Yuet's release. He is young and cannot withstand such treatment. I fear for his life. I implored urgently. My loyalty to Brotherhood was unwavering. Besides Ah Yuet, I also worried for Ah Yong, Big Cow, Iron Man Dong, and countless younger brothers who remained incarcerated. I was determined to secure their freedom. Uncle Owen, exasperated, cast a glance my way. You little rascal, do you think the police station is your personal domain? They apprehend individuals and then release them at their whim? In the end, he yielded to my insistence, concerned that my discontent might lead to further trouble after our exit, and sought out Chief Inspector O once again. Ultimately, we reached an agreement. 500 to secure each individual's release, but not all could be freed. As the situation had grown too convoluted, someone had to bear the consequences. Do you understand? 500 for each person, and we must retain half for accountability. The choice is yours, Uncle Owen conveyed to me. In that moment, I hastily arranged for funds to be sent, securing the release of Ah Yuet and his group of over a dozen individuals, expending several tens of thousands. My own funds were depleted, prompting me to borrow a bit from Ah Hao and Ah Yi. While I managed to secure their release, my concern extended to the brothers still inside. I wished for their well-being, even if they were to end up in Jima Bay, hoping they would endure less physical suffering. Detective O regarded me and remarked, "This will incur an additional charge. Given the relationship with your esteemed grandfather, I shall offer you an 8% discount at 180 each. They will not be beaten and will enjoy meals with meat and Vita soy. Upon arriving at Jima Bay, a reduction of a few months may be possible. Consider it well." "All right, no problem. Wait for me at the chicken coop," I responded eagerly. With no funds available to me, and knowing that Ah Hao and Ah Yi had also spent considerably to secure their own brothers, I felt embarrassed to ask for more. There were still dozens of brothers inside, and 180 each amounted to a substantial sum. I approached Yi Zhong to borrow 5,000, then went to Sister Kun to request funds. When she inquired how much I needed, I said 20,000 for safety. Sister Kun, in her generosity, immediately took me to the Standard Chartered Bank and withdrew 25,000, urging me to hasten and secure their release, promising to provide more if necessary. Grateful, I expressed my inability to repay her immediately, but assured her that I would repay her kindness manifold in the future. Sister Kun reassured me, saying there was no rush. If I truly lacked funds, I could repay her in kind. I replied that we would have to discuss that later, as I was battered by the police and in need of recovery before I could entertain such matters. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks with Sister Kun, I hurried back to Detective O, placing all the money on his desk. At that moment, Oh Jiqiang gazed at me as if I were a curious creature. "I've brought all the money, not a penny less. My only desire is for my brothers inside to endure no further beatings and to be treated more kindly. If you believe this sum insufficient, I shall provide more. For now, this is all I possess," I declared. I had endured severe beatings alongside my recently released brothers, and I accepted that. However, for those still incarcerated, should you accept this money and fail to act, allowing my brothers to continue suffering or even to face untimely demise? Oh Jiqiang, I shall not let you escape unscathed. I forcefully pushed the money box towards Oh Jiqiang. Chapter 80. The Optimal Strategy. Oh Jiqiang, cigar in mouth, smiled as he counted the money on the table. "You must be Zhong Kuei. I wouldn't have guessed you to be so loyal." He chuckled. "I have encountered countless individuals from various gangs who, while outside, offer incense and brotherhood, only to betray one another upon entering our precincts, seeking self-preservation. Yet here you are, still concerned for your own brothers. That is indeed rare." Oh Jiqiang continued. "I will accept this money, considering our shared roots in Chaozhou and my friendship with Detective Yan. However, should you dare to involve yourself with the Jing Yi gang again, do not blame me for taking action," Oh Jiqiang assured me. "Detective, do not misjudge. It was indeed the Jing Yi gang that first sought to harm me, prompting my retaliation. I, Zhong Shaiwan, have been steadfast in my duties. Have I ever caused trouble at the chicken coop?" I replied. "Very well, let this matter be resolved. Remember, no matter how grand the gang, do not engage in conflict with the authorities, for it is you who will ultimately suffer," Oh Jiqiang cautioned. Upon exiting the police station, Ah Yuet and the others were released in the evening, expressing their gratitude profusely upon seeing me. Later that night, upon returning to Shengwan, I received a call from the renovation company regarding my custom order. "Mr. Chung, Has the set of mahogany round table and wardrobe you ordered in Lam Tin arrived at your residence? The contractor inquired. I had commissioned a premium set of mahogany furniture costing over 2,000, having paid a deposit, but in the interest of safeguarding my brothers. I found myself utterly bereft of funds. Let us postpone that for now. I have some matters to settle these days. I will notify you when the time is right. I replied, requesting them to hold off for the moment. In pursuit of protecting my brothers, it felt as though I had lost everything, even to the extent of lacking funds for a mere pack of cigarettes. I had to send my protege to the gambling den in Shek Kip Mei, where he managed to pocket a few hundred from the day's winnings. Ah Yuet, moved by my sacrifice for our brothers, felt guilty. Brother Chung, I apologize for putting you through this to honor those detectives. Rest assured, I will take my men to Lam Tin and retrieve that mahogany furniture for you. Ah Yuet declared, determined to reclaim the furniture from the renovation company. I playfully tapped Ah Yuet on the head, admonishing him, "You rascal. Do you not think we have enough troubles already? Wealth may dwindle, but my name, Chung Sai-man, will always allow us to earn more. Is it wise to engage in such lowly acts?" I imparted my wisdom to Ah Yuet, emphasizing the importance of maintaining respect among our peers. Even in the world of thievery, there are codes of conduct. Do not provoke the common folk unnecessarily, and avoid actions that would bring shame upon us. While it is acceptable to temporarily delay repayment to others, one must always honor their debts in the end. You must not cause any trouble for those workers. Ah Yuet nodded vigorously in agreement. In the following days, our gang convened a meeting. The Jianghu gang had suffered a severe blow from an assault by the Western District Society, incurring substantial losses. However, we were in the wrong. That rogue, Lao Jianhao, had gone too far, having slain 10 of our men. Initially, we could have settled matters amicably, but that scoundrel returned with vengeance, even setting fire to my father's sugar water shop, leaving the elders of Jianghu with no ground to stand on. Remarkably, Lao Jianhao survived the attack, rolling down the riverbank and managing to cling to life. He bore numerous wounds, with his body marred by cuts and bruises, half an ear severed by my hand, and his scalp nearly peeled back. A dagger remained lodged in his leg, perilously close to a major vein. When he was taken to the hospital, the doctors hesitated to operate, but he audaciously carved into his flesh to extract the blade himself, only to faint from the ordeal. After several days of intensive care, astonishingly, he regained consciousness and is currently recuperating at St. Mary's Hospital in Kowloon. The leaders of the Jianghu gang, filled with trepidation, were determined to protect him, fearing that our major factions might seek retribution at the hospital. After all, Lao Jianhao was a promising talent within the Jianghu gang, and many elders held high hopes for him, pleading for leniency and a chance at redemption. Sure, we have known each other for many years. It is not our intention to eradicate him completely. However, this young man has repeatedly defied the rules. Even if we agree to release him, can you guarantee he will not return to his reckless ways once he has recovered? Uncle Owen questioned Sure. At that moment, Sure found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of Lao Jianhao's temperament. It was not merely a matter of recovery from his injuries. The very first thing he would demand upon awakening from his hospital bed would be vengeance. It mirrored my own situation while recuperating from a leg injury in the hospital. If he were to recover and be discharged, it was likely that several major factions would continue their grand conflicts, provoking the ire of the police and rendering everyone's lives miserable. Engaging in such relentless strife was not a viable solution. Yet the factions were keen on preserving this emerging talent, making matters exceedingly complicated. During the banquet, Inspector Yin Tong from the Yao Ma Ti police station was also present, and it was he who ultimately stepped forward to resolve the situation. The current state of affairs was a deadly rivalry between Zhong Kuei and Lao Jianhao, an enmity that would be difficult to quell unless one of them met their demise. Further conflict was untenable. The situation had escalated far beyond control. Previously, the commotion at the entrance of the Wenhua Theater had caused quite a stir, even frightening the famous star Chen Sisi, making headlines in Hong Kong. The recent clash initiated by Jingyi had resulted in numerous casualties, including the death of a police officer. If the fighting persisted, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of foreign police officers, potentially leading to the obliteration of the entire faction. To mitigate the situation, Inspector Yin proposed incarcerating Lao Jianhao in the Sesame Bay prison, thus confining this cornered beast and bringing an end to the turmoil. Simultaneously, given the gravity of the incident involving the police casualty, it was imperative that someone take the fall. By imprisoning Lao Jianhao, a temporary cessation of hostilities could be achieved, averting further troubles, while also ensuring that someone bore the blame. This arrangement could be seen as a win-win scenario. Initially, Chen Shi hesitated to have his own disciple imprisoned. However, Yin Tong assured him that the term would be brief, lasting no more than 3 to 5 years, and promised to leverage his connections to minimize the hardships endured within. Imprisonment was merely a means to an end, not an intention to inflict suffering. Convinced by Yin Tong's assurances, Chen Shi reluctantly acquiesced, and the elders from the other factions also found merit in his reasoning. Jingyi, recognizing their own culpability in the matter, naturally concurred with this plan. Chen Shi personally approached Lao Jianhao to discuss the arrangement, assuring him that during his incarceration, the faction would support his family, and upon his release, he would receive compensation through several stalls in Kowloon City, apart from the chicken house. Lao Jianhao was subsequently sent to prison, and the matter was resolved perfectly, resulting in a temporary cessation of hostilities. During this period of tranquility, I focused on my recovery at Izhong's martial arts school, where he provided me with medicinal herbal wine and topical remedies for my injuries. He also ensured that his disciples prepared a nourishing ginseng soup for me daily to restore my health, youthful and vigorous. I found that a visit to the hospital revealed only minor internal injuries. The rest were merely contusions and strains. After a week of recuperation, I was soon bouncing back to life. The news of my defeating Lao Jianhao reverberated throughout the martial arts community, leaving many in utter astonishment, particularly regarding the incident involving the police officer. Though I never explicitly confirmed my involvement, the word on the streets was that many were aware of the truth, and my name became synonymous with extraordinary feats. Chapter 81. An invitation from the notables. One day, having nearly completed my recovery, I engaged in restorative exercises at the martial arts school. Shachen arrived into Kowloon in a vintage car, seeking me out. "Zhong, get in," Shachen called, honking the horn from inside the vehicle. "Where are we headed, to Chao?" I inquired. "Let us depart for Tsimsha Sui. My boss wishes to meet you," Shachen Chao remarked. "Your boss?" I was taken aback. "Indeed, it is Brother Kuan," Shachen Chao responded, opening the car door for me to enter. The person he referred to is Fatty Kuan, a prominent figure in both Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, whose name reverberates throughout the city. During the 1950s and 1960s, he was the underground emperor of Hong Kong. He rose to prominence from humble beginnings as an ordinary member of the water room, later establishing himself in legitimate business, ultimately becoming the clandestine financial backer of the entire water room. Across the districts of Yau Ma Ti and Mong Kok, as well as Central, he owned countless enterprises, including restaurants, nightclubs, and real estate. During that era, it was said that all police officers received 2 salaries, one from the government and one from Brother Kuan. At that time, Sha Chen Chao was a red stick in the water room and also served as Fatty Kuan's personal bodyguard. Given my status as merely a notable henchman within the gang, what could a figure of Fatty Kuan's caliber possibly want from me? Upon arriving at Tsimsha Sui, I was struck by the essence of prosperity. Tsimsha Sui in the 1960s, compared to Temple Street and Mong Kok, already exuded the luxurious aura of a grand metropolis, with towering skyscrapers and dazzling lights. Countless neon signs gleamed enticingly. We reached the top floor of a seafood restaurant at the heart of Tsimsha Sui, where the lights sparkled brilliantly, creating an opulent atmosphere. Fatty Kuan had laid out a lavish feast, accompanied by the leader of the E gang, the Limping Hao, and a short middle-aged man in a tang suit. Known as Shorty, Brother Kuan, Zhong has arrived, Sha Chen Chao announced as we were led by a waitress to the private room. There, I encountered Fatty Kuan, whose refined appearance, ample stature, fair complexion, and distinguished demeanor were immediately striking. "Zhong, please take a seat." Fatty Kuan gestured for me to sit down, as Hao poured me a drink. "Thank you for your generous hospitality, Brother Kuan and Brother Hao. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" I promptly asked. "Zhong, this time you truly outshone yourself in the chicken den. The E gang has had some business grievances with us, and you've helped us regain our honor. This is a banquet in your appreciation," Hao replied with a smile. The Chaozhou gang primarily engaged in the business of running powder, and at that time, Fatty Kuan and Hao shared a familial bond. Previously, Hao had been involved in gambling at Shek Kip Mei, dealing in word games. After aligning with Fatty Kuan, they had turned to the flower trade, achieving such dominance that they nearly monopolized the entire Tsimsha Sui and Kowloon area. Hundreds of subordinates, thousands of various dismantling teams, and transportation crews were all at their service. Fatty Kowloon was contemplating expanding his territory to Kowloon City. Yet he faced persistent challenges due to the EE gang's strong foothold there, making it difficult for Fatty Kowloon's business to penetrate. In the areas surrounding the city, such as the Chicken Den, Kuntong, and Seongkwano, the EE gang maintained tight control, leading to past conflicts between the two factions. My recent actions against the EE gang had severely tarnished their reputation and left them considerably weakened, prompting Fatty Kowloon and how to host this banquet in my honor. At that moment, I sensed a hint of peculiarity. No wonder Shach and Chow had sought to befriend me during my hospital stay, accompanying me to confront the EE gang. It became clear that there was a deeper connection at play. Furthermore, their invitation for this banquet likely extended beyond mere gratitude for a meal. Chung Sai-man, your character is marked by a sense of righteousness and generosity. Not only have you severed ties with dishonor, but you have also safeguarded your brothers. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a young man. Faizai Kowloon remarked with a smile, personally serving me a bowl of exquisite bird's nest soup. Kowloon, Chung Sai-man is indeed a man of honor. He is my good brother who has spent a considerable sum to ensure our safety. Shach and Chow laughed. Without hesitation, Faizai Kowloon instructed his subordinates to present a bundle of cash, consisting of 2 stacks of bills, each with a face value of 500. A total of 50,000 was laid before me. Kowloon, what does this mean? I inquired, taken aback. It is merely a token of appreciation. Knowing that you, a young man of integrity, might be in need, take it and use it as you wish, Faizai Kowloon replied. Seeing him so generous left me in astonishment. I had barely managed to gather a modest sum to assist my brothers, while Faizai Kowloon, a complete stranger to me, offered such a princely sum without batting an eye. This exemplifies the vast disparity between us. Kowloon, what is the interest on this money? I admit, I am in a bit of a bind, and I may not be able to repay you in the near future, I stated candidly. Faizai Kowloon burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Chung Sai-man, who told you this money is a loan? It is a gift for you. Accept it, he insisted, placing the money into my hands. Kowloon, I must be honest. I, Chung Sai-man, cannot accept this without reason. You have come to see me today for a purpose. So please be forthcoming, I said. Faizai Kowloon exchanged glances with Bo Hao and smiled. Chung Sai-man, you are indeed straightforward and principled, and you possess keen insight. I appreciate your courage and see great potential in you. I am in need of someone with your audacity to assist me. Shach and Chow lit a cigarette for me and explained that while there are many brave souls surrounding Kowloon, he has chosen to trust me, as I not only possess courage but also uphold principles and loyalty. I am a member of the 10 West gang, and while our factions may differ, we share a common bond. If you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, I declared. Faizai Kowloon elaborated on his supply chain, stating that most of his goods are imported from Malaysia, transiting through Thailand before reaching Hong Kong. You, Chung Sai-man, along with the Chow, will be responsible for the safe transport of goods to Hong Kong. Additionally, a portion of the goods will be allocated to you and a Chow for operations in the Seongkwano area. I understood then that Faizai Kowloon intended for me to help him expand his influence. If you agree, your monthly salary will be this amount. He pointed to the money in my hands, a fixed sum of 50,000. Shach and Chow patted my shoulder, indicating that this was merely a base salary. There would be additional earnings from ensuring the safe arrival of goods and distributing them to clients, plus the potential for further income by establishing our own stall in Seongkwano, allowing us to earn significantly more each month. I took a moment to collect my thoughts, and faced with such an enticing opportunity, I felt a rush of excitement. Haogu remarked to the nearby Yitzi, noting that the gambling den at Shek Kip Mei was not a sustainable venture, as every gambler faces a day of loss. However, the number of allies throughout Hong Kong is countless. Times are changing, and for organizations to amass substantial wealth, traditional practices such as merely collecting protection fees are but child's play. To thrive in business, one must aspire to greatness. Seeing my hesitation, the diminutive he offered me a drink and remarked with a smile, Chung Sai-man, as the saying goes, no man becomes rich without unexpected fortune, nor does a horse grow fat without night grass. You have been with the 10 West Society for 2 years now, despite your illustrious reputation. How many bills have truly found their way into your pocket? Yi's words resonated with me. Since joining the society, I had fought fiercely for territory, enduring countless wounds, ultimately earning only a reputation that shocked the underworld. Over the years, I had engaged in battles, accumulating scars. While the currency in my pocket felt as intangible as mere numbers, often spent on brawls or aiding brothers in flight from prison. Though I had earned a fair sum, it seemed fleeting, leaving me in a state of financial precarity. This indicates that your path is misguided. In the recent conflict with the Jianghu gang, you merely sought to regain your breath, but gained little of substance. Engaging in this life is about seeking wealth, not merely brawling, remarked the limping Hao. Fatty Quan chuckled, recalling that in his youth, he shared similar thoughts, but advised, look at Hong Kong. The entire harbor is paved with gold. In this world, the affluent always hold the reins. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling lights of Victoria Harbor in Wanchai beckoned, showcasing the breathtaking beauty of the city. The immense allure struck at my heart, yet my mind was flooded with memories of my father's graying hair, my mother's hopeful gaze, and the countless friends who had perished after pursuing their dreams, their lifeless eyes haunting me. After much contemplation, I ultimately withdrew the money from my pocket and returned it to Fatty Quan. Quan brother, how brother, I sincerely apologize. I promised my father that while navigating this world, I would adhere to a code of ethics and avoid the drug trade. However, should anyone trouble you in the future, I, Zhong Kuei, will not hesitate to face any peril on your behalf, I declared, declining Fatty Quan's generous offer. Ah, Zhong Kuei, why do you act this way? Your father is an antiquated figure, unaware that when you placed genuine money in his hands, he would be overjoyed regardless of your dealings. Sha Qianxiao, witnessing my refusal, appeared anxious. I remained steadfast in my decision. Fatty Quan laughed heartily, pressing the money back into my hands. Zhong Kuei, there is no need to force your hand. Whether you accept or decline, consider this money a token of friendship. However, as a seasoned elder, allow me to advise you, violence often leads to ruin. Before you hastily reject my offer, take this money and enjoy yourself for a while. When you have made your decision, my door will always be open for you, he said, placing the money in my embrace. After the banquet concluded, Sha Qianxiao drove me back to Shengwan. Throughout the journey, he was visibly distressed, exclaiming, Zhong Kuei, why did you turn down Quan brother? Do you realize what a tremendous opportunity this is? I made a promise to my father not to engage in such businesses. I replied, taking a drag from my cigarette and gazing out at the bustling streets of Tsim Sha Tsui, the vibrant scene flickering like shadows in the light. You are so obedient to your father, yet you still choose to join the underworld. How perplexing. Ah, Zhong Kuei, look at this precious land of Tsim Sha Tsui. A mere speck housing over 100 hotels, more than 300 bars and nightclubs, and over 1,000 restaurants, bustling with numerous syndicates. Brother Quan alone occupies half of this territory. The profits from these businesses, even just from valet parking, could sustain us for over a decade. We both hail from a background of red sticks. If we were to rely solely on violence, it would take an eternity to amass such wealth. This is a pivotal moment in life. A golden opportunity, Zhong Kuei, said Sha Qianxiao, as I gazed at the vibrant Tsim Sha Tsui. A wave of excitement washed over me. Sha Qianxiao drove me back to Shengwan, incessantly chatting away. Zhong Kuei, do not harbor too many misgivings. Align yourself with Brother Quan, and within a year, you shall prosper. The risks are not as daunting as you perceive. Brother Quan possesses extensive connections. The police and maritime authorities are all in his pocket. As long as the goods arrive safely, we can merely consider it a leisurely excursion. The risks pale in comparison to what we would face operating a brothel, and even if something were to go awry. A single word from Brother Quan would ensure your safety. Brother Quan is practically gifting us opportunities. Look at Brother Hao, who fled from Chaozhou. A few years ago, he scraped by selling flowers in Shek Kip Mei. After aligning with Brother Quan, just look at his current stature, establishing a prestigious society, residing in a luxurious half-mountain abode, with 1,000 underlings at his command. I truly cannot fathom why a bold individual like you, Zhong Kuei, continues to scrape by in Shengwan, merely overseeing a brothel and gambling den. I took a drag from my cigarette and replied to Sha Qianxiao, Ah Chow, my foray into this life is not solely for monetary gain. Initially, I was driven by despair after a cherished girl was tragically taken from me. And before I could mourn, I was wrongfully accused and endured 3 days of beating at the police station. My entry into the syndicate was born out of a sense of injustice. The amount of money is inconsequential. As long as I can fulfill my filial duties and remain loyal to my brothers, I shall be content. You speak nonsense. Justice is merely a fade. With wealth, one can wield justice, but without it, Even you, Zhong Kuei, could conquer all the syndicates of Hong Kong, yet end up destitute on the streets, trampled by even those who once admired you. Reflect carefully. Brother Quan is not without subordinates. He merely sees potential in you. If you choose not to engage, there are plenty who will. After dropping me off in Central, Sha Chun Chao urged me to ponder deeply before departing. Once back at the Grand Ballroom, I secluded myself in a private room, ordered a bottle of wine, lit a cigarette, and contemplated for an extended period. The only feeling that surged within me was one of intense yearning. On the table lay the $50,000 that Brother Quan had entrusted to me. I gazed at it for a long time, its warmth still lingering from my grasp. $50,000. With that sum, Ahaoi, and I could contend with others at the Wenhua Theater, exhausting ourselves in battle, only to split the meager spoils of around 10,000 each. Yet, a single meal with Brother Quan could yield such wealth. Who could resist such temptation? Moreover, given my current predicament, I decided to call the renovation company to have the rosewood furniture delivered to my apartment, which was still under renovation. I arrived at the Cantonese Opera restaurant on Western Vegetable Street in Mong Kok, where I found Sister Kun and repaid the debt I owed her. Oh dear Zhong Kuei, I wasn't in a hurry for my money, yet you return it so swiftly? Sister Kun paused her melodic rendition, approached me, and poured a glass of wine before taking a seat beside me. Thank you, Sister Kun. I am not accustomed to being in debt to others, particularly women. Since I have the means, I prefer to settle it now, lest I find myself in dire straits in the future, homeless and penniless. I chuckled. Nonsense. Sister Kun gently scolded, tapping my forehead playfully. Then, with a smile, she inquired, Hey, handsome, where did you procure such a sum? You haven't taken to a life of vice these past few days, have you? I responded with a smile. Even if I were to engage in such endeavors, earning tens of thousands within days would hardly suffice to cover the expenses of both my front and back gardens. Then where does your money come from? Sister Kun asked, intrigued. I have my own abilities, and naturally, there are those who value me. This money is from Brother Kun, I replied. Fatty Kun. Sister Kun's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, it is Brother Kun. He had Sha Chun Chao seek me out, I recounted, truthfully sharing the details with Sister Kun. She took a drag from her cigarette and said thoughtfully, So, what do you intend to do? The profit from the flower trade is substantial and the returns swift. Moreover, Brother Kun possesses both strength and connections. It would be disingenuous to claim I am not tempted. I paused, hesitating briefly, before revealing to Sister Kun my dilemma and the promise I had made to my father. In this world, one seeks wealth. The gangs thrive, each showcasing their unique talents. The flower business is pursued by many, yet you are ill-suited for it, Sister Kun remarked. Why is that? I inquired. Because you are excessively loyal and righteous, lacking the cunning required, she replied, piercing through my naivety. Moreover, on the surface, it appears that Fatty Kun is offering you a significant opportunity, but in reality, he is merely setting you up as a pawn. This you fail to discern. Sister Kun further explained that the entire underworld was aware of Fatty Kun's ambition to monopolize the flower trade in Hong Kong. However, the Kowloon Walled City maintained its own power, with the Chaozhou gang reigning supreme, making it impossible for him to penetrate. In areas like Tseung Kwan O, Choi Hung, and Kun Tong, he was also unwelcome. He sought to gain a foothold and required someone to assist him in this endeavor, which is why he placed me in the spotlight, having Sha Chun Chao collaborate with me. He intended for me to handle the flower trade in Tseung Kwan O, inevitably leading to continued conflict with the Choi Hung gang. I would be the one to charge into battle, while he quietly counted his earnings from behind the scenes. Regardless of victory or defeat, for Fatty Kun, it was merely a matter of profit margins. However, if I were to falter in the fray, it could cost me my life. Sister Kun laid everything bare, and I was left in awe, realizing my youth and naivety had rendered me blind to the complexities of the underworld. There are numerous avenues to make money, but the flower trade is often the last resort for those in dire circumstances. Fatty Kun has navigated this world for many years, while you have only just stepped in. Be wary, for a single word from him could lead you down a path of no return, you foolish boy, Sister Kun cautioned. As for how to proceed, she suggested I deliberate carefully. Understood, thank you, Sister Kun. I expressed my gratitude. Zhong Kuei, to navigate through life, one must adhere to their original intentions. This is what I most admire and respect about you, Sister Kun stated, extinguishing her cigarette. She recounted that my emergence into this world was for Xiao Feng, and when it came to vengeance, I acted decisively. I would protect my brothers, even if it meant selling everything I owned to ensure their safety. Throughout my time in this realm, alongside Ahau and Ai, we swore an oath at the Guandi Temple in Saigon, pledging our lives to one another. After 2 years, our brotherhood remains steadfast, united in purpose and strength. Should you, Zhong Kuei, fall in love with a woman, it would surely be for a lifetime. Men like you are rare, especially within the underworld. Perhaps you do not truly belong to this circle. Sister Kuhn's words resonated with me, making me ponder if I indeed did not belong to this society, a single misstep preventing me from returning. It had been a long time since I had seen you. Do you miss her? Sister Kuhn asked, insisting I not lie. Yes, a little, I replied honestly. Many nights, while out on tasks, executing orders, or assisting the gang, I would find myself thinking of you. I feared that one day I might not return. Left lifeless on the streets, never to see her again. Countless times in the stillness of night, memories of her would flood my mind, recalling the first time we met. Her beauty beyond compare. I rescued her from Huazai Rong, and in her anger, she kicked me, claiming I had frightened her. She pursued me joyfully, often bringing roasted meats to find me at Brother Zhong's dojo. During her time at Lu Zhonghua's police station, she endured days and nights without revealing a word about me, even returning home to the rival Lan Jiang, her heart heavy to this day. How could I not think of her? Yet how could I protect her? She is the daughter of Lan Jiang, while I am a man of blades and shadows, a wanderer of the streets, living for today without guarantee of tomorrow. Sister Kuhn informed me that Yu has been kept under close watch by Lan Jiang, confined within the Lan mansion these days. Ever since Yu returned from Malaysia after breaking off her engagement, Lan Jiang has barred her from seeing anyone, locking her away at home. Now, I have no chance to see her myself. Zhong Kuei, Yu holds deep feelings for you. I do not believe the Lan mansion can confine her forever. If she ever does come looking for you, do not hesitate. Embrace her tightly. Do you understand? Understood, Sister Kuhn. I too wish to see you again, I replied. After our conversation, I learned that Master Tan has been experiencing a streak of ill fortune, his business in shambles. Drifting aimlessly, I had bested Master Tan, and my actions have left him significantly weakened. He advised me to know when to retreat, to temper my temper, and refrain from seeking trouble. The world is fraught with peril. Do not let it come to a day when Yu seeks you out, only to find you lifeless on the streets or locked away in a cell. I nodded, thanking Sister Kuhn, and vowed to remember her words. Upon exiting her modest establishment, I encountered a Yong and Dejinyo, along with a group seeking me out. A Yong, Denyo, what brings you here? I inquired hastily. Boss, something has happened at Shixiaowai. Uncle Feng is not long for this world. A Yong exclaimed. Uncle Feng? I gasped in disbelief. The gambling den at Shixiaowai, old ghost Feng. At that time, Ahau, Ai, and I found ourselves disheartened, arriving at Shixiaowai to take over Uncle Feng's struggling gambling den. Together, we collaborated with Uncle Feng to revitalize this nearly defunct establishment. We regarded Uncle Feng almost as a surrogate father. I hurried to Shixiaowai, where Ahau Yi and a large group of their followers awaited, along with numerous brothers from the Yichun gang, including the likes of Hua Shi. At that moment, Uncle Feng lay in his public housing, bedridden and on the brink of death. What has happened? Ahau Yi, I inquired urgently. When go? Uncle Feng is not going to make it. The Kowloon hospital just turned us away this morning, advising us to prepare for the worst, Ai replied, struggling to suppress his sorrow. Uncle Feng had been addicted to opium for many years, having begun his habit during the Republic era, transitioning from duck slices to opium. He squandered his family fortune, betrayed his gang, lost his brother's women, and even had his own son murdered. When I saw Uncle Feng on the sickbed, his eyes were sunken, and he was emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse. His body was covered in numerous red splotches, the aftermath of excessive opium use. Uncle Feng, I approached the bedside, my eyes moist with emotion. You've come? Uncle Feng's parched lips moved feebly as he struggled to extend his withered hand from under the covers, grasping mine tightly. Uncle Feng, I will take you to another hospital, I said, unwilling to accept his impending departure. He weakly shook his head, murmuring that it was futile, that he had reached the end of his journey. There is no need for further words. It is my time to go. In this life, I have made too many wrong turns. This is my release. At my age, I have endured too much suffering. Even if a miraculous doctor were to heal me, what could I possibly do? It is better to let go, Uncle Feng said, bidding us his final farewell. Tears brimmed in my eyes as I recalled the early days in Shixiawai, when we fought alongside Uncle Feng and the Yichun gang. The alliances I formed with Ah Hao and the plots against Hua Zirong were all guided by Uncle Feng's wisdom. Though he had grown old, his extensive experience in the underworld had provided us with invaluable strategies and connections, introducing us to various figures within the Shixiawai and Shamshui districts. We had wholeheartedly regarded Uncle Feng as a father figure, and now, in but a moment, we were to be separated by the veil of death. It was truly heartbreaking. During his frequent escapades with opium, we worried for him and often instructed our subordinates to keep an eye on him, preventing him from indulging. Yet, Uncle Feng would invariably find a hidden corner in the gambling den, seizing every spare moment to indulge in his vice. As he would say when, "Do not concern yourselves with me. At my age, what does quitting matter? I would rather find joy and let the White Lady accompany me on my final journey." The term White Lady was a euphemism for opium in the underworld of the 60s. Ultimately, this companion that had accompanied him throughout his life was the very force that claimed him. In his final moments, Uncle Feng experienced a brief resurgence, his complexion becoming flushed. He grew animated, sharing countless stories of his past with us. In my earlier years, I aired gravely. Before the Second World War, I was at the helm of the powerful Lianxing, commanding respect from all quarters. The esteemed detectives of the time, Shirley, Liufu, Leminyu, Yaomu, and Xianhong, held me in high regard. Ultimately, I became entangled with Miss Bai, leading to my family's ruin. My first wife, consumed by despair, took her own life, while my second wife, along with my riches, ran away with another. My son, having fallen into the same trap with Miss Bai, succumbed to excess and perished in our home. As I recounted this, tears welled in Uncle Feng's eyes. At that moment, my son departed from me, found lifeless in his bedroom. My home was stripped bare, and I was abandoned by all. Yet, my sympathetic neighbors pooled together $200 to help me arrange a proper funeral for my son. Can you guess what became of me? In front of my son's lifeless body, I took that $200 and purchased Miss Bai from the Kowloon Walled City. In the end, I could only wrap my son's remains in a straw mat and hastily find a place to bury him. Ah Wan, Ah Hao, Ah Yi, and the brothers of Yichun. Do not follow my path, Uncle Feng lamented, his gaze dimming. I can no longer go on. My pupils are constricting. The flower snake shook his head nearby. Ah Wan, let me hear one last rendition of Chuchang Chiu. Farewell, for in my lifetime, having you three as my companions brings me solace as I depart this world, Uncle Feng expressed. Understanding his wish, we tearfully summoned a student to fetch the gramophone. We played Uncle Feng's favorite Cantonese opera, Injin Chu Jiangqiu. As the music filled the air, Uncle Feng softly hummed along. The red beans cast forth in sorrowful melodies, a song that captures the autumn of Chu River. In memories hazy, do you know where the tears flow? The flowing water bears hatred, like a boat adrift. Before he could finish the song, Uncle Feng suddenly coughed violently, expelling a stream of blood. Those nearby quickly fetched a basin, catching a large quantity of dark blood, ultimately leading to his last breath. Thus, Uncle Feng completed his sorrowful journey through life. The funeral was held in Shek Kip Mei, attended by Yichun's brothers and members from the 10th West Avenue. However, no family was present. In an open area, we erected a large tent, engaged a funeral band, and prepared food and drink to accompany Uncle Feng on his final journey. The flower snake, along with Yichun's brethren, raised a glass, saying, "Old Ghost Feng, this life has been ruined by the allure of flower. This is a path to avoid. Brother Zhongkue, let me tell you, in Yichun, Brother Hao thrives on flower, yet our group remains in Shek Kip Mei, engaged in the flower business." Shunning the profits of flower, the flower snake remarked, "It is well known that the leader of Yichun, Bai Hao, prospered through this trade. There were attempts for Flower Snake and others to take over the flower business, yet he chose to stay in Shek Kip Mei with the floral trade. Those who ventured out with Brother Hao made their fortunes, but this business is perilous. One cannot walk by the river without getting wet. Once entangled, the consequences could be more dire than old Ghost Feng's fate," the flower snake concluded. From his words, I grasped that engaging in the flower trade carries dangers far beyond what is superficially understood. Once ensnared, it can lead to the destruction of one's family. From that day forth, I resolutely declined Fatty Cohen's overtures through the Sandstorm Superban. I expressed that I was not contemplating engaging in the matter of fan solicitation at the moment, and I thanked Cohen for his misguided affection. Should Cohen require assistance with any projects, I would be willing to brave any challenges. Upon perceiving my firm determination, Sandstorm Super found it difficult to continue persuading me and could only agree to relay my message to Kowloon. After concluding Uncle Feng's affairs that day, I, along with Ah Hao and IE, settled into a private room at the Grand World. A palpable silence enveloped us, our expressions rather wooden. Despite the fine wines and the company of beautiful women, the atmosphere remained far from joyous. IE, usually the most flamboyant among us, sat quietly, smoking and drinking. Our collective perplexity seemed to instill a sense of trepidation among the ladies present. "Please, you may leave for now," I instructed, offering a tip to encourage their departure. IE then produced a piece of paper, a yellowed loan agreement for a property. "What is this?" I inquired. It was left to us by Uncle Feng before his departure. There were too many people around at the time for him to explain, so he entrusted it to me and asked that I inform you later, IE replied. Before taking his leave, Uncle Feng had revealed this document to us. He regarded us as his godsons, yet lamented his inability to bequeath anything of value. Having fallen into ruin himself, he spoke of a nephew named Feng Jiao, a man of considerable influence in Hong Kong. In his prosperous days, Uncle Feng had assisted Feng Jiao's family, and this loan agreement served as proof of their bond. If you ever encounter Feng Jiao, present this document and mention you are the godson of old Ghost Feng. He will undoubtedly offer his support. Uncle Feng, having experienced a downward spiral, felt too ashamed to approach his nephew, so he entrusted us with this testament. I gazed at the document, noting the substantial amount of 30,000 from 1950, a sum not to be taken lightly. However, upon hearing the name Feng Jiao, I could not suppress my disdain. "Feng Jiao? Is he not the infamous Shoppy Jiao?" I asked. "Indeed, that is him, the prominent figure of the Eastern Alliance in Hong Kong," IE confirmed. "He is a man of exceptional capability. Shoppy Jiao is the seat holder of the Eastern Alliance, while his brother, Pig Oil, is the rent collector for the esteemed Inspector Lei Luo, and their younger brother, Yang Miadong, is the shadowy financier behind the underground dog fighting rings," Ah Hao elaborated. Chapter 85, Outstanding Youth. "Just discard it," I replied dismissively. I was well aware of Shoppy Jiao and his brothers. All three were notorious members of the Kowloon 18 Tigers, and they shared a brotherly bond with the Master of Ceremonies, Tan. I had little to discuss with them. Furthermore, the passage of time rendered a loan agreement from 1950 virtually meaningless. Uncle Feng had long since departed this world. And how could Shoppy Jiao possibly remember such a trivial connection? Those who once collected rents were shrewd individuals. Would they truly honor past allegiances? They would be fortunate just to refrain from seeking revenge. Note, Shoppy Jiao is also known as Shoppy Dog, as the Cantonese pronunciation of Jiao dog is identical. Perhaps we should keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy? Even if it proves futile, it stands as a token of Uncle Feng's goodwill, Ah Hao suggested. Very well, I nodded in agreement. Afterward, the three of us indulged in some drink, venting our frustrations. It seemed we were all feeling a sense of stagnation and unfulfilled aspirations. IE reflected on his family's wealth, which was substantial. However, recent labor strikes and social unrest had severely impacted their fortune. His father's numerous factories had shuttered, and in a desperate bid to recover losses, he had invested in several real estate ventures that had subsequently failed due to the financial crisis. Particularly, the land in Yuen Long had not only failed to be reclaimed by the government, but had also resulted in additional barren plots, leaving them with countless worthless acres. This misfortune had cost the family millions, and while they were still well off, it had taken a significant toll. Similarly, Ah Hao had been navigating the treacherous waters of various factions, forging alliances while simultaneously making enemies. Fame often brings trouble, and he found himself entangled in complications. As for me, I had spent considerable sums aiding my brothers and engaging in conflicts, accumulating wounds and incurring the ire of the Jingyi gang. The Hyung Yi Kuk, which I had previously dismantled, was also stirring unease into Kowloon, collaborating with other factions to make a resurgence. IE asserted that we needed to devise ways to generate income. Our current scale was insufficient, no matter how difficult it gets. As long as the three of us stick together, we are like we were in the beginning, 3 men, 3 blades, 1 life. I replied, my brother is right. Regardless of the challenges, we will rise above. We have survived numerous life and death situations. What are minor difficulties? After enduring the trials, we earn the right to enjoy prosperity. Cheers. We raised our glasses in unison. After finishing our drinks, I encouraged my brothers to remain cheerful and invited the ladies to join us. Believing that revelry would invigorate our spirits for the tasks ahead, I waved for the ladies to enter, embracing the night without concern for the dangers that lay ahead. Later that evening, we returned to Shek Kip Mei and rented a hotel room, accompanied by two lovely ladies. After a passionate interlude, we slumbered until late morning, with the two ladies nestled beside me. Just as I was lost in restful dreams, a loud, urgent knocking at the door jolted me awake, almost as if someone was attempting to kick it down. Reacting instinctively, I pushed the ladies aside and retrieved a short knife from beneath my pillow. The two ladies, startled and pale, inquired about the commotion. "Chung Sai-man, wake up. There's a serious matter tonight." I recognized Ah Yuet's voice from outside. Frustrated, I muttered under my breath about the nuisance he was causing. I sheathed the knife, wrapped a towel around my waist, and lit a cigarette before opening the door. Ah Yuet, grinning widely, burst in and upon witnessing the scene in the room, erupted in laughter. "Wow, Chung Sai-man, it's like a dragon playing with two phoenixes. Who told you to kick the door? Don't you fear my blade?" I cautioned, still holding the knife. Hey, don't be like that, big brother. I was looking for you, and when I couldn't find you, I sent word. The gang needs to relay some important matters, and you must be there before noon. There can be no delay." Ah Yuet continued, reciting the oaths of the Hung Mun with great fervor. At that time, I was fearless of heaven and earth, yet I dreaded the arrival of the society's messenger. For each time they came to relay a message, it seldom bore good tidings. "What urgent matter could this be?" I inquired. "Tonight, the 6 major societies are gathering for a meeting, and Uncle Owen has specifically called for you to attend." Ah Yuet chuckled. "What? Another meeting? What meeting could it possibly be?" I asked. "Didn't we just finish one after our conflict with Ichun? Why another gathering?" Ah Yuet replied, "Oh, boss, this meeting is different. It's organized by Chief Investigator Zonghua. The 6 major societies, our 10 West, Waterhouse, Jingyi, Daheo Kai, along with Liangan Jianghu and Hekatong, are all attending. Every elder will be there. It's quite the spectacle. Wow, Brother Chung Sai-man, you truly have clout among all the elders. You are the sole representative of the new generation. Receiving such esteemed recognition is remarkable." Ah Yuet began to flatter me, even lamenting his own missed opportunity to witness such grandeur. "Chief Investigator Zonghua, Lanjiang, what is the purpose of this meeting?" Upon hearing Lanjiang's name, an ominous premonition stirred within me. What the meeting entails, I cannot say, but it might be an invitation for you to become a son-in-law. Gathering the 6 major factions to witness the issuing of heroic invitations and a celebratory feast. Ah Yuet laughed heartily. "You must be joking. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just have to hit you." I feigned anger, donning my clothes and heading outside. "Boss, please don't hit me. The elders said you must accompany them. Anything else is merely my conjecture. I only wish the best for you." I acknowledged. "I understand. I will go tonight and seek out the elders now." Ah Yuet remarked. "Then what about those 2 ladies in bed?" "Boss, if you haven't finished your business, I can help you out." "You think I spent money for you to do that? Do you have any money?" I retorted. "How much?" Ah Yuet inquired. 300. I replied, having sought out 2 high-quality companions, hence the price. Reluctantly, Ah Yuet asked about the 2 ladies. "Sisters, I'm a novice. I'll spare you. Payment is guaranteed. But we can settle it later. Is that acceptable?" The 2 ladies raised their middle fingers at Ah Yuet, jesting, no money, and still wanting to indulge. "You poor fellow. If you want cheap thrills, go find someone in Kowloon Walled City." After jesting, they dressed and departed upon my approval. Ah Yuet, frustrated, stomped his foot and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, looking down on people. Once I make it big, I'll come back and have my way with you too, leaving you utterly bewildered." At that moment, my mind was in turmoil, and Ah Yuet's incessant ramblings irked me, prompting me to admonish him, "Enough with the chatter. Focus on doing more for the society. You were my companion back in the day, and you're still lingering in West Kowloon. Even the underworld must strive for progress. Boss, you look down on me too. If I can improve, then perhaps I shall aim to become one of Hong Kong's 10 outstanding youths." Ah Yuet replied, perplexed. "What does the underworld have to do with progress?" Who would have thought that, decades later, Ah Yuet indeed became one of Hong Kong's 10 outstanding youths. Chapter 86. The Lan Family Banquet, Hong Kong. Kowloon Half Mountain Mansion. At the entrance of the Lan family mansion, a multitude of luxury cars were parked, while plainclothes officers stood guard, armed and patrolling. At that time, there were 3 individuals in my vehicle: Uncle Owen, the dragon-head Prince Xiong, and the prominent big-nosed Deng. Within the confines of the car, the atmosphere was tense, and I inquired midway about the purpose of Lan Jiang convening the Jianghu conference. Prince Xiong glanced at me and remarked, "This may not bode well. We are likely facing significant troubles." Uncle Owen added, "The recent disturbances have escalated too severely. Lan Jiang is being held accountable by the British, and the society will likely face tumultuous times ahead." There had been rampant provocations, with extravagant displays and chaos outside the Wenhua Theater, which had stirred the entertainment industry and attracted considerable media attention. The entire Xinjiang Daily labeled the Kowloon district a festering wound of lawlessness. How could Lan Jiang, the chief inspector of Kowloon, maintain his dignity in such a situation? The elders commanded us to visit the Lan residence tonight, with our primary task being to endure reprimands. We were instructed to remain silent and observe Lan's comments, ensuring we did not overstep our bounds. I acknowledged this, apologizing for the trouble I had caused. I recognized that I had been embroiled in numerous incidents recently, instigating various major events that had burdened the society. In the car, while Prince Xiong and Uncle Owen remained silent, Big Nose Deng interjected, "Zhong Kuei, the society does not blame you. There are merits and faults. You have reclaimed considerable territory for the society, and accountability is a regular occurrence. Only the decrepit Sunset Society would escape the scrutiny of the police. Do not let it weigh heavily on your mind. When the time comes, simply maintain your composure." Upon arrival at the Lan residence, the interior resembled a labyrinth, bustling with formidable figures from the jianghu, mingling in the grand hall. I encountered the various heads of factions, including the gold-toothed Jinya from the water room, Chicken Uncle from Hehitu, and Chun Shi from the Jingyi faction, all accompanied by their Prot GS. Heavyweights like Sha Chun Chao and Chun Tai were also present. Notably, Benny and the students from the Great Fortune Society had arrived as well, exchanging pleasantries with me. As we waited for Lan Jiang's arrival, the household servants provided tea. Before long, Lan Jiang descended from the upper floor, accompanied by a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a suit, both of whom exuded an extraordinary presence. I whispered to my elder, "Who is that person beside Lan Jiang?" "His surname is Li. He is the financial backer of the Great Fortune Society, a businessman from Chaozhou, holding significant influence within the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. He financed the establishment of the Great Fortune Society," my elder replied. I responded with an understanding nod, realizing that the Great Fortune Society, founded merely a year or two ago, had garnered such prominence throughout Hong Kong and Kowloon. Led by a band of young individuals in their 20s, thanks to the covert backing of influential figures from the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. This individual, Li Chaorun, had risen from humble beginnings in the 1950s by starting a factory producing plastic flowers. His legacy endures, and he was once the wealthiest man in Hong Kong and even the entire nation. While I shall refrain from revealing his true name, it is well known to those in the know. I can only assert that his family's wealth in Hong Kong is but a fraction of his vast fortune, which was already unfathomable in the early 1960s. After Lan Jiang descended, he invited everyone to take their seats, and at that moment, only the uncles were entitled to sit at the table. We, the younger generation, stood at the back. Lan Jiang occupied the central position in the opulent hall, adorned with a self-portrait of himself in a Hong Kong Royal Police uniform, exuding an air of authority. As anticipated by the uncles, once Lan Jiang sat down, he erupted with a torrent of expletives, spewing words more vulgar than those of any streetwise individual among us. The uncles remained composed, silently awaiting the fury of the elder. "The entire Kowloon has been turned into a chaotic mess by your actions. Are you toying with me? Just consider whether it is easier for you to play with me or for me to bring you to ruin." Lan Jiang slammed the table. Upon hearing this, the uncles quickly acquiesced, urging Lan Jiang to calm his anger, assuring him they would manage their underlings properly and prevent him from worrying further. Lan Jiang retorted, "Worry? Everyone in Hong Kong knows that I am in a power struggle with Lei Luo in the police force. He governs Hong Kong Island while I manage Kowloon. Over there, everything is flourishing, with rules in place on both sides. But here in Kowloon, it's utter chaos, with constant conflicts. The Kowloon Walled City is completely unregulated, causing headaches for both the British and myself. Lei Luo has the good fortune of controlling Hong Kong Island, while I am left with Kowloon. You had better ease my concerns. If you wish for peace, I can ensure tranquility. If you seek trouble, I will make certain you face calamities daily." Lan Jiang declared that with his retirement approaching in 1970, he desired a peaceful, gentlemanly life. During his tenure, should anyone cause disturbances, regardless of who it may be, he would immediately obliterate their organizations and all associated establishments without exception. His gathering of everyone today was not only for reunion, but also served as a final warning. The 6 major police stations, with 20,000 officers, were already prepared. The West Prison and the 6 correctional facilities had rooms cleared and were ready for incarceration. Anyone daring to cause trouble or instigate fights, Lan Jiang guaranteed that all their establishments would vanish from the Hong Kong underworld. Upon hearing these words, the uncles were taken aback, assuring Lan Jiang that they would quell such occurrences in the future. They promised to relay this message down the chain, from the leaders to the grassroots, ensuring it reached every corner, from West Kowloon to Lantern Blue, with full compliance. After this proclamation, Lan Jiang fell silent and proceeded to discuss other matters with the gathering. At that moment, Prince Xiong was the first to rise, signaling to me and Da Bai Deng to have a few of his followers retrieve something from the trunk of the car. They procured a box filled with cash, countless valuables, and even a jade Buddha. Lan Jiang barely glanced at it, instructing his servant to take it to the 2nd floor of his residence. Prince Xiong led the way, and soon after, numerous seated guests presented their tokens of sincerity. Lan Jiang, with the Mid-Autumn Festival behind us and the Spring Festival approaching, this humble gift is but a token of respect. I hope you will graciously accept it. Numerous gifts of gold and silver were carried into the home by throngs of servants, and gradually, Lan Jiang's ire subsided. The scene left me, Sha Chen Chao, Chen Tai, and others in awe. While we battled for a few pieces of silver, they merely slammed the table and effortlessly secured lavish mansions in the mid-levels. As gifts were exchanged and the atmosphere relaxed following the public relations efforts, Lan Jiang acknowledged the sentiments of those present. With the Spring Festival approaching, he remarked that their visit today was not solely to express anger. Understanding their hurried arrival indicated they had not yet dined, he graciously stated, "As you have come to visit me, I cannot be dismissive. Today serves not only as a warning, but, more importantly, as an opportunity for us to gather. For it has been far too long. Let this occasion be a prelude to our New Year's banquet." With a grand gesture, he signaled for an array of exquisite delicacies and gourmet dishes to be served, accompanied by renowned Cantonese performers to enliven the gathering. In Chapter 87, once again it was only the elder relatives who were permitted at the dining table. The young men, including myself, Chen Tai, Sha Chen Chao, and a few other youthful leaders, could only stand behind the elders, watching enviously. While the elders enjoyed their meal and drinks with Lan Jiang, we waited outside, smoking and chatting, while a few servants prepared boxed meals for us to sustain ourselves. Even Da Bai Deng lacked the privilege to join the table, engaging instead with us younger companions. "I refuse to eat that," Chen Tai declared angrily, rejecting the servant's offering. Young men should temper their impulsiveness and recognize their place. Accept what Lan Jiang offers for now. When you are in a position to set the rules, you may choose your own fare, Da Bai Deng advised with a smile, accepting his boxed meal and devouring it heartily, leaving Chen Tai visibly stunned. "Zhong Kuei, will you partake?" Da Bai Deng inquired meaningfully, offering me a portion of his meal. "If the uncle eats, then I shall as well," I replied, taking the boxed meal and enjoying it with enthusiasm. "Precisely. Adhere to the rules and eat at the appropriate times," Da Bai Deng chuckled, glancing at me. Perhaps the meal was quite delectable, filled with abalone and shark fins. As Chen Tai observed our ravenous consumption, he frowned. "Give me one too," Chen Tai said, rubbing his hands together, as the temperature dropped and hunger set in. He devoured his boxed meal with such fervor that he exceeded even my appetite. At that moment, as I savored my meal, I marveled at the grandeur of the Lan residence, a luxurious estate resembling a labyrinth. I secretly yearned for the day I might inhabit such a splendid abode. Suddenly, a graceful figure flashed through the dimly lit corridor of the 2nd floor. That familiar silhouette struck my heart like a bolt of lightning. "Miss, Master Lan is in a meeting. Allow me to escort you back to your room," a maid said, leading a wealthy young lady as they glided past. That young lady was none other than the one I had longed for and had not seen in ages. "Ayu, Ayu," I exclaimed, momentarily setting down my boxed meal, my gaze fixed on the window of the 2nd floor. At that moment, Ayu inadvertently glanced down, and our eyes met. She saw me standing at the entrance of the Lan residence, holding my boxed meal beneath the soft moonlight. Originally, Ayu was accompanied by a servant. I could discern that although she adorned herself in exquisite furs and a striking red hat, Her eyes lacked luster. She was far from happy. However, in the fleeting moment our gazes met through the window, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, alive with starlight. Ah Yuet. As I locked eyes with her, words escaped my lips, and my body acted on its own accord, yearning to rush toward her. Jianghu, do not reveal yourself. Big Nose Deng swiftly restrained me. He was acutely aware of my relationship with Ah Yuet and understood Chairman Lan's sentiments towards me, with Chairman Lan's anger just having subsided. Approaching Ah Yuet now could incite his wrath, jeopardizing not only myself, but also the entire syndicate. Ah Yuet spotted me from upstairs and is eager to come down. Yet, she was intercepted by 2 bodyguards from the lawn mansion. Miss, the master instructed you to rest in your room. You cannot wander about recklessly. Beside me, Chung Tai cautioned, Jianghu, are you out of your mind? You dare pursue the daughter of Chairman Lan? Let us go. At that moment, Ah Yuet furiously reprimanded the bodyguards. What are you doing? Am I not allowed to move freely in my own home? Step aside. She was about to descend to find me when Big Nose Deng and Chung Tai quickly pulled me aside into the garden. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Lan Jiang was merrily drinking and reminiscing with several prominent figures. I heard there's a young man named Jianghu causing quite a stir. He belongs to your 10 West faction, correct? Lan Jiang inquired. Indeed, Chairman Lan. He is my pupil, Jianghu, the illustrious figure of 10 West, Uncle Owen replied. Chairman Lan remarked, this young man has been the source of much recent commotion. I wish to see him. I've heard that your uncle has a soft spot for him, and he no longer listens to your counsel. Have him come before me. I want to personally convey that if he continues his antics, he shall vanish from Hong Kong. Where is Jianghu? Bring him to meet Chairman Lan. Uncle Owen commanded, instructing someone to summon me. At that moment, Chung Tai and Big Nose Deng entered, the latter silent. Chung Tai appeared flushed, fidgeting nervously. Deng, where is Jianghu? Uncle Owen asked. Big Nose Deng sighed and whispered something in Uncle Owen's ear. Uncle Owen's face turned pale, exclaiming, what? This young man. Lan Jiang grew impatient, demanding to know the situation and Jianghu's whereabouts. Noticing Big Nose Deng's silence, the brothel manager, Ji Shu, scolded Chung Tai. Tai, speak up. Where is he? Was he not just with you? Chung Tai, blushing, glanced at Chairman Lan and the other elders. Ji Shu, I will speak candidly. And I hope you esteemed gentlemen will not hold it against me. This is not my fault. Chung Tai stammered. If you have something to say, then say it. Why so many words? Ji Shu retorted, hastily apologizing to the others, explaining that his pupil, known as Silly Tai, was somewhat reckless yet valiant, albeit a bit foolish and slow-witted. Chairman Lan, Jianghu has gone to the back garden to rendezvous with your daughter, Chung Tai boldly declared. Chairman Lan nearly toppled from his chair in a fit of rage. In the serene garden of the Blue Mansion, Ah Yuet suddenly flung herself into my embrace. True to my promise to Sister Kun, upon reuniting with Ah Yuet, I shed all hesitation and boldly held her close, cradling the fragrant softness of Ah Yuet. I cast aside all the rules and considerations imparted by the elders during my journey here. The titles of Mr. Blue and the so-called codes of the underworld were of no concern. All I desired was to hold my beloved and wield a sharp blade against my foes. That, indeed, is the essence of the world we inhabit. I have heard all about your recent troubles, and I worry for you. I think of you every night. Ah Yuet said tearfully, pouring out her heart. Although she was within the confines of the Blue Mansion, she had heard much of the happenings outside. With numerous influential visitors coming and going, she was well aware of my predicament. Each day, she fretted over my safety, fearing I might become a casualty of the streets. Today, seeing me unharmed in the Blue Mansion, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Ah Yuet examined me from head to toe, her gaze fell upon the scar on my shoulder blade, causing her to weep anew. Grasping my hand, she noticed the black glove on my left hand and urged me to remove it, revealing my maimed little finger, reattached under dire circumstances to intimidate those who dared to stand for Miss Lin Dai. The stitches were unsightly, and so I had concealed it with the glove. Seeing me in such a state, Ah Yuet, in a fit of anger, playfully chastised, Are you foolish? I reassured her, It's fine, Ah Yuet. My finger is healing. It may not bend perfectly, but it will recover in time. I made a promise to my friend, and I shall uphold it. There is no need for concern. Ah Yuet embraced me, expressing her longing to escape the confines of the Blue Mansion, yearning to return to the wider world and be with me. Ever since she had become a runaway bride in Malaysia, she had been imprisoned by Blue Jiang, feeling like a caged bird, consumed by melancholy. Mr. Blue insisted she honor her engagement to a wealthy Malaysian suitor, and she was forbidden to leave the mansion even for a moment. At times, she contemplated sending messages to me, but feared betrayal, knowing that Blue Zhang's reach was vast, and he was privy to all that transpired in Kowloon. She confessed that her return with Blue Jiang was solely to safeguard me, and not a single day had passed without her feeling despondent. Just as we were sharing our innermost thoughts beneath the moonlight, several men in black abruptly emerged, forcefully pulling Ah Yuet away. "What are you doing?" I shouted in anger, only to feel a chilling sensation at the back of my head. A gun was pressed against me. "Alwyn," Ah Yuet gasped in alarm. The men in black roughly shoved their weapons against me, escorting me into the grand hall of the Blue Mansion. There sat Blue Jiang, seething with rage. While other elders wore expressions of concern, their brows furrowed. Sha Chenchao and Chun Tai exchanged sighs as they observed me. "Zhong Kuei, your downfall is imminent. You lack the decorum befitting the occasion. The society brought you here to toast and apologize to President Lan, yet you dare to pursue his daughter." Chun Tai gazed at me, astonished by my audacity. "You insolent brat, so you are Zhong Kuei, are you? Kneel." Lan Jiang bellowed in fury. Behind me, several men brandished guns, forcefully pinning me to the ground. I refused to kneel, resolutely resisting. Those men were momentarily at a loss as to how to handle me. Why should I kneel? A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. I shall not bow to you. For who are you to command my submission? A rebellious spirit surged within me, even in the presence of Lan Jiang. "You scoundrel!" One of the bodyguards struck my head with the butt of his gun. In an instant, they pounced, pinning me firmly to the ground, my knees forced down, a gun pressed against my skull, the bullet chambered. "Insolent wretch! Still pretending to be tough? I shall make you aware today that in Kowloon, I am both sky and earth." Lan Jiang seethed. "I was already brimming with fury directed at you. How dare you frolic with my daughter under the moonlight? Today, I shall eliminate you before all," Lan Jiang declared. The fingers of the men behind me rested on the triggers. "President Lan, you mustn't." Uncle Owen was the first to rise in my defense. "On is under my guidance. Even if he has been disrespectful, his actions do not warrant death. It is my failure as a mentor. I shall take him back to the court for judgment, and I will ensure President Lan receives an explanation," Uncle Owen stated. "Owen, step aside. Do not plead for him. Anyone who dares to speak further shall be opposing me." Lan Jiang asserted. "President Lan, I recognize your stature. I am but a worthless soul, unworthy of lamentation and death. However, I demand clarity on how I have wronged you or caused you harm." I replied calmly. "Even facing death, you persist in your obstinacy. Let me be clear. Your association with my daughter is an egregious error. I shall never allow my daughter to squander her life with a wretch like you. Even if she harbors feelings for you, today I will sever all her aspirations," Lan Jiang proclaimed. "Father, no." At that moment, Ayu rushed in, panic-stricken. "What are you doing? Do not harm him." Ayu pushed aside several bodyguards and clung tightly to me. "Ayu, return at once," Lan Jiang roared. "No, I will not go back. If you intend to harm On, I implore you to take me along. I beseech you to grant us both a shared fate," Ayu implored, shocking everyone present. "President Lan, you are furious, your face flushed with rage. You are my daughter, and to associate with a filthy scoundrel like him. How can you preserve my dignity?" Lan Jiang was nearly apoplectic, witnessing his daughter risk everything for a mere member of a society. Should this incident become public, not only would he lose face, but his reputation among the elite in Malaysia would be utterly tarnished. "Separate the young lady. This scoundrel must be buried today," Lan Jiang thundered, slamming his hand on the table. "No." Ayu clung desperately to me, while two bodyguards struggled to pry her away. "Detective Lan, let it be." At that moment, a figure emerged, none other than Li Chaoran, the businessman from Chaos Han who had previously descended the stairs with Lan Jiang. "Detective Lan, when young hearts become intertwined, why must we resort to violence?" Li Chaoran remarked with a smile. "President Lan, if this matter were to leak, how could I, Lan Jiang, ever show my face again?" Lan Jiang responded. Disapproving of their union, the worst that could happen is a forced separation. There is no need to resort to execution. What crime does this young gentleman commit, other than harboring feelings for Miss Ling? He has not deceived her nor caused her harm. Why must you condemn him to death? President Lan, Li Chaoran's words of compassion momentarily rendered Lan Jiang speechless. "Detective Lan, I am not advocating for this young man. I merely ponder. Should you choose to end his life today, would Miss Ling truly find happiness in that? Would she forget him? Instead, she would only dwell on the loss, holding you in contempt. Li Chaoran continued. At this juncture, Tai Xiong quickly interjected. Detective Lan, you are ever concerned with your reputation. I, a mere student of number 10, am hardly worthy of Miss Ling. However, should word spread that you ordered his execution simply because of their mutual affection, you may find yourself with even less face to show in the future. With so many witnesses present, Tai Xiong implied that if the truth were to emerge today, it would be impossible to conceal. Lan Jiang, now lighting a cigar, gazed at the tearful Ah Yuet clinging to me and the defiant look I bore. He stated, Young man, what are you glaring at me for? I advise you to leave Hong Kong at once, and should you see my daughter again, bear the consequences. Chapter 89. The road ahead is long. Zhong Kuei, rise quickly. Uncle Owen hurriedly assisted me to my feet. Next to us, Big Nose Dang swiftly pulled Ah Yuet away, urgently stating, Miss, please release Ah Yuet. Any further obstruction will only bring him harm. Reluctantly, Ah Yuet let go, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at me. Uncle Owen and Big Nose Dang promptly escorted me out of the Lan mansion, repeatedly apologizing to Lan Jiang. I assure you, President Lan, Zhong Kuei will no longer disturb Miss Ling. Please grant him a chance. Uncle Owen implored. What crime have Ah Yuet and I committed? Your confinement of her treats her as a prisoner rather than your daughter. I shouted in discontent. What are you saying? Lan Jiang's fury surged once more. Grandpa and Big Nose Dang were taken aback, quickly covering my mouth. Shut up, you brat, let us go. The crowd ushered me out of the Lan mansion. As they pushed me into a car, we finally departed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the Lan mansion, the guests had long dispersed, and Lan Jiang reprimanded his daughter, Ah Yuet. You foolish girl, you have utterly humiliated me in front of everyone tonight. You forsake a wealthy suitor from Malaysia to pursue a good-for-nothing. This young master from Malaysia dotes on you. Why do you reject such prospects to be with a petty thug? You must explain to me today why you are so infatuated with that scoundrel. Lan Jiang scolded in anger. Ah Yuet wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and said, Owen is different from other ruffians. He saved my life when I was bullied by Hua Zai-rong. Why didn't you come to me when you were being bullied by Hua Zai-rong? Crushing him would be easier than squashing an ant. Lan Jiang replied, Humph, why would I seek you out? When you returned from studying in the UK and quickly climbed the ranks in the police force, my mother and I came to find you. What did you do then? Ah Yuet retorted, her words piercing like daggers. Not only did you refuse to see us, but you also denied knowing us in front of all the reporters. When my mother confronted you, holding me in her arms, you had the officers throw us out. Tears streamed down Ah Yuet's face as she spoke. From that moment on, I vowed that no matter the difficulties we faced, my mother and I would never seek you out again. Upon hearing this, Lan Jiang felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. After a moment of silence, he lit a cigar. I was wrong back then, foolishly neglecting you and your mother. I acknowledge that, but did you really have to become a dancer? In such a place, a girl should have more dignity. The company you keep is questionable. What would happen if you were to suffer some misfortune? How could I face your mother? Lan Jiang questioned. And what of being a dancer? I may be a goldfish, but I am not a dead fish. I excelled at my work, becoming a prominent dancer and able to support myself. Does being a dancer bring shame upon you? Ah Yuet shot back. Do not forget, my mother was once a dancer too. It was her income from entertaining guests that allowed you to study in the UK and achieve your success. Now that you hold a position of power, you look down on dancers? You insolent wretch. Lan Jiang slammed the table in anger. I admit to having wronged your mother, but that is a past that cannot be changed. Ah Yuet, do not blame me. Your mother has passed away, and I can only seek to make amends through you, striving to ensure you have a good life. If anything were to happen to you, it would mean I have betrayed your mother twice. If you truly wish for my well-being, let me see a one. Ah Yuet insisted. That is absolutely out of the question, Ah Yuet. It is not that your father disapproves of you. If Zhong Kuei were a decent man, even without wealth or power, whether he is an office worker or a mere errand boy, I would agree as long as you are happy. However, he is a gangster, a ne'er-do-well, and I cannot condone that, even if you resent me for it. I have dealt with too many of these scoundrels, and you are still young. Just because he helped you deal with Hua Zai-rong, you wish to dedicate yourself to him? You will regret it later. These gangsters are heartless, living from hand to mouth, stepping from the grave to the jailhouse. Associating with him is sheer folly. Lan Jiang warned. Owen is not that kind of person. You do not understand him. Ah Yuet exclaimed in anger. I do not understand. Do you? How long have you known him? How many times have you even met him? Enough of this chatter. Someone escort the young lady back to her room and nail the windows shut for me. Maintain a watch around the clock. And do not allow her to wander. Lan Jiang exclaimed with fury. Ignoring Ayu's desperate pleas, he ordered her to be kept under confinement. Upon my return, I could not escape the reprimands from my uncle and grandfather, who were irate with Lan Laozong. Their disdain towards us at the Shi Hao would surely be a heavy price to pay. Uncle Owen interceded on my behalf, explaining that Owen had not acted with malice. He had simply encountered Ayu at the Lan mansion. The affection between the youth was entirely normal, and it was not meant to provoke Lan Laozong. He assured them that he would no longer intrude. The other elders did not pursue the matter further. With a heavy heart, I found solace in a late-night meal with Chun Tai at Temple Street, where a Hao and A joined to share in my melancholy. Oh, Zhongkue, what a tragic tale we have. At the Lan mansion, Miss Lan harbors such deep affection for you, rivaling the sorrow of Liang Zhu. It nearly brings tears to my eyes. Unfortunately, Lan Laozong lacks appreciation for romance and insists on breaking the lovers apart. Chun Tai laughed, downing a bottle of beer. Yet, amidst my inner turmoil, his mirth felt like mockery. Did he not consider me a friend? I finished an entire bottle of beer and set it down on the table. I did not mean to offend, Zhongkue. The common folk must not clash with the officials. You and Miss Lan are fated to be apart. Provoking Lan Laozong could spell disaster for our entire society. I am merely looking out for you. Chun Tai replied. A Hao and A chimed in. Ayu has long harbored feelings for Wengo. Regardless of right or wrong, we stand by our brother. Alas, we three brothers are still inexperienced and lack authority to alter the rules. They expressed their regrets, acknowledging that there was little they could do. Who is Lan Jiang, that he should heed our words? It matters not. Even if the leader were to encounter Inspector Zonghua, respect and humility would be required. If we do not meet, then so be it. I remarked. I had already stirred enough trouble. This last incident at the Lan mansion had nearly cost me my life. I could not pursue Ayu any further, as it would endanger the entire society. Wengu, if love is true and enduring, does it not transcend the confines of time? Lan Laozong may be of great stature, but is now over 50, while we are still young. The road ahead is long. Who knows what the future holds? Let us raise our glasses. Cheers. The clinking of our glasses echoed in the air. Chapter 90. Li Sheng's business as we reveled in our drinks at Temple Street. The atmosphere was lively, and our banter lifted the shadows from our hearts. At that moment, a lackey approached Zhongkue. Young Master Long Wu is hosting distinguished guests at the Grand World tonight and wishes for you to make arrangements and join him. Upon hearing Long Wu's name, Long Sheng's son, I promptly sent the young man to the Grand World. Find a Yong and have him book the largest private room. Ensure the drinks and hostesses are of the finest quality. Make the arrangements immediately. I shall arrive shortly. I commanded. Understood, boss. The lackey hurried off to execute the arrangements. I called upon a Hao, A and Chun Tai, suggesting, since we are all in high spirits tonight, let us continue the festivities at my place and enjoy a few more drinks. Excellent. They say the Grand World is filled with beauty. Could you arrange something? Chun Tai inquired with a grin. All on me. Just go? I replied boisterously, as I still had plenty of funds from Fat Guy Cohen, so this was no concern. A few individuals ventured to the Grand World. Chun Tai, Ah Hao, and Ah reserved a private room where they indulged in singing and drinking, while I sat for a while before making my way to Mr. Long's side. Each time Mr. Long graced the Grand World with his presence, I was his host. To support me, he would lavishly bestow generous tips upon the dancers, starting at 500 per person. At that time, the most popular dancers received tips of no more than 300. As I pushed open the door, I found Mr. Long entertaining several affluent businessmen from Hong Kong, prominent figures in the Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing me, Mr. Long immediately embraced me and introduced me to the gathering, declaring, "This is my little brother, Zhongkue from 10 West. He is righteous and loyal, my dearest friend." Holding my glass, I took turns toasting the guests under Mr. Long's introduction. Among them, I was taken aback to see none other than Li Chaoran, the very person I had encountered at the Blue Mansion. I swiftly filled my glass with amber-hued whiskey and respectfully called out, "Mr. Li." Recognizing me, Li Chaoran replied, "Zhongkue, are you here to oversee the proceedings?" "Indeed. The Grand World is under my aegis, Mr. Li. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I am forever grateful for your intervention at the Blue Mansion, which salvaged my life from the clutches of Lan Jiang. I shall drink to that." I downed my drink in one go, earning applause from the crowd. Ha ha. Zhong, it was nothing. You were never at fault regarding the daughter of President Lan. I merely spoke a few words of fairness, Li Chaoran chuckled, raising his glass to share a sip with me. During the feast, young Master Long recounted my story to the guests, and in a moment of exuberance, he took my left hand, removed my glove, and showcased my severed finger to the audience. This finger is a testament to Zhong Kuei's loyalty. He is my sworn brother. Unlike others in the underworld, he is a true friend, principled, and honorable, young Master Long declared, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. Countless wealthy merchants and dignitaries regarded me with admiration, raising their glasses in tribute to me. I felt immensely honored, as a person of the underworld, to receive such recognition among so many distinguished figures. It is worth noting that any business tycoon in that private room was a luminary in the commercial realm of Hong Kong. Upon learning that Chen Tai, Ah Hao, and Ah Yi were in the adjacent room, young Master Long went to offer them a toast. As the evening drew to a close, Li Chaoran pulled me aside for a brief conversation. He inquired, Zhong, how much do you earn at the Grand World each month? I candidly replied, the Grand World pays me 3,000 a month, while my subordinates earn 100 a day, along with a pack of cigarettes and meals, including late-night snacks. Furthermore, we manage the valet parking downstairs, which brings in several dollars per vehicle. Cumulatively, it amounts to around 10 to 8,000 a month. Mr. Li smiled and said, I have a small business opportunity in mind. You seem like a decent person. I'd like you to give it a try, and we could consider it a collaboration. If successful, you should earn as much, if not more than this. Are you interested? At that moment, I was taken aback and replied, Mr. Li, you want to conduct business with me? I am merely a street fighter, skilled only in combat, and I lack knowledge in the realm of business, especially at the scale you operate. I fear I may not excel and would disappoint your good intentions. Li Chaoran smiled and remarked, in our business circle gatherings, Long Wu has never brought anyone from the underworld. Today, bringing you along surely indicates his high regard for you. Do not underestimate yourself, as the saying goes. A hero's origins are inconsequential. This task is not overly difficult. Recently, I received an order for a factory in Thailand. Over 100,000 plastic flowers need to be produced. However, the situation in Hong Kong has deteriorated. Workers are striking, and the project has been temporarily stalled. Even at a premium price, I cannot find labor. I have resorted to seeking out some idle hands from the community, women, children, the elderly, to undertake this manual labor. Their craftsmanship is rudimentary, and the pace is slow, which is far from ideal. The client in Thailand is substantial, and any delay in fulfilling this order could result in significant losses. Zhong, I implore you, lend me a small favor. The price for each plastic flower is 6 yuan. I will offer you 3 yuan per flower. If you can find workers, the difference for the tens of thousands of flowers will be yours. At 3 yuan per flower, completing this task could yield nearly 200,000 in profit. My heart raced with excitement, and in a moment of intoxication, I took on the responsibility entrusted to me by Li Sheng. Li Sheng laughed and patted my shoulder, saying, You see, earning money does not have to be so arduous. Sometimes, utilizing your intellect can yield greater rewards than going through the back door. That night, I indulged excessively in drink. After Li Sheng and Mr. Long departed, I returned to the private room to drink with Chen Tai, Ah Hao, and Ah Yi. I drank to the point of inebriation, unable to return home, and collapsed on a sofa at the Great World, where a Yong kindly covered me with a blanket. Upon awakening the next day, I suddenly recalled my promise to Li Sheng. My first action was to slap my forehead in regret. I had drunk too much and lost my senses. Here I was, a thug accustomed to violence. How could I possibly engage in legitimate business? Plastic flowers? I had no knowledge of such things, nor did anyone around me. Boss, you're awake. A Yong and Big Neo entered with several of their peers. A Yong, Big Neo. Do either of you know how to make plastic flowers? I inquired. Boss, what are you talking about? A Yong and Big Neo's faces registered astonishment. You know, the plastic flowers used for decoration, and oh yes, the ones placed on graves, fake flowers. Does anyone know how to make them? I asked. A Yong and Big Neo shook their heads vigorously, like rattling drums. Goodness, the lack of knowledge is truly alarming, I thought, feeling a surge of urgency. I ordered Big Neo and a Yong to gather all the younger members of the gang, including Lan Denglong. Soon enough, over 200 individuals congregated at the entrance of the Great World. Chapter 91. Rallying the troops. Is there anyone who knows how to make plastic flowers? I asked. A chorus of head shakes echoed in response. I was speechless, A Yong and Big Nyo were taken aback. Boss, have you gone mad from drinking? Are you still not sober? Indeed, we are out here with knives. Who would know how to make such things? The crowd murmured in confusion. For heaven's sake. I am sober now. I promised Li Sheng yesterday that I would find people to make plastic flowers, tens of thousands of them. Yet none of you know how to do it. I was at a loss for words. The subordinates were taken aback, expressing their astonishment. Boss. Engaging in a battle with friends poses no problem. But as for creating plastic flowers, we genuinely lack the skills. At that moment, with the Lunar New Year just over a month away, Mr. Li had promised the collaborators in Thailand that the delivery would be made before the festival. Leaving us pressed for time, I had hoped that my team would rally together to alleviate Mr. Li's concerns, but to my dismay, each one of them was a simpleton, utterly untrained in the required craft. This predicament attracted the attention of Inspector Yan, who, upon seeing hundreds of my subordinates gathered on the street, questioned me with a serious demeanor. Are you preparing for another major film production? I hastily clarified. No, there has been a misunderstanding. I am seeking individuals to create plastic flowers. Yin was momentarily taken aback and then advised my subordinates, tell your brother Zhong Kuei to drink less in the future, before instructing the crowd to disperse to avoid causing panic, and then he went off to enjoy his morning tea. I paced back and forth, my brow furrowed in deep thought. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Let's head to Tiu Kung Ling, I announced, directing my people to proceed there. Upon arriving at Tiu Kung Ling, I visited my father's sweet soup shop, which had been thriving and expanding significantly. He had even started offering handmade desserts, and I had previously invested money to renovate the store, planning to transform it into a convenience store by spring next year. When my father saw me arrive with a multitude of subordinates, he was taken aback. Oh dear, you troublesome boy, why have you brought a crowd? Who are you planning to confront now? You truly lack discernment. My father was furious, fearing I was about to stir up trouble again. Father, please calm down. I am not here to confront anyone. I am engaged in legitimate business with Mr. Li Chaoran. I need people to produce plastic flowers. Oh, you troublesome boy. Have you taken to boasting? What makes you think someone as well known as Mr. Li would be interested in doing business with you? My father was at a loss for words. I was too impatient to argue further. Do any of the neighbors in Tiu Kung Ling know how to make plastic flowers? This is urgent. After explaining the situation to my father, he was momentarily stunned to learn that I was indeed pursuing an honest endeavor, and he quickly gathered the neighbors. I informed the community, we are making plastic flowers, and we will pay $1 each. The more you make, the more you earn. Several of my aunts and uncles, who had experience working in factories, immediately raised their hands in agreement, and I unexpectedly found dozens of workers willing to assist. I promptly dispatched someone to Mr. Li's factory to quickly retrieve the raw materials, urging the local community members to commence work right away. A1, how will the payment be handled? For the plastic flowers, we expect same-day settlement. We are all neighbors, and with your success, you wouldn't possibly delay our payments, would you? Oh, A1 is now a big boss. How could he possibly default on our payments? A1, let us settle the payments daily. It will motivate everyone to work. The crowd voiced their demands, leaving me with no choice. I was not in a position to approach Mr. Li and admit that I lacked sufficient funds to cover the initial payments. That would be too embarrassing. With no alternative, I sought out my financier, Sister Kun, to discuss borrowing a startup capital of $20,000. Upon learning that I was involved in the plastic flower business, Sister Kun looked at me in disbelief. Zhong Kuei, could it be that after encountering you at the Blue Mansion, you were inspired to pursue a legitimate path, aspiring to become a prominent figure in the business world like Li Chaoran, so that in the future, you may earn the respect of Lan Jiang and be on par with the scions of wealthy Malaysian families? Indeed, Sister Kun supports you. Should you find yourself short of funds, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Sister Kun declared grandly. I protested, explaining that it was not the case. I had merely made a promise to Mr. Li. As you know, I, Zhong Kuei, am a man of my word, and whether inebriated or sober, I am bound to honor my commitments. Upon returning to Tiaojing Ling, I urged my uncle and the elders to commence work, with cash payments rendered daily. Everyone set to their tasks. However, a dilemma arose. While crafting plastic flowers is indeed a manual labor endeavor, the process is rather intricate. In Tiaojing Ling, there are but a handful of individuals skilled in this craft, and their workmanship is crude and slow. The workforce was woefully inadequate. At this rate, and with this scale, it would be impossible to produce even a fraction of the required thousands of pots before the Spring Festival. I needed to recruit more hands, Yet despite my best efforts, I could not find anyone. When I approached the union leader, I discovered that the workers were already striking, demanding an end to all exploitative capitalist practices. How was I to proceed under such circumstances? Originally, I had set the price at 1 yuan, a rate that was met with indifference, as few were willing to engage. Just as I was at my wit's end, a Hao, a E, and Chung Tai came to seek me out. Chung Tai exclaimed, "My goodness, Zhong Kue, why not consult with me? Head to Kowloon Walled City. There are workers there willing to take on the task, and at a lower cost." What? There are people in Kowloon Walled City doing this? I asked incredulously. I could hardly believe the words of this Navi Chung Tai. What clever solution could he possibly devise? Indeed, Kowloon Walled City is teeming with workshops, many of which are unlicensed factories. Numerous workers, having illegally immigrated to Hong Kong and lacking identification, hide within the confines of the walled city, seeking employment in these clandestine workshops. During this period of widespread strikes throughout the city, these workers have emerged to seize opportunities from various factories, making a considerable profit. Chung Tai shared that his cousin runs a workshop in Kowloon Walled City, and during the recent labor unrest, workers there had been demanding exorbitant prices for their labor. Initially, they insisted on double the standard rate, threatening to halt work otherwise. With the external strikes and internal unrest, Chung Tai's cousin had no choice but to intervene personally. Chung Tai led a group into Kowloon Walled City, confronting the workers demanding outrageous fees, and through intimidation, he compelled them to complete the tasks at hand, ultimately paying them only half of what was initially agreed upon. Remarkably, their efficiency doubled. I never anticipated that this naive Chung Tai could manage such serious matters. With no alternatives left, I felt compelled to give this desperate measure a chance. "Hey, Zhong Kue, count me in on this venture. Let us all collaborate and head to Kowloon City." Chung Tai laughed. "If this plan proves feasible, what harm is there in including you?" Yet, I pondered, entering Kowloon City and coercing workers. Might this not be morally questionable? I was growing increasingly aware of my tendency to attract trouble, which displeased my grandfather, and I feared that this endeavor might lead to further complications. What kind of birds are these? Those laborers, who have clandestinely crossed into the harbor, find no one willing to employ them. It is the walled city that has afforded them the opportunity for work. Not only do they express no gratitude, but they also audaciously raise their demands, displaying the very essence of a troublesome populace. They cannot be considered good citizens. Chung Tai declared, "What are we then? We are rogues, and rogues must naturally engage in deeds befitting our nature." Chung Tai laughed heartily. "Indeed, Ah Tai speaks truthfully. The reason Mr. Lee sought us out is precisely due to our identities as rogues. Would you have Mr. Lee don a suit and tie and venture into Kowloon City himself?" Ah Yi chimed in with a smile. "Very well, let it be so. Let us each gather our followers and set forth for Kowloon Walled City," I proclaimed with a grand gesture.